Whether it be the rivalry of spirits or the inner essence of energy, after reaching the pinnacle of development, can one transcend the heavens and surpass the limitations of the human form? Chapter 1. Fratricidal Conflict. The clamor of the day had settled, giving way to the vibrant nightlife of the streets. At the entrance of the most renowned nightclub in Nanjing, a man and a woman were engaged in conversation. "Second young master, you must come to see me more often," the blonde, blue-eyed beauty cooed, entwining her arm with the man's, her fluent Chinese belying her appearance. The man, referred to as the second young master, was remarkably slender, towering over most at over 6 feet. His thick brows framed small eyes, and his nose protruded slightly, revealing 2 dark nostrils. 2 thin patches of hair above his lip resembled an ill-placed adornment, rendering him rather peculiar. With a mischievous grin, he paused his wandering hand at the request, yet not forgetting to pinch her heavily powdered cheek, proclaiming, "Don't worry, darling, from today onwards. I shall visit you every night." The woman beamed with a signature smile, her makeup failing to mask her brilliance and innocence. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Really? You must not deceive me, second young master." His eyes sparkled as he observed her poised yet flirtatious demeanor. Swallowing hard, he chuckled, "Of course. How could I ever bear to deceive you? Rest assured, my words hold weight." Just as the woman was about to respond, a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit, his face marked by excess flesh, approached, causing her to retreat a few steps and hide. Behind the slender figure, the slender man frowned, displeasure evident in his voice. "Arno, what is it?" The man named Arno did not glance at the woman instead. He spoke in a low tone. "Young master, it's time to depart." The young master merely hummed an acknowledgement, waving his hand dismissively. "I understand, you may leave." Arno, not daring to utter a word, retreated immediately. The second young master turned back and playfully patted the blonde woman's face, sending a slight cloud of powder into the air. Unfazed, he pressed his lips firmly against hers, lifting her chin to gaze into her blue eyes, his saliva splattering across her face as he declared, "Darling, I must leave now, but I shall return tomorrow." The blonde beauty, pouting her lips a deep shade of crimson, leaned her serpentine body closer to the slender man, coaxing, "No, Xing Hong won't let you go." Her name was revealed to be Xing Hong, a name fully assimilated into Chinese culture, complementing her fluent Mandarin. The second young master swiftly reassured her, "Darling, please don't be difficult. I will definitely return to see you tomorrow." "Really? You must not play tricks." The blue-eyed woman flashed her enchanting smile once more. With a sweet grin, she left several red marks on his cheek before sashaying into the crimson-lit nightclub. Watching her sway seductively, the second young master spat a thick glob of saliva onto the ground, muttering a curse, "Wretched woman," before turning to stride towards the middle-aged man. Was a striking Ferrari sports car, the latest model from 2007, with only 100 units released globally. The young master staggered over, his frail form seemingly at the mercy of the wind. Arnold had already opened the car door for him, and with a fleeting glance, the young master settled into the back seat. Hastily, Arnold took his place in the passenger seat. Cold sweat trickling down his spine, he realized he had offended the ruthless young master. The young master's already small eyes narrowed into slits, his gaze chilling as 2 scythes, coldly fixated on Arnold's back, devoid of any semblance of weakness. Arnold trembled, his heart racing to his throat, scarcely daring to breathe. With a long sigh of relief, Arnold turned to the frail man and said, "Everything is ready, young master. The brothers are in position this time. Those 2 won't escape." "Good," the young master replied tersely, aiming his gun at Arnold's head, stating, "You have outlived your usefulness." Bang. The gunshot rang out, and before Arnold could utter a word, a spray of blood spattered onto the windshield. Arnold's eyes widened in terror, his pupils dilating as a 3-centimeter hole appeared in the center of his forehead. The young master let out a faint snort and addressed the black-haired young man in the driver's seat. "After dispose of him." "Yes, young master." After replied with a blank expression, delivering a swift kick to Arnold's lifeless body, sending the car, doors swinging open with a soft thud as Arnold's corpse tumbled to the ground. "Ha ha. Very good, very good," the young master said, lightly clapping his hands. "After, your skills have improved remarkably. Your control of the force is impeccable." After, expression serious, replied, "Thank you for the praise, young master. Everything I have is due to your generosity, indeed." The young master nodded in satisfaction. "Drive on, and inform the brothers to prepare for action." "Understood." After acknowledged, and the striking Ferrari roared to life, disappearing into the distance, leaving Arnold's body to grow cold in the night. The moon hung low in the western sky. It was already past 2 in the morning, yet the lights in Li Yishan's study remained aglow, His wife, Wenlan, stealthily opened the door, tiptoeing to his side, gently wrapping her arms around his neck, her tone tender yet tinged with reproach. Ishan, it's past 2Y. Are you still awake? Yes, indeed, Li Ishan replied, setting down a stack of documents, turning to embrace his wife's slender waist with a light laugh. There's much to attend to. Father is aging and in poor health as a son. I must shoulder more responsibilities. Humph, Wenlan huffed lightly, expressing her discontent. You take on your father's burdens, but who will share yours? You work late. Every night your health will eventually suffer. Why don't you ask your brother to help? After all, he is also your father's son. Alas, Li Ishan sighed softly, shaking his weary head. He is still young, still naive. In a few years, he will understand. Ishan gently pulled his wife onto his lap, smoothing her somewhat disheveled hair, and softly murmured, Enough, let us not speak of him. No, I must speak. Wenlan stubbornly shook her head, her voice fierce as she declared, That scoundrel, not only is he disrespectful to our father, but has he not also committed countless misdeeds? Murder, arson, and the violation of young maidens. What wicked act has he not perpetrated? Just the other day, he even dared to, is nothing less than a beast. That is enough. Li Ishan interjected, his tone firm, interrupting his wife's outburst. Wenlan was taken aback, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she lowered her gaze in distress. Li Ishan's heart softened. He tenderly wiped away the tears that had slipped down her cheeks, gently saying, Let us not dwell on this, shall we? He is, after all, my brother. His wife nodded submissively, leaning her head on Li Ishan's shoulder as she began to sob quietly. Li Ishan caressed his wife's fragile back, a wave of melancholy washing over him. His father, Liu, had taken 2 wives and fathered 2 sons. He was the elder by 4 years, blessed with handsome features and remarkable capabilities, earning his father's deep affection. His half-brother, Li Ishue, was 4 years his junior, possessing a shifty demeanor and a proclivity for mingling with unsavory characters and women. Standing over 6 feet tall, he weighed scarcely 130 pounds. Liu, profoundly disappointed in him, frequently chastised him. Yet Li Ishue remained obstinate, ultimately leading to his father's disdain and a focused investment in Li Ishan, leaving Li Ishue neglected. Thus, Li Ishue harbored deep resentment, vowing to one day seek retribution against both of them. Li Ishan found himself powerless against his brother, often attempting to counsel him, but his words fell on deaf ears. In resignation, he acquiesced to Li Ishue's path. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted outside, accompanied by cries of chaos. Alarmed, Li Ishan swiftly lifted his wife and made his way to the bedroom, placing her inside the wardrobe and instructing, Do not emerge under any circumstances. I shall go and investigate. Chapter 2, Fratricide, Part 2. Wenlan was engulfed in terror. Before she could utter a word, Li Ishan had already dashed out like a gust of wind. With a heavy sigh, Wenlan secured the wardrobe door, plunging into the darkness, fervently praying for her husband's safety. Unbeknownst to her, the moon had been shrouded by ominous clouds, and a tempest raged outside. The night was dark and the winds howled, a perfect backdrop for treachery. The moment Li Ishan stepped outside, an unsettling feeling gripped him. Instinctively, he veered to the side as a rapidly spinning bullet whizzed past, narrowly missing his nose, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Although he was protected by his martial energy, he clearly recognized that the bullet was a specialized spiral round designed to penetrate such defenses. A direct hit to the head would surely spell death. Following the trajectory of the bullet, he caught sight of a man over 6 feet tall, yet emaciated, brandishing a Gauss sniper rifle. With bushy eyebrows and small eyes, he had a pair of thin mustaches that quivered as if greeting Li Ishan. Startled, Li Ishan's heart surged with rage and despair. It was this wretch. Why? The gaunt man scoffed, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. He raised the Gauss sniper rifle again, this time aiming at the bodyguards in the yard. A flurry of gunfire erupted, and the guards fell one by one. No, Li Ishan howled to the heavens, launching himself toward the slender figure. With a powerful leap, he aimed a fierce punch at the entrance. A muffled thud echoed, followed by the sickening sound of bones cracking. Drenched in sweat and filled with dread, Li Ishan stumbled backward, cradling his shattered right arm. Ha! A maniacal laughter filled the air as the gaunt figure emerged at the door. Li Ishue, his own brother. The Gauss sniper rifle was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he toyed with a silver revolver. Li Ishan, with nowhere left to retreat, fixed a piercing gaze upon his brother, his voice heavy with gravity. Ishue, what do you mean by this? Humph, Li Ishue retorted coldly. What do I mean? I'm sending you to the afterlife. Your father has been waiting for you there. What? Li Ishan trembled, extending his uninjured left hand to point at him. Humph, do you think I'm a child? Li Yushui sneered. Sister-in-law, you should come out obediently. Otherwise, your dashing husband will meet a gruesome end. His delight was palpable. He had schemed for this moment for far too long. After today, not only would the Li Corporation, one of the world's 3 major conglomerates, be his, but his long-desired sister-in-law would also fall into his grasp. Li Yishan had plunged into a chasm of despair, having just defended his brother before his wife, only to realize he had been the cause of their father's demise. Now, he faced his own death while his brother sought to claim his beloved wife. A man may be killed, but never humiliated, for the sake of his cherished one. Li Yishan was prepared to fight to the bitter end. Seizing the moment of Li Yushui's triumphant laughter, Li Yishan surged forward with blinding speed, delivering a kick aimed at his chin. The force of this strike, infused with all his martial energy, was so potent and swift that it caused the very air to tremble, creating a series of minuscule explosions. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Li Yishui's eyes as he cast aside the revolver in his hand. With his right hand transformed into a claw, he unleashed a swift and formidable attack aimed at Li Yishan's knee. Beads of sweat cascaded down Li Yishan's forehead as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Haha, my dear brother, what has befallen you? It's a pity that old man holds you in such high regard, bestowing upon you the family's cherished martial arts secrets. Who would have thought you would prove so feeble, still trapped in the realm of the acquired? Humph, you have truly disappointed me, Li Yishui coldly chastised his brother. At that moment, a young man clad in black appeared from the shadows, the very same individual who had driven that ostentatious Ferrari, Afu. He regarded Li Yishan with a detached gaze, devoid of any sympathy, before placing one foot on his chest and delivering a kick to his mouth. Li Yishan's chest caved in, his front teeth shattered, and blood gushed forth, mingling with fragments of his internal organs. The family heirloom, a cross that had adorned Li Yishan's chest for centuries, remained embedded there, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his gaze fixated on his brother Li Yishui, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Before he could retaliate, the wardrobe door swung open on its own, revealing Wenlan, draped in a gown as white as snow, her bright eyes and delicate features exuding an air of tranquility. To Li Yishui, she appeared devoid of any emotional turmoil. In a voice untainted by disturbance, Wenlan spoke. Li Yishui, I will acquiesce to your demands, but first, I must converse with Yishan. Li Yishui furrowed his thick brows, but ultimately stepped aside. Very well, but be swift, he replied, signaling Afu to leave as he positioned himself at the door. He had never been one to show mercy, yet today he felt a sense of disorientation. Wenlan nodded silently, approaching Li Yishui and tenderly cupping his blood-stained, sweat-drenched face. A few crystalline tears slipped from the corners of her eyes as she choked out, Yishan. With great effort, Li Yishan raised his uninjured left hand to caress Wenlan's delicate face, forcing a smile. Silly girl, do not weep, all right? I can no longer accompany you. Forgive me. If he truly cares for you, live well. As he spoke, a violent cough racked his body, and crimson blood gushed forth. His lungs were already injured, and uttering a few words left him breathless. Wenlan shook her head in tears, leaning close to Li Yishan's ear, her voice barely audible to the two of them. Yishan, I truly wish to leave with you, but it cannot be, my love. A flicker of surprise ignited in Li Yishan's dim eyes, and he involuntarily parted his lips, unable to muster a sound. Overcome with emotion, his caved-in chest heaved violently, blood pouring forth in torrents. Yishan, I love you, Wenlan exclaimed, tightly embracing her husband's neck, her tears cascading like a waterfall, tracing elegant arcs through the air before splattering onto the ground. Ah, Li Yishan murmured, his hand brushing through Wenlan's silky black hair, his voice wavering. With you. This life is not in vain. Cough, cough, tell our son he has a good father. Wenlan's tear-streaked face bore a faint, bittersweet smile as she playfully chided him. How do you know it's a son? Perhaps it will be a daughter? Li Yishan revealed a smile as radiant as the sun, gathering the remaining remnants of his fighting spirit in his chest, barely audible as he murmured, I just know. A cough escaped his lips, and with a soft smile, he departed, leaving unsaid the words, I love you. Wenlan clung desperately to her husband's gradually cooling body, tears cascading down her cheeks, flowing along Li Yishan's neck and pooling into his sunken chest, mingling blood and tears that soaked the cross embedded there. Unbeknownst to Wenlan, and unnoticed by Li Yishui, the figure of a Fu lurked in the shadows of the courtyard. A gentle white light emanated from Li Yishan's chest, and his collapsed torso began to rise slowly. Watching his elder brother perish before him, Li Yishui felt no exhilaration, only a profound sorrow and a lingering loneliness that had long enveloped his heart. Brother is gone. I am left with no family. Li Yishui sighed skyward, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his back, radiating to his chest. Upon looking down, He was horrified to see a hand piercing through his chest, stained with blood. With a sickening crunch, his heart was mercilessly crushed, extinguishing the last flicker of thought within him, and he fell to the ground with a resounding thud. In the darkness, a young man clad in black, with raven hair, chuckled coldly, raising his bloodied right hand to his lips, licking it before menacingly approaching Wenlan, who turned at the sound. Chapter 3. The so-called creator god. Where am I? Was I not dead? How did I end up here? Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Li Yishan felt he had walked a long road. Upon awakening, he found himself in a serene forest. The forest was alive with the sound of bubbling springs, the chirping of birds, and fragrant blossoms, brimming with the essence of nature. In 2078, human technology had reached its zenith, yet the Earth's ecosystem lay in ruins, marred by smoke and clamor, devoid of the spiritual energy that made such a tranquil place possible. Just then, Li Yishan sensed a warmth emanating from his chest. Looking down, he saw the ancestral cross radiating a gentle glow, bringing him comfort. As he felt his damaged insides rapidly healing, realizing he had not perished, Li Yishan quickly composed himself, sitting cross-legged, marveling at the abundance of spiritual energy. Unable to resist closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, he chose not to ponder the nature of this place, instead immersing himself in the wonder of this enchanting realm. Not one to act recklessly, despite his deep concern for his wife, he understood that attempting to rescue her now would be tantamount to courting death. The family's secret martial arts technique, the Purple Blood Manual, autonomously activated, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. His internal fighting spirit surged, moving faster than ever before. With each cycle, it grew denser, automatically converging in his dantian. After 36 cycles, Li Yishan sensed that the energy in his dantian had reached saturation, and the rate of absorption had noticeably slowed. He recognized he had finally reached a bottleneck. With one final push, he could transcend from the acquired to the innate. However, this bottleneck is not easily surmountable. It relies heavily on personal fortune. Some individuals manage to break through in an instant, while others may struggle throughout their lives without success. Suddenly, Li Yishan felt a spark of inspiration and attempted to direct a trace of his fighting spirit towards his internal organs, yearning to nourish them. This was an exceedingly audacious notion, one that had never been attempted by anyone on Earth. By the 1950s of the 21st century, technological advancements had reached their zenith, making further progress increasingly elusive. Consequently, humanity revived ancient methods of self-enhancement, among which fighting spirit became a relatively popular approach, with practitioners far outnumbering those who cultivated inner energy, nourishing internal organs with fighting spirit. Given the scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth, it was exceedingly difficult for fighters to absorb any, let alone cultivate it. Thus, it was a luxury to lavish the hard-won fighting spirit on internal organs. As the fighting spirit, radiating a gentle glow, gradually approached the internal organs, they absorbed it as if they were parched earth encountering water after years of drought. Though the absorption occurred at a slow pace, Li Yishan distinctly felt the transformation of his internal organs, which no longer seemed as fragile as before. If internal organs could be nourished with fighting spirit, what are the muscles? Li Yishan directed a portion of his fighting spirit to surge through the muscles throughout his body. The muscles absorbed the fighting spirit at a pace far swifter than that of the internal organs. Before long, the fighting spirit that Li Yishan had painstakingly accumulated was entirely absorbed. Yet he felt no concern. The abundant spiritual energy of this realm made it effortless to cultivate fighting spirit, especially for someone like him who had already mastered it. Li Yishan seamlessly continued his practice, allowing the fighting spirit to incessantly cleanse his muscles and internal organs, which were undergoing a terrifying transformation at an accelerated rate. Simultaneously, the fighting spirit was being consumed and replenished, resulting in dramatic changes within his body and dantian. Crack, crack, sounds of bone and muscle reverberated, clearly indicating a continuous transformation taking place. Even my muscle fibers are metamorphosing. My physical prowess has at least quintupled, and my overall strength has increased by more than 7-fold. Li Yishan was filled with exhilaration. As a fighter, the abundant spiritual energy of this realm was of paramount importance to him. Time passed swiftly during his training, and he lost track of how long he had been immersed in it. Suddenly, two subtle sounds echoed simultaneously within him, as if his dantian had shattered and reformed in an instant. Li Yishan's entire body trembled, and a look of ecstasy spread across his face. After the reformation, the space within was more than 10-fold larger than before. He realized he had taken a crucial step in his cultivation of fighting spirit, finally breaking through the limits of the acquired realm into the innate realm. This is the Ren Meridian. It has been opened. How splendid. Li Yishan was overwhelmed with joy, initially fearing some ailment had afflicted him, only to discover that the most vital of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Rin meridians, had been unblocked, which would greatly aid his future cultivation, the acquired limit that had plagued him for 5 long years. If only he had broken through sooner. Perhaps it would not have come to this. The thought of his brother's heinous act of fratricide filled Li Yishan with profound sorrow. Contemplating his wife and the child she carried, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, causing his entire being to tremble slightly. A man may shed tears, but only when sorrow truly strikes. In this moment, even this 7-foot-tall man could not restrain the torrent of tears cascading down his face. If earlier his strength had multiplied by more than 7-fold, now it had escalated to nearly 15 times that of that fateful night. Greetings. And welcome to the realm of the gods, resonated a commanding voice within Li Yishan's mind. Startled, he scolded himself for his carelessness and instinctively scanned his surroundings. Yet found no trace of a soul. You need not search. I am the creator god, Caesar, existing alongside this realm, governing all that transpires here. You shall not find me. The voice, as if attuned to Li Yishan's thoughts, continued with mechanical precision. The realm of the gods. Creator god Caesar? Is this not Earth? Li Yishan stood frozen, dumbfounded, and at a loss. Unless what? Seizing upon a glimmer of hope, he quickly regained his composure and inquired urgently. To tear through space? His brow furrowed as he addressed the void. You mean to say I have arrived in another world? Haha, you are indeed astute. You grasp the concept with remarkable clarity. The creator god erupted into a maniacal laugh, as though he had stumbled upon a great treasure. Yet, Li Yishan felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed? Have you been observing me for a long time? Wait, I have several questions to pose to you, he exclaimed, a sudden realization igniting within him. Chapter 4. A shared surname. Humph. You have quite the array of inquiries. Speak swiftly. I do not have the luxury of time to indulge you. The creator god responded with a disdainful huff. Li Yishan nodded slowly. My first question, what manner of world is this? Why is it called the realm of the gods? Interesting. Your questioning possesses a certain artistry. You have presented 2 inquiries instead of 1. The voice of creator god Caesar no longer resonated solely within Li Yishan's mind, but echoed throughout the small grove. This realm is devoid of mortals. It is populated entirely by warriors and cultivators. Every individual here would be regarded as a god were they to tread upon earth, hence the name. The realm of the gods. This realm? Does this world not consist of more than one continent? Li Yishan's brow furrowed as he discerned the implications of the creator god's words. Very well, he acknowledged. As his martial prowess reached the innate realm, his spiritual perception had also greatly heightened, enabling him to sense someone approaching from a distance. Humph, remember this. Do not utter a word about me to anyone, or I shall erase you from existence without hesitation. The creator god's authoritative voice resonated deep within Li Yishan's soul, trembling the very fabric of his being. Understood. Li Yishan felt his entire soul quiver, a shiver coursing through him as he instinctively replied. This self-proclaimed Caesar, the creator god, wielded such formidable power. Regardless of the veracity of his claims, Li Yishan believed wholeheartedly in his capacity to obliterate him in an instant. Such potency could stem from a mere utterance. He must indeed be a true deity. Li Yishan sighed inwardly and turned his gaze upstream along the river, where he could discern an individual approaching leisurely. Before long, the figure had entered Li Yishan's line of sight, standing nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a voluminous gray robe that did little to conceal his robust physique. He bore a long sword sheathed at his back, exuding an aura of lethal intent and formidable coldness. At that moment, he was bent over, meticulously examining the ground as if searching for something. Just as Li Yishan was about to speak, the man sensed his gaze, abruptly lifted his head, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Without any visible movement, the long sword was suddenly in his hand. Upon recognizing Li Yishan's attire, he paused for a moment, the fierce killing intent gradually dissipating. What a long sword! Li Yishan exclaimed softly, noting that the sword in the powerful man's grasp measured nearly 5 feet in length, truly befitting the title of a long sword. Yet, in the hands of this imposing figure, it appeared entirely natural, accentuating his tall and upright stature. Who are you? The man inquired, his black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin revealing his Chinese heritage as he spoke fluent Mandarin. A surge of joy welled up in Li Yishan's heart, and he eagerly replied, I am Li Yishan. Did you also come from Earth? Are you Chinese as well? The formidable man was taken aback and asked, How did you know? Li Yishan chuckled. It's evident from your black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, coupled with your fluent Mandarin. And when you saw my attire, your momentary surprise only confirmed my suspicions. A flicker of excitement briefly crossed the cold visage of the powerful man as he remarked, So, a fellow countryman has arrived. However, for caution's sake. May I ask you one more question? Li Yishan smiled gently. Of course, please go ahead. Li Yishan was momentarily at a loss for words, laughing softly. The man, now grinning heartily, had sheathed his sword and stepped forward to clasp Li Yishan's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, please forgive my wariness. The land of the gods is fraught with treachery, and danger lurks everywhere. I had no choice but to be cautious. Indeed, encountering a compatriot in this foreign realm brings me great joy," Li Yishan responded. "What do you mean by such words? As a newcomer, I shall rely on your guidance immensely." The robust man appeared to be in his 30s, while Li Yishan was merely 28, so he did not hesitate to address him as elder brother. "Haha, I can see you're also a generous soul." The man replied with a hearty laugh. "By the way, I am Li Shui. We share the same surname. Perhaps we were kin 500 years ago, huh?" In a forest on the treacherous land of the gods, the two men from Earth laughed heartily, unburdening the sorrows in their hearts. Li Yishan buried his intense longing and worry for his wife deep within, revealing no trace of his inner turmoil on his face. Chapter 5. The spatial ring. The two quickly became acquainted, igniting a fire together. Li Shui caught two sizable fish from the nearby stream, and they sat across from each other, grilling the fish while engaging in lively conversation. Though Li Shui appeared stern, he was quite talkative, often sharing jokes that left Li Yishan in fits of laughter, significantly lifting his spirits. Li Yishan sensed that, unspoken, Li Shui might be reluctant to touch upon painful topics. Thus his fondness for him grew immensely. From the words of Li Shui, Li Yishan learned that the divine continent is extraordinarily vast, considerably larger than Earth itself. It comprises 10 prefectures: Tianan Prefecture, Tianshan Prefecture, Yangla Prefecture, Blood Phantom Prefecture, Nether Blue Prefecture, Kaiyuan Prefecture, Western Qin Prefecture, Kanwu Prefecture, Levection Prefecture, and Fumo Prefecture. Each prefecture's area is at least twice that of his homeland, China, highlighting its immense expanse. Among the 10 prefectures, Levection and Fumo boast the strongest influence. While Tianan and Tianshan are the weakest, the remaining prefectures possess relatively equal power. They currently find themselves at the border of Blood Phantom and Nether Blue prefectures. Brother Shui, are you a battle chi master or a cultivator? After gaining a general understanding of the divine continent's conditions, Li Yishan shifted the conversation to a more personal topic. Li Shui smiled mysteriously and replied, "Why don't you take a guess?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Yishan tentatively suggested, "A battle chi master?" Li Shui shook his head. Li Yishan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Then could it be a cultivator? Didn't you just mention that a cultivator's sword is concealed within their body? What was it called again?" "Oh right, a flying sword. And you haha." Li Shui chuckled heartily. "Have you forgotten what our ancestors excelled at?" Realization dawned on Li Yishan, his eyes lighting up with surprise. "Are you an inner master?" Li Shui nodded slightly and, noticing Li Yishan's furrowed brow, smiled. "Do not find it strange. Although inner masters are rare, there are still some on the divine continent." "Ah, how splendid our ancestors' heritage was, yet now it has been nearly forgotten." He cast a peculiar glance at Li Yishan as he spoke, feeling a bit awkward. Li Yishan chuckled nervously and asked, "Brother Shui, could you enlighten me on the distinction between a battle chi master and an inner master?" Inner masters have always been shrouded in mystery, and although I hail from an ancient nation rooted in inner mastery, my understanding is rather limited. Hee, Li Shui chuckled. "Of course I can. In fact, battle chi evolved from inner energy. However, it was later transmitted abroad, where those foreigners shamelessly appropriated our heritage and renamed it. While there are some differences, battle chi masters and inner masters are essentially the same, merely differing in their cultivation techniques." Li Yishan understood that variations in cultivation techniques did not imply a fundamental difference, as there are indeed many ways to cultivate inner energy. "Ah, so that's the case." Upon hearing Li Shui's explanation, Li Yishan was astonished. "So, battle chi is derived from inner energy, which means a battle chi master can be regarded as an inner master. But not all inner masters are necessarily battle chi masters, correct?" "Indeed," Li Shui nodded slightly, satisfied. "A promising student indeed. Haha, though it cannot be stated outright. Battle chi and inner energy do share the same origin." Li Yishan pondered deeply, reflecting, "No wonder I found it perplexing that our Li family, an ancient lineage indigenous to China, practices a technique that originates from foreign battle chi. It turns out those foreigners have pilfered our ancestors' legacy. How shameful." At that moment, the fish was perfectly cooked. Li Shui handed a piece to Li Yishan, saying, "First, enjoy the fish. Once you've finished, please assist me in finding something." Li Yishan seized the grilled fish and took a bite, unable to restrain his enthusiasm for Li Shui's remarkable culinary skills, which prompted him to exclaim in delight, His hunger was palpable, and undeterred by the heat or the bones, he devoured the hefty fish, weighing over 3 kilograms, in no time, licking his lips with lingering satisfaction, leaving Li Shishui momentarily speechless. Gazing at Li Shishui, who had only nibbled on his portion, Li Yishan shifted the conversation, asking, "Brother, what were you saying earlier? Looking for something?" Li Shishui tentatively offered the fish in his hand, and without hesitation, Li Yishan snatched it and began to voraciously consume it, mumbling, "Thank you, brother. Once I finish, I'll help you find whatever it is." Observing Li Yishan's voracious appetite, Li Shishui swallowed hard and teased, "Take your time, be careful of the bones." Li Yishan paused and lifted his gaze at Li Shishui. Was he jesting? Would a master of the innate realm truly fear fish bones? Li Yishan silently scoffed at the notion but remained silent as he finished off the fish, licking his fingers clean before patting his belly in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Your cooking is exceptional, brother. I've never tasted anything so delightful." With a chuckle, Li Shishui replied, "This is the land of the gods, where the spiritual energy is abundant. Unlike the polluted earth, naturally, the fare here is far superior." A look of realization dawned on Li Yishan as he said, "Speak up, brother. What do you need my assistance with?" Upon hearing this, Li Shishui visibly tensed, instinctively lowering his voice as he recounted, "Not long ago, 2 exceptionally powerful cultivators engaged in a life-and-death battle in this very area, clashing for 3 days and nights until one perished, leaving behind numerous treasures. Most were claimed by the victor, but some surely remain here, so I thought I might try my luck. Cultivators are experts in crafting magical artifacts, and they are undoubtedly treasures in themselves." "Oh, brother, what do you think this is?" Li Yishan exclaimed, pulling a ring from his pocket and presenting it to Li Shishui. Li Shishui examined the ring closely, suddenly jolting with excitement as he gasped, "A spatial ring. This is a spatial ring. My heavens. Yishan, where did you find this?" "A spatial ring?" Li Yishan shrugged nonchalantly. "I found it in the belly of those 2 fish. I discovered it while gutting them." Li Shishui gave a thumbs up to Li Yishan, exclaiming, "I can't believe your luck. I've searched this area for 3 whole days, and the 3 items I've found combined aren't worth as much as this ring." Li Yishan leaned closer, scrutinizing the spatial ring in Li Shishui's hand, and asked, "Brother, is a spatial ring truly that valuable?" Li Shishui rolled his eyes and replied testily, "Do you even know what a spatial ring is for? It can store anything lifeless. And judging by its craftsmanship, the internal space must be no less than 10,000 square units." 10,000 square units? Li Yishan widened his eyes, gazing at the spatial ring in Li Shishui's hand, and exclaimed, "Indeed." After playing with the ring for a while, Li Shishui reluctantly handed it over to Li Yishan, saying, "Yishan, this ring is yours since you found it. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, you should quickly drop your blood to claim it." "No, brother. It is better suited for you. You searched for 3 days, while I was merely fortunate. Besides, you caught these 2 fish, so they rightfully belong to you." Li Yishan insisted resolutely, "No, it is far too precious. I cannot take advantage of you. You discovered it, hence it must be yours," Li Shishui replied, his determination unwavering despite the ring's allure. "Brother, precisely because it is so precious, it should be given to you. I shall store my belongings with you from now on. And besides, I will rely on your protection in the future. Consider it a form of tribute," Li Yishan argued, his last statement laced with humor. "Very well. I shall accept it for now," Li Shishui conceded, unable to resist the temptation of the ring. He cast a deep glance at Li Yishan and eventually nodded. "Ha. That's more like it. Brother, hurry and drop your blood to claim it. Let's see if there are any treasures within. If something suits me, do share a bit." Li Yishan chuckled, lightening the mood and dispelling Li Shishui's embarrassment. "You rascal," Li Shishui smiled slightly, even his usual cold demeanor failing to mask his inner excitement as he prepared to draw his vital essence and let it fall onto the ring. With a plop, the essence slid off the ring and fell to the ground, unabsorbed. Seeing this, both were momentarily stunned. Li Shishui blinked, casting a gloomy look at Li Yishan. Just then, a cold voice echoed, "You need not waste your efforts. No one shall possess this ring, for it is mine." They lifted their gaze to see a white figure swiftly approaching from the distance. Before the individual arrived, the indifferent voice had already reached them. "It's a battle master. And it can fly. This is bad," Li Shishui murmured in alarm upon realizing the newcomer's capability. As soon as his words fell, the white figure hovered above them, an overwhelming pressure descending upon them, a weight stemming from the vast difference in their realms, quelling any thought of resistance. The newcomer, draped in a flowing white robe, was obscured in a haze, rendering their features indistinguishable. Gradually, they descended from the sky, standing before the 2 and extending a hand, coldly stating, "Hand it over." Li Shishui bowed respectfully to the white-robed battlemaster, sincerely saying, "Esteemed one, We discovered this first. It rightfully belongs to us. You are of a higher standing and wouldn't deign to act against us for it, would you? The white-robed battlemaster snorted dismissively, two beams of almost tangible light emanating from their eyes. Enough of your prattle. If I demand it, you shall relinquish it, or do not blame me for being impolite. Li Shui smiled faintly, undeterred by the pressure. Esteemed one, you are a reasonable person. This was initially an ownerless item, and since my brother and I found it, it is now ours. If you seek to take it from us, it may tarnish your reputation, would it not? Li Shui stood with a dignified demeanor on one side, while the man in the white robe exuded an air of authority that even the most disgruntled could not challenge. Individuals of such esteemed status valued their reputation immensely. The man in white let out a cold snort, and a brilliant golden aura flared around him, emanating an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the two, in the divine continent. Strength reigns supreme. I shall spare your lives, but you must relinquish that item to me. Li Shui furrowed his brow, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His breaths growing heavier as he struggled against the man's oppressive force, yet he remained resolute in keeping the ring. Meanwhile, Li Yishan, who had been silent, took a step forward. Under the weight of the white-robed man's pressure, the purple blood secret tome activated within him, his internal energy surging wildly, enveloping his body in a faint purple glow to counteract the oppressive force. Ah! The man in white exclaimed, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the Yishan. Young man, is that the purple blood secret tome you possess? Upon hearing this, both Li Yishan and Li Shui were taken aback. The former was startled by the man's revelation of his cultivation technique, while the latter was astonished by the name of Li Yishan's technique. Li Shui was utterly shocked, pondering. The purple blood secret tome? This is the supreme technique of the Duki realm. I never expected him to be from the Li family. Suddenly, both felt a lightness in their bodies as the man in white withdrew his pressure. They exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden change. The man in white laughed heartily, the mist around him dissipating to reveal a strikingly handsome face, golden hair, dark eyes, and sharp brows, his nose prominent, and a subtle smile gracing his lips. He regarded Li Yishan with keen interest, inquiring, Young man, which generation of the Li family do you belong to? Li Yishan's heart raced, realizing the man knew of his lineage, yet he maintained his composure and replied, I am the 33rd generation of the Li family. What of it? The man in white grinned widely and asked, Do you know the name of your great-grandfather? Li Yishan was taken aback. My great-grandfather? You mean my maternal great-grandfather? I believe he was called Li Ran. He recalled that if his great-grandfather were still alive, he would be at least 150 years old. And Li Yishan had little memory of him, having only seen his memorial tablet in the ancestral hall of the Li family. My great-grandfather was your friend? The astonishment in Li Yishan's eyes was unmistakable, prompting him to blurt out, Brother, how old are you? Brother? The man in white paused, then laughed heartily. How amusing. When your great-grandfather was alive, he called me brother. He continued, To be frank, this spatial ring belongs to my brother, Li Ran, your great-grandfather. Suddenly, Li Yishan felt a jolt throughout his body as he grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming urgently, Wait, are you saying my great-grandfather has also been here? Chapter 7. Blood Oath of Allegiance. Moreover, as he spoke, the man in the white robe smiled faintly, casting a glance at Li Shui, and said, This ring possesses a certain spirit. It can only be wielded by the descendants of the Li family who have cultivated the purple blood secret tome. Its name is the Purple Blood Ring. Upon hearing this, the gloom in Li Shui's heart dissipated entirely. Tentatively, he inquired, Sir, what about this ring? The man in the white robe smiled slightly, revealing a few pearly white teeth, and replied, I had originally intended to keep it for myself until I encountered the descendant of my brother. Now that I have found the descendant of Li Ran, it is only fitting to present it to this young man. What is your name? Li Yishan bowed respectfully to the man in white and sincerely said, Thank you, sir. My name is Li Yishan. You may call me Yishan. Knowing that this ring was a treasured heirloom of his family, Li Yishan felt a surge of excitement. Li Shui handed the ring to Li Yishan, who received it but hesitated to establish a blood bond. Instead, he turned to the man in white and asked, Sir, you mentioned that my grandfather's grandfather broke through space during the Celestial Dan period to arrive here, correct? Indeed, the man in white nodded. By the way, my name is Yu Wenmenjiang. Please refrain from calling me sir and address me as Mr. Yuan. Li Yishan nodded and asked, Mr. Yuan, how far is the innate realm from the Celestial Dance stage? Yu Wenmenjiang was momentarily taken aback, and Li Shui looked at him with astonishment, as if he were gazing at a peculiar creature. After a brief pause, Yu Wenmenjiang smiled and said, Not far at all. The innate realm is merely a step below the Celestial Dance stage. Following the Celestial Dan, one enters the Golden Dan phase, at which point you become a true combat master, albeit the most rudimentary level, known as a Do Zone. He then turned to Li Shishui, saying, "This young brother, if I am not mistaken, you have cultivated internal energy, correct? The practice of combat energy is quite similar to that of internal energy. If you would be so kind, please provide Ishan with a thorough introduction to the hierarchy of combat masters." Yu Wenmenjiang's politeness left Li Shishui feeling somewhat flustered, and his admiration for him grew significantly. He promptly replied, "Mr. Yuan, I am Li Shishui, and you may call me Shishui. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility for this matter." Yu Wenmenjiang placed a reassuring hand on Li Ishan's shoulder and sighed softly. "Ishan, this endeavor is not impossible, although it may be fraught with difficulty. The divine continent is not like Earth. The space is exceedingly stable. To breach the fabric of space, one must first attain the Do-D realm. However, the chaotic currents of space are perilous. A moment's carelessness could result in being torn to shreds. Once, a formidable warrior at the mid-Do-D stage attempted to break through to another realm, but upon entering the space, he was utterly obliterated by the primordial energies within the chaotic currents. Since that incident, no one has dared to attempt it again." After a lengthy silence, Yu Wenmenjiang exclaimed, clapping Li Ishan's shoulder, "I support you. If the mid-Do-D stage is insufficient, then aim for the late Do-D stage. If that still seems perilous, then strive for the Doshin realm. I refuse to believe that once you reach the Doshin stage, your physical resilience will be inadequate to withstand the primordial energies' tearing forces." Li Ishan gazed deeply at the two individuals before him, touched by their concern during their first encounter. He found himself at a loss for words of gratitude, instead etching their kindness into the depths of his heart. Yu Wenmenjiang, noticing Li Ishan's silence, chuckled lightly and remarked, "Relax, Ishan. Cultivation is as much about nurturing the heart as it is about honing skills. Your great-grandmother, Li Ran, is quite the spirited individual. By the way, you should swiftly initiate the blood recognition on the purple blood ring and see what treasures lie within that may serve you." Li Ishan nodded, silently drawing forth a drop of essence blood and letting it fall upon the ring. Without a sound, the blood was swiftly absorbed. The purple blood ring emitted a blinding violet radiance that even made Yu Wenmenjiang squint. At that moment, a voice resonated within Li Ishan's mind. "Greetings, descendant of the Li family. After all these years, I have finally awaited your arrival." The voice was both commanding and ancient, tinged with a hint of resignation. Startled, Li Ishan hastily inquired, "Who are you? Is it my great-grandmother?" However, the voice continued unperturbed. "I have passed on. This is merely a spiritual imprint of my essence. You need not waste your breath, but rather listen attentively. Shaolon, wait for me. I shall ascend to the realm of the combat god in the shortest time possible." Li Ishan felt his eyes moisten, internally screaming with fervor. Though lengthy in narration, the information surged into his mind instantaneously through the spiritual imprint. Yu Wenmenjiang and Li Shishui could only perceive a flash of purple light, instinctively squinting against its brilliance. When the radiance diminished, Li Ishan found himself holding a blade over 3 feet long, 2 inches wide, glowing with a subtle violet hue. It was a double-edged sword, curving in such a way that it was neither solely a sword nor merely a knife. Upon the emergence of the blade, the surrounding air seemed to be violently stirred, suffused with an overwhelming aura of lethality, evidently a weapon that had quenched its thirst with countless lives. Li Ishan's demeanor transformed significantly. If he had previously exuded calmness, he now radiated an intensity akin to the blade in his grasp, eager to soar toward the heavens. "Purple Moon Divine Blade." Yu Wenmenjiang's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "I thought this sword had fallen into other hands. It turns out the old fellow kept it safely within the ring. This crafty old man truly is astute." A flicker of violet light flashed in Li Ishan's eyes as he cast a fleeting glance at Yu Wenmenjiang, his gaze icy and predatory. Even with his late-stage combat emperor strength, Yu Wenmenjiang felt a chill grip his heart. The moment Li Ishan clasped the Purple Moon Divine Sword, a powerful spiritual imprint inundated his mind, filling it to the brim. He dared not entertain any thoughts. Merely glancing at Yu Wenmenjiang as the latter referred to his great-grandmother as the old fellow before closing his eyes, immersing himself in the profound intricacies of the purple bloodsword technique. So, this is how one wields a sword. It is only when one reaches for knowledge that one realizes their previous ignorance. I must endeavor to learn more from Mr. Yu Wenmenjiang in the future. The purple bloodsword technique was firmly etched in his memory, yet its vastness and depth kept Li Ishan yearning, as he continuously sought to comprehend and absorb its essence. Why is the power of the purple blood-mad dragon so immense? It is capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the divine continent. which suggests its might is comparable to that of an emperor. What a genius. No, it is a monstrosity. The creator of this technique must undoubtedly be a freak of nature. He is not human. Li Yishan was completely captivated by the purple blood sword technique, to the point of madness, having forgotten that its originator was none other than his own ancestor from the Li clan. Haha. Wonderful. The might of this purple blood sword technique is beyond imagination. I have merely brushed the surface, yet it has astonished me so greatly. I eagerly anticipate the level I shall attain once I fully comprehend it. After a brief moment of reflection on the purple blood sword technique, Li Yishan felt immensely enriched, his heart brimming with excitement. Suddenly, Li Yishan opened his eyes wide, a brilliant purple light shimmering within them as he turned to the source of the sound. Thousands of large birds filled the sky, and despite the considerable distance, Li Yishan could see them clearly, even perceiving the panic etched upon their faces. Yu Wenmenjiang's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "This is bad. It is an ancient earth dragon. I never anticipated encountering such a terrifying being here. Yishan, Shishui, we must leave quickly. If that earth dragon spots us, even I cannot protect you." Although the earth dragon, being a branch of dragons, possessed formidable strength, it was unable to fly, thus posing little threat to Yu Wenmenjiang himself. However, he was deeply concerned for Li Yishan and Li Shishui. In his worry, he forgot that he could fly with the two of them. A chilling roar echoed once more, mingled with a piercing moan that sent shivers down the spines of Li Yishan and Li Shishui. How peculiar! What could be happening? Yu Wenmenjiang furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Mr. Yu, what is it?" Li Yishan inquired, gazing at Yu Wenmenjiang. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenmenjiang smiled faintly and looked up at Li Yishan, saying, "Those two roars did not come from a single earth dragon. I suspect there are two engaged in battle over there." Roar, roar, roar. The roars continued, and even Li Yishan sensed something was amiss. One roar seemed to boast, another was laced with fury, while a third sounded almost pleading. Not two, but three. What is transpiring over there? Yu Wenmenjiang's brow was now deeply furrowed, and he addressed the two of them. "Yishan, Shishui, you two should wait for me outside the forest. I will investigate and return shortly." With that, he soared into the air, heading towards the source of the roars. Li Yishan's heart stirred, and he hastily called out, "Wait. Mr. Yu, we shall go too. There are 3 earth dragons in conflict. As long as we remain concealed, they should not detect us. Moreover, even if they do, you can carry us away." Yu Wenmenjiang contemplated for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Very well." With that, he gestured with both hands, and the two of them felt a sudden lightness. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves beside Yu Wenmenjiang, astonished by the swift transition. Without uttering another word, Yu Wenmenjiang grasped both of them and cautiously flew towards the direction of the roars. Chapter 9. The cold waters of the Yishui, thousands of meters away. Yu Wenmenjiang could have arrived in the blink of an eye at his original speed. However, he was now compelled to proceed with caution, for there loomed 3 terrifying earth dragons, formidable beings that could instill dread even in him, a late-stage Dou emperor. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying roars echoed, causing Li Yishan and Li Shishui to feel dizzy, nearly plummeting from the sky. Yu Wenmenjiang halted his flight several hundred meters away, concealing the trio behind a massive tree. The moment they made contact with the tree, a violent tremor surged from the ground. As they drew closer, Li Yishan and Li Shishui began to comprehend the reason behind Yu Wenmenjiang's trepidation. Heavens! Li Yishan gazed blankly at the 3 earth dragons several hundred meters away, rendered speechless. The trio of ancient earth dragons consisted of 1 smaller, presumably female, and 2 larger, undeniably male specimens. Even the smallest among them towered 7 to 8 meters high and stretched over 10 meters long, with legs as thick as barrels. The largest boasted an imposing stature of over 10 meters in height and 20 meters in length, its explosive muscles concealing untold power. Another, nearly 10 meters tall and close to 20 meters long, was equally robust. The 3 earth dragons stood like miniature mountains, evoking a sense of insurmountable might. At that moment, the 2 male dragons were engaged in a fierce battle for dominance, their brutal presence palpable even from a distance. The ground lay in disarray, with broken branches and splintered trees scattered about, as the 2 males fought with a ferocity that darkened the sky. Puddles of vivid blood marred the earth beneath them. A low, mournful sound emanated from the female earth dragon, seemingly attempting to mediate the conflict. Yet, the 2 males remained oblivious, continuing their deadly struggle. Each swipe, bite, or collision left marks, some severe, some minor, revealing glimpses of stark, white bone beneath. Crimson blood gushed from their wounds, painting their magnificent bodies in a resplendent scarlet. It was evident that the towering earth dragon held the upper hand, while the other, though on the verge of defeat, fought valiantly in resistance, its furious roars echoing. As the battle raged and retreated, the pair inadvertently drew closer to Li Yishan and his companions. With a resounding crack, a tree that required the embrace of several men was effortlessly torn asunder before them, as if it were mere paper. Wherever the earth dragons traversed, towering trees succumbed, crushed to splinters beneath their powerful limbs in an instant. Li Shishui was left speechless. The sheer force required to shatter a tree of such magnitude was astounding. Wood chips flew through the air, mingling with the pungent scent of earth and the metallic tang of blood, prompting the trio to grimace in unison. Oh, they were competing for mates. Yuan Minjiang exhaled a sigh of relief, finally at ease. He understood that as long as they maintained a safe distance, they would not be in peril. The earth dragons were preoccupied with their courtship, and even if they noticed the trio, they would not perceive them as threats. However, Yuan Minjiang soon furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "Wait, something's amiss. Logically, the female should have remained a mere observer. Yet, she has taken it upon herself to intervene in the quarrel? Ah, I see now. The female earth dragon must surely be the slightly weaker original consort, while the robust one seeks to usurp her mate. Thus, it is two dragons that clash in fierce combat. How amusing. Mr. Yuan, do you suggest that the female is the wife of the beleaguered earth dragon? A dragon's wife? How delightfully absurd." Li Shishui pointed to the scene, smirking as he inquired. "Indeed. Yishan, do you not find this rather entertaining? They are squabbling over a wife. Oh, Yishan, what ails you?" Yuan Mingyang brushed his flowing golden locks aside and turned to Li Yishan, only to find his countenance considerably grim, prompting a look of concern. While Li Shishui and Yuan Mingyang found amusement in the spectacle, for reasons unknown, Li Yishan felt an unsettling familiarity with the scene before him, as though he had witnessed it before. Suddenly, a surge of fury erupted within him. He recalled that this very tableau mirrored the night he was slain. The dominant earth dragon resembled his younger brother, Li Shishui, while the one fighting desperately to protect his mate was none other than himself. The female earth dragon could easily be likened to his beloved wife, Wen Lan. The memory of his dear wife's radiant smile drifted through his mind, moistening his eyes. In that moment, he understood the significance of the three roars. One was a boast, another a plea, and the last was pure rage. Li Shishui's triumph, his wife's sorrow, and his own fury. No, I absolutely cannot permit this scenario to unfold again. Under no circumstances. Li Yishan roared internally, his eyes ablaze with violet light as the secret tome of purple blood surged violently within him, threatening to rupture his veins. A resplendent violet glow began to emanate from his being. The purple blood divine blade seemed to respond to his fury, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. He had succumbed to madness. He had lost all semblance of reason, regardless of how fearsome the earth dragon before him might be. All he desired was to charge forth and rend the dragon that dared to seize another's mate into fragments. The two earth dragons drew ever closer, now within a mere 100 meters of Li Yishan and his companions. Blood splattered as the beleaguered earth dragon let out pitiful wails, clearly on the brink of collapse. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. The two earth dragons drew nearer, the ground trembling violently beneath them, causing Li Shishui to nearly tumble from his perch atop the tree. Li Shishui turned his head in alarm, exclaiming, "Mr. Yuan, look, they are coming closer." "What?" Yuan Mingyang, disregarding Li Yishan, swiftly turned his gaze towards the approaching earth dragons. In that brief moment of distraction, the dragons were now less than 50 meters away, and the three could hear their heavy breaths. "This is bad. We must flee," Yuan Mingyang exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he reached for Li Shishui and Li Yishan. He successfully grasped the former, but the latter slipped through his fingers. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yishan had unexpectedly soared into the air, gliding effortlessly across the dozens of meters that lay before him. In his grasp, the treasured blade radiated a brilliant purple light, causing the air to reverberate violently, as if on the verge of being torn apart, as he swiftly aimed for the right eye of the formidable earth dragon. The purple blood-mad dragon. Li Yishan commenced the battle with this legendary technique, reputed to have the power to rend space itself, showcasing extraordinary might. As the wind howled mournfully, both Yuan Minjiang and Li Shishui beheld Li Yishan in this moment, embodying the indomitable spirit of a warrior who embarks on a path from which there is no return. Chapter 10. Blood and Valor. "Drink," Li Yishan bellowed, traversing the distance in the blink of an eye. The purple moon divine blade erupted with a blinding violet radiance, piercing fiercely towards the earth dragon's right eye. In that instant, as Li Yishan leaped into the air, the dominant earth dragon had already sensed his presence. One head of the dragon, having repelled another, turned its gaze upon Li Yishan. Before it could react, Li Yishan had closed the distance. Evading was no longer an option. The Earth Dragon snorted and slightly tilted its head. With a soft thud, the purple moon divine blade veered off course, embedding itself into the dragon's forehead. Yet, this legendary strike, capable of rending space at the dozone level, penetrated only a mere 3 inches before halting. With a roar of agony, the Earth Dragon unleashed a thunderous bellow, its powerful tail sweeping through the air with astonishing speed, aimed directly at Li Yishan. Li Yishan was taken aback, withdrawing his blade in a desperate bid to retreat. However, the Earth Dragon's tail had already arrived. With a resounding crash, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Li Yishan was propelled backward with a velocity surpassing his initial advance. His chest was concaved, ribs fractured, and a cascade of blood rained down from above, accompanied by fragments of internal organs. Fortunately, having just achieved a breakthrough, he had fortified his body with Do Qi. Otherwise, this single strike would have claimed his life. Even so, the pain was so excruciating that he lost consciousness. Sensing the peril that threatened its master, the crucifix upon Li Yishan's chest emanated a gentle white light, gradually healing his wounds. The Earth Dragon exhaled a puff of white vapor, its seemingly cumbersome form suddenly darting beneath Li Yishan, its robust tail poised to strike once more at the descending figure. Should he be struck again, Li Yishan would surely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Not even 100 crucifixes could save him. Yishan, Li Shishue, and Yu Wenmenjiang gasped in horror, their instincts driving them to rush forward in unison. In a flash of white light, Yu Wenmenjiang reached Li Yishan's side, catching him with his left hand while his right clenched into a fist, erupting with a dazzling white radiance as he valiantly confronted the lethal blow from the Earth Dragon. With a resounding clash, Yu Wenmenjiang let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he was propelled back several hundred meters before regaining his stance. The ancient Earth Dragon, a terrifying entity that could instill fear even in the hearts of Dou emperors, merely paused momentarily before stabilizing itself, blinking its colossal eyes with curiosity as it regarded Yu Wenmenjiang from afar. Huh, pitiful human, now that you have arrived, there is no escape. The Earth Dragon, with a stature akin to a small mountain, suddenly appeared to block Li Shishue's path. What left Yu Wenmenjiang and Li Shishue in a state of profound trepidation was the astonishing revelation that this Earth Dragon could articulate human speech. The Earth Dragon King? This is dire. Yu Wenmenjiang murmured, his brow furrowing. If he could perhaps parley with an ordinary Earth Dragon, the Earth Dragon King would undoubtedly rend him asunder within mere breaths. The imposing creature before them, towering over 10 meters, was indeed the sovereign among Earth Dragons. Great One, my brother did not intend to offend you. I humbly beseech you to spare our lives. Li Shishue trembled, his nearly 2-meter frame appearing diminutive in the presence of the Earth Dragon. Yet he mustered a faade of composure to utter a rather absurd plea. Humph! The Earth Dragon King rose upright, its mouth moving in a remarkably human-like manner as it lifted a foreleg to indicate its own forehead wound. Enough of this prattle. Since he has injured me, he must pay the price. I shall first eliminate you as a token of interest. With that, the dragon's tail cut through the air and struck the ground before Li Shishue with an earth-shattering thud. Dust billowed into the air as the ground trembled violently, cracking under the impact. Shishue, Yu Wenmenjiang gasped, a flicker of sorrow crossing his features. He did not believe that Li Shishue, having barely attained the martial king realm, equivalent to the fighter king, could withstand such an assault in such close proximity to the Earth Dragon King. Furthermore, he sensed no trace of Li Shishue's presence. Not a trace left. The Earth Dragon King cackled, turning to Yu Wenmenjiang in astonishment. Kid, how did you manage that? Yu Wenmenjiang was momentarily taken aback, glancing around in bewilderment, only to be struck with a sudden realization as he instinctively looked down. At that moment, Li Shishue also lifted his gaze, and their eyes locked. Shishue, you're alive? A glimmer of joy flickered across Yu Wenmenjiang's fair visage. He extended his hand, summoning Li Shishue before him. Let us not discuss this now. We must leave this place at once, Li Shishue urged, glancing anxiously at Li Yishan, who was nestled against Yu Wenmenjiang. Very well. Yu Wenmenjiang nodded, casting a glance at the 3 Earth Dragons before soaring into the sky with Li Yishan and Li Shishue, vanishing from sight in an instant. Hey, don't run away. Do you think I can't fly? The Earth Dragon King grumbled, feeling quite helpless. The inability to fly, perhaps this was the sole flaw of the Earth Dragon lineage. Humph. A plume of white vapor erupted from the Earth Dragon King's massive nostrils as it turned to glare at the severely wounded Earth Dragon. Originally, your death would suffice, but today, my mood is foul. Both you and your mate must perish. The female Earth Dragon slowly approached her injured mate, tenderly licking his wounds, her eyes radiating a gentle warmth. 2 tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, falling to the ground with a delicate sound. Roar. The male earth dragon cast a deep gaze upon her, emitting a few low growls before unleashing a mournful roar that pierced the heavens, then charged fiercely towards the Earth Dragon King. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled uncontrollably once more as the fierce struggle continued. The Earth Dragon King was evidently infuriated, unleashing a torrent of ruthless attacks. In the blink of an eye, the male Earth Dragon found itself in dire straits, on the verge of defeat and death. With a heart-wrenching cry, the male Earth Dragon looked anxiously at his beloved wife, recklessly using his battered body to withstand the fury of the Earth Dragon King. For a moment, the Earth Dragon King could indeed do nothing to him. The female Earth Dragon softly whimpered towards her husband, tears streaming down her cheeks, then abruptly turned and plunged into the forest, fleeing swiftly. The Earth Dragon King, consumed by rage, uttered a furious curse, exclaiming, "Damn it! How dare you deceive me? Just wait until I tear you to shreds." As the words left its mouth, its massive jaws clamped down on the male Earth Dragon's neck, showering the ground with a cascade of blood. With a pained howl, the male Earth Dragon retaliated, sinking its teeth into the neck of the Earth Dragon King. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, as a flash of white light enveloped the Earth Dragon King. The male Earth Dragon could inflict no harm upon it. Roaring, the Earth Dragon King released its grip on the male Earth Dragon, reared back, and let out a thunderous roar, its powerful forepaws seizing the male's neck and flipping its mountainous body over, clamping down on one of its forelegs. With a ripping sound, blood sprayed forth as the male Earth Dragon's leg was severed. At that moment, the male Earth Dragon was left with no means of resistance, and the Earth Dragon King dismembered him, separating head from body, legs from torso, leaving behind a slick, blood-soaked form that continued to bleed, telling a tale of deep affection. Chapter 11. Bloodshed. Li Yishan had been unconscious for 10 days. After this prolonged slumber, he slowly regained consciousness. His sunken chest had been restored, and his shattered innards were nearly healed. It must be said that the healing effects of the crucifix were remarkably effective. Li Yishan looked around in confusion, his mind still anchored to the moment he was struck by the Earth Dragon King, oblivious to the events that had transpired since, unaware that he had been unconscious for a full 3 days. He found himself in a spacious and brightly lit room, where everything, save for the walls, was exquisitely carved from fine sandalwood, exuding an air of antiquity. The delicate sandalwood door creaked open, and Yu Wenmenjiang entered, clad in a white robe. "Yishan, you have finally awakened." Upon seeing Li Yishan regain consciousness, a flicker of joy crossed Yu Wenmenjiang's fair face. He quickly approached the bedside and sat down. Concern etched across his features. "How do you feel?" Yu Wenmenjiang's brow furrowed, his tone growing stern as he admonished, "Yishan, you were far too impulsive this time. Do you realize how close you came to disaster?" A sense of foreboding rose within Li Yishan, and he exclaimed, "Mr. Yuan, what about Xu Shui? He won't." Noticing Li Yishan's anxious demeanor, Yu Wenmenjiang softened his tone, reassuring him, "Do not worry. He is unharmed and currently in seclusion." With a sigh of relief, Li Yishan set down the heavy burden that had weighed on his heart. Had Li Shui succumbed to death because of him, he would have been haunted for eternity. "By the way, Mr. Yuan, what transpired after I was knocked unconscious by that Earth Dragon? And what about the other 2 Earth Dragons? Are they unharmed?" Once he regained his composure, concern for the well-being of the 2 Earth Dragons prompted Li Yishan to inquire hastily. Yu Wenmenjiang let out a low sigh and replied, "In truth, your absence might have been preferable. The female dragon would have survived. However, your interference angered the Earth Dragon King, and it is certain to unleash its wrath upon them. I fear for their dire fate." He then elaborated on the day's events along with his conjectures, concluding that the 2 Earth Dragons were as good as dead. Li Yishan listened in stunned silence, his heart constricting painfully. He had never anticipated that his impulsiveness would not only fail to save 1 Earth Dragon but also nearly cost Li Shui his life. With a heavy heart, Li Yishan lowered his gaze and murmured, "Mr. Yuan, I am truly sorry." Chuckling softly, Yu Wenmenjiang patted his shoulder and said, "Let us not dwell on apologies. Come, we shall summon Shui and explore the Blood Slaughter City together." Indeed, Li Yishan nodded in agreement, preparing to accompany Yu Wenmenjiang outside. "Haha, you need not call for me. I have already arrived." Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the door. As the sound faded, Li Shui, clad in a gray robe and bearing a 5-foot-long sword, stepped into the room. He nodded at Yu Wenmenjiang before circling around Li Yishan, exclaiming, "Yishan, you nearly cost me my life. Had I not possessed a spatial scroll, you would likely never see me again." Embarrassed, Li Yishan scratched his head and offered a sheepish grin. "Shui, I apologize. I assure you, I shall not act so impulsively again." Upon learning of the series of repercussions that ensued from the incident, Li Yishan gained a deeper insight into the divine continent. Here, strength reigns supreme. There is always someone stronger, and even the mighty earth dragons may fall prey to more formidable foes or other races. A flicker of a smile crossed Li Shishui's typically stoic face as he embraced Li Yishan's shoulders and said, "I was merely jesting. What need have we for such formalities among brothers? Nonetheless, your knowledge of the divine continent is woefully inadequate, which puts you at great risk. Therefore, Mr. Yuan, I propose we visit some bookstores to procure a few volumes on the divine continent for Yishan." Indeed, Yuan Mingyang nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiment. Blood Slaughter City is the largest city within 1,000 miles. Do you not wish to behold its splendor?" With a hearty laugh, he stepped out of the room. Leading the way, Li Yishan and Li Shishui exchanged glances before hastily following Yuan Mingyang. Li Yishan, having just arrived in the divine continent, was eager to witness the grandeur of its cities. Though Li Shishui had been here for 3 years, he had never set foot within a city. In the divine continent, entry into a city requires payment, and the fee is not insignificant. Unfortunately, Li Shishui lacked the funds. This is East Street. Located in the eastern part of Blood Slaughter City, one of the 4 most bustling thoroughfares in the city. Amidst the throng, Yu Wenminjiang casually elucidated the intricacies of the Blood Slaughter City to the 2 companions. This city is divided into 4 distinct sections: east, west, south, and north. And they currently found themselves in the bustling East Street, the most vibrant area of the eastern part. Although the street was teeming with people, none dared to encroach upon their 1-meter radius. Even those traversing ahead would instinctively yield the path. Indeed, Blood Slaughter City is quite expansive. The mere breadth of East Street is remarkable, and it is merely one of the 4 most prosperous thoroughfares. As they strolled down East Street, Li Yishan noticed several smaller alleys branching off, lined with shops, albeit not as affluent as the main street. Yu Wenminjiang guided his companions, casting glances in various directions. Yet his pace remained unbroken, leading them directly to the entrance of a grand trading house. He lifted his gaze to the sign hanging above the door, emblazoned with the formidable characters Blood Slaughter Tower. Nodding slightly, he turned to Li Yishan and Li Shishui, proclaiming, "This is the place. Let us enter." The name Blood Slaughter Tower suggested a significance beyond the ordinary. Perhaps it was even an official establishment of Blood Slaughter City. As Li Yishan followed the crowd inside, he mused privately. The interior of Blood Slaughter Tower was exceedingly spacious, capable of accommodating tens of thousands without feeling congested. The tower comprised 3 levels. The first floor offered an array of commonplace items, a veritable cornucopia of goods. Here, Li Yishan even glimpsed a clothing store. The second floor showcased far more expensive wares, attracting a less populous clientele, primarily consisting of individuals of considerable strength or the progeny of prominent sects and noble families. As for the third level, access was not granted to just anyone. To ascend to the 3rd floor, one must first earn the acknowledgement of the tower's proprietor, proving their worthiness. On the 1st and 2nd floors, the throngs were immense, and Li Yishan casually surveyed the crowd, only to realize he could not discern anyone's cultivation level. Evidently, each person here surpassed him in strength, at least in terms of realms. It appears I must exert myself. I am determined to reach the divine combatant realm in the shortest time possible. With a self-deprecating smile, he resolved to press on. Without pause, Yu Wenminjiang led his companions, disregarding the wares on the 1st and 2nd floors, and proceeded directly toward the staircase leading to the 3rd level. Chapter 12. The Legend of Immortals and Demons. Li Yishan felt a surge of astonishment as he observed that, despite the multitude on the 2nd floor, very few ventured towards the 3rd. He had long recognized this pattern and surmised that the 3rd level was not accessible to ordinary individuals. Now, as Yu Wenminjiang guided him and Li Shishui towards the 3rd floor, his surprise was palpable. "Stop. What do you think you're doing? Is this a place for little ones like you?" 2 sword-bearing guards stationed at the staircase barred their passage. One of them scrutinized Yu Wenminjiang, casting a dismissive glance at Li Yishan and Li Shishui before sternly admonishing them. Clearly, they deemed Li Yishan and Li Shishui, and even Yu Wenminjiang, unworthy of ascending. With a faint snort, Yu Wenminjiang produced a golden token with a flourish. The token, entirely crafted from gold, bore the engraved visage of a fearsome 3-headed, 6-armed creature, with the characters Yuan inscribed in its lower right corner. 2 guards were momentarily dazzled by a flash of golden light. Upon regaining their composure and discerning the object in the hands of Elder Yuan, they shuddered and promptly knelt on one knee, trembling as they spoke. "Elder Yuan, I am but a humble servant who fails to recognize your esteemed presence. I implore your forgiveness." Elder Yuan smiled lightly, showing no sign of reproach, and replied, "You may rise. Is Lord Ouyang present?" The guards quickly stood, responding respectfully, "Elder Yuan, The Lord is in his study. Let me there, Elder Yuan stated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Yes, Elder Yuan, the guards replied with reverence, one of them hastily guiding the trio towards Lord Ouyang Shue's study. Ouyang Shue, draped in a gown as white as snow, possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth, with lustrous black hair cascading casually to her waist. A hint of languid amusement graced her lips as she sat elegantly in an armchair, engrossed in a thick tome. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Ouyang Shue frowned slightly, irked, and inquired, "Who is it?" "My lord, Elder Yuan seeks an audience." Even from behind the door, the guard could sense the icy undertone in Ouyang Shue's voice, causing him to tremble involuntarily. A blush flitted across Ouyang Shue's porcelain-like face as she exclaimed, quickly, "Let him in." No sooner had she spoken than the door swung open, and Elder Yuan, donning a gentle smile, strode in, followed closely by Li Yishan and Li Shishue. Ouyang Shue, slightly flustered, rose and tidied her slightly disheveled hair, saying, "Yuan, you've arrived." Elder Yuan chuckled softly, teasing, "Ouyang, it seems your guards have grown quite bold, daring even to hinder my passage." Ouyang Shue was momentarily taken aback by his words, then her brows furrowed as she shouted towards the door, "Wang Chao Mahai. You two rascals, get in here." Her voice carried far, and soon the two guards stationed at the staircase stumbled in, standing stiffly with their hands at their sides. Utterly silent, Ouyang Shue regarded them coolly for a long moment before letting out a cold huff. "Mark my words, this is Elder Yuan. Should you dare to disrespect him again, you will face my wrath. Now leave." Li Yishan observed this exchange in silence, pondering the formidable presence of Ouyang Shue when provoked, and wondered about Elder Yuan's true identity that could invoke such deference from the master of Bloodshed Tower. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his sleeve and turned to see a subtle smile breaking through Li Shishue's otherwise stoic demeanor, accompanied by the question in his mind, "What do you think the relationship is between Elder Yuan and this Ouyang lady?" Li Yishan was momentarily taken aback, having not considered that angle, and conveyed through thought, "If you ask me, who would I know? Perhaps you should inquire yourself." Li Shishue cast a disdainful glance at him and thought back, "Why don't you ask him yourself?" The two men exchanged knowing smiles, acknowledging that some matters need not be articulated explicitly. "Yishan, Shishue, allow me to introduce you to your future sister-in-law, Ouyang Shue." Just as their mental exchange concluded, Elder Yuan had already begun the introductions, for in the divine continent, age held little significance, and thus, he directly referred to Ouyang Shue as their sister-in-law. With their eyes wide open, the two individuals gestured with their thumbs towards Yuan Ming, who then clasped his hands in greeting to Ouyang Shue, saying, "Sister Ouyang, greetings." Ouyang Shue blushed, covering her mouth with a delicate laugh. "Yuan, where did you find these two little fellows? Their words are indeed sweet. Come here, dear younger brothers. Let me have a good look at you." Li Yishan and Li Shishue exchanged glances, both mature men feeling a sudden heat rise to their faces at being called little brothers. They quickly closed their mouths, refraining from further jesting. Ouyang Shue set aside her playful demeanor, returning to her serene and elegant self. With a slight furrow of her brow, she remarked, "Indeed, significant events are on the horizon, though they have yet to unfold." "Oh, what events?" Yuan Ming inquired, his curiosity piqued. Li Yishan and Li Shishue also leaned in, eager for Ouyang Shue's explanation. With a gentle sigh, a hint of sadness glimmered in her eyes as she spoke softly. "In 6 months, a cataclysmic war between immortals and demons will erupt." "What?" Yuan Ming exclaimed, his entire being jolted with shock. "Wasn't it supposed to be 10 years from now?" Ouyang Shue replied, "Times have changed. In recent years, the divine continent has been tumultuous. It seems we are on the brink of conflict once more." Beside them, Li Yishan listened, puzzled, and conveyed his thoughts to Li Shishue telepathically. "Shishue, what is this war between immortals and demons?" Li Shishue furrowed his brow, his tone heavy as he responded telepathically. "The war between immortals and demons is a clash instigated by the killing immortals manner and the demon subduing manner, pitting the warriors of the Duki against the practitioners of the mystical arts. It was originally meant to occur every century, yet this time it appears to be advancing by a decade." Li Yishan questioned, "If it is initiated by the killing immortals manner and the demon subduing manner, why would the blood phantom manner send aid?" With a sigh, Li Shishue explained, "You may not be aware, but while the divine continent is divided into 10 manners, they are split into 2 factions. One faction, led by the killing immortals manner, includes our blood phantom manner, the underworld blue manner, the western Qin manner, and the Kongwu manner, predominantly consisting of Duki warriors. The other faction, led by the demon subduing manner, comprises the remaining manners, all composed of practitioners of the mystical arts. These 2 factions harbor mutual animosity, frequently clashing. Thus, the leaders of the factions established an agreement to wage war every 100 years. The practitioners of the mystical arts primarily cultivate the Yuanying, calling themselves immortals, while we focus on enhancing our physical forms, with the golden elixir as a supplement. Consequently, they label us as demon practitioners, a title we choose not to contest. Hence, this war is referred to as the War of Immortals and Demons. Ah, I see. Li Yishan nodded slowly, a thought striking him. Isn't the mortality rate in this war exceedingly high? High. It is outrageously so. The mortality rate in the War of Immortals and Demons exceeds 70%. It is a land of the strong, yet also a graveyard for the mighty. Li Shishui's voice carried a note of excitement. As a man, he naturally yearned for the thrill of battle amidst the chaos. Yet the staggering death rate rendered it a perilous venture, one that most would not dare embark upon, especially since he lacked the qualifications to participate. In just a few short days, Li Yishan came to comprehend that in the divine continent, there is only strength that grows, never a final peak. In the War of Immortals and Demons, many powerful beings would fall, while even stronger ones would arise. Such is the brutal reality of the divine continent. Li Yishan clenched his teeth and, in a moment of reckless determination, proclaimed loudly, "Mr. Yuan, Miss Ouyang, I wish to participate in the War of Immortals and Demons." Chapter 13. Sudden decision. The War of Immortals and Demons carries an exceedingly high probability of death, a prospect that most would dread. Yet, Li Yishan actively sought to join. Ouyang Shue's heart trembled at his audacity. With her discerning eye, she easily discerned that Li Yishan had merely entered the innate realm. Yishan, you are still in the innate realm. Participating in the War of Immortals and Demons is tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, to engage in the war, one must first cultivate their fighting spirit to the soul realm. Although she admired Li Yishan's bravery, Ouyang Shue felt compelled to speak the truth. She did not believe that within a mere 6 months, Li Yishan could elevate his fighting spirit to a level surpassing the fighting sect. Li Yishan was slightly taken aback. He genuinely was unaware of such a stipulation. Understanding the implications of Ouyang Shue's words, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him and muttered, "I see. Then let us forget I mentioned it." Indeed. Li Yishan responded non-committally, his spirits dampened. Yes, indeed. Yuan Mingyang shot a knowing glance at Ouyang Shue, signaling her to refrain from further discussion. He then shifted the topic. By the way, Ouyang, could you have someone bring up a few books that introduce the divine continent? Also, please retrieve your magic crystal ball. I wish to gauge the potential of Yishan and Shishui. Understood. Ouyang Shui agreed softly, mentally instructing Wang Chao to handle the matter. Subsequently, with a flick of her right hand, a crystal ball, the size of a basketball and remarkably translucent, materialized in her grasp. Ouyang Shui handed it to Yuan Mingyang, saying sweetly, "Handle it with care, do not break it." Yuan Mingyang chuckled and turned to Li Yishan and Li Shishui. "Yishan, Shishui. This is a magic crystal ball that can test your potential. If you wish to uncover the extent of your capabilities, now is the time to try." Li Yishan and Li Shishui exchanged glances. Both were eager to discover their potential, yet apprehensive of the outcome, rendering them momentarily hesitant to step forward. Yuan Mingyang remained silent, patiently awaiting their response. Before long, Li Shishui took a step forward, his cold countenance betraying no hint of emotion. "I will go first, Mr. Yuan. What must I do?" "Very simple," Yuan Mingyang nodded, placing the magic crystal ball on the table. "You simply need to infuse your internal energy into it for as long as you can." "Understood." Li Shishui nodded, extending his right hand towards the magic crystal ball. Taking a deep breath, he issued a low shout, and his internal energy surged forth, gradually infusing the crystal ball. The trio watched intently as Li Shishui channeled his energy into the crystal ball, eager to witness the transformations it would undergo. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. As Li Shishui continuously infused his internal energy, the color of the crystal ball began to shift. Initially clear and translucent, it rapidly transformed into a pale blue, then deep yellow, and finally black, until the base of the crystal ball turned red, at which point the changes ceased. The crimson hue began to rise from the base, gradually ascending, while Li Shishui's breath had grown exceedingly labored, yet he persisted in channeling his internal energy. "Drink." Suddenly, Li Shishui let out a thunderous shout, his face flushed, and he staggered back a few steps. For reasons unknown, he felt a tremendous force emanating from the magic crystal sphere, forcibly propelling him away. At this moment, the red color had surpassed 2/3 of the sphere. Li Shishui, disregarding the slight numbness in his right hand, urgently inquired, "How is it, Mr. Yuan? Am I still holding up?" "Yes, of course you are." Yuan Mingyang chuckled heartily, giving Li Shishui a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly, a new generation surpasses the old. You, my friend, are surpassing even me. In my time, I managed to let the red spread only halfway across the magic crystal sphere. Shui, your potential is immense, even greater than mine. Ouyang Shui smiled gently, adding, indeed, Shui. Yuan is renowned as the second youngest Dou Emperor of the Blood Spectre Manor. Your potential is remarkable. The Dou Emperor, a title second only to the Dou God, held significant weight. Yuan Mingyang's claim as the second youngest Dou Emperor of the Blood Spectre Manor spoke volumes about his capabilities. And the fact that Li Shishui's potential eclipsed his indicated that, should he apply himself, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of Yuan Mingyang. Li Shishui's cold visage softened slightly, feeling a tinge of bashfulness upon realizing that his potential exceeded that of the second youngest Dou Emperor of the Blood Spectre Manor, which naturally brought him joy. Yuan Mingyang brushed his hand across the magic crystal sphere, restoring it to its original crystalline clarity. He then turned to Li Yishan and said, Yishan, it's your turn to try. All right. Li Yishan nodded and asked, Mr. Yuan, may I inquire who the youngest Dou Emperor of the Blood Spectre Manor is? Is it my esteemed great-grandmother Li Ran? Oh, Li Yishan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He stepped forward, grasping the magic crystal sphere, and with a low shout, his violet Doqi erupted, swiftly infusing the sphere. If the previous transformation of the sphere had been rapid, this time it was nothing short of explosive. The three observers, Yuan Mingyang and the others, could only perceive fleeting shades of light, pale blue, deep yellow, and black, before the sphere transformed directly into a brilliant red. Then, without pausing, the red color surged upward from the base, and in the blink of an eye, the entire magic crystal sphere was entirely engulfed in red. However, what astonished them even more was that Li Yishan, with his eyes closed, was enveloped in a faint violet glow, his breathing steady, showing no signs of ceasing the input of Dou Qi. Ah, look, Violet! Ouyang Shui suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the magic crystal sphere. She witnessed a wondrous scene. The center of the shimmering red sphere began to change, revealing a hint of violet light. The violet gradually spread outward, soon filling half of the magic crystal sphere. Li Yishan remained expressionless as the violet blood secret tome operated autonomously, his internal Dou Qi swirling violently, rapidly overflowing from his right palm and swiftly infusing the magic crystal sphere. He felt the cross upon his chest tremble gently, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to surge dramatically, converging into streams that flowed into his body through his nose, ears, and even his pores. Part of it transformed into Dou Qi, while another portion continuously nourished his being. The spiritual energy within the room could no longer withstand such consumption. The doors and windows swung open of their own accord, and the external spiritual energy surged into the room like a tempest. On this day, all practitioners within Blood Slaughter City were taken aback. The previously tranquil spiritual energy erupted into a frenzy, yet it seemed to be guided, coalescing into countless streams that flowed toward the Blood Slaughter Tower. Inside the room, Yuan Ming and Yang stood at three different corners, safeguarding Li Yishan against any unforeseen events, while Ouyang Shui utilized her spiritual sense to summon a group of guards to stand watch outside the door. The violet hue continued to spread, albeit at a significantly reduced pace, as every minute detail unfolded over an extended duration. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Li Yishan was immersed in this wondrous environment, feeling his dantian swell dramatically, expanding severalfold with every passing second. His fighting spirit became increasingly refined, and his cultivation soared, soon reaching the pinnacle of the innate stage. His physical form and internal organs underwent continuous metamorphosis. At that moment, the magic crystal orb transformed entirely into a deep purple. With a resounding clang, all the purple energy leaped from the orb, coalescing into a beam of light that instantly penetrated Li Yishan's forehead, leaving a small purple dot, reminiscent of a third eye. As the violet light receded, a torrent of information flooded Li Yishan's mind. He realized he had achieved a breakthrough. In this brief span of half a day, he advanced from the innate realm to the sudden dance stage. His fighting spirit became more concentrated, his body grew more formidable, and every inch of muscle glimmered with a captivating radiance. Chapter 14. Yuan Ming and Yang gazed at Li Yishan as if he were a creature from another realm. In just half a day, he had transcended from the early innate stage to the sudden dance stage, a true marvel. Their own cultivation levels surpassed Li Yishan's, allowing them to easily discern his monumental breakthrough. As the surrounding violet light gradually faded, Li Yishan slowly opened his eyes, his black pupils shimmering with a hint of purple, akin to two blades slicing through the air and piercing the hearts of Yuan Ming and Yang. If Li Yishan had previously exuded an aura of ordinariness, he now radiated the essence of a sharpened sword, yearning to soar skyward and pierce the heavens. Monster! A shiver ran through the three of them. This singular thought consumed their minds. A smile slowly curved Li Yishan's lips as he asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you recognize me?" Li Shishui swallowed hard and replied, "It's not that we don't recognize you. It's that we've come to know you anew. So, you are a hidden little monster after all. Hey, little monster, how did you manage to achieve this?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Yishan scratched his head and said, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself." His words were sincere, yet Li Shishui remained skeptical, gesturing dismissively with his middle finger and scoffing. Who would believe that? If you don't want to share, that's fine. Honestly, it's frustrating how one can be so vastly different from another. Li Yishan chuckled heartily and wrapped an arm around Li Shishui's shoulder, saying, "Boss, don't be like that. Once a boss, always a boss. No matter what happens, you will always be my boss." Only then did Li Shishui find a measure of comfort, patting Li Yishan on the shoulder and earnestly advising, "Don't idolize me too much. To you, I will forever remain a legend." Li Yishan gazed wide-eyed at him, rendered speechless. At this moment, a large crowd of combat practitioners had gathered below the blood slaughter tower, their clamorous voices echoing up to the third floor. They all sought to ascertain what had transpired. Yet, intimidated by the reputation of the blood slaughter tower, none dared to ascend. Ouyang Shui, brow slightly furrowed, approached the window and addressed the throng of combat practitioners below. "There is nothing to see here. You may disperse." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. With a word from the blood slaughter tower, the combat practitioners below naturally ceased their chatter, their murmurs gradually fading away until they vanished completely. Yuan Jiang turned to Li Yishan and Li Shishui, stating, "Yishan, Shishui, both of you possess immense potential. Yet to achieve greatness, relentless dedication to your training is imperative. Therefore, starting tomorrow, you are to visit the demon fighting arena daily and participate in at least one battle. Only through pressure can you harness the motivation for advancement. Perhaps, in 6 months, both of you will be dispatched to partake in the Celestial Demon War. The true champions emerge from the piles of the fallen. Although the mortality rate in the Celestial Demon War is alarmingly high, surviving even a single encounter guarantees one's ascension to mastery." Understood. Li Yishan and Li Shishui exchanged resolute glances and nodded affirmatively. Ouyang Shui's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly nodded in agreement. Li Yishan and Li Shishui shared a knowing look, fully aware of the implications of her words. Yet they chose not to acknowledge it explicitly. Yuan Jiang picked up several books that Wang Chao had delivered earlier and handed them to Li Yishan, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Let us go." With that, he stepped out of the room. Li Yishan and Li Shishui exchanged awkward smiles, quickly bidding farewell to Ouyang Shui before following Yuan Jiang. As dusk settled, Yuan Jiang led the two to a restaurant, ordering a sumptuous feast while simultaneously enlightening them about the nuances of the demon fighting arena. Once one attains the innate realm, merely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suffices to sustain one's physical needs. Nonetheless, being human, one rarely declines a delectable meal. And Li Yishan and his companions were no exceptions. "Yishan, when you participate in the demon fighting, it would be advisable not to wield your purple moon divine blade. Additionally, consider altering the shape and color of your purple blood ring to avoid attracting greed," Yuan Jiang remarked, sipping his fine wine. "Though the likelihood of being recognized is minimal, it is prudent to exercise caution." Understood. Li Yishan was engrossed in a bounty of food, savoring each bite, his mouth glistening with grease. Upon hearing Yuan Jiang's words, he merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. After 10 days and nights without sustenance, he felt no hunger, yet his appetite surged. Observing Li Yishan's voraciousness, Yuan Jiang chuckled helplessly and continued, "Furthermore, while the demon fighting arena mandates that the lives of participants are inconsequential, it is best to avoid unnecessary killing. Accumulating too many enemies is detrimental. To prevent unwarranted complications, take these 2 masks with you when you participate in the battles." With a flick of his left hand, 2 human skin masks flew towards Li Yishan and Li Shishui. As they caught the masks, both Li Yishan and Li Shishui examined them closely, astonished by their craftsmanship. These are 2 exquisitely crafted human masks made from exceptionally fine leather, devoid of any roughness. The 2 individuals exchanged glances and attempted to don the masks upon their faces. Upon seeing each other adorned with the human skin masks, they were astonished to find that the masks rendered them virtually indistinguishable from one another. This clearly attests to the remarkable craftsmanship of these masks. They bore faces of chilling severity, with broad foreheads and long brows that nearly mirrored each other. Save for a scar on Li Shishui's face, stretching from the corner of his eye to his chin, imparting a somewhat menacing aura. He was captivated, declaring that this epitomized what it meant to be a true man. "Are you satisfied?" Yuan Jiang inquired playfully after they had found a mirror to admire their reflections. "Indeed we are," they eagerly affirmed, nodding in agreement, deeply enamored with the masks. Li Yishan and Li Shishui exchanged a knowing glance, both revealing sinister smiles that sent shivers down Yu Wenmenjiang's spine. Li Shishui chuckled and remarked, "Sir, are you off to find a lady?" Yu Wenmenjiang's eyes bulged, his previously refined demeanor morphing into one of a predatory nature. "Ah, Mr. Yuan, we were mistaken. We shall never dare again," they cried out, their voices echoing throughout the restaurant as calamity ensued. Chapter 15. The legendary brother Li Yishan sat cross-legged on his bed, cultivating his fighting spirit, which surged rapidly in conjunction with the operation of the purple blood secret tome. With each cycle, his energy became increasingly refined, and the volume of his fighting spirit grew incrementally. Concurrently, his physical body and internal organs were gradually transforming under the nourishing effects of this energy. Though the pace was slow, it remained remarkably consistent. The critical phase of the sudden dan is of paramount importance for any fighter. It is during this period that the treasures of the human body begin to unfurl. If one can effectively harness their potential during this phase, the subsequent formation of the golden dan will yield disproportionately rewarding results. Moreover, the achievements attained during the sudden dan phase will influence the quality of the golden dan. Although fighters primarily focus on cultivating their physical form, the quality of the golden dan plays a significant role in enhancing their abilities, making their training more effortless. What exactly is this cross? Its profound utility is astonishing. Could it truly be a legacy from my ancestors? Li Yishan was deeply intrigued by this enigmatic cross. Yet he was at a loss as to how to investigate its origins, only vaguely recalling that it had been bestowed upon him by his father during his early childhood. Sigh, never mind those thoughts. Contemplating the father who had been slain by his own brother stirred a profound melancholy within him, nearly causing him to lose his focus and risk succumbing to madness. Realizing the gravity of his distraction, he swiftly gathered his thoughts, banished all extraneous notions, and preserved a sliver of clarity within his spirit, plunging once more into the relentless pursuit of his training. As his fighting spirit continued to circulate, the pale violet gas suspended in his dantian gradually coalesced, enlarging and deepening in hue, but the transformation occurred at an imperceptibly slow pace. Nevertheless, a flicker of elation surged within Li Yishan. He recognized this as a sign of his impending golden dan formation. Li Yishan took a deep breath, and the internal energy within him surged with greater velocity, continuously washing over the swirling mass of gas. Hiss! The pale purple gas began to transform slowly, emitting faint sounds. As the first rays of dawn streamed through the window and illuminated Li Yishan's face, he abruptly opened his eyes. In a flash, he darted through the window and into the courtyard, his right hand subtly moving. Whoosh! Whoosh! The purple moon divine blade radiated a fierce aura of lethality, slicing through the air and causing it to tremble violently. Suddenly, Li Yishan halted, his black pupils glimmering with an enchanting purple light. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the ground, he ascended hundreds of meters into the sky. Above and below, he unleashed a move renowned for its ability to tear apart space even at the Dozong realm, the purple blood-mad dragon. The wind howled, leaves fell. Rip! Where the purple moon divine blade passed, the air seemed to be rent asunder, producing a sound akin to fabric being torn. Boom! Dust soared as the sturdy bluestone slab, reputed to withstand a full-force strike from a Dohan, could not bear the pressure and shattered with a resounding crash, creating a crater approximately 4 meters in diameter. Hee. Shishui, do you have any interest in sparring? Li Yishan stood with his blade horizontally, chuckling. Come if you dare, do you think I'm afraid of you? Li Shishui retorted, his eyes narrowing, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Clang. In the next moment, the 5-foot-long sword strapped to Li Shishui's back was in hand. And with a flick of his wrist, the sword erupted in a blaze of white light, whipping up a fierce wind as it lunged towards Li Yishan. Bring it on! Li Yishan exclaimed, charging forward instead of retreating, the purple moon divine blade transforming into a streak of violet light, swiftly thrusting ahead. Ding! In an instant, the white light and the violet beam collided, producing a delicate chime. Both men took half a step back, exchanging glances, as if sharing a silent understanding, and simultaneously retreated. Li Shishui scrutinized Li Yishan from head to toe and remarked, "Not bad, kid. You've made significant progress. You can actually challenge me now." In truth, he was genuinely astonished. Despite Li Yishan being at the Quandan stage, he was already able to contend with him, a martial king Do Wang. If his cultivation were on par with mine, wouldn't he easily overpower me? Li Shishui felt a sense of frustration, yet found himself helpless. Haha, Shishui, what are you thinking? Don't get distracted during the fight. With a flash of purple light, Li Yishan transformed into a streak of brilliance, charging towards Li Shishui while offering a reminder. Humph, you dare to play sneak attacks. Li Shishui scoffed, casually sweeping his 5-foot-long sword. Clang! The sword met Li Yishan's purple moon divine blade, producing a crisp sound. Haha, brother. This isn't a sneak attack, it's called cunning in battle. Li Yishan soared into the air, with the purple moon divine blade morphing into 18 phantoms, descending upon Li Shishui like a torrential downpour. This was a move from the purple blood sword art, purple blood afterimage. At a glance, the 18 phantoms startled Li Shishui. To his eyes, their reality and illusion were indistinguishable. Humph! Li Shishui coldly snorted, his 5-foot sword dancing as he simultaneously unleashed 18 strikes, each targeting one of the 18 phantoms of the purple moon divine blade. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of 18 weapons clashing resonated almost simultaneously, sending a shiver of trepidation through Li Shishui. This was no mere illusion. It was undeniably a series of 18 tangible strikes. Had he not exercised sufficient caution, he might have been injured by now. What an impressive lad. Despite his inner resentment, Li Shishui could not help but commend Li Yishan. Indeed, he felt a pang of frustration. As a dignified martial king, he found himself toyed with by a mere youth in the sudden dance stage. Observing Li Yishan's playful demeanor, Li Shishui's irritation flared, and with a cold snort, he declared, "You say you will strike, yet you do not. Let me tell you, that is unacceptable. You have attacked twice, while I have only struck once. Thus I still possess one opportunity to retaliate." With that, Li Shishui transformed into a streak of light, swiftly charging towards the bewildered Li Yishan. As his inner energy surged, his 5-foot-long sword morphed into a phantom, thrusting fiercely at Li Yishan. What astonishing speed! Li Yishan was taken aback. He now comprehended the vast chasm between the sudden dance stage and the martial king level, his eyes struggling to keep pace with such velocity. Remaining composed, Li Yishan flipped his right hand, and the purple moon divine blade reappeared within his grasp. Clang! Without even a moment to visually assess the situation, he relied solely on instinct to barely parry Li Shishui's 5-foot sword. However, the force of the impact overwhelmed Li Yishan, causing him to stagger back 5 steps before he plopped down onto the ground. Dazed, he gazed at Li Shishui, a mixture of amusement and disbelief on his face. Haha! Look at your amusing expression, Yishan. Li Shishui burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Now you know your brother's prowess. Remember, do not idolize me. To you, I shall forever remain a legend." Chapter 16. The Battle Against Demons. Oh, what are you two up to? Just then, Yu Wenmenjiang stepped into the courtyard, a devilish smile gracing his lips as he inquired with curiosity, "Yishan, what is this about?" Li Yishan scrambled to his feet, flipping his right hand to stow away the purple moon divine blade, replying, "It's nothing, Mr. Yuan. We are about to head to the demon combat arena, and I was just sparring with Yishan." Sparring? Yu Wenmenjiang glanced at the large crater beside them and remarked, "Are you two trying to demolish my place?" "Mr. Yuan, this was all Yishan's doing. I had nothing to do with it." Li Shishui ungratefully shifted all the blame onto Li Yishan. Yu Wenmenjiang's heart sank slightly as he regarded Li Yishan. "Yishan, did you do this?" As the owner of this space, he was well aware of the toughness of the bluestone slabs. If what Li Shishui claimed was true, then Li Yishan's offensive power was exceedingly formidable. Yes, Mr. Yuan." Li Yishan awkwardly scratched his head. Yu Wenmenjiang nodded thoughtfully and cautioned the two, "Be more careful during your sparring in the future. Do not treat my place as a training ground. Come, I will take you to the demon combat arena." Understood. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. By the way, Yu Wenmenjiang flipped his right hand, producing a sword over 4 feet long and approximately 7 inches wide, crafted from indestructible steel. He handed it to Li Yishan, saying, "Yishan, use this indestructible sword during the demon battles. Unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to the purple moon divine blade." Agreed. Li Yishan grasped the golden sword, casually swinging it a few times, nodding to himself in approval. The sword, measuring over 4 feet in length and 7 inches in width, felt heavy in his hand, its blade sharp and glimmering with a faint dark luster, truly a fine weapon. Yu Wenmenjiang glanced at Li Shishui and said, "Let us proceed to the demon fighting arena." "Very well," replied Li Yishan. The two donned human skin masks and followed Yu Wenmenjiang as they made their way towards the demon fighting arena in Bloodslaughter City. The arena, situated on North Street of Bloodslaughter City, was the most bustling locale in the area. Due to its popularity, North Street was noticeably more crowded than the other 3 main streets. As Yu Wenmenjiang led Li Yishan and Li Shishui, they meandered along, taking nearly 2 hours to reach the arena. Upon entering, they found the place teeming with people, with a constant influx of spectators. Yu Wenmenjiang guided them through a tour of the venue before registering their names at the sign-up desk, and subsequently took them to the spectator stands to watch the matches. The organization of the events at the arena was remarkably equitable, with categories divided into cudgel fighters, battle masters, and battle kings. Of course, challengers could opt to fight above their rank, should they wish. Regardless of the outcome, each participant was limited to a maximum of 10 matches per day. Those achieving 10 consecutive victories would receive a token personally signed by the Lord of Bloodslaughter City, entitling them to a 10% discount on all purchases within the city. 100 consecutive victories would grant a remarkable 30% discount. At that moment, a match had just concluded. A burly, bald man wielding a massive axe had cleaved a delicate young man in two, inciting frenzied cheers from the crowd. The victor, Hong Si from Qinglong Mountain, had claimed yet another triumph. The announcer promptly declared the results. Hong Si. The audience erupted into a cacophony of adulation. With his axe in hand, Hong Si flexed his muscles, parading his prowess along the arena to the raucous applause of the spectators. Humph, Hong Si, I have come to slay you. A sudden cold snort pierced through the din, momentarily overpowering the uproar of the thousands. As the words fell, a man clad in a blue robe soared into the air beside Li Yishan, landing gracefully within the arena. Who is this audacious challenger? Does he seek to confront Hong Si? Is he courting death? Murmured a voluptuous woman to her companion, captivated by the drama unfolding. Indeed, it seems so, she giggled coyly, entwining her arm with that of the man beside her. Li Yishan felt a surge of astonishment and communicated telepathically with Li Shishui. It appears that achieving 100 consecutive victories is no simple feat even if one attains 99 wins. The Lord of Bloodslaughter City will dispatch a formidable opponent to challenge them. It seems this challenger is no ordinary foe. The continent of the gods is vast and teeming with exceptional talents, with each city boasting its own demon-fighting arena. While many can achieve 99 victories, it is exceedingly rare to find someone who can attain 100 victories. Once a participant reaches 99 wins, the city lord will send a superlative expert to suppress them. However, those who achieve 100 victories are undeniably remarkable individuals. Li Yishan and Li Shishui exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile of mutual understanding. 10 consecutive victories? 100 consecutive victories? They came to battle demons, not for trivial pursuits, but to enhance their own prowess. After all, a 10-game winning streak or a 100-game winning streak is categorized by levels. How can a 10-game or 100-game winning streak at the acme of the mortal realm compare to that of a battle king, a battle sage, or even a battle emperor? In the next match, the esteemed Lord Yi Qing from the east will face off against Hong Si from Qinglong Mountain. After a brief silence, the host's exuberant voice reverberated throughout the arena. Boom. In the next instant, the entire demon-slaying arena erupted with fervor. Wow, it's Yi Qing, the one who achieved an astonishing 99 consecutive victories. A woman of striking beauty in front of Li Yishan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Beside her, a man muttered in dissatisfaction, yet felt powerless. After all, the individual in question was none other than Lord Yi Qing, who had achieved 99 victories. Li Yishan was taken aback, murmuring, this Yi Qing has indeed achieved 99 victories. It seems his strength must be formidable. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Li Shishui nodded in agreement, a spasm crossing the scar on his face. Yi Qing, do not be overly arrogant. I, Hong Si, am not afraid of you. Hong Si bellowed, wielding a massive axe, addressing the calm and composed man in the azure robe. Humph. Yi Qing snorted coldly and replied, Hong Si, you are well aware of the misdeeds you have committed. Today, I, Yi Qing, shall act as the instrument of justice. This is also in vengeance for the 18 young girls you have wronged. Boom. The audience erupted once more. Hong Si's heinous acts against 18 young girls had incited public outrage. Li Yishan furrowed his brow. The term wronged reminded him of his wife, Wen Lan. Kill him. Lord Yi Qing, take his life. The fervent cries from the audience surged like a tidal wave. Almost every spectator felt their blood boiling. In this duel between battle saints, one was Yi Qing, with 99 victories, and the other was Hong Si, who had achieved 54 victories, a force to be reckoned with. Who, then, was the mightier? Yi Qing, I shall slay you. Hong Si, filled with rage and humiliation, let out a furious roar, brandishing his massive axe and charging towards Yi Qing with a menacing countenance. Whoosh! In a flash, Hong Si's colossal figure displayed no sign of hesitation, transforming into a streak of light and arriving before Yi Qing in the blink of an eye. The giant axe was raised high above his head, descending upon Yi Qing with devastating force, rending the air. As the axe passed, it even created minute spatial fissures. Ha! Die! Hong Si bellowed madly, his face quivering with excitement. He was brimming with confidence in his abilities. Chapter 17. Yi Qing versus Hong Si. With a swift motion, the axe descended, tearing through space. and in an instant, it loomed above Yi Qing's head. Ah, Lord Yi Qing. The thousands of spectators gasped involuntarily as they witnessed Yi Qing on the brink of being cleaved in two. Haha, perish. Hongxi laughed triumphantly, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, his fighting spirit at its zenith. Whoosh. The giant axe accelerated once more, striking towards Yi Qing with unparalleled ferocity. Humph, mere trifles. As the axe was about to make contact, Yi Qing finally moved. Whoosh. In a fleeting moment, Yi Qing left several afterimages in his wake, retreating dozens of meters in less than a millisecond. Still as a maiden, swift as a hare, this was the epitome of Yi Qing. Hongxi abruptly raised his head to gaze at Yi Qing, unable to conceal his astonishment, and exclaimed, Yi Qing, how did you accomplish that? Humph. Yi Qing coldly snorted, replying nonchalantly, is it not superfluous to discuss such matters with you, you great oaf? It is akin to playing music to a cow. Haha. Yi Qing's witty remarks prompted a wave of laughter from the audience. Hongxi's face flushed crimson as he pointed at Yi Qing with his left hand, rendered speechless. Infuriated by Yi Qing's mockery, he was on the verge of losing his temper. What of it? I, Yi Qing, shall strike you, you great oaf. Yi Qing glared coldly at Hongxi, showing no sign of hesitation. Whoosh. Li Yishan felt a flash of azure light, and by the time he registered it, Yi Qing had already reached Hongxi's side. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck fiercely at Hongxi's head. Such astonishing speed. Li Yishan was taken aback, pondering silently. For Hongxi, who was embroiled in the confrontation, the sensation was even more intense. Without any forewarning, he perceived a blur before him, and Yi Qing had inexplicably appeared right in front of him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he cast a cold glance his way. Then, with his right fist raised, an intense gust of wind followed as he swung it towards Hongxi. How could his speed be so incredible? Hongxi's heart raced with alarm, feeling a sense of dread despite his 54 consecutive victories in the arena. Though they were both combat saints, he could not yet fathom the depth of Yi Qing's prowess. Boom. The arena trembled, dust swirling as the hard bluestone slab was smashed into a deep crater. Silence, absolute silence. Thousands of spectators stared in disbelief at this scene. Rendered speechless, Yi Qing's speed had left Hongxi, of equal rank, unable to react. How swift was this speed? Is it truly over? Li Yishan's eyes widened, contemplating. If Hongxi were to be killed by a single punch from Yi Qing, then Yi Qing's strength would be astonishingly formidable. Indeed, if the 54-time champion Hongxi fell to a single blow, it could only imply one thing. Yi Qing was exceedingly powerful. The divine continent is indeed a realm of prodigies. To achieve greatness, one must exert far greater effort than the ordinary. Reflecting silently, Li Yishan observed the unfolding spectacle, not believing that Yi Qing's punch could genuinely claim Hongxi's life. As the dust settled, Hongxi's figure gradually emerged. Ah, what kind of monster is this? The audience gasped in unison. Before their eyes stood a creature nearly 4 meters tall, its muscles bulging, and a fierce countenance etched upon its face. This was Hongxi. After his transformation, his strength had at least doubled, and even the axe in his hand had grown significantly larger. Hongxi's eyes glowed a mesmerizing blood red, sharp fangs protruding from his mouth, and his entire form enveloped in a faint crimson hue. At this moment, he resembled a bloodthirsty mad wolf, his body slightly trembling as he emitted low growls, fixating his gaze upon Yi Qing. Standing at just over 1.80 meters, Yi Qing appeared diminutive before the towering figure of Hongxi. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Wenming, who had been silently seated beside Li Yishan, furrowed his brow and murmured, "It is indeed the ancient wolf clan. When did they infiltrate my blood-slaughter city? Mr. Yuan, what is the ancient wolf clan?" Li Yishan inquired curiously, while Li Shishue gazed at Yu Wenming with equal intrigue. With a faint smile, Yu Wenming replied, "It is nothing of great significance. I will explain it to you when I have the time. Look, Hongxi has initiated his attack." Li Yishan and Li Shishue immediately turned their heads to look. With a flash, a crimson glow surged as the transformed Hongxi charged towards Yi Qing with an unimaginable speed. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated, and the swiftness of Hongxi distorted the very air around him. A chilling howl escaped from Hongxi as he advanced, fiercely swinging his oversized axe, now significantly enlarged, to strike down upon Yi Qing. Indeed, Hongxi's physical prowess was formidable, having endured a punch from me without a scratch. It seemed I would need to resort to weaponry. Observing Hongxi in his transformed state, Yi Qing's brows slightly knitted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, intensifying his murderous intent. In an instant, he had made his decision. With a moment's hesitation, Hongxi had already closed the distance. his massive axe crashing towards Yu Qing with even greater speed than before. Humph, no progress at all, just a foolishly large bull, Yu Qing scoffed. Swiftly executing an unusual step, narrowly evading Hong Xi's ferocious strike. Crash! Hong Xi could not halt his momentum, and his axe collided with the ground, creating a tremendous noise and leaving a large crater, with a roar that echoed to the heavens. Hong Xi yanked his axe free and swung it at Yu Qing once more. Humph! Yu Qing's eyes glimmered with icy resolve as he flipped his right hand, revealing an ancient spear, entirely black, now resting in his grasp. The spear, dark as night, boasted a blood-red tip that shimmered with an alluring radiance. Evidently a weapon steeped in countless deaths. The Spear of Sparta. Upon its emergence, Yu Wenming gasped in astonishment. Pondering, I did not expect the lord of the city to bestow such a fearsome weapon upon Yi Qing. With both hands gripping the Spear of Sparta, Yi Qing lunged forward with a fierce thrust. Clang! The spear met the axe with a resounding clash. Hong Xi let out a muffled groan as his palms cracked, blood gushing forth, and the energy within him surged chaotically, prompting him to retreat hastily. Yet, Yu Qing did not yield an inch. He swiftly pursued the retreating Hong Xi. The spear's crimson glow intensifying, transforming into a blur as it lunged towards Hong Xi's chest. Yu Qing's strike was extraordinarily swift, so much so that the air had no time to react, and Hong Xi could barely perceive a fleeting red light. A surge of fear gripped Hong Xi, and he let out a roar, realizing the imminent threat of death. However, he was unwilling to submit. With a furious cry, Hong Xi swung the massive axe overhead, aiming to cleave Yu Qing's head in two. Brutal as he was, he intended to drag his opponent down with him, even in death. Chapter 18. The Great Foolish Bull. With a swift motion, the axe tore through the fabric of space, descending upon Yu Qing's head in the blink of an eye. Ah! My lord Yu Qing! As Yu Qing stood on the brink of being cleaved in two, the audience of over 10,000 erupted in gasps of astonishment. Aha! Die! Hong Xi laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, his fighting spirit pushed to its utmost limit. With a whoosh, the enormous axe accelerated again, striking down with tremendous force towards Yu Qing. Humph! Mere trifles. Just as the axe was about to make contact, Yu Qing finally moved. In a flash, he left several afterimages in his wake, retreating several dozen meters in less than a millisecond. Still as a maiden, swift as a hare. This was the essence of Yu Qing. Hong Xi suddenly raised his head to gaze at Yu Qing, unable to conceal his astonishment. He bellowed, Yu Qing, how did you accomplish that? Humph! Yu Qing scoffed lightly, replying coolly, do you not think it superfluous to discuss such matters with a great oaf like you? It is akin to playing music to a cow. Aha! Yu Qing's quip elicited a burst of laughter from the audience. Hong Xi's face flushed crimson as he pointed a trembling finger at Yu Qing, rendered speechless. Infuriated by Yu Qing's mockery, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. What about it? I, Yu Qing, am here to take you down, you big oaf. Yu Qing fixed a cold gaze upon Hong Xi, making no move himself. With a whoosh, Li Yishan felt a flash of green light, and before he could finish his thought, Yu Qing had already appeared before Hong Xi. His right hand clenched into a fist, striking fiercely towards Hong Xi's head. Such speed. Li Yishan was taken aback, contemplating the situation. For Hong Xi, who was immersed in the battle, the sensation was even more intense. Without any warning, he felt a blur before his eyes. Yu Qing had closed the distance. A slight smile gracing his lips as he coldly regarded him, then unleashed a powerful punch that stirred a gust of wind. How could he be this fast? Hong Xi's heart raced in fear. Having achieved 54 consecutive victories in the arena, he now felt a sense of dread. Though both were at the level of battle saints, he still could not fathom the depth of his opponent's strength. Bang! The arena trembled, dust swirling in the air, as the sturdy bluestone slab was smashed into a large pit. Silence reigned, an absolute stillness. The audience, over 10,000 strong, stared dumbfounded at the scene, unable to utter a word. Yu Qing's speed had left even the formidable Hong Xi without time to react. How incredibly swift! Is this how it ends? Li Yishan's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering, if Hong Xi were to be killed by a single punch from Yu Qing, then Yu Qing's strength would indeed be astonishing. The implication was clear. If the undefeated Hong Xi fell to a single blow, it could only mean one thing. Yu Qing was extraordinarily powerful. The continent of the gods truly was a realm of exceptional talents. To achieve greatness, one must toil harder than the average person. Reflecting on this, Li Yishan silently observed the unfolding events, convinced that Yu Qing's punch could not truly end Hong Xi's life. Indeed, as the dust settled, Hong Xi's figure gradually became visible. Ah, what kind of monster is this? The audience erupted in exclamations of shock. Before their eyes stood a creature nearly 4 meters tall, muscles bulging, and a fierce expression etched across his face. It was Hong Xi. After his transformation, his strength had at least doubled, and even the axe in his hand had grown 2 sizes larger. Hong Xi's eyes glowed with a mesmerizing blood-red hue, sharp fangs protruding menacingly from his mouth. His entire form enveloped in a faint crimson aura. In that moment, he resembled a bloodthirsty, deranged wolf, his body trembling slightly as he emitted low growls. Fixating his eerie gaze upon Yi Qing, standing a little over 1.80 meters, Yi Qing appeared diminutive before the towering figure of Hong Xi, who loomed nearly 4 meters high. Observing this spectacle, Yuan Ming, who had been silently seated beside Li Yishan, furrowed his brow and murmured, "It is indeed the ancient wolf clan. When did they infiltrate my blood-killing city?" "Mr. Yuan, what is the ancient wolf clan?" Li Yishan inquired curiously, while Li Shishui also regarded Yuan Ming with intrigue. With a slight smile, Yuan Ming replied, "It is of no consequence. I shall elaborate when time permits. Look, Hong Xi is launching an attack." Li Yishan and Li Shishui turned their heads in unison. Whoosh! A flash of crimson light surged forth as the transformed Hong Xi charged toward Yi Qing at an incomprehensible speed, far exceeding his previous pace. Bang! A violent shockwave erupted, the swiftness of Hong Xi distorting the very air around him. A howl, inhuman and feral, escaped Hong Xi's lips as he swung a colossal axe, now enlarged, down upon Yi Qing with tremendous force. Truly, Hong Xi possessed remarkable physical prowess. After receiving a punch from me, he remained unscathed. It seems I must resort to weaponry. Observing Hong Xi's transformed state, Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, amplifying his murderous intent. In that instant, a decision was made. Despite a moment's hesitation, Hong Xi had already closed the distance, his axe following its previous trajectory, now moving with even greater velocity. No improvement whatsoever. Merely a colossal ox. Yi Qing scoffed, executing an unusual sidestep with grace, narrowly evading Hong Xi's ferocious strike. Boom! Hong Xi, unable to halt his momentum, brought the axe crashing down upon the ground, creating a massive crater with a thunderous roar. A furious howl erupted from Hong Xi as he wrenched the axe free, striking at Yi Qing once more. A fierce glint ignited in Yi Qing's eyes as he deftly flipped his right hand, revealing an ancient spear, entirely black in hue. The spear's tip, however, glowed a brilliant blood red, shimmering with a bewitching radiance, clearly a weapon that had quenched its thirst with countless lives. The Spartan spear. Upon its emergence, Yuan Ming gasped in astonishment, reflecting, "I never anticipated that the lord of the city would bestow this formidable weapon upon Yi Qing." With both hands gripping the Spartan spear, Yi Qing lunged forward with ferocity. Clang! The Spartan spear clashed against the colossal axe with a resounding chime. Hong Xi grunted in pain, his palms splitting, blood gushing forth, and his internal energy roiling violently, prompting him to retreat hastily. Yet Yi Qing did not yield an inch. He darted forward, pursuing the retreating Hong Xi. The spear's red glow intensifying, transforming into a phantom that lunged fiercely toward Hong Xi's chest. This thrust was executed with breathtaking speed, so rapid that even the air could scarcely react, leaving Hong Xi with but a fleeting glimpse of the crimson light. A surge of panic flooded Hong Xi as he howled skyward in distress. He, once invincible, finally sensed the looming threat of death. Yet, he remained defiant. With a furious roar, Hong Xi brandished his colossal axe, aiming a vicious strike at Yi Qing's head. Brutal as he was, even in death, he intended to drag his opponent down with him. Chapter 19. The scar is this all you are capable of, you cumbersome ox? Yi Qing laughed heartily, unreservedly undermining Hong Xi's confidence. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful kick, striking the giant axe and using the momentum to spin around, launching the Spartan spear unrelentingly towards Hong Xi's chest. Roar! Hong Xi emitted a cry of defiance as he felt death drawing near, igniting within him a fierce sense of anxiety and restlessness. In this life-or-death moment, his latent potential surged forth. He relinquished his axe and, with bulging muscles, grasped the lethal Spartan spear. A torrent of crimson energy erupted from Hong Xi's nostrils as he yanked the spear, opening his mouth wide to bite at Yi Qing's neck. Yi Qing, already advancing, found his speed intensified by Hong Xi's pull, and it appeared that the monstrous fangs were poised to pierce his throat. No! The alluring woman before Li Yishan let out a piercing scream, diving into her man's embrace, unable to bear witness. Indeed, Yi Qing was remarkably formidable. However, Hong Xi, with his impressive 54 consecutive victories, was not to be underestimated. If Yi Qing wished to eliminate him, it would require considerable effort. From the audience, Li Yishan observed silently, pondering that if Yi Qing were to be bitten by Hong Xi, he would not be worthy of achieving 99 consecutive victories. In this critical moment, Yi Qing decisively released the Spartan spear, extending both hands to grasp Hong Xi's fangs, and delivered a powerful kick to the spear. Crack! The simultaneous sounds echoed as Yi Qing forcefully extracted Hong Xi's fangs, revealing two gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. With a swift motion, the Spartan spear pierced through Hong Xi's chest, emerging from his back, the blood-red tip radiating a chilling aura. Roar! Hong Xi let out a final, anguished cry. But his heart had been impaled, his golden core shattered, his gaze gradually dimmed, and he fell, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The transformation unfolded too swiftly. Nearly everyone stood in stunned silence, speechless at the scene. Lord Yi Qing triumphs. The host, momentarily dazed, erupted into an excited scream. Excellent! Well done, Lord Yi Qing. Following the host's lead, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Their fervor ignited. They had not witnessed such an exhilarating battle in ages. Particularly with the demise of the once undefeated Hong Xi and the victory of the illustrious Yi Qing, who had achieved 99 consecutive wins. Li Yishan and his companions exchanged faint smiles, satisfied with the outcome. Yi Qing waved to the audience with a smile, swiftly moving to stand beside Yu Wenmenjiang. Yu Wenmenjiang nodded slightly, inviting him to sit, and the two engaged in hushed conversation. It appeared that Yi Qing held Yu Wenmenjiang in high regard. Li Yishan and Li Shishui could only observe the subtle movements of Yu Wenmenjiang and Yi Qing's lips, yet they were unable to discern the words exchanged between them, as it was evident that they employed a unique technique to muffle their voices. A glance exchanged between the two revealed the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. It seemed that Mr. Yuan held a position of considerable authority within this blood-slaughter city. Li Shishui conveyed through his spiritual sense to Li Yishan. Below them, the arena for the Battle of Do Wang commenced, with the first match featuring the scarred man, Zheng Kuei, who had recently achieved 10 consecutive victories, against Li Shishui, who was new to the Do Mo arena. At that moment, the host's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, reaching the ears of Li Yishan and Li Shishui. The body of Hong Xi had already been removed from the arena. Li Shishui was taken aback, surprised at how quickly his turn had come. Especially given that his opponent bore the moniker of Scarred Man instinctively, he touched the scar on his human skin mask and glanced at Li Yishan. With a slight smile, Li Yishan encouraged, Shishui, give it your all. Li Shishui chuckled, rising to his feet and playfully thumping Li Yishan's shoulder, saying, Don't worry, brother, I'm quite formidable. Li Yishan feigned an exaggerated expression of pain, grinning. Ouch, brother, you're so powerful, it hurts me greatly. Li Shishui nodded noncommittally, yet in his heart, he resolved, unless the disparity in strength was insurmountable, he would never concede defeat. Observing the determination in Li Shishui's eyes, Yu Wenmenjiang recognized the limited impact of his words and couldn't help but express a hint of admiration, saying, All right, go ahead. Understood. Li Shishui acknowledged, nodding towards Yi Qing, who had been scrutinizing him. With a firm push of his foot, he leaped into the air, gracefully arcing and landing steadily within the Do Mo arena. This young man shows promise, Yu Wenmenjiang remarked subtly. Indeed, quite impressive. Where did you find these two? The one beside you seems to harbor even greater potential. Hidden more deeply, Yi Qing commented, casting a glance at Li Yishan. Yu Wenmenjiang smiled slightly, but chose to remain silent, focusing his gaze on the arena. A loud shout resonated as Li Shishui turned to see a bald man clad in light armor, wielding two scythes over 3 feet long, descending slowly from the audience. Even from hundreds of meters away, Li Shishui could distinctly see the 3 grotesque scars etched across the man's face, truly deserving of the title Scarred Man. One scar lay horizontally across his nose, another coiled around his forehead, and a third extended from the corner of his eye to his chin, remarkably resembling the scar on Li Shishui's own face. Upon landing, the scarred man squinted his eyes, emanating a chilling glare akin to a venomous serpent. Coldly fixating on Li Shishui. Unfazed, Li Shishui met his gaze, his eyes sparkling with determination and fervor for battle, as the atmosphere surged to a crescendo. A flicker of surprise flashed in the scarred man's eyes before his demeanor returned to its usual brashness. Kid, is this your first time in the Do Mo? If you know what's good for you, just admit defeat to save you the trouble. Li Shishui's expression shifted slightly as he replied coolly, I cannot yield without a fight. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and commence. Let the battle begin. The crowd of over 10,000 erupted in cheers, some chanting for Li Shishui, while many more shouted the name of the scarred man contestants. Commence. The host prompted, signaling the start of the match. The blade knows no mercy. Young man, tread carefully. Should you perish, do not blame me. A pair of chilling gazes emanated from the scar-faced man, Zheng Kuei, as he spoke. With a flourish, he brandished his twin sickles, resembling a specter, hurtling towards Li Shishui. Chapter 20. Truly a barely sure Shui felt a sudden gust of cold wind, his hair standing on end. A wave of dread washing over him. The scar-faced man's movements and attacks were exceedingly peculiar. Li Shui pondered silently. Time was of the essence. With a clang, his 5-foot-long sword was now in hand. Huh! Li Shui exclaimed, sweeping the sword across. The sound of 2 metallic clashes resonated almost simultaneously as Zhang Kuei's sickles struck the flat of the sword, circling around Li Shui like a phantom, the sickles slashing mercilessly. Invoking a harbinger of death. In that moment, Li Shui found himself undeniably at a disadvantage. Zhang Kuei's approach was marked by an eerie agility, and in terms of speed, Li Shui knew he could not compete. It seemed he would need to lure him into a direct confrontation. With the 5-foot-long sword, he formed an impenetrable defense around himself. Calculating his strategy. Despite being on the defensive, Li Shui's sword shielded him effectively. Zhang Kuei could not find an opening to inflict a significant blow. The longer they fought, the more alarmed Zhang Kuei became, reflecting. This Li Shui, appearing unassuming, is indeed a hidden talent. The fools from yesterday pale in comparison. Deeply frustrated, Zhang Kuei prided himself on his unusual agility and attacks, having triumphed over 10 opponents yesterday with these very skills. Yet, now, Li Shui denied him even a single opportunity to strike, leaving him feeling helpless. After all, no matter how exceptional one's technique, if it fails to harm the enemy, what purpose does it serve? At that moment, Li Shui stumbled, seemingly losing his footing, exposing a wide opening in his defense. A prime opportunity. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhang Kuei's narrowed eyes. With the shifting tides of battle, his confidence surged. He had been struggling to find an opening, and now, witnessing Li Shui's vulnerability, his first instinct was to seize the chance. Zhang Kuei advanced with uncanny swiftness, like a shadow pursuing its prey, his sickles emanating dark glows as they surged forward. At last, I have you cornered. Where do you think you can escape? The scar-faced man reveled in his triumph. Having awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity. What a splendid feint to draw the enemy in. Brother Yuan, this lad truly possesses remarkable skill. Onlookers, including Yi Qing, smiled in admiration, their voices no longer muffled. Yuan Mingyang flashed a subtle smile, remaining silent as he observed the unfolding scene. In that instant, Li Shui's eyes sparkled with determination, inwardly cursing the foolishness of underestimating his opponent. Abruptly halting his backward retreat, he harnessed his internal energy to its zenith, transforming his 5-foot sword into a streak of light. Ignoring the sickles aimed at him, he thrust towards the location of Zhang Kuei's golden core. What a bold lad. Risking his life for victory, this time, even Yuan Mingyang couldn't help but express his admiration. The scarred man, Zhang Kuei, was struck with astonishment. He was less than 10 meters away from Li Shui. At such high speed, it was too late for him to rein in his momentum. Moreover, Li Shui wielded a 5-foot-long sword, while Zhang Kuei's twin sickles could scarcely reach him. It was likely that he would be pierced through before he could react. It was over. This time it was truly over. Zhang Kuei was engulfed in terror, a ghastly expression overtaking his features, diminishing his strength, and slowing his reflexes significantly. He barely managed to lean his body aside. What a fool. Li Shui observed the change in Zhang Kuei's countenance with a subtle smirk. Just as the 5-foot sword was about to pierce Zhang Kuei's body, he slightly adjusted its trajectory, reducing his force by 7 parts. Coupled with Zhang Kuei's own movement, the sword merely penetrated 3 inches into his abdomen after piercing his light armor, and Li Shui refrained from using internal energy to inflict harm upon his golden core. As a battle king, Zhang Kuei possessed formidable vitality. As long as vital organs were not injured, he faced no immediate peril. I'm dead. I'm dead. Zhang Kuei shut his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, and mistakenly believed he had been slain, exclaiming in shock. The audience, numbering in the thousands, was momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. Who would have thought that the once imposing Zhang Kuei was merely a fool? This is too amusing. In front of Li Yishan, a voluptuous woman clutched her man's arm, laughing so heartily that she trembled, causing nearby men to salivate. With a splatter of blood, Li Shui withdrew his 5-foot sword, admiring the 3 scars etched on Zhang Kuei's face. I'm not dead. Upon hearing the laughter, Zhang Kuei abruptly opened his eyes, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at Li Shui with a complex expression, inquiring, "Why didn't you kill me?" Li Shui nonchalantly shrugged and replied, "Why should I kill you?" He then turned toward the announcer, hundreds of meters away, and declared loudly, "Mr. Announcer, I believe it is time to announce the results." "Certainly." The announcer, trembling slightly as he held the microphone, struggled to suppress his laughter and proclaimed loudly, "In this match, Li Shui is the victor. Li Shui. Li Shui." The audience erupted in fervent cheers, unreservedly expressing their enthusiasm. Zheng Kuei, feeling humiliated, discreetly retreated from the arena. At that moment, the announcer, resembling a barrel, hurriedly approached Li Shishui, panting, and asked, "Mr. Li, do you wish to continue accepting challenges, or would you prefer to rest while we arrange another match for you?" Li Shishui replied coolly, "There is no need for such trouble. Let us proceed directly to the challenges." Excellent. Upon hearing this, the announcer became animated and shouted into the microphone, "Mr. Li has accepted challenges. Now, anyone below the rank of Battle King is welcome to challenge Mr. Li. Who dares to step forward? Challenge! Challenge!" The audience roared in unison. "I will." A booming voice resonated as a burly man, with disheveled hair and a full beard. His bare chest and limbs coated in dense black hair, brandished a sword that matched his imposing physique and leaped down from the stands. Boom. It is uncertain whether his actions were intentional or accidental, but upon landing, the ground trembled slightly. A bear? Upon first encountering this individual, Li Yishan was taken aback, mistaking him for a robust bear. Nevertheless, his appearance indeed resembled that of a bear. After touching down, the man clasped his fists in salute to Li Shishui, exclaiming with a booming voice, "I am Xiong Heir. I seek your guidance." Chapter 21. Yi Tianwen now, let the duel commence. The portly, large-eared host retreated a distance. Announcing the start of the competition, Xiong Heir raised the broadsword in his hand and declared with a thunderous voice, "Li Shishui, you are formidable, yet I, Xiong Heir, shall give my all." Li Shishui smiled serenely, opting for silence as he stood with his sword at the ready, awaiting Xiong Heir's assault. With a fierce shout, Xiong Heir propelled himself off the ground, the broadsword slicing through the air with alarming speed as it rushed towards Li Shishui. Before the blade could reach him, a powerful gust of wind rustled Li Shishui's clothing. In stark contrast to Zheng Kuei, Xiong Heir adopted a path of sheer strength and ferocity. Li Shishui chuckled heartily, executing a swift turn as his 5-foot-long sword lunged forward. A light clang resonated as the sword met the edge of the broadsword. Gently shaking his head, Li Shishui unleashed his agility, darting swiftly towards Xiong Heir. He had already discerned that Xiong Heir was no match for him, prompting a desire to conclude the battle expeditiously. Xiong Heir widened his eyes, striving to perceive Li Shishui's movements, yet he was met with disappointment. Li Shishui appeared to flicker left and right, leaving behind afterimages with every step, and Xiong Heir's eyes struggled to keep pace with his speed. In the blink of an eye, Li Shishui closed the distance, his sword transforming into a streak of light as it aimed at Xiong Heir's throat. Xiong Heir instinctively sensed the peril, letting out a furious roar as he swung the broadsword to shield his vulnerable throat. In an instant, the clash of sword against blade echoed. Xiong Heir's body jolted, his grip faltering, and the broadsword clattered to the ground with a soft thud. Li Shishui sheathed his sword and retreated, clasping his fist as he said, "Brother Xiong Heir, I appreciate your efforts." As if oblivious to his words, Xiong Heir stood dazed, his gaze dimmed. After a prolonged silence, he sighed softly and despondently declared, "I have lost." With that, he retrieved the broadsword from the ground and turned to leave. Observing Xiong Heir's somewhat forlorn figure, Li Shishui smiled gently and called out, "Brother Xiong Heir, there is no need for self-deprecation. All strong warriors have emerged from the ranks of the weak." Xiong Heir's robust frame shuddered, a spark igniting in his eyes as he turned to face Li Shishui. With a hearty voice, he said, "Brother Shishui, thank you. I shall treat you to drinks when next we meet." Li Shishui laughed heartily, replying, "Very well. I, Li Shishui, will gladly accept." Xiong Heir laughed boisterously. "How refreshing. I, Xiong Heir, admire straightforward men. Farewell, Brother Shishui." With that, he turned and strode away confidently. In this bout, Li Shishui emerged victorious. Unbeknownst to him, the host had approached his side to announce the results of the match. In the subsequent 8 battles, Li Shishui showcased his unparalleled prowess, triumphing over each opponent in mere moments, ensuring that every encounter concluded without inflicting fatal harm. After the conclusion of the 10th magical duel, Li Shishui's popularity soared to unprecedented heights, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Following the duel of the Duel King, battles between the Duel Soul and Duel Sect took place. Yet none could rival the excitement of the Duel Saint and Duel King contests, with not a single champion achieving a 10-game winning streak. Next, the battles among the contenders in the Sudden Dan phase commenced. It is widely recognized that this phase is particularly significant, as those who excel during this period are likely to become formidable powerhouses in the future. Without further ado, let us anticipate who will emerge victorious in the Sudden Dan battles, as the host's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, igniting the fervor of the audience once more with his eloquence. In the stands, numerous powerful figures engaged in animated discussions, all aware of the importance of the sudden Dan phase for a martial artist, thus paying close attention. The first duel among the sudden Dan contenders features the newcomer Li Yishan facing off against the rising star Yi Tianwen, the esteemed young master Yi, who has already achieved a remarkable 30 consecutive victories. The host's voice rose significantly at the mention of Yi Tianwen's name. Yi Tianwen, Yi Tianwen. The audience exuberantly shouted, expressing their fervor without reservation. 30 consecutive victories? Be cautious, Yishan, Li Shishui warned, his brow furrowing upon hearing of Li Yishan's formidable opponent. Li Yishan rose, offering Li Shishui a confident smile. Fear not, if I cannot prevail, I shall not concede defeat, he reassured. Mr. Yuan, Lord Yuqing, I shall take my leave. With that, Li Yishan gathered his energy, gracefully retrieving the diamond sword bestowed upon him by Yuan Mingyang, and he leaped, landing lightly on the azure stone slabs of the duel arena, with a heart as tranquil as still water. Li Yishan paid no heed to the audience's frenzied cheers for Yi Tianwen, standing calmly in the center of the arena, awaiting the arrival of his adversary. Suddenly, a stir erupted in the stands, accompanied by women's shrill screams and men's furious shouts. Turning to investigate, Li Yishan beheld a young man clad in white, wielding a paper fan, gracefully descending from the air. The youth appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old, yet already stood over 1.70 meters tall. With rosy lips and pearly teeth, resembling the handsome Panin or the elegant Songyu, women gasped in excitement, while men seethed with jealousy. In the blink of an eye, the young man in white alighted before Li Yishan. With a flourish of his paper fan, he revealed several peach blossoms nestled within. Casting a fleeting, haughty glance at Li Yishan as he declared, "You must be Li Yishan. I am indeed your opponent." Unquestionably, he was Yi Tianwen, the young master Yi of 30 consecutive victories. Li Yishan pressed his lips together, gazing at him coolly, harboring no fondness for those with such lofty airs. Noting Li Yishan's indifference, Yi Tianwen scoffed and turned to the host, asking, "Shall we commence?" The host nodded, preparing to announce the start of the match. But before he could utter a word, Yi Tianwen snapped his fan shut and pointed it toward Li Yishan's brow. The stout host furrowed his brows, his eyes narrowing to mere slits as a glimmer of sharpness flashed within, yet he remained silent, retreating to a distance. In the stands, Yi Qing furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, "This Tianwen child is becoming increasingly outrageous. My old man ought to discipline him properly. I truly hope someone can temper his arrogance." Yuan Ming smiled slightly and responded, "Your nephew, having created the 9 methods of Tianwen, is indeed a talent. However, he has yet to encounter any setbacks, which inevitably leads to a measure of hubris. Fear not, this Yishan lad is not easily deciphered, and today, it will not be so simple for Tianwen to secure victory." Their voices did not go unheard, and nearby, Li Shishui was taken aback, pondering, "So, this Yi Tianwen is indeed Yi Qing's nephew, and he has even devised the 9 methods of Tianwen. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength, achieving 30 consecutive victories. It seems Yishan is in for a tough battle." Chapter 22. 9 Methods of Tianwen. In the arena, Li Yishan felt the overwhelming presence of Yi Tianwen more acutely. The moment Yi Tianwen landed, Li Yishan sensed that he had been firmly locked onto. Any movement on his part would trigger a swift and thunderous counterattack. Thus, Li Yishan remained ever vigilant. As Yi Tianwen made his move, Li Yishan instinctively followed suit, his body enveloped in a faint purple glow. In a critical moment, Li Yishan arched his body backward, simultaneously twisting his wrist, allowing the diamond sword to transform into a streak of light, swiftly lunging towards Yi Tianwen's abdomen. Whoosh! Yi Tianwen's fan grazed past Li Yishan's nose, causing a sharp sting to his skin. Fortunately, he had fortified his body with fighting spirit, or he might have lost his nose altogether. At the same time, Yi Tianwen extended his left hand, flicking his middle finger against the spine of the diamond sword, producing a crisp sound as it was sent flying. Humph! Yi Tianwen snorted coldly, unfurling his paper fan to slash toward Li Yishan's neck, while his left hand, claw-like, aimed for Li Yishan's groin, leaving him vulnerable on both fronts. In the stands, Yi Qing's expression changed, her brows knitting together as she remarked, "This boy is truly vicious." Li Shishui's face turned pale, reflecting, "This Yi Tianwen employs exceedingly ruthless tactics. If anything were to befall Yishan, humph, regardless of whether your surname is Yi or not, you shall pay the price." Yuan Ming laughed heartily and said, "Young Yi, Tianwen is indeed correct. On the battlefield, it is either you perish or I do. Be it underhanded or straightforward, any method that can harm the opponent is a good tactic." Upon hearing Yuan Ming's words, Yi Qing's expression softened slightly, nodding, "Brother Yu, I am grateful for your teachings. Indeed, Yuan Ming responded lightly, falling silent as he attentively observed the duel between Li Yishan and Yu Tianwen. Within the arena, Li Yishan maintained a calm demeanor, his face betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. He formed a fist with his left hand, meeting Yi Tianwen's fan head-on, while the diamond sword danced around him, protecting his vital areas. Simultaneously, he sank his body low, exerting force through his legs, propelling himself backward along the bluestone path for several meters. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to attack, Yi Tianwen chose not to pursue. Instead, watching Li Yishan leap into the air with keen interest, contemplating, this lad indeed possesses some skill. However, that is precisely what makes this interesting. Humph. Let him experience my 9 methods of Tianwen. Yi Tianwen regarded Li Yishan with a solemn expression. Li Yishan's displayed reaction speed and strength were already deserving of significant attention. Suddenly, Yi Tianwen threw back his head and let out a boisterous laugh, arrogantly proclaiming, "Youngster, you are far more formidable than I had anticipated. However, you shall not have the opportunity to participate in the upcoming demon duel. To perish beneath my Tianwen 9 techniques is something you should consider a privilege." With that, he pushed off the ground, soaring into the air as he fully unfurled his paper fan, bellowing, "The first inquiry of the Tianwen 9 techniques, if heaven harbors affection." He then executed a swift turn mid-air, diving downwards, the paper fan vibrating violently as it sliced toward Li Yishan. The painted peach blossoms upon it seemed to breathe with life, emanating a gentle pink glow. Witnessing this scene, many women were engulfed in a wave of sorrow, their eyes glistening with tears. Yet, Li Yishan merely smiled serenely, remaining unfazed. He brandished his Vajra sword, his body enveloped in a brilliant violet light, fearlessly charging towards the descending Yi Tianwen. "Come forth!" Yi Tianwen roared, the pink radiance of his fan intensifying, abruptly shooting forth and surpassing Li Yishan's Vajra sword, aimed directly at his face. In the stands, Li Shishui felt a jolt of surprise, contemplating. This Yi Tianwen employs many underhanded tactics. From the beginning, Yi Tianwen's arsenal of tricks had left a profoundly negative impression on Li Shishui. Li Yishan laughed heartily, his eyes flashing with violet light, unleashing 2 violet rings that met the pink glow emanating from Yi Tianwen. In an astonishing turn of events, the violet and pink lights collided without producing a sound, dissipating into the air. Before the thousands of spectators could fully process their astonishment, Li Yishan and Yi Tianwen clashed. The 2 exchanged blows in a dazzling display, their violet and pink energies intertwining in a vibrant spectacle. Ultimately, Li Yishan struck a powerful punch against Yi Tianwen's right shoulder, while Yi Tian encountered with a palm strike landing on Li Yishan's shoulder. The resulting thuds echoed, and both warriors staggered back to the ground, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. After a prolonged moment, Yi Tianwen smirked coldly and said, "Very well, I have not felt such excitement in ages. Since creating the Tianwen 9 techniques, I have yet to execute them in their entirety. Today, I shall showcase the full suite against you." Li Yishan offered a slight smile, his violet aura flickering, and replied softly, "You may boast once you have defeated me." His words were brash, causing Yi Tianwen's expression to shift dramatically. The audience erupted in fervor. If Yi Tianwen represented dominance, arrogance, and flamboyance, then Li Yishan epitomized depth and coldness. At times, such depth and coldness could be far more daunting than mere arrogance and force. "You shall await your demise." Yi Tianwen spat through gritted teeth, his face a shade of iron. As the second son of the Yi family from Guanxi, he had never encountered anyone daring enough to speak to him in such a manner, and now that he had, fury surged within him. Li Yishan smiled calmly, his violet aura surging dramatically, transforming into a radiant stream of purple light as he charged toward Yi Tianwen. The Vajra sword flickered and, in an instant, manifested 18 sword lights that surged towards Yi Tianwen like an overwhelming tide. This marks his inaugural proactive strike, commencing with the use of the violet blood phantom. When still, he is inconspicuous. When he moves, he astonishes. With a thunderous voice, Yi Tianwen invoked the second question of the 9 questions of heaven, ascending skyward. His body surged into the air, the peach blossom fan flickering as he unleashed a barrage of 18 strikes in an instant. This technique, the violet blood phantom, was so elusive that even Li Shishui, a formidable duke of combat, could not discern its truth, let alone Yi Tianwen, who was merely at the dance stage. Thus, exercising caution, he too executed 18 strikes. A myriad of phantoms cried out as they charged towards him, an overwhelming spectacle. Any faint-hearted individual might have been paralyzed with fear. Yet, Li Yishan remained undeterred. As the myriad of Yi Tianwen's phantoms lunged at him, he closed his eyes, relying solely on his spiritual awareness and instinct, and thrust his sword toward one of the apparitions. Chapter 23, A Silent Inquiry to the Heaven. Yu Tianwen gasped softly as the multitude of phantoms dissipated, revealing his true form, his expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. He spoke gravely. How did you accomplish that? Li Yishan slowly opened his eyes and replied with a faint smile. A mere trifle, hardly worth mentioning. Proceed. Yu Tianwen regarded Li Yishan with solemn intensity. And after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Of the 9 questions of heaven, I have only invoked 3. The subsequent 4 are not so easily unraveled. Brace yourself. The 4th question, celestial horse soaring. As the words left his lips, Yu Tianwen ascended into the air, his form flickering, leaving behind a series of illusions, a true embodiment of the celestial horse soaring. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tianwen charged at Li Yishan, his peach blossom fan opening and closing, releasing dozens of petals that spiraled around him. What a dazzling display. Alas, it lacks practicality. Li Yishan laughed heartily and shouted, Violet blood poison dragon drill. A surge of violet light enveloped him, and with a powerful push against the ground, he gripped the diamond sword, merging with it as the surrounding air surged violently towards Yi Tianwen. In a flash, Yi Tianwen evaded the might of Li Yishan's strike. With a swift motion, he unfurled the peach blossom fan, accompanied by a flurry of petals, slicing towards Li Yishan's waist. Yishan, danger. Onlookers gasped in alarm. With Li Shishue unable to suppress his outcry, unfazed by the imminent peril, Li Yishan maintained his composure, the violet blood secret tome operating at its zenith, exponentially increasing his rotational speed. With a resounding thud, as the peach blossom fan made contact, Li Yishan's right leg delivered a fierce kick to Yi Tianwen's head. This was the true essence of the violet blood poison dragon drill. Not only could his weapon inflict harm, but his hands, feet, and even shoulders could play a pivotal role in critical moments. Dazed and disoriented, Yi Tianwen found himself plummeting uncontrollably. However, Li Yishan also sustained a 3-inch gash across his abdomen, blood flowing profusely. Enraged, Li Yishan unleashed a long howl towards the heavens, twisting in midair, and once again wielded the violet blood poison dragon drill. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yu Tianwen, shaking his head to clear his vision. Yi Tianwen was struck with terror upon recognizing the situation, and he bellowed, the 8th question of the 9 questions of heaven, a silent inquiry to the heaven. In his desperation, he bypassed the 5th, 6th, and 7th questions, directly invoking the 8th. As the words fell, hundreds of peach blossoms surged forth from the fan, whirling rapidly around Yi Tianwen's body. Simultaneously, Yi Tianwen's form began to spin in the opposite direction, soaring swiftly into the air. Yet, barely 10 meters ascended. The violet light of Li Yishan was already upon him. Merging with his sword, Li Yishan pierced through the protective aura surrounding Yi Tianwen, and with a sharp sound, the diamond sword impaled him, entering through his right shoulder and protruding from his back, reaching the hilt. A cry of agony escaped Yi Tianwen's lips, echoing through the entire arena, a sound that resonated with despair. However, this was merely the beginning. The proud and cunning Yi Tianwen had incited Li Yishan's wrath. Although Li Yishan had no intention of ending his life, a thorough lesson was inevitable. Drink. Li Yishan bellowed, and with the diamond sword still transfixing Yi Tianwen, he drove him down towards the ground. The mightiest attack, the purple blood-mad dragon, was unleashed. With a thunderous crash, the diamond sword shattered the hard bluestone slab, pinning Yi Tianwen to the ground, blood staining the surface. Then, Li Yishan raised his iron fist and unleashed a flurry of brutal strikes upon Yi Tianwen's head, reducing him to a pitiful state. Silence enveloped the vast arena, where thousands of spectators stood in absolute stillness. Even Yi Tianwen's uncle, Yi Qing, gaped in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Consumed by rage and the overwhelming pain in his shoulder, Yi Tianwen succumbed to unconsciousness, drifting into oblivion. How crude and violent. A murmured voice broke the tension. With that, chaos erupted in the arena. The fervor of the crowd surged, as if the one beating Yi Tianwen was themselves. I have long found this pretty boy Yi Tianwen insufferable, relying on his family to bully others. A man beside a striking woman laughed heartily, showing no regard for Yi Qing. Yi Qing's expression shifted, yet he maintained his composure. The crowd was incensed, and it was unwise to provoke their anger. Among the thousands were powerful individuals from esteemed families, and any fighting within the arena was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the 30,000 city guard stationed nearby would swiftly intervene. While he held no fear of them, Yi Qing had to consider his family's reputation. Moreover, Yi Tianwen had long been arrogant, and Yi Qing hoped someone would humble him, teaching him that there are always those stronger, preventing him from suffering grave losses in future encounters. Li Yishan unleashed hundreds of punches upon Yi Tianwen's face, leaving him bruised and battered. Ultimately, with no more areas left to strike, he stood and delivered a series of fierce kicks to Yi Tianwen's abdomen. Yet, he took care to control his strength, appearing fierce but avoiding the infusion of battle energy that could end his life. After all, the blows to his head alone were sufficient to shatter Yi Tianwen's skull. Beaten to death! Beaten to death! Thousands of spectators, eager for chaos, fervently shouted and urged on. Yet, Li Yishan ceased his assault, his eyes gleaming with an enchanting violet hue, casting a cold gaze across the arena. Those who fell under his scrutiny, regardless of their prowess, felt a tremor in their hearts and instinctively halted their cries. With a splatter of blood, Li Yishan, without a glance, retrieved the diamond sword embedded in Yi Tianwen's shoulder and turned to the host, stating in a calm tone, "Sir, announce the result." "Very well." The portly host hurried over, his small eyes sparkling with excitement, proclaiming loudly, "In the first battle of the sudden pill stage, Li Yishan emerges victorious. Mr. Yishan, do you wish to continue accepting challenges or take a moment to rest while we arrange your next match?" A gentle breeze swept through, prompting Li Yishan to turn his head in surprise. Yi Qing, clad in a blue robe, had appeared beside Yi Tianwen, lifting him up before flashing a smile at Li Yishan and vanishing from the arena in a blink. Li Yishan, filled with confusion yet harboring a vague suspicion, addressed the host. "Let the challenges commence immediately." The host pointed at the wound on Li Yishan's abdomen where blood had begun to congeal, saying, "Mr. Yishan, is your injury not a concern?" Li Yishan smiled faintly, replying nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Let the challenges begin." The host nodded and called out to the audience, "Mr. Yishan is ready for challenges. Who among you brave souls dares to step forward?" In the subsequent matches, Li Yishan triumphed with remarkable ease, scarcely exerting himself. Opponents either succumbed within a few moves or voluntarily conceded after a brief exchange, with none sustaining injuries. With an impassive expression, he stood resolutely with his sword. Having achieved 9 consecutive victories, yet his face revealed not a hint of emotional fluctuation as he calmly declared, "Next." Clang. The last challenger found his weapon cleave from his grasp and promptly conceded. Haha. In the sudden pill stage, Mr. Li Yishan has emerged, achieving 10 consecutive victories. Upon the conclusion of the 10th match, the host, shaking his ample frame, approached Li Yishan and raised his left hand in announcement. Li Yishan, Li Yishan. The throngs of spectators, enamored by this promising newcomer who inflicted no harm, unabashedly expressed their exhilaration, vocally chanting his name. Chapter 24. Unwelcome news. Li Shishui stood up immediately, giving him a thumbs up and teasingly saying, "Yishan, you're truly remarkable. Even daring to strike down the nephew of Lord Yi Qing." Li Yishan's heart sank momentarily, confirming his suspicions, yet he remained untroubled, smiling back at Li Shishui and turning to Yu Wenmenjiang, "Mr. Yuan." Yu Wenmenjiang waved his hand dismissively, interrupting, "He's merely a junior of the Yi family. You struck him, so be it. As long as you do not take his life, you may strike him each time you encounter him henceforth." Upon hearing this, Li Yishan and Li Shishui exchanged glances, silently marveling at the different strength makes. Simultaneously, a profound yearning for personal strength arose within them. Only with strength could one safeguard their life, and only with strength could one deter others from making a move against them. Who is this man in white? He appears formidable. After the departure of the three, a soul fighter quietly inquired of the Do Wang beside him. The Do Wang cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, "You fool. You do not even recognize Elder Yuan of our blood-slaughter city. It seems your years here have been utterly wasted." Li Yishan sat cross-legged on the bed, his emotions in turmoil. No matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve tranquility. The events of this morning had profoundly affected him, rendering him incapable of meditation or cultivation. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to his wife, Wenlan, and the child she carried within her. Oh, the god of fighting. Even the prodigy in Yuan Mingyang's eyes, his esteemed grandmother Li Ran, had never reached such heights. Li Yishan had never contemplated that his talents could surpass those of his grandmother. Strangely, he remained oblivious to all of this, his eyes reddening as he repeatedly questioned himself. What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, consumed by anxiety and anger, his fighting spirit began to harm his heart's meridian, and he violently coughed up blood. Instantly, his entire body trembled as if his meridians might snap at any moment. If this condition persisted, he risked falling into madness, facing an irreversible fate. At that moment, a flash of white light illuminated the room, and the crucifix hanging at his chest began to tremble violently. Li Yishan was abruptly awakened to the state of his body, internally cursing his misfortune. He hastily regulated the speed of the Zishua secret tome, guiding the chaotic fighting spirit along his meridians. After a prolonged period, the turbulent fighting spirit gradually regained its calm. Circulating along a specific path, nourishing Li Yishan's meridians, muscles, and internal organs. Concurrently, the faint purple gas hovering in his dantian began to swell, its color deepening and becoming more substantial. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced into a river, seeping through his ears, nose, and even pores, transforming directly into fighting spirit, cleansing his body while also mending his injured meridians. The crucifix ceased its trembling, resting gently against Li Yishan's chest, emanating a soft white light. The spiritual energy transformed from a gentle stream into a torrential river, pervading every inch of his muscles. Gradually, his meridians were restored, and Li Yishan noticed that they had widened significantly and become much more resilient. His flesh, internal organs, and even cells were rapidly strengthening and transforming, showing no signs of halting. Yet, Li Yishan felt no joy. Is this what they call fortune born from misfortune? Li Yishan revealed a bittersweet smile, murmuring to himself. This state continued for 4 to 5 hours, only ceasing gradually as the sun set. Li Yishan's physique had grown more than 5-fold compared to before, his bronze skin glistening. With his current physical strength, he possessed immense power exceeding 50,000 pounds without the aid of fighting spirit. The fighting spirit surged within him, flowing smoothly through his meridians. Most gratifyingly, the faint purple gas hovering in his dantian had become exceedingly refined, its purple aura surging as if it were on the verge of transforming into a golden elixir. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Li Yishan's mind as he pondered. With my previous physical strength and combat energy, relying on the Ziyue divine blade, I managed to stand against Shishui, a martial king, albeit with some difficulty. But what about now? Xiaolan. He murmured his wife's name, inwardly chastising himself for not being a man, allowing such trivial challenges to intimidate him. As for the present moment, it was imperative to focus solely on enhancing his strength. That was the undeniable truth. Li Yishan calmed himself completely and clarified his path. At that instant, a knock echoed through the room. "Come in," he said, suppressing his emotions. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Li Shishui, who entered with a bright smile. He casually selected a chair, crossed his legs, and gazed at Li Yishan with a playful demeanor. "What is up?" Li Yishan instinctively touched his forehead, puzzled. "Haha, I have some unfortunate news for you. Your brother has made a small breakthrough, advancing from mid-martial king to late martial king," Li Shishui explained with a hearty laugh. Li Yishan was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of confusion. "Isn't that good news?" "Why?" Before he could finish, Li Shishui interrupted, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Of course, that is good news for me, but for you, it's rather unfortunate." Li Yishan was bewildered. "Why?" "Hee, because I can now trample you." Li Shishui chuckled, taking Li Yishan by the hand and dragging him outside before he could protest. Li Yishan allowed himself to be pulled along, at a loss for words. Chapter 25. The Dual Practice? Li Yishan chuckled inwardly. He was now 5 times stronger than before, his strength around 50,000 pounds. With the addition of his combat energy, his overall power had increased 7 or 8-fold, surely enough to astonish Shishui. Li Shishui led Li Yishan into the courtyard, exclaiming, "Come, Yishan, let us spar a bit." "All right." Li Yishan nodded, flipping his right hand to reveal the King Kong sword. Noticing that Li Yishan had not drawn the Ziyue divine blade, Li Shishui paused, puzzled. "Why aren't you using the Ziyue divine blade?" Li Yishan shrugged. "There's no need for such extravagance. This King Kong's sword will suffice." Li Shishui's eyes widened, a hint of defiance crossing his cool features. "Don't boast. Let us see your skills first." Naturally, he felt challenged. The idea of a martial king losing to a mere combat energy practitioner would be a blow to his pride. In truth, Li Yishan spoke with sincerity. The leap from mid to late martial king only enhanced his strength by 2 or 3 times. However, after the transformation he underwent that afternoon, his overall prowess had surged by 7 or 8 times compared to the morning. Previously, he had only been slightly inferior to Li Shishui, and now, while it could be said he had the upper hand, the disparity in their realms still posed a significant challenge. Taking a deep breath, Li Shishui unsheathed a 5-foot-long sword. "Yishan, be careful." Li Shishui issued a reminder, unleashing a fierce internal force, his figure flashing forward until he was merely 10 meters away from Li Yishan. Such swiftness! Li Yishan marveled inwardly as his fighting spirit surged to its zenith, enveloping him in a faint purple glow. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust the Vajra sword skyward. Clang! The tips of their swords met with a resounding clash, and both retreated 5 steps. "Well done, Yishan. It seems you've made some progress." Li Shishui laughed heartily. Simultaneously, he executed a series of peculiar footwork, swinging his 5-foot-long sword with great force. Hiss! The air trembled violently, as though it were on the verge of being torn asunder. Li Yishan remained composed, a flash of enchanting purple light flickering in his eyes. Gripping his sword firmly, he slightly lowered his body and unleashed a fierce horizontal sweep with the Vajra sword. Clang! The swords grated against one another, sparks flying. Li Shishui tightened his grip on his 5-foot-long sword, letting out a low shout as his internal energy surged through the blade. At the same time, the purple glow around Li Yishan intensified, and his fighting spirit erupted. Boom! A muffled thud resonated as their energies collided through the swords, causing Li Yishan to stumble backward, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. After all, he was still at the early stage of his cultivation, and thus his fighting spirit was naturally inferior to the profound internal force of Li Shishui, resulting in a slight disadvantage in explosive power. However, Li Shishui was not unscathed either. As he staggered back over 10 steps before steadying himself, his complexion flushed and his internal energy in disarray. Li Shishui stood with his sword held horizontally, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Not bad, young one. After my breakthrough, my strength has increased nearly 5-fold. I didn't expect you to withstand 3 of my attacks. Li Yishan, however, lamented his underestimation of Li Shishui's prowess, reflecting, this Vajra sword is truly unwieldy. When paired with the purple blood sword technique, its might is far inferior to the purple moon divine blade. Li Shishui concealed his mirth, adopting a serious demeanor. Yishan, I suggest you revert to the purple moon divine blade. The next move I'm about to execute is my latest comprehension, and I'm unsure of its power. I wish to test it on you, so for safety's sake, you should wield the purple moon divine blade. Agreed. Faced with Li Shishui's newest technique, Li Yishan did not dare to be complacent. With a flick of his right hand, the Vajra sword vanished, replaced by a blade over 3 feet long and 2 inches wide, shimmering with a faint purple light. Double-edged, it bore a curvature that rendered it both sword and knife. Come forth, Shishui, Li Yishan said, adjusting his stance to its peak, his voice low and steady. Be cautious, Li Shishui replied, caressing the 5-foot-long sword with his fingers. A fleeting tenderness passing through the mountains. This softness soon vanished, replaced by an aura of extreme sharpness, akin to the sword in his grasp. Huh! Li Shishui shouted, his feet pushing forcefully against the ground, internal energy surging as his whole being transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Li Yishan like an arrow released from its bow. Even before he arrived, the gust of wind generated nearly suffocated Li Yishan. So swift, so powerful. Li Yishan exhaled deeply, facing the overwhelming onslaught of Li Shishui with utmost seriousness. He immediately unleashed his most formidable skill, the purple blood-mad dragon. Roar! Li Yishan was enveloped in a resplendent purple glow, and suddenly raised his head to emit a dragon's roar. His black pupils had been entirely replaced by a mesmerizing purple, shimmering with an otherworldly light. As he moved slightly, his right hand swung out forcefully. The purple moon divine blade merged with him, transforming into a streak of violet light that swiftly advanced towards Li Shishui's 5-foot-long sword. Bang! The currents generated by their clash first collided, producing a muffled sound. Li Yishan was shaken, his palm splitting open as he coughed up blood, staggering backward like a kite with its string cut. Sensing his master's injury, the cross on his chest emitted a gentle white light, gradually healing his wounds. Yishan, are you all right? Li Shishui, disregarding his own injuries, rushed forward to support Li Yishan's body, his voice filled with deep concern. I am fine. With Li Shishui's assistance, Li Yishan barely managed to stand, revealing a few blood-stained teeth as he forced a smile. Shishui, what do you call that move? It was incredibly powerful. All right, for the sake of our ideals, let us continue our training. Li Yishan laughed heartily, addressing both Li Shishui and himself. In the room, Yuan Minjiang slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face as he murmured, these 2 young men have boundless potential. Chapter 26, The Young City Master in the Early Morning. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated Li Yishan's face, he gradually opened his eyes from his meditative state. After a night of cultivation, his injuries from the previous day had completely healed, and he felt rejuvenated. Li Yishan grasped the cross at his chest, pondering, what exactly is this cross? Not only does it heal my wounds, but it also aids in my cultivation. With the cross's assistance, Li Yishan was making progress every moment, even without intent. The spiritual energy of the world outside seeped through his pores at a steady pace, transforming his body. Now, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage. The purple gas suspended in his dantian was incredibly dense and refined. With just a suitable opportunity, Li Yishan could refine it into a golden core, breaking through to the Dozong realm and becoming a true master of combat energy. Knock, knock. Just as Li Yishan was lost in thought, a knocking sound interrupted him. and Li Shishui's voice called from outside the door. Yishan, are you awake? We must head to the demon fighting arena. Li Yishan smiled slightly, quickly rising to the door, and opened it, saying, let us go. It's time for the arena. Li Shishui scrutinized him carefully, expressing concern. How is your injury? Li Yishan patted his chest reassuringly, laughing. Don't worry, I'm completely healed. Do I look like someone still wounded? Li Shishui chuckled. That's good to hear. By the way, mister, Yuan just informed me that we will be going to the demon fighting arena on our own from now on. He wants to be accompanying us. Li Yishan nodded, understanding that one cannot become a true strong person while growing under the protection of others. He then donned a human skin mask, declaring, let us go to the arena. All right, Li Shishui agreed, also putting on a mask. The two walked side by side toward the demon fighting arena, taking their time to admire the scenery of Blood Slaughter City as they strolled leisurely along North Street. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead, causing passers-by to hastily retreat. In quick succession, a young girl clad in tattered green garments, her expression fraught with panic, darted through the throng, pursued by several burly middle-aged men. Upon spotting Li Yishan and Li Shishui standing in the middle of the road, her eyes brightened instantly. Without regard for their identities, she cried out, gentlemen, please save me, and swiftly took refuge behind the two men. This green-clad maiden possessed enchanting features, her bright eyes and pearly teeth complemented by delicate brows and a refined nose. In her moment of distress, she exuded a poignant charm that elicited sympathy. Upon seeing her, Li Yishan's heart raced uncontrollably, his gaze becoming momentarily entranced as he murmured, Xiaolan, is that you? The resemblance between the green-clad girl and his wife, Wen Lan, was striking, leading him to mistakenly identify her as his beloved. Yishan, what troubles you? Li Shishui inquired, gently touching Li Yishan's shoulder with concern. In truth, a closer inspection would reveal the differences between the green-clad girl and Wen Lan. Yet, in his flustered state, Li Yishan, reminded of his wife, succumbed to confusion. At that moment, a group of 40 to 50 middle-aged men, their cultivations around the levels of Fighting Spirit and Fighting King, surrounded a tall, handsome young master adorned with a purple gold crown and a resplendent robe, who approached the two men with a paper fan in hand. The young master narrowed his eyes, casting a cold, serpentine gaze at Li Yishan and Li Shishui. One of his subordinates leaned in to whisper something, prompting the young master to display a look of disdain, his demeanor haughty as he declared, Humph. A mere peak novice and a fighting king dare to emulate heroes? You too, hand over the girl behind you if you know what's good for you. Or prepare to face our wrath. Li Yishan's brow furrowed in discontent. Due to his brother Li Yishui, he held a deep disdain for such idle and overbearing young masters. His already foul mood ignited by the young master's words, he bellowed, Begone, or I shall slay you. The young master paused, taken aback, but his expression darkened as he glared at Li Yishan with malevolence. Nearby, a fighting spirit took the opportunity to speak. Young master, this fellow has disrespected your authority. He deserves to die. Upon hearing this, the young master, referred to as the young lord, displayed a fleeting hesitation, his brow furrowing as he recalled his father's stern warning, if you dare to kill in the city again, I shall break your legs and strip you of your powers. As the son of the Blood Slaughter City Lord, he understood well that his father's threats were not mere words, but promises of dire consequences. Li Shishui's heart sank with alarm, and he quickly conveyed a mental message to Li Yishan. Yishan, this man appears to be the son of the Blood Slaughter City Lord. We must refrain from rash actions. However, Li Yishan seemed to disregard his warning. With an enchanting flash of purple light, he was already before the fighting spirit. In an instant, a white light flickered, and blood splattered. To the astonishment of all present, the head of the fighting spirit soared into the air, leaving him bewildered, oblivious to how he had met his demise. This scene left everyone in utter shock. A formidable fighter was effortlessly slain by a mid-stage practitioner of the Doqi realm. The surrounding group of fighters, including those of the Dowang level, stood impotently by, and the bewilderment etched upon the severed head bore witness to the fact that even he could not comprehend the manner of his demise. At this juncture, Li Shishui let out a soft sigh, flipping his right hand to reveal a 5-foot-long sword that materialized in his grip, silently gathering his inner strength in anticipation of a sudden attack. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. However, in the Divine Continent, a mere martial king like him was hardly significant, thus he approached the situation with caution. I recognize those two. They are Li Yishan and Li Shishui, who achieved 10 consecutive victories in their debut at the demon combat, exclaimed a bystander, recalling that the one who had committed the murder was none other than Li Yishan, who had previously dealt a severe blow to the second young master of the Yi family. The crowd of Dochi practitioners, now aware of their identities, erupted in murmurs of excitement, eager to witness the unfolding drama without any inclination to intervene. Li Yishan's gaze was icy, his violet-hued eyes slowly surveying the surroundings. Anyone who met his gaze felt a tremor in their soul, too intimidated to maintain eye contact. "You are Li Yishan?" finally inquired the young man in the brocade robe. Li Yishan turned to regard him, slowly nodding as he solemnly replied, "Indeed, I am Li Yishan." "Haha." The brocade-robed young man cast aside his earlier gloom and laughed heartily. "I've heard of your exploits. You have done excellently. That arrogant brat Yi Tianwen deserves a thorough lesson." Li Yishan regarded him coolly, remaining silent. Yet suddenly, the brocade-robed young man's tone shifted dramatically, growing severe. "I am Xue Fantian, the esteemed Vice Lord of Bloodslaughter City. You should not dare to kill my subordinate in my presence. One must consider the master before striking a dog. Your actions clearly show a lack of respect for me." Upon hearing these words, a surge of violet light flared in Li Yishan's eyes. His lips parted slightly as he uttered a few words with deliberate calmness. "If you provoke me, you shall face death." Xue Fantian's face turned an ashen green with fury. Trembling as he pointed a finger at Li Yishan, rendered speechless. In his 17 years of life, aside from his father, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. "What do you mean by that? This young lady, will you release them or not?" Li Shishue, who had remained silent until now, let out a cold snort, speaking on behalf of Li Yishan. He understood that the situation today was unlikely to conclude peacefully, so he decided to take a more aggressive stance, ensuring that the adversaries recognized the consequences of provoking him and Li Yishan. Xue Fantian cast a cold glance at Li Shishue. Having reached his limit, he bellowed, "None of you three shall be spared. Seize them alive." This last command was directed at his subordinates. "Yes," shouted one of the men who had been whispering in Xue Fantian's ear. "Brothers, let us capture these three and avenge Brother Qilang." "Understood, Tian Gu." Xue Fantian's subordinates had awaited this moment for long, and as soon as they received the order, they swiftly closed in. Li Yishan revealed a cruel smile, his gaze coldly fixed on the throngs approaching, remaining utterly silent. Li Shishue slightly turned his head and addressed the young woman in green who was hiding behind him. "My lady, you must leave this place." The girl looked up at Li Shishue, her voice trembling. "But you?" Li Shishue furrowed his brow and emphasized, "Your presence here is nothing but a hindrance. Do not waste time. Depart swiftly." The girl hesitated for a moment, then gratefully replied, "Thank you, esteemed sirs," before hastily making her exit. Li Shishue exhaled deeply and communicated with Li Yishan through spiritual transmission. "Brother, what shall we say? Aside from that young city lord, we shall break the limbs of all others," Li Yishan declared, sheathing his golden Buddha sword and stretching his robust frame. His tone was laced with a fierce cruelty that even made Li Shishue frown. "Quickly, pursue that girl. Do not let her escape." At that moment, 3 combat spirits soared into the sky, attempting to bypass the two and chase after the girl in green. "Humph." Li Yishan let out a cold snort, his figure flickering as he unleashed 18 punches in an instant, blocking their path. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures clashed. The sound of their violent energy colliding echoed through the air. Following this, the sickening sound of bones snapping reverberated throughout the venue, accompanied by the chilling screams of the onlookers. "Ah, my hand, my foot." As the figures dissipated, the 3 combat spirits collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Their limbs were grotesquely twisted, clearly having been broken by a powerful force. This scene left the entire audience in shock. No one could comprehend how Li Yishan had accomplished such a feat. Yet, 3 formidable combat spirits had their limbs mercilessly shattered by him. Remember, Li Yishan had only reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm, not even attaining the combat sovereign level. Such prowess was enough to instill fear in all present. The remaining 40 or so combat practitioners momentarily froze, gazing at Li Yishan in terror. However, Li Yishan appeared unfazed, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. He clapped his hands and provocatively beckoned them with a finger. "How arrogant! I shall flay you alive." Despite the lesson learned from the previous encounter, the 40-odd combat practitioners, incited by Li Yishan's taunt, roared and charged forward. Over 20 surrounded Li Yishan, while the remainder positioned themselves between him and Li Shishue, severing their connection. Li Shishue smiled faintly. He was all too aware of Li Yishan's capabilities and harbored little concern. "Hiki." Li Yishan grinned wickedly, licking his lips, as the purple in his eyes began to reveal a hint of madness. At that moment, he resembled a demon from the depths of hell, sending shivers down spines. "Huh." Before the opponents could make a move, Li Yishan bellowed, transforming into a streak of purple light as he swiftly charged towards the 5 combat spirits on the right. Such incredible speed! The 5 combat spirits were taken aback, their eyes unable to keep pace with Li Yishan's velocity. Losing their resolve, they attempted to retreat from his fierce onslaught. Trying to flee? Li Yishan's smile turned cruel as he propelled his energy to its utmost limit, accelerating further until he was beside the 5 combat spirits in an instant. Following this, screams erupted as one combat spirit, caught off guard, fell to the ground. His limbs shattered. The remaining 4 combat spirits, alarmed, hastened their steps to evade. Utterly useless. Amidst the cacophony of furious shouts, several Do Kings nearby watched in disbelief as 5 Do souls were being relentlessly pursued by a mere novice at the peak of the Zhudan stage, darting about in a desperate bid to evade capture. Enraged, one of the Do Kings immediately hurled curses while attempting to block Li Yishan's path. With a thunderous roar, Li Yishan pivoted sharply, launching an unexpected assault on one of the Do Kings behind him. The shift occurred with such swiftness that, although this Do King possessed slightly greater strength, he was caught off guard and received a powerful punch to the chin from Li Yishan. Blood gushed forth, and 3 of his teeth were sent flying. Stifling a groan, the Do King instinctively covered his mouth and attempted to retreat. Yet, Li Yishan offered him no respite. He shadowed him closely, delivering a devastating blow to the Do King's abdomen, causing him to reflexively clutch his belly. With a sickening crack, the sound of breaking bones resonated, followed by a piercing scream as the Do King, his face contorted in agony, collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Having dispatched one foe, Li Yishan swiftly evaded the encroaching Do Kings, reappearing behind another Do soul. With rapid precision, he incapacitated the adversary by breaking both his arms and legs before they could react. Furious, a dozen Do Kings charged at Li Yishan, their eyes aflame with wrath. However, he was cunning, utilizing his formidable physique and remarkable speed to evade capture. After each strike, regardless of its efficacy, he would swiftly vacate the area. With his current prowess, he could contend with a typical Do King. However, should he find himself surrounded by a multitude, he risked sustaining severe injuries or worse. At that moment, Li Shishue burst into the fray with a hearty laugh, and the air was soon filled with anguished cries. Among the Do Kings, he was a formidable force. Most could not withstand his onslaught for long. His entrance into the fray created chaos, alleviating some of the pressure on Li Yishan. Chapter 28. Blood Frenzy Nearby. The young city lord, Shui Fantian, was enveloped in frustration, witnessing his entourage being unable to subdue a mere novice at the peak of the Zhudan stage alongside a Do King. If word of this failure spread, where would his reputation stand? Fanning himself with a paper fan, he bellowed, "A bunch of useless fools. I've raised you for nothing. Do not capture them alive. Kill them all." Overwhelmed by a sense of disgrace, he disregarded his father's attempts at counsel. Li Yishan let out a cold snort, his body radiating a brilliant purple light as his right hand turned, revealing the Vajra sword. To show mercy to his enemies was to be cruel to oneself. Since they sought his annihilation, he resolved not to hold back. In a flash, he appeared before a Do soul, his right hand sweeping forth as the Vajra sword erupted with a blinding white light, swiftly aiming for the adversary's neck. The nearby Do King, sensing imminent danger, roared in alarm, brandishing his scythe which gleamed ominously as it swung towards Li Yishan's head. The other Do Kings brandished their weapons, hastily encircling Li Yishan. "Help!" The Do soul, struck by terror, could barely utter a cry before a burst of crimson light flashed, and with a surge of bitter defiance, his head was severed and soared through the air. Just then, the Do King's scythe was poised above Li Yishan's head, ready to cleave through his skull in the next heartbeat. A glimmer of madness flickered in Li Yishan's eyes as he bellowed fiercely, tilting his head to the side, channeling his fighting spirit to protect his right shoulder. Instead of retreating, he surged forward like a streak of light, colliding with the chest of the Do Wang with all his might. With a splatter, blood erupted as the Do Wang's scythe struck Li Yishan's shoulder, embedding itself deep into his flesh. Yet, Li Yishan did not waver in speed. He crashed violently into the Do Wang's chest. His raw physical strength alone was equivalent to 50,000 pounds, and with the augmentation of his fighting spirit, the total force he wielded was likely no less than 100,000 pounds. The Do Wang let out a pained groan, his chest caving in as blood gushed forth, sending him reeling like a severed kite, unable to maintain his grip on his weapon. Li Yishan swiftly yanked the scythe from his shoulder, and the crucifix upon his chest shivered slightly, initiating a healing process for his wounds. His shoulder began to mend at a visible rate. In the same breath, Li Yishan flickered in motion, akin to a shadow, darting towards the Do Wang, casually swinging the Vajra sword. With a swift cut, blood splattered as a head fell to the ground, rolling to the feet of the bloodthirsty young lord, Shui Fantian. How could this be? How could this happen? Xue Fantian stared blankly at the grotesque head, his usual arrogance beginning to wane into fear. Meanwhile, Li Shishue had swiftly dispatched 3 Do Wangs and 6 Do spirits, urgently relaying a mental message to Li Yishan. Yishan, capture the thief by seizing the king. Quick, block him. Behind them, Xue Fantian's subordinates were thrown into chaos, roaring in panic as they charged towards Li Yishan. Even the previously evasive Do spirits disregarded their own safety, interposing themselves in Li Yishan's path. Should Xue Fantian falter? They all faced imminent doom. Li Shishue positioned himself protectively behind Li Yishan, his 5-foot-long sword weaving an intricate illusion, single-handedly fending off the attacks of 17 Do Wangs. Despite their furious onslaught, he did not retreat an inch. Xue Fantian, filled with rage and astonishment, found himself threatened in such a manner for the first time. Despite his status as a young lord, acknowledging his prowess among the Do spirits, he roared fiercely, unfurling his paper fan as he lunged at Li Yishan like an unleashed tiger. Come forth. Li Yishan laughed heartily, unleashing the purple blood phantom, sending 18 sword shadows to disperse the nearly 20 Do spirits blocking his way, swiftly colliding with Xue Fantian. The clash of metal echoed as the Vajra sword met the paper fan, producing a resounding clang. Seizing the moment, Xue Fantian leaped high, his body inverted, the fan unfurling violently as it tore through the air, aiming to slice down upon Li Yishan's head. Li Yishan felt a flicker of surprise within. 2 streams of purple fighting spirit shot from his eyes, racing towards Xue Fantian. Simultaneously, he gripped his sword, spinning rapidly as the purple blood poison dragon technique manifested, transforming into a violet streak aimed directly at the airborne Xue Fantian. The air around him twisted dramatically, coalescing into a powerful current that encircled Li Yishan's sword. Ha! Xue Fantian shouted, engulfed in a shroud of blood-red fighting spirit. A scarlet wave surged forth from his fan, countering the 2 approaching streams of purple fighting spirit. As he closed the fan, his body began to spin with the same intensity as Li Yishan, merging man and fan as he charged unyieldingly towards Li Yishan. As the 2 forces collided, a dazzling brilliance erupted, causing the onlookers to squint their eyes. The sound of metallic clashes resonated in the air as Li Yishan and Xue Fantian exchanged blows in a split second. Suddenly, a melodious metallic clang echoed far and wide. As the radiant light dissipated, Xue Fantian let out a pained groan, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, plummeting from the sky like a broken kite. His paper fan reduced to mere fragments. Li Yishan, though physically stronger than Xue Fantian, was unable to match the latter's profound fighting spirit. Fortunately, the efficacy of the crucifix on his chest significantly aided in healing his injuries. Nevertheless, he still coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, struggling to maintain control as he slowly descended from the air. Upon landing, Li Yishan felt a flicker of surprise. He had assumed Xue Fantian to be a frivolous scion lacking in skill, yet he had proven to be quite formidable. Brother Tian, the more than 10 fighting kings, blocked by Li Shishue, were gripped by fear and unleashed their most powerful techniques in a reckless assault on him. In an instant, dazzling lights flickered, and the air was filled with surging fighting spirit, forcing the surrounding fighters to retreat several meters. Li Shishue stumbled back 3 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Sensing Li Shishue's peril, Li Yishan let out a thunderous cry, suppressing his injuries as he swiftly dispatched the 2 nearby fighting spirits and darted towards Xue Fantian. Is this fellow even human? Xue Fantian struggled to keep himself upright, cursing under his breath, yet his expression remained eerily calm. His eyes gradually turned crimson, becoming strikingly enchanting as Li Yishan approached. Frenzied blood ignition. Onlookers gasped as they witnessed Xue Fantian's transformation, their hearts racing in trepidation. This technique, a secret method developed by an elder of the Xue family for survival, could temporarily double one's attack and defense power, significantly enhancing speed. It was an exceedingly formidable skill. However, frenzied blood ignition had a fatal flaw. It required the sacrifice of one's own blood essence, reducing one's lifespan by 10 years with each use. And it would also deplete one's vitality, leaving the user in a week-long coma afterward. Xue Fantian licked the blood from the corner of his lips, gazing intently at the rapidly approaching Li Yishan, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty allure. Frenzied blood ignition? Li Yishan furrowed his brow at this eerie spectacle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he dared not be careless and unleashed the purple blood phantom, executing 18 strikes in the blink of an eye. A flurry of sword shadows surged towards Xue Fantian, overwhelming him. Chapter 29. Crisis bending slightly at the waist. Xue Fantian's body trembled, shrouded in a faint mist of blood, exuding an otherworldly and sinister aura. As he beheld Li Yishan's approach, Xue Fantian grinned, flashes of bloodlight illuminating the air, creating numerous blood-red phantoms. In an instant, the 18 sword shadows vanished without a trace. The remaining fighting spirits quickly dispersed, fearing they might hinder Xue Fantian. What incredible speed! Li Yishan was taken aback. Retreating hastily while conjuring a myriad of illusions with his diamond sword to guard against Xue Fantian's counterattack. Li Shixue also noticed the alarming situation of blood-turning heaven and promptly transmitted a warning to Li Yishan. Yishan, he seems to have become more formidable. Proceed with caution. With a sudden roar, blood-turning heaven licked his crimson lips and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Li Yishan, his right hand sweeping towards Li Yishan's chest. How swift! Li Yishan was taken aback. After the frenzy of blood ignited within him, blood-turning heaven's speed had increased significantly. At that moment, Li Yishan felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Remaining composed, Li Yishan's clothes billowed without wind as he shouted, his right hand sweeping forth, transforming the diamond sword into a streak of radiant light that surged towards blood-turning heaven's palm. With a resounding thud, a blinding flash erupted in the air. Li Yishan let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth and nose as he was propelled backward. So powerful, it seems I can no longer conceal my strength. A glance at the diamond sword revealed a blood-red imprint upon it, the tip slightly warped. With a flick of his wrist, the diamond sword vanished, replaced by a violet blade, the purple moon divine blade, which was neither sword nor knife. Humph! Blood-turning heaven licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and snorted coldly, darting left and right like a blood dragon, swiftly closing the distance to Li Yishan. Upon nearing, blood-turning heaven bellowed, his palm striking repeatedly, unleashing 28 palms in an instant. A tempest of crimson imprints filled the air, dazzling and enchanting. Li Yishan calculated his moves, but blood-turning heaven sought to conclude the battle swiftly. As Li Yishan suspected, the side effects of the blood frenzy were indeed substantial. Gritting his teeth, blood-turning heaven's blood light surged fiercely as he frantically summoned the essence of his blood, unleashing an overwhelming force that transformed into a crimson dragon. Racing towards Li Yishan. How can his speed be this incredible? Li Shixue, who had been attentively monitoring Li Yishan, was astonished by blood-turning heaven's velocity. Do not force my hand. Li Yishan evaded while contemplating. Although blood-turning heaven's attacks were formidable, he had yet to reveal his ultimate move, the purple blood mad dragon. Renowned for its ability to tear through space even at the dozone level, was a technique he wished to reserve until the direst moment. Once unleashed, there was no certainty whether blood-turning heaven could retain his life. However, blood-turning heaven shadowed him closely, evidently unwilling to let Li Yishan escape. Suddenly, 3 powerful shouts erupted behind Li Yishan as 3 Do Kings, disregarding their own safety, bore the brunt of Li Shixue's sword and charged towards Li Yishan. Enraged, Li Shixue wielded his 5-foot-long sword, creating a flurry of sword shadows that repelled the other Do Kings as he swiftly advanced toward them. Li Yishan furrowed his brow, momentarily halted as he evaded the combined assault of the 3 Do Kings. This delay allowed Li Shixue to arrive. His 5-foot-long sword emitted a furious howl, and 3 agonized cries rang out almost simultaneously as those 3 Do Kings were shredded to pieces. Then, with a flash, Li Shixue intercepted the advancing group of over a dozen Do Kings. He had to halt them, for otherwise, Li Yishan would likely fall into encirclement. In a tempest of crimson fury, Blood Revolt seized the opportunity to ensnare Li Yishan, his blood-soaked hands striking relentlessly with fervor. His offensive prowess had surged significantly. Li Yishan found himself in perilous straits, yet his body radiated a resplendent violet glow as he summoned every ounce of his strength. The violet moon divine blade, piercing and slashing, transformed into beams of purple light, countering Blood Revolt's fierce onslaught. At that moment, Li Yishan's formidable physique came into play, despite being at a distinct disadvantage. He consistently managed to turn the tide in the direst of moments, transforming danger into safety. This young man, how remarkably resilient. The longer the battle raged, the more astonished Blood Revolt became. He was acutely aware of his own suffering, though it seemed he held the upper hand. Minute cracks had begun to mar his skin, and his capillaries were rupturing, crimson blood seeping forth, vivid and alluring. I must conclude this battle swiftly. Otherwise, before this lad meets his demise, I may very well perish first. Blood Revolt's visage twisted in agony as he ignited his vital essence, his capillaries bursting, blood suddenly staining his body. Yet, in that instant, his attacking power surged exponentially. Perish. Blood Revolt's once handsome face had become a grotesque mask of flesh and blood. A thick fog of sanguine mist enveloping him as his right hand morphed into a claw, lunging fiercely towards the crown of Li Yishan's head. Unbeknownst to him, the purple gold crown atop his head had fallen, and his splendid robe was now drenched in crimson. At last, he could no longer restrain his desperation. A slight smile graced Li Yishan's lips. He sensed that Blood Revolt had reached his limit. If he could withstand the final strike, capturing Blood Revolt would require little effort. While contemplating this, Li Yishan remained vigilant, wielding the Violet Moon Divine Blade, which danced like a flurry of sword shadows, shielding his vital points above. What? Li Yishan was taken aback, a wave of nausea washing over him as he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Chapter 30, Golden Core Formation, the Crimson Blood Dragon. At this critical juncture, Li Yishan bellowed, unleashing his most formidable technique, the Crimson Blood Dragon. Boom. The air exploded with a series of resounding thuds as the Violet Moon Divine Blade transformed into a streak of purple light, thrusting fiercely toward Blood Revolt's chest. Stop. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, causing both the frenzied Blood Revolt and the fully exerted Li Yishan to tremble uncontrollably in their souls. Li Yishan recognized the voice. It was Yi Qing's. Instinctively, both men tempered their force. However, as they were locked in close combat, it was too late to withdraw their strikes. Blood Revolt twisted his wrist, transforming his punch into a palm, striking the side of the Violet Moon Divine Blade, while simultaneously clawing towards Li Yishan's forehead. Li Yishan deftly adjusted the Violet Moon Divine Blade, dissipating Blood Revolt's fierce palm strike, and retaliated with a punch from his left hand. Boom. A muffled sound echoed as Li Yishan expelled 3 mouthfuls of blood, his internal energy tumultuous, and he hastily withdrew, the cross on his chest emitting a gentle white light that gradually healed his wounds. Blood Revolt fared even worse, plummeting like a severed kite. Torrents of blood blossoms cascading from the sky, transforming him into a veritable figure of blood. A flash of azure light streaked past, swiftly enveloping Shui Fantian in an embrace. At the same time, a pure essence of fighting spirit flowed gently into Shui's body, coursing through his meridians and guiding his own power, gradually mending his injuries. The 5-foot-long sword danced through the air, creating a flurry of sword shadows that repelled the dozen or so attacking Do Kings. In a fleeting motion, Li Shui appeared beside Li Yishan, his sword held horizontally across his chest to guard against any potential ambush. Lord Yi Qing. The remaining 20 or so Do Kings gathered around Yi Qing like lost souls finding salvation, their hearts filled with fear as they realized Shui Fantian was injured, leaving them no desire to pursue Li Yishan and Li Shui. Cough. Cough. Lord Yi Qing. Li Yishan, leaning against Li Shui, managed to steady himself while coughing out blood and calling for attention. Yi Qing turned to Li Yishan, his eyes reflecting concern as he nodded slightly. He then surveyed the surroundings and said in a calm tone, "Everyone, disperse." Lord Yi Qing, we cannot let them go. One Do King, who had been speaking to Shui Fantian earlier, exclaimed in panic. Yi Qing furrowed his brow and cast a dispassionate glance at him, stating, "Rest assured, the young city lord is unharmed. You should be more concerned about your own safety. If the city lord were to become enraged, none of you would escape unscathed. Furthermore, these two are not to be trifled with. Be courteous should you encounter them again." Yi Qing's words were delivered with an air of indifference. Yet the Do King trembled visibly, casting a wary glance at the distant figures of Li Yishan and Li Shui before bowing deeply. "Yes, Lord Yi Qing, the city lord. He wouldn't take his wrath out on us, would he?" Yi Qing smiled faintly, saying, "You need not worry excessively. The city lord is not unreasonable. As long as the young city lord suffers no lingering effects, he is unlikely to direct his ire towards you." A collective sigh of relief escaped the 20 or so Do Kings, who expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Yi Qing." Yi Qing's expression softened as he earnestly advised, "Today's events serve merely as a lesson. Remember, there are always greater powers beyond your understanding. The divine continent is rife with hidden talents. Henceforth, cultivate diligently and refrain from tyrannizing Bloodslaughter City." Understood. The 20 or so Do Kings nodded obediently, their demeanor a blend of trepidation and respect. This encounter had indeed been a profound blow to their pride. A mere Qi condensation stage fighter, alongside a Do King, had effortlessly toyed with them. Though reluctant to concede, they had to acknowledge the formidable strength of Li Yishan and Li Shui, especially that of Li Yishan. They had never imagined that a fighter yet to form his golden core could so easily slay a Do soul. Even a Do King could find himself severely wounded should he underestimate Li Yishan. Such speed. Li Yishan marveled inwardly at Yi Qing's astonishing swiftness while struggling to control the chaotic flow of his fighting spirit, guiding it along his meridians. With a breath, the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth naturally converged, flowing into Li Yishan's body like a gentle river. As his pores opened and closed, the essence permeated every part of him, nourishing his body and internal organs. Li Yishan relished this sensation, closing his eyes and settling into a meditative posture upon the street to begin his cultivation. Yishan, how are you? Li Shishui asked urgently, his heart racing with concern. However, Li Yishan seemed oblivious to the surroundings, his hands moving in unison, forming intricate hand seals. The purple blood secret tome operated at an astonishing speed. With violet light swirling around his body, his fighting spirit flowed slowly along his meridians, continuously repairing and nourishing his injured channels, while simultaneously enhancing their strength and width. It appeared that Yishan was engaged in cultivation, suggesting that he had gained significant insights from this battle. Observing Li Yishan's actions, Li Shishui felt a sense of relief and mused inwardly, This individual is rather peculiar, actually commencing his cultivation in the midst of the street. His absorption of the world's spiritual energy is astonishingly rapid. It must be more than thrice my speed. The surge of spiritual energy drew the attention of the many watching fighters, one of whom murmured, "No kidding." A nearby Do Wang glanced at him and interjected, "Otherwise, how could he be so formidable? To cultivate such a master, the forces behind him must be extraordinary. He dares to strike down even the young city lord like this. I can only imagine that his mentor is even more fearsome than the city lord." Indeed, the initially speaking fighter nodded in agreement, saying, "Li Chong, do you think you could defeat him with your strength?" The young fighter known as Li Chong shook his head, enviously remarking, "I doubt it. Huang Si, how wonderful it would be if I had such a powerful sect. Even you would benefit from it." Chuckling, Huang Si patted Li Chong on the shoulder and replied, "You are already impressive. At merely 36, you've reached the Do Wang realm and achieved 17 consecutive victories in the Do Demon Arena. Meanwhile, I have been stuck at the Do Soul realm for nearly 6 years, still unable to break through. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Huang Si, let us not disturb him any longer. We should find a place to cultivate properly." Li Chong sighed and suggested to Huang Si. "Yes, indeed," Huang Si agreed, following Li Chong as they departed. In the divine continent, the strong are revered. As long as one possesses strength, respect from others is assured. Most Doqi masters, intimidated by the prowess of Li Yishan and Li Shishui, speculated about the formidable force backing him. After observing for a while, they gradually dispersed. Li Yishan remained seated for an entire day, until the sun was nearly set and twilight began to envelop the landscape, yet his hands continued to form hand seals. His fighting spirit incessantly washed over the violet gas suspended in his dantian, refining and enriching it further. Nearby, Li Shishui sat cross-legged, a 5-foot-long sword resting upon his lap. His spiritual awareness fully expanded to observe his surroundings, vigilant against any potential ambush. Suddenly, Li Yishan's entire being trembled, the purple gas violently dissipating only to reconstitute in the shortest span of time. Though it remained purple, it had transformed from gas into a tangible form. Slowly, Li Yishan opened his eyes, the violet light swirling around him retracting on its own, while his gaze radiated brilliance. Sensing the shift in energy, Li Shishui abruptly opened his eyes, his expression brightening as he scrutinized Li Yishan from head to toe. Before him, Li Yishan no longer bore the previous aura of menace. Instead, he exuded a serene demeanor, appearing unremarkable, save for the occasional flicker of brilliance in his eyes, signaling to others that he was not to be trifled with. "Yishan, have you made a breakthrough?" Li Shishui inquired with a smile, gazing at Li Yishan. Li Yishan smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, I have finally attained the golden core." Chapter 31. The appearance of the cultivator, is that so? Then your strength must be even more formidable. Li Shishui remarked with a hint of jealousy, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. The transition from the sudden core to the golden core signifies a significant chasm that all combat practitioners must cross. Only upon surmounting this divide can one truly be considered a genuine combat practitioner, and there is no doubt that one's prowess has greatly advanced. Li Yishan laughed heartily and playfully draped his arm over Li Shishui's shoulder, declaring, "Indeed, my strength has increased by more than threefold. Brother Shishui, you ought to be cautious, for I may very well be capable of overpowering you now." Li Shishui's eyes widened in disbelief, yearning to refute the claim, but finding himself at a loss for words. Rendered speechless, he was acutely aware of Li Yishan's capabilities. Even in the sudden core phase, he could barely hold his own against him. And now that Li Yishan had experienced such a significant enhancement in strength, he might indeed be unmatched. "By the way, Yishan, what color is your golden core?" Suddenly, Li Shishui seemed to recall something and inquired, "What color? Is there even a distinction in colors for the golden core?" Li Yishan responded, perplexed. "Of course," Li Shishui retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. "The golden core possesses varying qualities, categorized from low to high: white, light gold, and golden yellow. My golden core is of the highest grade, golden yellow. Given your achievements in the sudden core phase, I presume yours must also be golden yellow?" There was an undeniable pride in Li Shishui's tone when discussing the golden core, given that his was of the most esteemed golden yellow hue. Oh, is that so? Li Yishan paused, saying, Shishui, it seems my golden core is rather unique. It does not conform to the 3 colors you mentioned. Not one of those 3 colors? Then what color is it? Li Shishui queried with great curiosity. Li Yishan replied with a gentle smile, my golden core is a pale lavender. Lavender? Is there truly someone whose golden core is lavender in this world? Yishan, are you certain? Li Shishui's intrigue deepened regarding this enigmatic individual. Li Yishan sighed, indeed. My golden core is genuinely pale lavender, so faint that it eludes my perception unless I concentrate. All right, let us go for a drink. Li Yishan flashed a bright smile, linking his arm with Li Shishui's as they made their way to a nearby tavern. With a cheerful clink, Li Yishan and Li Shishui raised their glasses and downed a full cup of wine in one go. Refreshing. Li Shishui wiped the remnants of wine from the corner of his mouth and turned to Li Yishan, asking, Yishan, what are your plans for the upcoming demon battle? Have you considered challenging those beyond your current level? Indeed, Li Yishan nodded slowly, stating, this is imperative. Given my current strength, I fear I may find little competition within the dozone, thus I must challenge those above me. Li Shishui laughed heartily, slightly inebriated, and asked, so, how many levels do you intend to challenge? Li Yishan pondered for a moment and replied, in my sudden core phase, I could easily dispatch opponents of average strength in the Duhun stage. Now, with my enhanced abilities, even the frenzied blood of the Blood Rebellion would not prove a match for me. Therefore, I have decided to challenge 2 levels up and participate in the demon battle among the Dowang. Li Shishui nodded slowly, acknowledging that Li Yishan's analysis was indeed quite reasonable. He concurred, recognizing that he himself was adept in the realm of Dowang, and Li Yishan's challenge to a Dowang would likely pose no significant issue. By the way, Yishan, you have dealt quite a blow to that young lord. Do you think his father will seek vengeance upon us? It stands to reason that one who ascends to the lordship of Bloodslaughter City must possess formidable strength, he remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. Vengeance. Li Yishan furrowed his brow in contemplation. I doubt it. If he intended to retaliate, he would have done so by now. There would be no need to wait. Lord Yiqing has also stated that bloodslaughter won't entail any life-threatening dangers. Moreover, Mr. Yuan's standing in Bloodslaughter City appears to be quite high. He should afford Mr. Yuan some respect. Despite his reassurances, Li Yishan felt a twinge of anxiety. If the Lord of Bloodslaughter City were truly to seek revenge, he and Li Shishui would find themselves at a disadvantage. Indeed, that is a valid point, Li Shishui agreed, nodding thoughtfully. If the Lord of Bloodslaughter City truly sought retribution, it would have likely occurred immediately following the incident. Given the time that has elapsed without any act of vengeance, I believe it is safe to assume that the Lord has no intention of pursuing us. However, that bloodslaughter, having grown up under the shadow of the young Lord, may not easily swallow this grievance. Upon returning to his residence, Li Yishan did not engage in any training. As soon as he lay down upon his bed, slumber overtook him. In his dreams, he seemed to see his wife, heavy with child, weeping and confiding in him. Xiaolan, do not leave me, he murmured in his sleep, as tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, quickly soaking into his pillow. As dawn's first light graced Li Yishan's face, he opened his eyes. Through the haze of sleep, he caught sight of a figure flitting past the window. The silhouette seemed familiar, yet strangely foreign. Who goes there? He called out sharply, his form darting swiftly toward the window. In the blink of an eye, he summoned the purple moon divine blade into his grasp. As he passed through the window, he turned to glimpse a green figure vanishing around a corner. Is it her? He wondered, yet her furtive demeanor raised suspicions. A flicker of recognition crossed his mind, as the figure's back bore a striking resemblance to the green-clad maiden he and Li Shishui had rescued just yesterday. With a swift motion, Li Yishan pursued the green-clad maiden, racing after her retreating form. What does she truly intend? He pondered, a frown etched upon his brow. He was acutely aware of the shifting surroundings, sensing an undercurrent of unease. Yet, the allure of the green-clad maiden seemed to possess an almost magical pull, compelling him to follow her relentlessly. Hey, what is it that you desire? He called out as he chased her into a small grove. Finally sensing something amiss, he halted and shouted, Stop. The green-clad maiden ceased her flight, letting out a peal of laughter that rang like silver bells, and slowly turned to face him. Who are you? Li Yishan finally beheld her true visage, only to discover that she was not the maiden he and Li Shishui had rescued. A wave of unease washed over him as he furrowed his brow. Hiki, you need not know, for you shall soon meet your demise. The woman in green smiled radiantly, her laughter melodious, yet her tone was chillingly cold. As her words fell, a pure white sword emerged from her being, and with a graceful motion. She grasped it firmly in her hand. Ha! A boisterous laughter echoed from behind as three men descended upon flying swords, emerging from the thicket, gracefully landing in three distinct directions, encircling Li Yishan. Chapter 32. Conspiracy Immortal Cultivators. Why do you seek to end my life? Li Yishan stood resolute, regarding the green-clad maiden with an icy gaze. Hee, for no particular reason, except that you are exceedingly remarkable. Our mission is to eliminate all potential martial artists. Paving the way for the war between the celestial and the demonic, the maiden replied with a sinister chuckle. To eradicate all potential martial artists? This indicates that there are cultivators beyond Bloodslaughter City. Other cities must also have infiltrated cultivators, Li Yishan thought, a frown creasing his brow. From the maiden's words, he uncovered a grand scheme, a conspiracy targeting martial artists. Inger, cease your prattle and eliminate him, commanded a cultivator clad in a yellow brocade robe, standing behind Li Yishan. Understood. Senior brother. The maiden, Inger, chuckled mischievously, then with a sharp command, unleashed her flying sword towards Li Yishan's face with blinding speed. The green-clad figure moved gracefully. Her form reminiscent of a blossoming lotus, however, her assault was exceptionally fierce. The three male cultivators shouted in unison, their flying swords unfurling like dragons emerging from water, swiftly charging towards Li Yishan. With a cold snort, Li Yishan flickered with purple light, closing the distance to the green-clad maiden in an instant. The purple moon divine blade whistling as it lunged towards her chest. Inger smiled playfully, executing a nimble twist to narrowly evade the purple moon divine blade, her flying sword maintaining its momentum as it continued its relentless assault on Li Yishan. Her agility is extraordinarily peculiar. Li Yishan furrowed his brow, swiftly leaping into the air, lightly stepping on Inger's flying sword to propel himself towards the brocade-robed cultivator who had just spoken. The brocade-robed cultivator snorted coldly, relinquishing his flying sword to confront Li Yishan. Simultaneously, he retreated, manipulating the sword midair with both hands, directing it towards Li Yishan. For cultivators, their strongest reliance lies in their flying swords. Their physical forms are often less resilient than those of martial artists. Li Yishan, having little understanding of cultivators, was greatly taken aback by the brocade-robed man's maneuver. Nevertheless, he remained composed, his body enveloped in a surge of purple light as he unleashed the purple blood phantom, executing 28 strikes in the blink of an eye. Having broken through, Li Yishan's strength surged, and his mastery of the purple blood sword technique became more fluid. Clang, clang. The sounds of clashing reverberated continuously as Li Yishan took the opportunity to tumble towards another male cultivator of ample stature. Fatty, block him, shouted another cultivator, tall and pale, clad in a milky white robe. His voice was shrill, resembling a woman's scream when raised in volume. Got it, pretty boy, the stout cultivator retorted with annoyance, as his flying sword transformed into myriad phantoms, fiercely entangling Li Yishan. In a moment of turmoil, Li Yishan found himself unable to extricate himself from the predicament. Each of his adversaries possessed strength comparable to his own, and this stalemate was untenable. Panic engulfed Li Yishan, yet he was bereft of any viable strategies. Resorting instead to employing every ounce of his skill, prepared to confront whatever challenges arose. As time slipped by, the girl in green and the fair-skinned young man had already arrived. Two flying swords tore through the air, one ascending and the other descending, swiftly targeting Li Yishan. From a distance, the robed cultivator commanded the flying swords, unleashing a ferocious offensive. Li Yishan found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament, with the specter of annihilation looming ominously. A light clang echoed as the fair-skinned man's sword struck fiercely against the violet moon divine blade. Li Yishan felt a jolt of numbness in his hands, nearly losing grip on the blade, his body momentarily faltering. Seizing this opportunity, the girl in green cried out and lunged towards Li Yishan's chest with her sword. Simultaneously, the fair-skinned young man and the stout figure attacked Li Yishan from both sides. With a cold glint in his eyes, Li Yishan subtly shifted his body, extending his left hand to seize the girl's flying sword, pulling her towards him. The blade sliced through the skin of his left hand, blood pouring forth. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. The violet moon divine blade transformed into a streak of light, swiftly piercing towards her heart. Li Yishan resembled a vengeful deity, disregarding his own safety in a desperate gamble for life. Inger, danger! The three male cultivators exclaimed in alarm. The girl in green sensed the imminent threat, loosening her grip and retreating. This sudden withdrawal caused the previously tight encirclement to collapse. Li Yishan seized the moment, twisting his body to evade the advancing swords of the fair-skinned young man and the stout figure, taking a blow from the robed man on his back. Casting away the sword he had commandeered, Li Yishan soared into the air, emanating a magnificent purple light as the purple blood-poison dragon drill was unleashed, spiraling towards the distant robed cultivator like a dragon emerging from water. In an instant, foliage was scattered, and the heavens seemed to change hue. The sheer force of the purple blood-poison dragon drill had transformed beyond recognition after its breakthrough, surprising the four cultivators profoundly. "You two, quickly intercept him." The girl in green cried out in horror. The stout figure and the fair-skinned young man shouted in unison, propelling themselves on their flying swords to pursue Li Yishan's retreating figure. The robed cultivator's expression shifted as he directed his flying swords towards Li Yishan. While retreating, he waved his hands repeatedly, sending forth over a dozen small flying swords from his sleeves in an attempt to hinder Li Yishan's escape. Li Yishan laughed heartily, using the tip of his foot to propel himself off one of the small swords, executing a swift turn that altered his trajectory and significantly increased his speed as he surged towards the fair-skinned cultivator. "Excellent. Let us take him down together." The fair-skinned young man's eyes glimmered with excitement as he urged the stout figure beside him. "All right," the stout figure replied, his eyes glinting mischievously as he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the fair-skinned young man to lead the charge. A cruel smile crept across Li Yishan's face as he swiftly shifted his tactics, unleashing the most powerful attack, the purple blood-frenzied dragon. A resounding dragon roar echoed, and a brilliant violet light enveloped the entire forest. With a sharp crack, the space could no longer withstand the immense pressure, leading to the emergence of tiny fissures. Withered branches and fallen leaves swirled within, and in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to nothing. "What? Senior brother, help!" cried the fair-skinned cultivator in alarm. "Quickly save him!" the brocade-clad cultivator exclaimed, his face pale with fear. "Understood," the stout man replied, his heart stirring as he grasped his flying sword, launching himself fiercely towards Li Yishan. Li Yishan merely smiled coldly. The fair-skinned cultivator had no time to scream before he was obliterated into fragments. A rain of blood fell, and from the chaos, a crimson primordial spirit screamed as it attempted to flee. Li Yishan furrowed his brow and swiftly grasped it. With a slight exertion of his left hand, a soft pop resounded as the primordial spirit shattered, and the fair-skinned cultivator's form was extinguished. Another soft pop echoed, as the stout man's flying sword pierced Li Yishan's back. Blood spurted from Li Yishan's mouth as he stumbled forward. The cross line quietly against his chest trembled gently, slowly healing his wounds. He reached out to grasp the fallen flying sword, and the green-clad maiden's expression twisted into a fierce snarl, devoid of any previous charm, as she wildly charged at Li Yishan. Simultaneously, the brocade-clad man directed his flying sword, tearing through the air, swiftly attacking Li Yishan's forehead. Chapter 33. The Bronze Cauldron in the Blood Fiend City. Within Yu Wenmenjiang's private residence, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed. "Come in," Yu Wenmenjiang said, sitting cross-legged on the bed. The door creaked open, and Li Shishui rushed in, his face etched with worry. "Mr. Yuwen, it seems that Yishan has gone missing. Where could he have gone?" Li Shishui pondered, unable to fathom where Li Yishan might be, his anxiety growing. "Well, it must be like this," he thought, although worried for Li Yishan. He had no better plan and silently prayed that nothing unfortunate had befallen him. Enduring intense pain, Li Yishan clutched his chest with his left hand and summoned all his speed to dash desperately towards the edge of the woods. "Li Yishan, I will kill you." The green-clad maiden, riding her flying sword, shrieked as she pursued him. "Inger, be careful," the stout man called out, closely following behind her. "Stout man, protect Inger," the brocade-clad cultivator shouted, maintaining a distance as he controlled his flying sword to chase after Li Yishan. However, the green-clad maiden seemed oblivious, frenziedly pursuing Li Yishan, disregarding the two behind her. With a flow of purple light, Li Yishan darted forward like a meteor across the horizon. Yet, despite his speed, he was still running on the ground, unable to outpace the flying sword. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound erupted from behind, and as Li Yishan glanced back, he saw the flying sword controlled by the brocade-clad cultivator speeding towards him, creating a fierce gust of wind. So fast, Li Yishan was taken aback. Disregarding whether his meridians could withstand it, he surged his fighting spirit to its peak, his speed increasing dramatically, pulling further ahead from the pursuers. Still trying to escape? The brocade-clad cultivator scoffed from afar, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, from which a greenish-blue cauldron slowly emerged, tearing through the air as it spun rapidly in pursuit of Li Yishan. What is this thing? Li Yishan sensed the movement behind him and, amidst his frantic efforts, turned his head to take a glance, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. The speed of that precious cauldron was astonishingly swifter than a flying sword by several degrees. In just a few breaths, the verdant cauldron had caught up to Li Yishan and then surged forward, hovering above his head and slowly rotating. A blinding beam of azure light erupted from its base, enveloping Li Yishan. What? Why can't I move? Li Yishan exclaimed in alarm, as he felt an overwhelming restriction on his movements. After a few breaths, he found himself utterly unable to advance. Haha, run. From a distance. The robed cultivator wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing arrogantly. Hehe. The seemingly honest and simple-minded rotund man grinned coldly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Brother, this bronze cauldron will cost you 50% of your essence blood. What will you do? The green-clad maiden's fierce expression gradually softened as she glanced at the approaching robed cultivator, expressing her concern. The robed cultivator waved his hand dismissively, responding, "This fellow is formidable. Killing him, even at the cost of a bit of essence blood, is worthwhile." The green-clad maiden's gaze dimmed, her eyes slightly reddening as she lowered her head and murmured, "But, Brother Balian, he." The robed cultivator sighed lightly, stepping forward to pat the delicate shoulder of the green-clad maiden, saying, "Do not be too sorrowful. After all, we came here as undercover agents and have prepared ourselves for the possibility of death at any moment." They spoke carelessly, showing no concern that Li Yishan might escape. Indeed. The green-clad maiden nodded, then turned her gaze to Li Yishan, her face contorted with malice as she declared fiercely, "Li Yishan, today, you will die a horrible death." Li Yishan coldly fixed his gaze upon her, his expression tranquil. He was not a frivolous young man unaccustomed to peril. The more dangerous the situation, the more composed one must remain. This principle was clear to Li Yishan. The crucifix on his chest emitted a gentle white light, and the wound on his right chest began to heal at a visibly rapid rate. Observing this scene, the robed cultivator furrowed his brow, sending a mental message to the green-clad maiden and the rotund man. "Inger, fatty, prepare yourselves. I will retract the bronze cauldron shortly. As soon as I do, strike him down without giving him a chance to react." Understood. The green-clad maiden and the rotund man nodded slightly, positioning themselves for an all-out assault. Attention! The robed cultivator cast a glance at Li Yishan and commanded, "Attack." As his words fell, the light converged, and the bronze cauldron whirled, swiftly vanishing into his body. A sharp cry and a thunderous shout erupted simultaneously as the green-clad maiden and the rotund man launched their attack. Two flying swords cutting through the air with a fierce wind, aimed directly at Li Yishan. However, they had underestimated him. At times, the price to be paid is one of blood. Li Yishan remained vigilant, observing the movements of the three. As the azure light retracted, he sprang into action. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a surge of purple radiance enveloped his body. In a fleeting moment, he evaded the combined assault of the green-clad maiden and the rotund man. The purple-blooded dragon unleashed its fury once more, swiftly advancing towards the robed cultivator. With a ripping sound, the fabric of space was torn asunder, a forceful suction drawing everything nearby into its vortex. Anything caught within, be it stone or withered branch, was obliterated in the blink of an eye. Danger! The girl in the green attire and the portly man were taken aback, hastily seeking refuge. "Master brother, be cautious." With a sudden realization of Li Yishan's intentions, the girl exclaimed, swiftly darting toward him, disregarding the slowly mending spatial rift. "Humph." The robed cultivator emitted a disdainful grunt as the bronze cauldron once more soared forth, spiraling ominously toward Li Yishan. His complexion paled in an instant. Simultaneously, he commanded the flying sword, aiming it at Li Yishan's forehead. Chapter 34. A great accomplishment. The corpulent cultivator's expression turned grim as he trailed behind the girl in green, maintaining a deliberate pace. "If you seek to end my life, I shall ensure yours follows." The robed cultivator shouted frantically. He had witnessed the might of the purple blood-mad dragon and lacked the confidence to withstand such a strike. Yet, in their line of work, even in death, he intended to take Li Yishan down with him. With a swirl of violet light, Li Yishan propelled himself towards the robed cultivator, paying no heed to the three flying swords that pursued him. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the robed cultivator. The fabric of space continued to tear apart, dust swirling chaotically. Even the sun above seemed to pale in comparison. The approaching bronze cauldron could not withstand the force of Li Yishan's strike and was swiftly drawn into the spatial rift. Instantly, the purple blood-mad dragon was unleashed upon the robed cultivator. He had no time to scream before being shredded into fragments, even his nascent soul unable to escape. The swords under his command fell helplessly to the ground, devoid of their master's control. The purple blood-mad dragon proved to be extraordinarily powerful, as the two formidable cultivators were torn to shreds in an instant. However, such a technique demanded tremendous amounts of fighting spirit. Having unleashed it twice, even Li Yishan, with his robust physique and abundant fighting spirit, felt utterly drained. His pale violet golden core was nearly empty, and after casting the spell twice, he had exhausted all his fighting spirit. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to coalesce into a stream, seeping slowly into his body. Yet, this meager influx of spiritual energy was insignificant and provided no immediate relief. The girl in green contorted her face with rage, her body trembling violently. No longer did she embody grace and beauty. She shrieked as she charged at Li Yishan. Li Yishan managed a bitter smile. Severely injured, he lacked the strength to move, let alone evade her assault. He barely shifted his body to avoid a sword aimed at his chest. With a piercing sound, the sword found its mark, penetrating Li Yishan's right shoulder. Letting out a pained grunt, he was propelled forward by the force of the strike. At this moment, he was utterly immobilized. Although the crucifix hanging from his neck incessantly healed his wounds, it required time to work its magic. A sound of air being split echoed as the girl in green let out a chilling wail, pressing her attack on Li Yishan. He sighed inwardly, "My life is forfeit." He then closed his eyes, the visage of his beloved wife slowly materializing in his mind. Having faced death once, he had grown indifferent to life. His only concern now was for his wife and their unborn child. Suddenly, a cold snort pierced the air, and Li Yishan snapped his eyes open. A white silhouette suddenly appeared, streaking through the sky like a shooting star, approaching with remarkable speed. Before the figure even arrived, a formidable aura enveloped the two cultivators. "Mr. Yuan?" Li Yishan's eyes brightened, and his desolate heart began to rekindle with hope. "Not good. A master is coming." "Inger, retreat quickly," the plump cultivator exclaimed, his eyes glimmering ominously. He swiftly embraced the green-clad maiden, disregarding her vigorous struggles, and, stepping onto his flying sword, vanished into the distance in the blink of an eye. His speed was astonishingly faster than before. This rotund fellow possesses remarkable swiftness. Judging by his displayed speed, his strength must surpass this. He may even be stronger than I. Li Yishan thought, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Yet, why did he not kill me earlier? Was it a deliberate act of mercy? Regardless of the reasoning, the fact that he spared him was certainly a blessing. Li Yishan felt immense relief. Those who have not faced death cannot grasp the profound nature of such an experience. After all, who wishes to perish if they can live? Moreover, he still had unfinished matters weighing on his mind. Surviving a fierce battle offered him tremendous benefits, both in cultivating his state of mind and enhancing his abilities. Cultivators? They have even infiltrated my blood slaughter city. This chubby one is merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, yet his speed is astounding. He must belong to the Flying Heaven sect. Yuan Ming furrowed his brow slightly as he descended from the sky, landing beside Li Yishan. Without uttering a word, he lifted him and soared towards Blood Slaughter City. Within Yuan Ming's abode in Blood Slaughter City, Li Yishan sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. His hands moved in intricate patterns, forming one profound hand seal after another. His fighting spirit coursed through his meridians repeatedly, eventually converging within his golden core, filling its void. As the natural spiritual energy surged wildly, it coalesced into flowing currents, causing the edges of his garments to flutter with a crisp sound. Before the bed, Yuan Ming and Li Yishan stood side by side, concern etched on their faces as they observed him. Li Shishui quietly inquired of Yuan Ming, "Mr. Yuan, what does it signify that Yishan is continuously forming these hand seals?" Having never encountered such a phenomenon, he was quite intrigued. Yuan Ming slightly shook his head and replied, "I do not know. Perhaps he has attained some understanding." Li Shishui nodded in agreement. "Yes, I believe so as well. Last time, after Yishan's fierce battle with Xue Fantian, he began cultivating right on the street, forming these hand seals. However, this time seems even more profound." "Oh," Yuan Ming raised an eyebrow, observing the determination on Li Yishan's face and reminiscing about his past deeds, musing that Yishan's future achievements are boundless. Then, Yuan Ming turned to Li Shishui and said, "Shishui, let us not disturb Yishan here. We shall guard him outside." "Indeed," Li Shishui nodded, following Yuan Ming out of Li Yishan's room. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating an intense heat. Nevertheless, the two stood motionless like wooden stakes at the door, vigilantly attentive to their surroundings. They feared the morning's events might repeat themselves, thus exercising utmost caution. Within the confines of his chamber, Li Yishan relentlessly engaged in his cultivation. A radiant purple light swirling about his being as his damaged meridians and physique were continuously repaired and fortified. Time flowed gently by, and Li Yishan practiced for half a day. As dusk approached, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Indeed, he had reached the mid-stage of dozone. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his gaze, and a hint of surprise flickered across his tranquil countenance. After enduring a fierce battle, Li Yishan had reaped substantial rewards. his strength having made a modest yet significant breakthrough. A hearty laughter echoed as Yuan Minjiang and Li Shishui entered the room. Yuan Minjiang remarked with a light smile. Well done, Yishan. You've made another breakthrough. Li Shishui gave a thumbs up to Li Yishan, exclaiming, Yishan, you are truly impressive. Just yesterday you reached the Dozong stage. And today you have advanced again. Li Yishan rose from his bed, smiling gently as he replied, it's merely a small breakthrough, nothing to boast about. Then, furrowing his brow, Li Yishan addressed Yuan Minjiang, Mr. Yuan, do you know that cultivators have infiltrated Bloodslaughter City? I suspect that other cities may have also experienced similar breaches. Their mission is to assassinate promising Duki masters, paving the way for the impending conflict between the celestial beings and demons. Yuan Minjiang smiled calmly, responding, I understand. This is indeed a grave matter. I shall inform the city lord immediately. Yishan, you have contributed significantly this time. The city lord will surely reward you handsomely. Chapter 35, Blood Wuxia. This evening, you two should focus on your cultivation within the room. Refrain from visiting the demon-fighting arena, Yuan Minjiang said seriously, observing Li Yishan. Furthermore, exercise greater caution in the future. I do not wish for today's events to repeat. Li Yishan nodded earnestly. Yes, Mr. Yuan. With a composed smile, Yuan Minjiang strode out of the room, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Once Li Shishui departed, Li Yishan resumed his meditative posture upon the bed. Commencing his cultivation anew, the flow of Duki surged, and the ethereal energy of the heavens poured forth wildly, causing his exposed skin to shimmer with brilliance. With his palms suspended in the air, Li Yishan closed his eyes, tracing intricate arcane patterns with his hands, as mysterious gestures emerged one after another, swiftly vanishing into his chest. After an extended period of this practice, the Duki within his golden core became increasingly abundant, and his meridians widened considerably. What delighted him further was the substantial enhancement in the strength of his physical body, now shimmering with a faint purple radiance. Under a starry sky, a gentle silver light enveloped the entire divine continent, as if surveying the bloodshed that plagued the land. In the city lord's mansion, within the study of the city lord Blood Wuxia, Yuan Minjiang and Blood Wuxia sat facing one another. Yuan Minjiang accepted a fragrant tea presented by a maid. Inhaling deeply and immediately feeling a wave of refreshing aroma wash over him, easing his spirit. After taking a gentle sip, he remarked with a smile, Brother Xie, your tea grows ever more delightful. Although they held a superior subordinate relationship, the bond between him and Blood Wuxia was one of life and death. Allowing for a conversation devoid of excessive formality or restraint, Blood Wuxia laughed heartily, responding, of course. Xiaoxua's tea brewing skills are no exaggeration. What is this? Are you envious? As I've told you before, if you wish to enjoy tea, come to me anytime. My brother is always at your service. Yuan Ming smiled and said, of course, however, my visit today is not solely for tea. I have significant matters to report. As he spoke, his brows furrowed deeply, and his expression turned exceedingly grave. Oh, what could be so serious that you, my younger brother, must deliver it personally? Shui Wuxia inquired, raising his blood-red eyebrows in curiosity. Yuan Ming set down his teacup and replied, this morning, a cultivator infiltrated my residence and lured Li Yishan outside the city. Subsequently, 3 other cultivators appeared to besiege him. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, a prodigious battle master would have been snuffed out in his infancy. Cultivators? How did they come to appear in my Shueisha city? Shui Wuxia furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Yuan Ming explained, according to Li Yishan, they infiltrated Shueisha city as assassins, aiming to eliminate potentially powerful battle masters to pave the way for the war between immortals and demons. 18 years ago, the Yi family's stronghold in Guangxi did not belong to them but to another clan, the Dugu family. However, the head of the Dugu family, Dugu Tianma, in a fit of folly, dared to challenge Shui Wuxia's formidable might, in a fit of rage to preserve his dominance. Shui Wuxia led 18 blood guards to annihilate the Dugu family overnight, leaving not a single soul behind. That battle marked the rise of Shui Wuxia's reputation. As a battle emperor in the late stage, he single-handedly withstood the attacks of 6 battle emperors, including Dugu Tianma, ultimately igniting his own vital essence and unleashing a frenzy of blood. In an instant, the 6 battle emperors were torn to shreds. Following this, Shui Wuxia commanded his 18 blood guards to execute all 854 members of the Dugu family, sparing neither women nor children. In the divine continent, strength reigns supreme, and such bloody events unfold daily. In the aftermath, no one rose to defend the Dugu family. On the contrary, Shui Wuxia's prestige was firmly established, and no one dared to challenge him thereafter. Yuan Ming smirked and remarked, brother, based on my and Li Yishan's estimates, it is not just Shueisha City. Other cities must also have cultivators infiltrating them. Shui Wuxia nodded in agreement, saying, "You make an excellent point. I will dispatch individuals to notify the other cities. You need not worry. My younger brother, what manner of person is Li Yishan? How could he, merely at the peak of the cautious dance stage, inflict such injury upon my son?" Yu Wenming chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat ashamed of the situation, and replied, "Yishan is indeed a genius. As for the specifics of his abilities, I cannot fully articulate. Although I see him daily, he remains an enigma to me." Shui Wuxia's eyes gleamed with interest. "Oh, even you cannot see through him? How intriguing. I am becoming increasingly curious, my brother. When the opportunity arises, do bring him to me so that I may observe him closely." "Certainly," Yu Wenming replied with a smile. "Brother, when I bring him, you mustn't be too astonished." "Astounded? Me?" Blood Wuxia raised his crimson eyebrows and smiled, saying, "I have encountered many prodigies, yet none have ever astonished me. I hope that Li Yishan does not disappoint." With a slight smile, Yu Wenming replied, "He certainly will not let you down. Let me inform you, Yishan has already reached the mid-stage of Dozone." "Mid-stage of Dozone?" Blood Wuxia was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, turning to Yu Wenming and saying, "It has only been a day, and he has already broken through from the pinnacle of Zhuodan to the mid-stage of Dozone. Brother, do not deceive me." Yu Wenming chuckled. "Why would I deceive you? Once you meet him, you will understand his exceptional qualities." Blood Wuxia laughed heartily. "Then I shall look forward to it, hoping you will not disappoint me." Yu Wenming lifted his teacup and drained its contents, saying, "It is getting late. I shall not disturb you any further." Indeed, Blood Wuxia stood up to see Yu Wenming off. Subsequently, he used his spiritual sense to transmit a message to Yi Qing. "Yi Qing, hasten to my location at once." Yi Qing acknowledged and swiftly arrived at Blood Wuxia's side. "City Lord, I have arrived." Yi Qing said respectfully from outside the door. "Come in," Blood Wuxia instructed. With a creak, the door opened, and Yi Qing strode in, bowing before Blood Wuxia. "City Lord, you summoned me. What is the matter?" A flash of crimson light flickered, and Blood Wuxia said calmly, "Convey my orders. The Blood Team must commence operations, targeting all cultivators who have infiltrated Bloodshot City." His tone was laced with an inexorable killing intent. Yi Qing shuddered and quickly responded, "Understood." Furthermore, Blood Wuxia continued, "I will be going out for the next few days. Coordinate with Elder Yuan to safeguard the city. There must be no mistakes, understood?" "Yes. I shall obey your command." Yi Qing trembled, drenched in cold sweat, as he bowed deeply. "That will be all. You may leave." Blood Wuxia waved his hand, signaling Yi Qing to depart. "Yes, I take my leave." Yi Qing bowed once more and slowly exited the room. Once outside, he realized that his undergarments were completely soaked with cold sweat. Yi Qing let out a long breath, contemplating, "The City Lord's strength is truly unfathomable. Just a few casual words from him have left me drenched in cold sweat. When will I reach his level?" Chapter 36, Madness. In Bloodshot City, in a secluded corner, a flash of azure light vanished in an instant. With a few swift movements, it arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary residence. The figure was none other than Yi Qing, who had just exited Blood Wuxia's study. "Who goes there?" A sudden gust of wind announced the presence of over a dozen figures, most clad in black attire, leaving only their eyes visible. Among them stood one person in gray attire, the leader of this group. Cloaked in the night shadows, they appeared ghostly and elusive. As soon as Yi Qing appeared, the gray-clad leader's eyes gleamed with cold intensity as he spoke in a deep voice. Yi Qing let out a casual snort, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of immovability under the starlight. "It is Lord Yi Qing." The gray-clad leader finally recognized Yi Qing's visage and exclaimed, hurrying forward, "Lord Yi Qing, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Before Yi Qing, the cloaked leader bowed slightly and lowered his voice. Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction, secretly admiring the stringent vigilance of the guards. His expression remained impassive as he stated, "There are cultivators infiltrating my blood fiend city. The city lord has issued a decree to ensure they are all apprehended. Capture them alive if possible. If not, they must be eliminated on the spot. Not a single one must escape. Leaving any alive is, of course, for the sake of interrogation." In truth, Shui Wuxia had not explicitly ordered the capture of those cultivators. However, as Shui Wuxia's capable aide, if Yi Qing lacked such discernment, he would not be worthy of standing beside Shui Wuxia. The cloaked leader, Shui Yu, furrowed his brow and instinctively asked, "Cultivators have infiltrated our blood fiend city? Is this news credible, Lord Yi Qing?" Yi Qing frowned slightly, casting a faint glance at him. "Shui Yu, have you forgotten the rules of the blood group?" Realizing his gaffe, Shui Yu shuddered in alarm. Each member of the blood group was a specially trained assassin cultivated by Shui Wuxia. When the blood group was established, Shui Wuxia had decreed that all members must follow orders without question, or face execution. Rest assured, I shall faithfully execute the orders of my lord. Shui Yu knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully. Good, Yi Qing replied indifferently, continuing. These cultivators are cunning and exceptionally skilled at concealing their presence and strength. Therefore, you must exercise caution and remain vigilant during your operations. No one is to be overlooked. In 10 days, I do not wish to hear any news of cultivators attempting to assassinate our combat masters. Shui Yu, this mission is of utmost importance. I trust you will not disappoint the city lord. Yes, my lord. Shui Yu felt a surge of emotion, yet his expression remained resolute. Within Bloodfiend City, only Shui Wuxie, Shui Fandian, Yuan Minjiang, and the present Yu Qing truly cared for them. Others, even members of the Shui family, kept their distance due to their identities in the blood group. Although Yuan Minjiang and Yu Qing were not from the Shui family, every member of the blood group held them in high regard. Their strength was one factor, but another was that Yuan Minjiang and Yi Qing genuinely cared for them. Yes, Yi Qing replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, and he finally admonished, remember, this operation must be conducted in secrecy. Do not alert the enemy. Yes, my lord. Shui Yu stood up, straight as a spear, and lowered his voice. Well then, I shall take my leave, Yi Qing said, patting Shui Yu on the shoulder with a gentle smile. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of the blood group, and under Shui Yu's leadership, their efficacy would be greatly enhanced. Hence, he felt confident about this mission. My lord, travel safely. Just as Shui Yu finished speaking, he felt a flash of azure light. And in the blink of an eye, Yi Qing vanished from the courtyard. Shui Yu sighed inwardly, pondering, Lord Yi Qing's strength is truly formidable. He alone could likely annihilate hundreds of blood group members. In comparison to such true powerhouses, what are we? Leader, shall we proceed? A group of over a dozen members from the Blood Order encircled, and one among them softly inquired, interrupting the contemplative state of Bloodwell. Indeed, Bloodwell replied coolly. This task is formidable. Fourth, you shall notify the others to prepare. Second and third, accompany me inside to discuss matters. The rest of you continue your vigilance. Understood, leader. The members responded in hushed tones before dispersing. As dawn broke, casting the first rays of sunlight through the window, Li Yishan slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. He realized that he had developed a deep fondness for the practice of cultivation. My governor meridian has also been unblocked. He exclaimed inwardly. This will render my future practice considerably easier, and my progress will undoubtedly accelerate. Upon introspection, Li Yishan joyfully discovered that his governor meridian had indeed been opened. The unblocking of this channel indicated an additional pathway for his energy to circulate, facilitating a more effortless and rapid cultivation experience. More importantly, the capacity of his meridians would significantly enhance, leading to a substantial increase in explosive power. I am truly eager to see what it will be like when all my meridians are unblocked. A faint smile graced his lips as Li Yishan rose and exited his room, making his way toward Li Shishui's quarters. Cultivation is also a means of nurturing the heart. Though he was filled with anticipation, Li Yishan understood that it could not be rushed. Upon reaching the door of Li Shishui's room, he hadn't the chance to utter a word before it creaked open. Li Shishui's imposing figure strode out, and upon seeing Li Yishan, he greeted him with a grin. Yishan, good morning. Good morning. Li Yishan nodded with a smile in return. Li Shishui laughed heartily, delivering a playful punch to Li Yishan's shoulder. Today we shall head to the demon fighting arena, ready for an advanced challenge, I presume? Certainly. Li Yishan feigned discomfort, yet his face was alight with joy. Let us hope we do not cross paths. Li Shishui chuckled. If we do, it's no matter. We brothers can spar again. And I shall witness how your strength has evolved post-breakthrough. Their laughter echoed, a testament to their unspoken bond of camaraderie and shared experiences. Let us go and create a ruckus at the demon fighting arena. Li Shishui exclaimed, draping an arm around Li Yishan's shoulder, his scarred face radiating exuberance. Indeed. Let us go. Li Yishan echoed, his heart swelling with bravado. To be audacious, one must possess the means to do so. Without capability, such arrogance invites ridicule. However, both were formidable individuals, well deserving of their confidence. Chapter 37. The extremes of discourse. The path of cultivation is vast, with myriad avenues. The convergence of 3,000 paths leads to a singular route, a truth that remains unchanged through the ages. Whether it be fighting energy or inner martial prowess, when cultivated to a certain degree, they can yield a golden elixir. As they strolled along the east street of Bloodslaughter City, Li Yishan and Li Shishui engaged in casual conversation. Shishui, are you acquainted with cultivators? Li Yishan suddenly inquired. Li Shishui paused momentarily, then chuckled. Of course. Why do you ask? Is there an issue? Indeed. Li Yishan elucidated. Yesterday, those 4 cultivators besieged me. Among them, I had already reduced one to dust. However, from his body, a crimson entity emerged, shrieking as it attempted to flee. Shishui, do you have any inkling as to what that entity was? Li Shishui halted, his eyes wide, gazing at Li Yishan as though he were a creature from another realm. Instinctively, Li Yishan touched his face, confirming the absence of any unusual presence, and inquired perplexedly, what? Is there a problem? Li Shishui chuckled softly. Given your recent arrival in the divine continent, it is understandable that you remain oblivious. This pertains to 2 distinct cultivation methodologies, representing a radical divergence and highlighting the fundamental differences between energy practitioners and cultivators. The greatest distinction between energy practitioners and cultivators? What is it? Li Yishan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he pressed further. Li Shishui explained, in truth, prior to the formation of the Golden Core, there is no differentiation between energy practitioners and cultivators. However, once the Golden Core is established, the divergence becomes pronounced. Both your kind and we cultivators primarily focus on the cultivation of the physical body, with the Golden Core serving as a supplementary aspect. The Golden Core is merely an upgraded version of the Dantian, intended for the storage of energy and inner strength. In contrast, cultivators, after forming the Golden Core, devote nearly all their energy to it, employing the method of infant transformation to cultivate the nascent soul, rendering their physical bodies exceedingly fragile, almost indistinguishable from their state prior to the Golden Core's formation. The entity you witnessed yesterday was, in fact, that cultivator's nascent soul. Upon hearing Li Shishui's explanation, Li Yishan's understanding blossomed, and he remarked, I see. But what distinguishes their nascent soul? Li Shishui smiled slightly. Their characteristics are quite apparent. As long as the nascent soul endures, cultivators can utilize it to reconstruct their bodies. One might say that as long as the nascent soul persists, they shall not perish. However, this reconstruction is no simple task, requiring substantial time and the essence of heaven and earth. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of the nascent soul are quite limited. Should the physical body be destroyed, the nascent soul would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Yishan, should you encounter a cultivator again, remember to obliterate their nascent soul. Do not allow them to flee, lest your efforts be rendered futile. Li Yishan chuckled, rest assured, I shall not commit such a rudimentary error again. Let us proceed. With that, he set forth, and the 2 walked side by side towards the demon-fighting arena. They quickened their pace, and before long, they arrived at North Street. Along the way, Li Yishan remained contemplative, pondering the battle from the previous day. The robed cultivator had been vanquished, yet where had his nascent soul fled? Had it escaped? Li Yishan furrowed his brow, musing, but I did not witness it. Unbeknownst to him, after invoking the bronze cauldron twice, the robed cultivator had already sustained significant injuries. His defenses at their nadir, leaving even the nascent soul unable to escape, and both the individual and the nascent soul were reduced to mere fragments by Li Yishan. Enough of this. I shall not dwell on it. Should I encounter him again, I shall eliminate him, Li Yishan resolved internally, his expression returning to a serene calm, akin to an ancient well, devoid of any ripples. In the distance, the gates of the demon-fighting arena came into view. The 2 exchanged glances and accelerated their pace. Heading towards the arena, a tempest was on the verge of unfolding. Within the Blood Slaughter City, numerous combat practitioners continued their lives as usual. The streets bustled with activity, and it was difficult to discern any abnormalities on the faces of the passers-by. A corpulent man, clad in a white robe, stealthily emerged in a secluded corner, his countenance revealing a hint of lewdness and coldness. This contradictory combination, coupled with his rotund physique, presented an oddly crude appearance. Once the portly man ensured that no one was around, he swiftly slipped into an inconspicuous courtyard. Ah, Inger, my dear sister, I have arrived. He chuckled, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. As his words fell, he pushed open the door and entered with a quick motion. Inside the dimly lit room, devoid of even a single window, the furnishings were sparse, consisting merely of a table, 4 chairs, and a single bed. Lying on the bed, one could faintly discern the silhouette of a woman dressed in green. If Li Yishan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this figure as the green-clad maiden who had lured him outside the city the previous day. Upon hearing the noise, the girl in green abruptly opened her eyes, her tear-streaked face reflecting a look of terror. Inger, brother is here. The corpulent man, one of the cultivators who had besieged Li Yishan the day before, approached with a lewd grin, his lips glistening with drool that trickled slowly down. Why you? Don't come any closer, Inga managed to utter, attempting to scream. Yet her voice emerged as faint as a whisper. Do not be afraid. Just last night, we were fine, weren't we? How can you be so frightened of your brother after merely a few hours? The rotund cultivator inched closer to the green-clad maiden, exuding an air of unspoken triumph. Inger was filled with dread, thrashing her body violently, but to no avail. Her movements only intensified the smoldering lust within the corpulent cultivator. Suddenly, a flurry of shadows erupted in the courtyard, most clad in black attire, revealing only their eyes. Among them, one figure stood out in gray bloodwoe, with the other 20 members being part of the blood group. The 20 or so individuals surrounded the house without uttering a sound. Shortly after, a flicker of amusement crossed Bloodwoe's face as he mused to himself, "Enjoy your time while you can. Soon, that opportunity will vanish." With a wave of his hand, he commanded the blood group members, who swiftly stormed into the room. A series of muffled clashes and furious roars erupted within the confines of the dwelling. Before long, silence enveloped the room. A subordinate soon reported that the corpulent cultivator had been slain, while the green-clad maiden had been captured alive. The remaining members proceeded to tidy up the room and dispose of the corpulent man's body before emerging from the premises. To dare venture into Bloodslaughter City is truly a death wish. Bloodwoe scoffed, his resolute face betraying no emotion as he calmly stated, "Brothers, let us depart." With a single command, Bloodwoe, accompanied by his subordinates and the green-clad maiden, vanished from the courtyard in mere moments. Chapter 38. 15 consecutive victories within the demon fighting arena. Li Yishan's audacious challenge against the Battle King caused a stir. The audience buzzed with speculation. Who is this young man? How audacious to challenge the Battle King 2 ranks above him. A newly arrived Do Wang boasted audaciously as he entered the arena. Swiftly unsheathing the sword that hung at his waist, he proclaimed loudly, "Youngster, I have come to defeat you." Li Yishan, wielding the slightly twisted blade of the Vajra sword, regarded him with a calm demeanor and replied, "Li Yishan, I welcome your guidance." The Do Wang paused momentarily, then exclaimed, "So you are the famed Li Yishan. No wonder you possess such boldness. I am Guanmeng, and today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between Do Zong and Do Wang." Ordinarily, the Doamo arena forbids high-ranking Dochi practitioners from challenging those of lower ranks. However, having achieved 4 consecutive victories among the Do Wang, Li Yishan's prowess compelled the arena's overseers to tacitly permit Guanmeng's challenge. The rotund host, resembling a bouncing ball, hurried over, exuberantly announcing, in the next bout, "We have the remarkable Li Yishan, who has secured 14 consecutive victories, pitted against Guanmeng. A thrilling clash between a Do Zong and a Do Wang awaits. Who will emerge victorious? Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome. Now, without further ado, let the two prepare. The battle will commence in 3 minutes." With that, the host scurried to the sidelines, anxious to avoid any collateral damage during the confrontation. 3 minutes later, Guanmeng shouted fiercely, charging towards Li Yishan with his slender sword. Even before reaching him, the gust generated by the sword's tip caused Li Yishan's garments to flutter. This individual's strength is quite commendable," Li Yishan mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He stepped forward decisively, swinging his Vajra sword with precision. In that moment, he positioned himself perfectly, standing at the weakest point of Guanmeng's strike. Guanmeng was taken aback by Li Yishan's sudden advance, and with no choice left, he altered his attack from a vertical slash to a horizontal thrust. His slender sword quivered slightly as it aimed for Li Yishan's right wrist. Had Li Yishan continued on his previous trajectory, Guanmeng's sword would have undoubtedly pierced his wrist. His reflexes are impressive, Li Yishan thought to himself, simultaneously leaning forward, transforming his thrust into a downward slash. The Vajra sword shimmered like a streak of light, targeting Guanmeng's right hand. Guanmeng, startled once more, deftly redirected his slender sword to strike the spine of Li Yishan's blade, producing a soft chime. Utilizing the momentum, he swiftly retreated. "Li Yishan, you indeed possess the ability to challenge a Do Wang. It seems I must reevaluate your capabilities." Guanmeng laughed heartily, his astonishment at Li Yishan's displayed strength causing him to abandon any previous underestimation. Li Yishan smiled serenely and said, "Brother Guanmeng, feel free to unleash your techniques. I hope you will not disappoint me." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Guanmeng's prowess was considered top tier among the Do Wang, and with his agile and cunning movements, he had achieved 35 consecutive victories. "Very well," Guanmeng declared without further ado, his body in motion, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he swiftly approached Li Yishan. Such incredible speed. What an enigmatic technique. Li Yishan felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. In his previous 4 matches, he had triumphed with ease, leading to a sense of disillusionment regarding the Do Wang. However, in this 5th match, he finally encountered a formidable opponent worthy of a true contest, igniting his enthusiasm. "Come forth. Li Yishan let out a thunderous shout, his aura firmly locking onto Guanmeng. His figure flickered, creating countless afterimages, and he thrust his sword toward Guanmeng's chest. Discovered. Guanmeng dared not be careless. He swiftly closed the distance, his slender sword vibrating repeatedly, conjuring a myriad of sword blossoms. Brother Guanmeng, this move is futile against me. Li Yishan laughed heartily, simultaneously wielding the Vajra sword, which danced and produced a myriad of sword shadows, enveloping his body in an impenetrable defense. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over 100 strikes. Yet no metallic clash echoed through the air. White light shimmered, and mist swirled as Guanmeng's sword blossoms were shattered, bursting forth in the air in an indescribably enchanting display. From the audience, numerous martial artists erupted in applause. Good. Li Yishan, receive my next move. Spring water, emerald waves. Guanmeng declared loudly. As his voice fell, he leaped into the air, his sword light flickering, his toes tapping rhythmically in midair. The atmosphere rippled as if it were clear water. This was Guanmeng's signature technique, spring water, emerald waves, and the martial artists in the audience instantly brightened with excitement. However, this seemingly beautiful move possessed formidable lethality. The aura he unleashed had firmly locked onto Li Yishan. Buzz. The slender sword emitted a soft sound, surging toward Li Yishan like a torrential current. What a terrifying ultimate move. Li Yishan, at the very center of the aura, sensed an overwhelming danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the purple blood-mad dragon. As the move was executed, the heavens and earth changed color, and the very fabric of space was violently torn apart. The surrounding mist was instantaneously devoured. Look, a rift in space, exclaimed the martial artist in the audience, astonished that a mid-stage Do zone could possess such devastating power. On the second floor of the Do Mo arena, Shui Wuxin, the brother of the arena's manager, Shui Wuxia, observed the scene through the window. Witnessing this spectacle, even he, a Do emperor, stood in shock. Within the arena, the terrifying strike of Li Yishan starkly contrasted with the beauty of Guanmeng's technique. At the center of the vortex, Guanmeng felt this contrast most acutely. As Li Yishan's move unfolded, Guanmeng's aura faltered and was torn apart in an instant. Startled, Guanmeng maintained his composure, striving to control spring water, emerald waves, merging with his sword as he shot towards Li Yishan. He isn't avoiding it. Li Yishan smiled slightly, deliberately tempering his strength. With the emergence of the purple blood-mad dragon, the pressure on Guanmeng was significantly alleviated. Not wishing to take the life of this boisterous man, Li Yishan temporarily reduced his power. The space ceased to fracture, and the previously torn fabric began to slowly mend. Whoosh! The two figures met in an instant. And with a muffled sound, the aura generated by spring water, emerald waves vanished completely. Blood flowed from Guanmeng's mouth and nose as he plummeted from the sky like a kite with severed strings. Guanmeng has lost. The audience, consisting of thousands of martial artists, stared blankly at the scene, unable to process what had just transpired for a long while. Li Yishan also felt the toll. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal energy swirling chaotically, though not as severely as Guanmeng. As Guanmeng was about to descend, Li Yishan swiftly moved beneath him, catching him in a firm embrace. Li Yishan, how did you? Guanmeng managed to stand with great difficulty. Supported by Li Yishan, casting a cold gaze at him, rendered speechless. Li Yishan smiled lightly and replied, Brother Guanmeng, I appreciate your skills. Boom. At the host's provocation, the audience finally reacted, their fervor ignited as thousands of combatants shouted Li Yishan's name with hoarse voices. Chapter 39. A moment of insight. Li Yishan maintained a tranquil smile, displaying no reaction. A surge of pure combat energy gradually flowed into Guanmeng's body, guiding his chaotic energy back to a stable state. Guanmeng felt a wave of comfort wash over him, involuntarily letting out a soft groan, his eyes gradually regaining their luster. Li Yishan, thank you. Guanmeng smiled, having regained some strength, no longer requiring Li Yishan's support. In this battle, he conceded wholeheartedly. He could not deny Li Yishan's formidable prowess, so strong that he had no chance to turn the tide, and were they to fight again, the outcome would surely be the same. He understood that Li Yishan had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stand and converse with him. Li Yishan smiled lightly and said, What is there to thank, Brother Guanmeng? It seems we must part ways here. Guanmeng was momentarily taken aback. What? Are you not participating in the demon battle today? Li Yishan chuckled. Your technique, spring water and azure waves, is indeed impressive. I've sustained some injuries myself. I ought to find a place to recuperate, lest I suffer lingering effects. Moreover, I have achieved my objective today, so there is no need to continue fighting. Learning martial arts techniques is one thing, but to create one's own is exceedingly challenging. Those who can devise their own techniques are invariably gifted individuals. Although self-created techniques may not possess immense power, they are undoubtedly the most suited to the individual, making them exceedingly effective in practice. Oh, Li Yishan's eyes brightened. I too have gained some insight. Brother Guanmeng, your spring water and azure waves is truly unique. I look forward to discussing it further when the opportunity arises. Indeed, that sounds good. Guanmeng nodded, cupping his hands in respect before turning and making his way towards the exit of the demon battle arena. Watching Guanmeng's retreating figure, Li Yishan mused, this Guanmeng possesses considerable strength. Yet, his ultimate technique pales in comparison to my purple blood-mad dragon. I hope that when next we meet, you will have made progress. Masters often find themselves in solitude. Those of their caliber yearn to encounter rivals who could truly challenge them. Mr. Yishan, do you wish to continue? The host, his jowls quivering with a sycophantic smile, inquired, his already small eyes further narrowed by his girth and grin. Very well, Mr. Yishan. Please take a good rest. I look forward to your next remarkable achievement. The host's smile grew even brighter. Indeed, Li Yishan replied, nodding lightly. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped into the air, landing among the audience. The throng of combatants parted to create a path, allowing him to approach Li Shishui. Such is the nature of this world. Strength garners respect. When one possesses power, others will fawn over them, yield their path, and even devote themselves to their cause. Li Shishui had been awaiting his arrival for some time. Upon seeing him finally ascend, he eagerly approached and jested, how does it feel? Is it not rather effortless to emerge victorious? Li Yishan shot him a disgruntled glance and replied, against ordinary battle kings, it is indeed simple. However, encountering a master such as Guanmeng proves to be somewhat taxing. Had I not unleashed the purple blood-mad dragon, I might have faced defeat. Even so, I have sustained considerable internal injuries. Li Shishui was taken aback and inquired, is Guanmeng truly that formidable? Li Yishan nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, in comparison to you, he is likely not lacking in prowess. Really? Li Shishui's eyes brightened. When the opportunity arises, I too wish to engage him in a spar. Yes, certainly, Li Shishui acknowledged, following Li Yishan as they departed. Nearby, numerous energy practitioners instinctively parted to create a pathway for them, gazing with admiration as the two walked away. In the Blood Fiend City, within the estate of Yu Wenmenjiang, the spring water ripple technique was capable of generating an aura that firmly locked onto its opponent. How was this achieved? Guanmeng is indeed a genius. The deeper Li Yishan delved into his research, the more he marveled. The spring water ripple technique profoundly impacted him. He felt he had grasped something elusive, yet upon reflection, found himself at a loss. Although my purple blood-mad dragon possesses immense power, I find it increasingly difficult to control. As my strength grows, my ability to wield it may diminish. Li Yishan furrowed his brow, pondering, can I perhaps create some techniques of my own? Not necessarily powerful ones, but those that suit me best. He understood that self-created techniques would inherently be the most suitable. It is akin to one's own organs. Those that are innate are undoubtedly the most compatible. Conversely, techniques acquired from others, regardless of their quality, may result in some degree of discomfort. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. A smile graced his face. My physique is remarkably robust. This is my advantage and must be leveraged wisely. The weight upon his brow gradually lifted as he repeatedly rehearsed the sword techniques he had recently comprehended. Each time he perceived a flaw, he promptly corrected it. This approach is flawed. While the power is immense, the side effects on my body are too severe. This method shows promise, yet it relies excessively on battle energy. This will not suffice. No, this too is inadequate. The attack speed is too sluggish. With a heart as steadfast as iron, Li Yishan tirelessly rehearsed the newly grasped sword techniques, unhesitatingly discarding any with even the slightest imperfection. He was determined to forge a technique that would satisfy him completely. Chapter 40. The Essence of the Sword. This technique must be anchored in my robust physique. Supplemented by battle energy, its power should be considerable. Should it generate an aura and merge with the realm of intention, it would be even more splendid. Through repeated practice, eliminating one unsatisfactory answer after another, Li Yishan silently resolved to set a goal for himself. The time dedicated to cultivation slipped away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, night had passed. As dawn broke, the eastern sky glowed with a soft light. The morning clouds painted the heavens, creating a scene of indescribable beauty. Li Yishan remained seated cross-legged on his bed, utterly motionless. His brow furrowed deeply. He found himself at the final moment. In the depths of his soul's ocean, Li Yishan, clad in a flowing azure robe, stood with his sword held aloft, eyes closed, absorbing the essence of the sword technique he had just conceived. The realm of intent. Yes, that is it. The technique is lifeless, yet the practitioner is alive, What this move lacks is vitality. Suddenly, a spark ignited within Li Yishan's heart. His tightly locked brow began to relax, and his eyes fluttered open. A graceful smile curved his lips, and with a swift motion, he leapt through the window into the courtyard. With a flick of his wrist, the purple moon divine blade materialized in his hand. Standing at the center of the courtyard, Li Yishan held the blade as still as a javelin, exuding an aura of unwavering strength. Time passed, each second dragging on, as Li Yishan remained there. His imposing figure akin to a towering mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of awe. An hour later, a flash of violet light flickered in his eyes. At last, the long-standing stillness was broken. He slowly raised his right hand, the purple moon divine blade slicing through the air, tracing profound arcs. The spiritual energy of the surrounding world coalesced into an ethereal current, enveloping the blade's surface. Suddenly, without warning, the withered leaves in the courtyard were swept into a frenzy. As the wind ceased, the leaves gently descended, settling the chaos around him. Yet, Li Yishan did not halt his movements. The air around him felt as though it had solidified, devoid of any disturbance. Not even a whisper of wind could penetrate. This abrupt shift from extreme motion to profound stillness was almost suffocating. Li Yishan's sword thrust forth, slow in appearance yet astonishingly swift in reality. The illusion of slowness stemmed from the sheer speed of his strike, too rapid for the naked eye to follow, leaving only a series of fleeting phantoms in its wake. The space around him seemed to groan under the pressure, emitting a series of hissing sounds as tiny fissures appeared, only to heal almost instantaneously. Clad in his azure garb and facing the sun, Li Yishan's sword appeared to possess a life of its own, soaring upward as if to pierce the heavens and challenge the sun itself. After 2 or 3 minutes of unwavering focus, he finally ceased his movements, gracefully descending from the air. Standing firm with the blade retracted, a subtle smile emerged on his lips, which quickly blossomed into a hearty laugh. Haha, overflowing with pride. I cannot conceal my excitement, Li Yishan exclaimed joyfully. After dedicating an entire afternoon and evening, I have finally created a sword technique that belongs to me. This technique boasts immense power, unparalleled speed, and boundless potential. Most importantly, it encompasses countless realms of intent, perfectly suited for me. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, revealing the presence of 2 individuals. Li Yishan turned his head and, unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in a white robe, Yu Jiang, along with Li Shui, dressed in a gray long gown, had appeared behind him, now approaching with measured steps. Yishan, impressive. To have developed your own sword technique in such a short span of time is indeed a testament to your extraordinary talent, Yu Jiang exclaimed. Patting Li Yishan on the shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of nostalgia. Yishan, might I have to start calling you a prodigy? Li Shui jested. Awkwardly, Li Shui scratched the back of his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Hee, Yu Jiang interjected at the opportune moment. What do you call this technique of yours? Have you thought of a name? Li Yishan paused slightly, then replied, I hadn't considered that. Well, this technique embodies profound meaning. I think I shall name it Sword Intent. What do you think of that? Ah, yes, Yu Jiang nodded. That name is excellent. In just 2 concise characters, it encapsulates boundless implications. Thus, Sword Intent it shall be. Shui, what is your opinion? Li Shui agreed. Good, certainly. A name crafted by our little prodigy can hardly be lacking. With a smile, Li Yishan playfully punched him, and the 3 exchanged glances, erupting into hearty laughter. The bond of life and death between them was self-evident. By the way, Yishan, Yu Jiang suddenly sobered. The Lord of Bloodfiend City has expressed great curiosity about you and Shui. When you have the time, I would like you both to accompany me to his residence for a visit. The Lord of Bloodfiend? Li Yishan furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with Li Shui. Before finding relief and responding with a smile, very well, just notify me when the time comes. Mentioning the Lord of Bloodfiend brought to mind the young lord. Blood turned sky. Last time, when Li Yishan had bested him so thoroughly, it was a relief that he did not seek revenge. It seemed rather absurd to visit his home as guests. However, both trusted Yu Jiang implicitly, so they harbored no concerns. Very well, let us leave it at that for now. The Lord is away for a few days, and all matters have fallen upon my shoulders. I must take my leave. The divine continent will soon see the rise of new storms. You too, attend to your own affairs. Do not grow complacent, understood? Yu Jiang instructed, his tone becoming gravely serious, exuding an undeniable authority. Yes, Mr. Yuan. Both replied, feeling a shiver run through their souls as they instinctively responded. Good. Yu Jiang nodded in satisfaction, and with that, he turned and exited the courtyard. Li Shui stood there, gazing at Yu Jiang's departing figure, murmuring, Mr. Yuan's strength is truly unfathomable. Just now, I felt an overwhelming urge to pay him homage. Li Yishan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I felt the same. Yet, we need not envy him. One day, we too shall stand at his lofty height. Certainly, Li Shishui affirmed. Their yearning for strength was as fervent as anyone's. Yet, little did they know, the heights they aspired to were indeed fraught with peril. Chapter 41. To act or not to act, time flowed slowly. And in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the span of these 10 days, Li Yishan and Li Shishui have diligently frequented the demon fighting arena, partaking in no fewer than 7 battles each day. By the end of this period, Li Yishan has achieved an astounding 83 consecutive victories, merely 17 battles shy of the coveted 100 wins. Li Shishui, though slightly behind, saw his streak of victories interrupted by a formidable female combatant known as Danju, leaving him with a commendable 35 wins. As for the sword intent, Li Yishan has refrained from wielding it during this time. It remains his ultimate trump card, reserved for the most critical moments. The two have swiftly risen to prominence, becoming well-known figures in the Blood Slaughter City within just 10 days. While Li Yishan and Li Shishui fervently pursue their strength, the members of the Blood Group are also engaged in clandestine operations. True to its reputation for cultivating elite individuals under the guidance of Shui Wuxia, the Blood Group has gleaned significant intelligence from a green-clad girl named Ying, leading them to uncover vital clues. Over these 10 days, they have nearly eradicated all potential cultivators lurking in the shadows of Blood Slaughter City, yet one individual still eludes them. As night descends, the city is aglow with lights, creating a starry spectacle that enchants the eyes. Walking side by side down East Street, Li Yishan and Li Shishui converse casually. Notably, neither wears a mask, revealing their true identities, for they prefer to avoid attracting unnecessary attention from the multitude of combat practitioners. Both are inherently modest, believing that it is better to remain inconspicuous. Time is of the essence. Cultivation, like the pursuit of knowledge, cannot yield results overnight. The key lies in a harmonious balance between work and rest, practicing when necessary and allowing oneself to recuperate at appropriate times. Otherwise, one may find their efforts to be in vain. Within the secret base of the Blood Group in Blood Slaughter City, Shuiyu, clad in a gray outfit, stands by the window, admiring the breathtaking night sky. A cool breeze wafts in, causing him to furrow his brow, as if troubled by some pressing concern. Suddenly, his ears perk up, and a rare warmth graces his usually stern visage as he softly calls out, "Shui Feng, come in." With a creak, the door swings open, revealing a robust figure known as Shui Feng, who strides in with purpose. Clad in a tight black outfit that accentuates his well-defined physique, he embodies a perfect silhouette of strength. "Big brother." Shui Feng quickly approaches Shuiyu, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety and urgency. He is, in fact, Shuiyu's biological brother. Their parents were slain during the last battle between immortals and demons, binding the two brothers in an unbreakable bond of mutual reliance and affection. "What is it?" Shuiyu inquires gently, turning to face his younger sibling. Though Shui Feng lost his parents at a tender age, he has always been under the protective wing of his elder brother, sparing him from the trials of life. Shuiyu's decision to enlist him in the Blood Group was primarily intended to cultivate his resilience. Shui Feng hesitates, seemingly grappling with unspoken concerns, but ultimately voices his apprehension. "Big brother, today marks the 10th day, and the deadline set by Lord Yi Qing is fast approaching. We have yet to capture that cultivator. What if the city lord holds us accountable?" Bloodyu furrowed his brow and uttered a sharp command, his tone imbued with an air of infinite authority. Bloodwind, startled, obediently lowered his head, refraining from uttering another word. Observing his brother's demeanor, Bloodyu sighed inwardly and spoke earnestly. "Little Wind, you must remember, regardless of the circumstances, never to doubt the city lord. He is the cornerstone of our Blood Slaughter City. Without him, your brother and I would have long since departed from this world, and you would not exist in this present moment." "Indeed." Bloodwind nodded, responding with compliance. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Bloods was second in command. Blood Wu Shuang entered with an expression of excitement, calling out from a distance, "Elder brother, there's news. The target has appeared. Oh, Little Wind is here too." Blood Wu Shuang greeted Bloodwind with a smile. "What?" A flicker of surprise crossed Bloodyu's face as he inquired, "Where?" Blood Wu Shuang hurriedly replied, "On East Main Street." "Elder brother, he has manifested on East Main Street." "East Main Street?" Bloodyu frowned, contemplating. "She dares to appear on East Main Street? Do you not think, second brother, that this is rather unusual?" "Indeed, it seems somewhat illogical." Blood Wu Shuang nodded in agreement, stating, "However, this is our Blood Slaughter City's territory. How much trouble could she possibly cause?" "Your point is valid. Second brother, assemble the action team at once," Bloodyu commanded. "Yes, elder brother." Blood Wushuang responded with enthusiasm, his excitement unabashed. As night fell, East Main Street was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. For many combat practitioners, the nightlife was just beginning. Li Yishan and Li Shishue strolled leisurely when, suddenly, Li Shishue halted in front of an inn, addressing Li Yishan. Yishan, would you care to join me for a drink? I heard from Danju that their wine here is splendid. Oh? Li Yishan's eyes sparkled as he turned to look, chuckling, Longfeng Tavern, Shishue. What exactly is your relationship with Danju? Li Shishue chuckled, a tender smile flickering across his face. Well, you'll find out in due time. Haha, Li Yishan laughed heartily. When will that be? Are we expecting a pair of dragon and phoenix twins? You rascal. Li Shishue playfully punched him, and the two entered Longfeng Tavern. Clink. Their cups met, and they drained their drinks in one go. Haha, refreshing. Li Shishue wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, Yishan, I must say, this wine is truly exceptional. Indeed. Li Yishan replied with a calm smile, refilling Li Shishue's glass before filling his own. As they enjoyed their drinks, they engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tavern, causing both Li Yishan and Li Shishue to furrow their brows and glance toward the entrance. They beheld a girl in green, her expression frantic, rushing in and heading straight for their table. Following her were a dozen tall men clad in black, their features obscured save for their eyes. This girl looks familiar. I feel I've seen her somewhere, Li Shishue murmured. Li Yishan smiled gently and replied, Shishue, do you not recall? That was how we encountered Blood Fantion last time. Oh, she is the green-clad girl from that day. Li Shishue suddenly realized and said, Yishan, do you think we should intervene this time? Intervene? Li Yishan replied with a calm smile. Let us first clarify the situation. It would be best to avoid a repeat of what happened last time. The adage that one learns from their mistakes held true. Neither of them were reckless brutes unaware of the world's dangers, and they preferred to remain uninvolved if possible. Chapter 42. How do you know, my lords? Please help. The girl in green immediately spotted Li Yishan and Li Shishue, her eyes brightening as she called out. Her voice was melodious, akin to that of a lark. My lords, they are trying to capture me. The girl's expression was frantic, yet her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Li Yishan's wife, when Lan. Capture you? Why do they wish to seize you? Li Yishan furrowed his brow, although it was merely a fleeting glance. The girl's likeness to his wife evoked a subtle fondness within him. The girl in green, overwhelmed with fear, exclaimed, I do not know why. They simply want to capture me. My lords, could you please save me? Li Shishue took a gentle sip of his fine wine and chuckled lightly. My dear, please take a seat. Let us first ascertain the facts when they arrive. Understood. The girl nodded and sat at the opposite end of the table. Gentlemen, this matter pertains to our blood slaughter city and does not concern you. Kindly step aside. A dozen men clad in black approached, one of whom seemed to be their leader, speaking coldly. Ding. Li Yishan and Li Shishue disregarded them entirely, continuing to clink their glasses and drink. How dare you ignore me? I shall repeat myself. This woman is to be apprehended by our city's orders. It would be best if you refrained from meddling. The leader's face flushed with anger beneath his dark garb. Did you not hear? I command you to leave this place at once. Or do not blame us for being impolite. The leader nearly shouted, seeing Li Yishan's indifference. Humph, and if we choose not to leave, what will you do? Li Shishue retorted with a cold snort, twirling his wine glass with keen interest. Then do not blame us for being uncivilized. The leader slowly drew a broadsword from his waist, and his companions similarly brandished their weapons. Clang. The sound of the broadsword being unsheathed resonated uniformly. These dozen men were evidently elite fighters, far superior to the subpar minions of Shui Fantion. Ah, they are all crimson. Li Yishan glanced at the group, his indifference shifting to curiosity regarding their weapons. All of their armaments were fearsome broadswords, a striking blood-red hue, including their hilts and sheaths. It appeared they were indeed the legitimate descendants of Blood Slaughter City. However, if they were merely capturing someone, why conceal their faces? Li Yishan frowned slightly and suddenly his eyes lit up as he pondered. Could they be a secret organization trained by Blood Slaughter City? Li Yishan's speculation was entirely correct. They were indeed the death squad secretly cultivated by Shui Wuxia, known as the Blood Group. Generally speaking, every power faction discreetly nurtures certain individuals to undertake significant tasks. In the realm of Earth, the Li Group, to which Li Yishan belonged, clandestinely nurtured a cadre of assassins. How foolish. The leader, clad in black, incensed by Li Yishan's continued indifference, brandished his blade and aimed a strike towards Li Yishan's crown. With a subtle shift, Li Yishan turned his head, and two piercing rays of light erupted from his eyes, swiftly penetrating the black-clad leader's gaze. Momentarily disoriented, the leader was seized by a profound terror. believing Li Yishan was poised to retaliate, prompting him to hastily withdraw. How could this be? The black-clad leader was aghast, pondering, what manner of fearsome gaze is that? He managed to repel me with nothing but his eyes? The reality was undeniable, despite the leader's unwillingness to accept it. Li Yishan had indeed forced him back with his mere stare. Second brother, what is amiss? The more than 10 individuals behind him, utterly oblivious to the preceding events, approached with inquiries. The one referred to as second brother was none other than Xue Wushuang, the second in command of the blood group. Regaining his composure, Xue Wushuang scrutinized both Li Yishan and Li Shishui closely, then whispered to a companion, we may not be able to handle these two. When will eldest brother arrive? Within the blood group, Xue Yu's prowess was undoubtedly unparalleled. However, the second place did not belong to Xue Wushuang, who was renowned for his cunning intellect and strategic acumen, serving as the group's tactical mastermind. Second brother, is it so? You cannot manage such a trivial matter? A cold voice resonated as Xue Yu, clad in a gray long robe, entered with hands clasped behind his back, followed closely by 3 others, including his brother Xue Feng and the group's 3rd and 4th members. Presently, Xue Yu was unmasked. His facial features bore a resolute strength, with a prominent nose and a perpetual faint smile gracing his lips. His raven hair was meticulously arranged, casually tied back with a crimson cord, while his eyes, resembling a fathomless pool, were inscrutable. Eldest brother. Upon sighting Xue Yu, Xue Wushuang hurried forward, eager to speak, but was interrupted by Xue Yu's raised hand. Allow me to handle this matter. You and the brothers must remain vigilant. Do not let that woman escape. Xue Yu communicated telepathically to Xue Wushuang. Understood, eldest brother. Xue Wushuang replied, promptly taking his position alongside the 3rd and 4th brothers, as well as the cadre of black-clad men he had brought to secure a strategic advantage in the tavern. Li Yishan's eyes sparkled. Upon encountering Xue Yu, he discerned an extraordinary presence in the latter's gaze. With a composed smile, Li Yishan raised his cup towards Xue Yu in a gesture of respect. The young lady in green, seated at the same table, changed countenance upon Xue Yu's arrival and subtly shifted closer to Li Yishan. All of Li Yishan's attention was fixated on Xue Yu, rendering him oblivious to her slight movement. Indeed, the young lady's actions were minimal and discreet, so much so that even Li Shishui, who was constantly vigilant, failed to notice. Xue Yu offered a slight smile and confidently approached Li Yishan, clasping his fists in greeting. If I am not mistaken, you two must be Li Yishan and Li Shishui, correct? Li Yishan paused, taken aback, and inquired, how do you know this? Yet, confusion lingered in his heart. When he fought against Li Shishui, both wore masks made of human skin. Logically, on this divine continent, few should recognize him. Yet here was a stranger who effortlessly identified both him and Li Shishui. In Chapter 43, Whose Fault? Haha. Xue Yu laughed heartily, proclaiming, having resided in Bloodslaughter City for many years, I am thoroughly familiar with everything here. You two appear unfamiliar, yet with such remarkable bearing. I must ask, how many possess such power in Bloodslaughter City? Merely at the mid-stage of the fighting sovereign realm. Yet with just a pair of eyes, one can repel the second in command. His words were a blend of truth and deception. He indeed knew their true identities. However, it was not through deduction. After Li Yishan defeated Yi Tianwen, he had received orders from Xue Wuxia to investigate Li Yishan discreetly. So that is the case. Li Yishan replied with a faint smile, clasping his hands in greeting. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Xue Yu smiled slightly. I am called Xue Yu. Today, I come in the name of the city lord, accompanied by my brothers, to apprehend this young lady. His tone was calm, yet it concealed an icy undertone. Oh? Li Yishan's brows furrowed, having discerned the chilling implication in Xue Yu's words. He swiftly turned to glance at the girl in green. Li Yishan surrender? At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The green-clad maiden's exquisite face contorted into a fierce expression as a gleaming dagger swiftly lunged toward Li Yishan's throat. Clearly, the blade was coated with a deadly poison designed to seal one's fate. This particular toxin, engineered specifically to target combat practitioners, would ensure instant death even for a fighting saint upon mere contact. Li Yishan was taken aback. The dagger approached with astonishing speed, mere centimeters from his throat in the blink of an eye. The chilling aura emanating from the dagger sent shivers down his spine. Damn it. This wretched girl seeks her own demise. Li Shishui exclaimed, his voice laced with expletives as his hand transformed into a claw, swiftly reaching for the maiden's throat. However, the green-clad girl had already seized the initiative. No matter how swift Li Shishui was, he could not outpace her dagger. As the dagger neared, poised to pierce Li Yishan's throat, Li Shishui was filled with alarm and shouted. His roar, infused with his fury and all his fighting spirit, stirred the air around them. Remarkably, The green-clad maiden trembled as if wounded, her movements momentarily slowed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Yishan swiftly arched his body, narrowly evading the maiden's lethal strike. The dagger was perilously close, slicing through the air and severing a few strands of his hair, truly a weapon of death. Humph! Shui scoffed coldly. The instant the green-clad maiden raised her dagger, he sprang into action, displaying reflexes and speed that even surpassed Li Shishui's. Yet, the maiden's actions were so rapid that his counterattack only landed after the fact. Bang! Shuiyu's fist, charged with fighting spirit, struck solidly against the maiden's shoulder. The body of a cultivator could not be compared to that of a fighting practitioner. The young girl in green emitted a muffled groan as she was forcefully thrown out, crashing into 3 tables before finally landing on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth and nose. Blood Wu Shuang, accompanied by his subordinates, rushed forward immediately, encircling her. They understood that the girl in green would not surrender without a fight. Indeed, she let out a delicate shout, exerted a slight force, and soared into the air. A crystalline flying sword appearing beneath her feet, accentuating her ethereal form. Her garments fluttered without wind, and her hair danced gracefully, resembling a celestial being soaring through the skies. A cultivator? Li Yishan regarded her with an icy gaze, devoid of any emotion, as if he were looking at a lifeless corpse. This woman, seemingly pure and angelic, had nearly taken his life mere seconds ago. The girl in green, standing on her flying sword, let out a melodious laugh, only to abruptly cease. Gazing at Li Yishan with a chilling intensity, gritting her teeth as she declared, Li Yishan, consider yourself fortunate this time. When the opportunity arises, I shall personally take your life. I will extract your essence and skin you alive, making you endure countless tortures until your demise. Her voice was enchanting, her features immaculate. Yet the words she spoke were laced with venomous malice. The many martial artists within the tavern gasped in shock. A slight curve formed at the corner of Li Yishan's mouth as he regarded her coldly. Those who knew him, like Li Shishui, recognized the genuine intent to kill that had ignited within him. What is your relationship with that cultivator, Inga? Li Yishan suddenly murmured, uttering a statement that left most feeling perplexed. You dare mention her. If it weren't for you, my sister would not have met such a fate. Li Yishan, you deserve to die 1,000 times over. The girl in green, Bai Li, retorted fiercely. Bai Li was the younger sister of the cultivator Inger, who had initially lured Li Yishan into a trap. The two sisters were inseparable, their bond strong, having lost their parents in the war between the celestial and demonic realms. They harbored a deep-seated hatred for martial artists and had volunteered to act as spies. Now, with Bai Li's sister Ingo captured by Blood Yu, she was determined to seek vengeance. Indeed, so it is. Li Yishan scoffed. Little girl, you claim I harmed your sister, correct? Of course. Bai Li dismissed him with disdain. Li Yishan's smile widened. Then allow me to ask you this. It was your sister who lured me out of Bloodslaughter City, alongside 3 cultivators who ambushed me. Had I perished that day, would my brothers not seek revenge against your sister? Moreover, I did not kill your sister. She was taken by a plump companion. Bai Li paused momentarily, quickly retorting, That's different. You martial artists, those who sell their bodies to demons, are full of tricks. I will not believe you. Humph. While we martial artists may sell our bodies to demons, how noble are you cultivators? You are merely a bunch of hypocrites, skilled only in underhanded tactics. Blood Yu, who had remained silent until now, let out a cold snort, his frigid voice resonating in everyone's ears, causing those martial artists of lesser cultivation to feel the temperature around them plummet. The white fox seemed to have heard an extraordinary joke. Laughing maniacally, we cultivators are the only ones favored by the Creator, the purest beings in this world. You, the fighters, have sold your flesh to the demons, destined to be devoured by them. Upon hearing this, the fighters in the tavern erupted in anger, voices raised and weapons clashing, the sounds echoing throughout the room. Humph. Blood Yu scoffed coldly. Just take a look at this, and you will understand. As the words left his mouth, a crystal ball appeared in Blood Yu's hand. With a slight exertion, he tossed it into the air. The crystal ball slowly expanded, revealing an astonishing scene within. A corpulent cultivator stealthily slipped into an unremarkable house, murmuring, Hee, Inger, I'm here. That fat fool. The white fox, Bai Li, widened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Ah, sister. Though the room was dimly lit, Bai Li immediately recognized the figure lying on the bed as Bai Ying, gasping in shock. The performance within the crystal ball continued. The chubby man grinning as his heavy form gradually pressed down upon Bai Ying's curvaceous body. Witnessing this, Bai Li could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed freely. In the tavern, the fighters were stirred, excitement coursing through them, some even whistling in encouragement. Silence. Blood Yu cast a cold glance their way. his fierce gaze sending shivers down their spines, forcing them into silence. Young lady, do you understand now? Blood Yu retracted the crystal ball, fixing his gaze intently on Bai Li, his tone calm, yet penetrating. Bai Li trembled all over, engulfed in a wave of frustration and despair. Blood Yu's gaze was like a large stone cast into a lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Dressed in green, Bai Li stepped onto her flying sword, descending slowly from the air. Just kill me, she said, looking at Li Yishan with an unsettling calmness, her voice laced with boundless despair. Whose fault is this? Li Yishan's heart quivered. The green-clad girl resembled his late wife. Having experienced death once, he understood the sequence of events, and it was impossible for him not to feel pain. Whether to kill you or not is for the city lord to decide. Bai Li, please come with us. Blood Yu said, glancing at Li Yishan. Bai Li nodded, retracting her flying sword into her body. Blood Yu approached her, tapping her body to seal her acupoints, rendering her unable to flee. Then, he nodded to Li Yishan and Li Shishui, leading Bai Li out of the Dragon and Phoenix Tavern. The other members of the blood group followed closely behind, vanishing swiftly. With Bai Li captured, all cultivators within Blood Slaughter City were purged. Li Yishan's life remained unchanged. Cultivate, and cultivate again. Grow stronger, and grow stronger still. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. It must be said that Li Yishan's talent for cultivation was indeed remarkable. He had now broken through to the late stage of Dozo. 5 days later, he stood quietly at the center of the Dumo arena, sword held horizontally before him, with his gaze fixed ahead and a mind as tranquil as an ancient well. Devoid of any ripples, he achieved yet another remarkable feat, 15 consecutive victories within a mere 5 days. His current tally of victories now stands at 98. Nearly 2 more wins would grant him the illustrious milestone of 100 consecutive victories. The rotund host, brimming with excitement, scurried to Li Yishan's side, brandishing a microphone as he proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the long-awaited duel of the mages. Do you know which 2 combatants will face off? Li Yishan. Li Yishan." The fervent crowd of combat practitioners erupted, chanting his name with fervor. Their focus was not on who would challenge Li Yishan. They were simply aware that a victory today would culminate in his 99th consecutive win. Based on previous encounters, it was understood that in the final match, Li Yishan would confront a formidable opponent sent by the city lord, making the 100th battle the most exhilarating of all. Indeed, today's duel pits the extraordinarily undefeated champion, Li Yishan, against the valiant Guomeng, who has tirelessly honed his skills for nearly 20 days, returning to the arena for this highly anticipated confrontation. The host's face flushed with excitement, and his eloquence elevated the status of both combatants to an almost mythical level. Most in the audience were aware that Guomeng had previously faced defeat at the hands of Li Yishan, hence the host's enthusiastic remarks. Guomeng, Li Yishan, Guomeng, Li Yishan. The cheers from the audience crescendoed, their excitement palpable. For them, the outcome of this duel was secondary. They simply knew that the spectacle would be nothing short of extraordinary, rivaling even the impending 100th battle. Now, let us welcome our dashing hero, Mr. Li Yishan. With raucous applause, the host bellowed into the microphone, his voice echoing across the arena. Li Yishan, Li Yishan. The audience's cheers were unrestrained, with some female combat practitioners even shouting, "Yishan, Yishan, I love you," in a manner reminiscent of a whimsical love song, prompting discontented glances from their male companions. Indeed, the adage fame comes with its burdens rings true. It seems this sentiment is not merely a saying. Fortuitously, I donned a mask for otherwise. Navigating through such a throng would have been perilous. One spit from each person could surely drown me. Li Yishan stood resolutely at the center of the duel arena, merely offering a wry smile in response to the scene unfolding around him. And now, let us also welcome our hero, Lord Guomeng. With a flourish, the host raised his hand, and as if prearranged, Guomeng, clad in a flowing azure robe, gracefully descended from the upper tiers of the audience, alighting within the arena. Guomeng, Guomeng. The enthusiasm of thousands of combat practitioners reached a fever pitch, a dual tribute to both Guomeng's arrival and their respect for Li Yishan. Undoubtedly, their primary concern remained the imminent clash. Enough of the preamble. Let us witness this monumental battle. As the host concluded his announcement, his voice surged to a volume that eclipsed the roars of the crowd, causing their eardrums to reverberate. This individual is also a formidable opponent, Li Yishan mused, recognizing the host's concealed prowess. The strength inherent in the duel arena was indeed formidable, revealing depths even within the most seemingly unassuming individuals. Li Yishan and Guomeng simultaneously turned their gazes towards the portly host, watching him with keen interest. "Gentlemen, let us begin." The host winked and resumed his earnest demeanor. speaking as he swiftly darted to the edge of the arena. Both Li Yishan and Guan Ming nodded in agreement. Guan Ming looked at Li Yishan, a faint smile gracing his lips, and said, "Brother Yishan, I did not expect that we would have the opportunity to spar so soon. This time, I shall exert my utmost effort to defeat you." Li Yishan smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Then I look forward to your guidance, Brother Guan." Indeed, Guan Ming nodded, his expression suddenly turning gravely serious. His sharp eyes gleamed with a cold light, resembling a venomous serpent fixated on Li Yishan. Clang! The slender sword was drawn, and the air was instantly thick with an overwhelming aura of menace, causing the temperature of the arena to drop several degrees. A formidable pressure radiated outward, bearing down on Li Yishan like a mountain. Guan Ming has truly grown stronger. Li Yishan was startled, contemplating this revelation. Encountering a worthy opponent invigorated him, and his previously tranquil eyes began to sparkle with intensity. The Guan Ming who had disappeared for nearly 20 days had already instilled in him tremendous pressure. Even before making a move, Li Yishan dared not underestimate the situation. He swiftly flipped his right hand, and the Ziyue Divine Blade appeared within his grasp. Neither sword nor knife, the Ziyue Divine Blade shimmered with a faint purple light, emanating a fierce aura that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Guan Ming. Acknowledging the difficulty and overwhelming Li Yishan with mere presence, Guan Ming bellowed and took the initiative. The slender sword whipped up a gust of wind, causing the air to tremble violently as it swiftly lunged toward Li Yishan. A fierce battle was inevitable, Li Yishan thought solemnly. Meanwhile, with a flash of purple light, he advanced rather than retreated, stepping forward 2 paces as the Ziyue Divine Blade quivered, swiftly aiming for Guan Ming's chest. Li Yishan never engaged in futile endeavors. His swordsmanship sought speed, ferocity, and precision. If he were to merely respond to each move, who knew how long the fight would drag on? His formidable physique was a considerable asset. Now, his body was as resilient as steel, impervious to the attacks of ordinary fighters, and he intended to exploit this advantage fully. Guan Ming frowned deeply. Li Yishan's movements had become even more enigmatic than before. The seemingly simple 2 steps had effectively severed all his avenues of retreat. The glimmering Ziyue Divine Blade posed a significant threat as well. Clang! The slender sword quivered, meeting the tip of the Ziyue Divine Blade head-on. With a sharp exhalation, Guan Ming propelled himself upward, roaring, "Li Yishan, receive my strike, the 18 styles of spring water." As his words fell, Guan Ming transformed into a streak of light, his body and sword merging as one, hurtling toward Li Yishan with astonishing speed. "Come forth," Li Yishan shouted, the Ziyue Divine Blade weaving a tapestry of sword shadows, enveloping him in an impenetrable defense. Clang, 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 clang. In the blink of an eye, the 2 champions collided, the sounds of their clashes resounding in rapid succession, each strike louder than the last. This 18 styles of spring water is exceptionally powerful, Li Yishan thought, taken aback. This technique featured a succession of strikes, each swifter and stronger than the last. Fortunately, the one receiving the blows was Li Yishan. Had it been someone of lesser prowess, they would likely face severe injury, if not death. Clang! With the 18th strike, Li Yishan and Guan Ming clashed fiercely, the sound echoing far and wide as they both disengaged, ready for what lay ahead. "Li Yishan, you have indeed not disappointed me." Guan Ming's laughter echoed, yet his heart was filled with unimaginable shock, pondering, is Li Yishan even human? He withstood my attack without so much as a scratch. Li Yishan's eyes sparkled like 2 luminous pearls. Secretly delighted as he thought, Guan Ming's strength has increased even more than mine. I eagerly anticipate the extent of his skill. Spring Water's Azure Waves. Chapter 45, The Might of Sword Intent. Li Yishan, I wonder if you can withstand this strike. Guan Ming's expression suddenly turned grave, locking his gaze onto Li Yishan. Is it coming? Li Yishan's eyes gleamed as he smiled lightly, encouraging, "Brother Guan, please proceed. Yishan is ready." "Very well." Guan Ming nodded, suddenly shouting, "Spring Water's Azure Waves." As his words fell, the arena transformed dramatically. The air within the arena became as supple as water. Ripples emanated from Guan Ming, slowly spreading outward, wave upon wave, seemingly endless. The immense pressure dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of oppression. The name remained the same, as did the technique, yet its might had multiplied beyond measure. When Spring Water's Azure Waves emerged, thousands of combatants instinctively held their breath. In that moment, the vast arena fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Li Yishan furrowed his brow, quietly observing the scene, awaiting Guan Ming's attack. Guan Ming, clad in a flowing green robe, was buoyed by an unseen wind. With a soft exclamation, he tapped the air with his toes, each tap causing a gentle tremor. Now, Guan Ming resembled a swift swallow, darting toward Li Yishan with incredible speed. It is time to test the power of sword intent. Li Yishan mused, having made up his mind. He had never employed this technique in actual combat and was eager to discover its true potency. Li Yishan, prepare to receive my strike. Guan Ming shouted, as spring water's azure waves generated a pull, tearing at Li Yishan's form. Li Yishan smiled calmly, his heart attuned to his will. The purple moon divine blade angled toward the heavens, erupting with brilliant radiance. In that moment, even the sun above dimmed in comparison. Guan Ming, I shall shatter your spring water's azure waves with this sword intent, Li Yishan declared softly. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the entire arena. Clear to every combatant present. Sword intent. Is it a new technique he has devised? Guan Ming frowned, contemplating. Yet his speed did not wane, whipping up a fierce wind as he charged toward Li Yishan. With the emergence of sword intent, the very skies shifted. All the spiritual energy of the arena converged around Li Yishan, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. The aura generated by spring water's azure waves trembled violently, teetering on the brink of rupture. The air, akin to boiling water, churned incessantly. What? Impossible! Guan Ming gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment. In midair, he found himself struggling to maintain control over his body. I can defeat you once, and I can defeat you 1,000 times, Li Yishan thought, though his body remained rooted in place, unmoving. In the audience, thousands of combatants watched in terror, their eyes wide as they beheld this spectacle. Initially, spring water's azure waves had already imparted a powerful visual impact upon them. Unbelievably, Li Yishan exhibited an extraordinary prowess. A seemingly simple display of sword intent appeared ordinary. Yet it instigated signs of collapse in the vibrant aura of the spring waters. It was at this moment they truly comprehended what it meant to be a master. On the second floor of the demon fighting arena, within a specially designed VIP room, 3 individuals sat side by side. These 3 were none other than the city lord, Blood Wuxia, the elegantly robed Yuan Mingyang, and Blood Wuxia's brother, the manager of the arena, Blood Wuxin. Sipping delicately from his fragrant tea, Blood Wuxia remarked, Yuan, this Li Yishan is indeed a remarkable talent. This time, in the war between the celestial and demonic realms, our blood-slaughter city shall also shine brightly, showcasing to that old, iron-willed man that we too are a place of prodigious talents. Yuan Mingyang offered a faint smile and replied, this young man is indeed becoming increasingly fascinating. In just a few days, his sword intent has evolved to such perfection. Generally, newly crafted ultimate techniques are far from flawless. The reason is simple. Without practical application, one cannot discern the inherent flaws. Thus, how could it achieve perfection? Blood Wuxin, slightly taken aback, interjected, Mr. Yuan. Are you suggesting that this sword intent was conceived by him? Yuan Mingyang nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, it is entirely his own creation. Oh, Blood Wuxia's eyes gleamed with excitement as he laughed heartily. Excellent. This time, Li Yishan will surely overshadow that old man's precious grandson. I can hardly wait to see the look of dejection on his face. Yuan Mingyang smiled subtly and cautioned, brother, pay close attention. The best is yet to come. He then fell silent, intently observing the contest between Li Yishan and Guan Ming. Curiosity piqued. Blood Wuxia and Blood Wuxin turned to watch as well. Amidst their conversation, the battle within the arena continued unabated. As Li Yishan unleashed his sword intent, everything in the demon fighting arena, including the very air, trembled. Even the thousands of martial artists in attendance felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. All movement froze in an instant. The air seemed to crystallize, suspended in stillness, devoid of flow. With a swift transition from motion to utter stillness, an overwhelming discomfort enveloped all present. Some of the less formidable individuals even coughed up blood. At that moment, Li Yishan made his move. Without any visible motion, as Li Yishan passed, ethereal phantoms emerged. The violet moon divine blade sliced through the stagnant air, advancing towards Guan Ming with an almost paradoxical blend of slowness and speed. With the violet moon divine blade in hand, Li Yishan angled upward, as if to challenge the heavens themselves. Hiss! As the blade traversed, minute spatial fissures appeared in succession, only to heal instantaneously. This spectacle appeared remarkably peculiar to Guan Ming. He felt as though the violet moon divine blade was moving at a lethargic pace. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized. With a soft sound, blood splattered forth. Guan Ming's sword was suspended in midair, unable to advance even a fraction further. Crimson blood poured from his shoulder, staining his attire in an instant. The demon fighting arena fell into a profound silence, with over 10,000 martial artists, including the host, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. How could they believe that the once formidable Guanming had suffered such a complete and utter defeat? Yet the reality lay bare before them, leaving no room for doubt. I have lost. Guanming's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Li Yishan, stating, however, do not become complacent. Once I improve, I shall return to seek you out. Li Yishan replied with a calm smile, I shall await your return at any time. Guanming nodded, refraining from further words, and turned to exit. In this encounter, Li Yishan emerged victorious. Presently, Mr. Li Yishan boasts an impressive record of 99 consecutive victories. After a prolonged moment, the host finally reacted, swiftly rushing to Li Yishan's side and bellowing, Li Yishan! Li Yishan! The resounding cheers from tens of thousands of combat practitioners were undeniably formidable. Li Yishan smiled serenely. For him, defeating Guanming was not a matter of pride. What he truly anticipated was the Battle of the Morrow. In the VIP room on the second floor, Shui Wuxia nodded slightly, stating, indeed, quite remarkable. The transition from extreme motion to extreme stillness, the merging of these polar opposites within a single strike greatly amplifies the sword's intent. This profound understanding I only grasped at the age of 32. Shui Wuxin chuckled softly, replying, brother, that is merely the tip of the iceberg. More importantly, Li Yishan possesses an unwavering resolve. Observe how, despite achieving 99 victories, his expression remains so tranquil. It is evident that his ambitions extend far beyond this. Haha. Shui Wuxia laughed heartily, while said, Yuan, in a few days, bring him to my residence for a visit. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Of course, Yuan Mingyang nodded, bidding farewell to Shui Wuxin as he exited the arena. Chapter 46. Lack of confidence at dusk. Within the private residence of Yuan Mingyang, Li Yishan, Li Shishui, and Yuan Mingyang savored fine wine, casually engaging in conversation. Yuan Mingyang took a sip of exquisite wine and inquired with a smile, Yishan, you have achieved 99 consecutive victories. When do you intend to participate in your 100th battle? Li Yishan replied with a slight smile, there is no rush. While demonstrating my sword intent during the day, I noticed some imperfections. I believe the power of my sword intent can be further enhanced. I shall wait until I refine this technique before I partake in the 100th contest. That sounds reasonable, Yuan Mingyang nodded, turning to Li Shishui with a grin, Shishui, you must exert yourself. The battle between immortals and demons is exceedingly perilous. An increase in strength equates to a greater chance of survival. Li Shishui chuckled, naturally. While my progress may not match Yishan's, it is nonetheless considerable. Rest assured, Mr. Yuan. Yuan Mingyang laughed heartily. Shishui, I hear you have been courting someone lately? When will you introduce her to me? Li Shishui was momentarily taken aback, casting a fierce glare at the chuckling Li Yishan, and retorted, Mr. Yuan, you jest. With laughter shared among the three, the atmosphere was utterly relaxed. Setting aside his thoughts, Li Yishan pondered deeply throughout the night but was unable to discern any issues, thus temporarily relinquishing the matter. While diligent practice and effort are vital for the morrow, moments of sudden enlightenment should not be overlooked. At times, such insights can prove to be even more significant than relentless labor and innate talent. The cross upon his chest emanated a gentle white light, effortlessly drawing forth the natural energies of the universe, which flowed through every pore of his being, gradually transforming his physical form. Li Yishan's physical strength was steadily enhancing at a constant and deliberate pace. This cross possessed boundless utility, without any conscious effort on his part. His combat aura and physical prowess were both subtly augmenting. At present, the strength of his hands alone must surely be no less than 100,000 pounds. A faint smile graced Li Yishan's lips as he reveled in his secret delight. Suddenly, an idea stirred within him, and he mused. When I first conceived the sword intent, I was merely at the mid-stage of the combat sovereign realm, and my physical strength was not nearly as formidable. Now that my power has escalated, should not the potency of my sword intent also be refined? Indeed, this is the course I shall take. The more he contemplated, the more sense it made. Deep within the ocean of his soul, a figure seated in meditation abruptly opened its eyes. With a flick of his right hand, the purple moon divine blade materialized within his grasp. Swish, swish, swish. The violet light flickered as Li Yishan repeatedly demonstrated his sword intent within the ocean of his soul. As the sword intent manifested, the very heavens shifted in hue, and even the ocean of his soul rippled with subtle waves. The might of the sword intent grew incrementally stronger. The power of the soul surged dramatically, reaching a peak. In the next moment, however, that very power solidified, ceasing its tumultuous flow, and tranquility enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. As dawn broke, the horizon gradually lightened with shades of pale white. After a night of contemplation, Li Yishan suddenly opened his eyes. A spark of excitement flashed across his gaze. and he did not conceal his elation as he murmured, "The sword intent has finally been perfected. Not only has its speed and power increased significantly, but more importantly, the transitions between peak motion and peak stillness can now be executed at will. This will undoubtedly catch my opponents off guard." Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Li Yishan recognized it to be Li Shishui and called out, "Come in." Creak. The door swung open, revealing Li Shishui in a splendid robe, brimming with vitality as he entered with a smile. "Yishan, how are you? Are we going to the demon fighting arena today? My dear Danju is quite eager to witness your true prowess." Li Yishan gave a thumbs up, adopting a serious tone. "Impressive. You've already referred to her as your Danju so quickly." Li Shishui laughed heartily, boasting, "Naturally. Now do tell. Are we going to the demon fighting arena today or not?" Li Yishan smiled nonchalantly and replied, "What do you think?" Li Yishan was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes brightened. "Have you attained a new understanding?" Li Yishan nodded in acknowledgement, leaping from the bed as he declared, "Let us go to the demon fighting arena now." "Excellent." Li Shishui responded with enthusiasm, and amidst their laughter, the two exited the courtyard and made their way to the arena. "Ah, sister-in-law, it has been ages. I have truly missed you." Upon entering the Dragon and Phoenix Tavern, Li Yishan immediately began jesting about Danju. Danju, clad in a resplendent embroidered garment, possessed an oval face and a slender figure, with her jade-like arms exposed to the air. She wore no makeup, radiating an unearthly beauty and innocence. Even Li Yishan was momentarily captivated, while Li Shishui gazed at her with rapt attention. "How dare you tease me in front of my dear Shishui?" "Humph." Danju lightly shifted her steps and approached Li Shishui, linking her arm with his and giggling. "Haha, Shishui, I truly wonder what luck you possess." After teasing Danju, Li Yishan redirected the conversation. Li Shishui smiled faintly, unperturbed, and changed the subject, saying, "Yishan, what is with you today? You seem quite exhilarated. Are you confident in facing the challenger sent by the Blood Fiend City Lord?" Li Yishan replied with a slight smile, retracting his playful demeanor. "No, I don't possess even a shred of confidence." Both Li Shishui and Danju were taken aback. Li Shishui frowned and said, "Yishan, you can't be serious." Li Yishan laughed heartily and replied, "Shishui, think about it. Up until now, I have no idea who my opponent is. However, they must have been observing me for quite some time and have thoroughly studied my capabilities. Moreover, given my strength, I will undoubtedly be a focal point for the Blood Fiend City Lord. Winning this battle will be exceedingly difficult. Thus, rather than contemplating my chances of success, it would be more prudent to relax and concentrate all my energy on the impending fight." Upon hearing Li Yishan's explanation, Li Shishui nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. One must relax when it's time to do so. Only then can one fully unleash their potential in battle. Yishan, you can do it." Danju chimed in, cheering for Li Yishan as well. Li Yishan expressed his gratitude, a slight smile gracing his lips, as he mused to himself. "The Blood Fiend City Lord's subordinates, huh? No matter how formidable you may be, you shall merely serve as a stepping stone on my path to greatness." Chapter 47. Night Thunder. The sun shone brightly, nearing noon. In the arena, a solitary and imposing figure stood erect, exuding an aura that felt insurmountable, as if he were a mountain that commanded reverence. The arena was filled to capacity, with thousands of fighters engaged in animated discussions. "Who is this person? Has the City Lord sent him to challenge Master Li Yishan?" A lower-ranked fighter whispered. Beside him stood a handsome man clad in a deep green robe, his golden hair cascading around him. "Perhaps. Why does this person seem so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." The handsome man furrowed his brow and, suddenly, his eyes lit up with excitement. "I remember. He is Night Thunder, the one who achieved 99 consecutive victories." His exclamation was loud enough for most fighters to hear. "Wow, it's actually Night Thunder, the one who achieved 99 consecutive victories. But why would the City Lord send him to challenge? Wouldn't it be better to send someone who has defeated Night Thunder?" A fighter with slanted eyes expressed astonishment, followed by confusion. "Oof, you don't understand anything. Night Thunder is no longer the same as he was 3 years ago. Back then, he was merely in the early stages of the Fighter King realm when he achieved 99 victories. Although he ultimately lost to the City Lord as subordinate, he has since broken through to the later stages of the Fighter King realm. That subordinate would be defeated within 10 moves against him." A nearby Fighter King rebutted, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Is that true?" Several fighters questioned, skeptical. With a fierce glare, the Do Wong's brows furrowed in defiance as he declared, "Believe it or not, you shall witness for yourselves soon enough. It is no simple task for that Li Yishan to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Xingzai, do you not agree?" The esteemed Night Thunder Lord achieved 99 victories in his early Do Wong days, yet Li Yishan, now merely in the latter stages of Do Zone, has also reached 99 wins. Doesn't this imply that Li Yishan is even more formidable than Night Thunder? One of the Dou spirits nearby sought to ingratiate himself. This individual was known as Xingzai. After a moment of contemplation, Xingzai slowly replied, "That is not entirely accurate. The true measure of strength can only be determined through competition. However, one thing is certain." "What is that?" someone inquired eagerly. With a subtle smile, Xingzai responded, "Li Yishan's potential undoubtedly surpasses that of Night Thunder by a significant margin. To cultivate such a remarkable talent, it is reasonable to assume that the forces backing Li Yishan must be extraordinarily powerful." Indeed. All the Dou Qi practitioners surrounding Xingzai concurred with his assessment. "Look, Li Yishan has arrived. And beside him is Li Shishui, who appears to be with Miss Danjiu," exclaimed a Dou Qi practitioner with triangular eyes, pointing towards the entrance of the Douimo arena. Following the direction of his finger, the crowd soon beheld Li Yishan approaching alongside the two, with Li Shishui and Danjiu hand in hand. "How is it that Miss Danjiu is with Li Shishui?" muttered Xingzai, his thoughts darkening. "That wretched girl must be enamored with the power behind him. How infuriating." "Haha, Xingzai, were you not pursuing Miss Danjiu? Just last time you mentioned that she had agreed to be your girlfriend. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she is holding hands with Li Shishui." The jibes began to rain down upon him. "Curse you, Li Shishui. Should I ever seize the chance, I shall ensure your demise," Xingzai thought bitterly, his face reddening with anger. He chose to ignore the taunts and instead focused intently on Li Yishan and his companions. "Ah, Mr. Yishan, you have finally arrived. We have awaited your presence for quite some time." The atmosphere shifted dramatically upon Li Yishan's arrival, drawing the attention of the portly host, who hurried over. Over time, he had grown somewhat familiar with Li Yishan. From Yu Wenmenjiang, Li Yishan learned that the host was named Feng Xiao, though most referred to him simply as Fatty. With a slight smile, Li Yishan inquired, "Fatty, when does the battle commence?" "Mr. Yishan, today we have arranged a match for you. If you are prepared." "We may begin at any moment," Feng Xiao responded eagerly. Li Yishan nodded, then lowered his voice, asking, "Who is my opponent today?" Feng Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Noticing the mirth in Li Yishan's eyes, which betrayed no hint of anxiety, he chuckled softly and replied mysteriously, "Mr. Yishan, your opponent this time is far from the mere small fry you have faced before. Do exercise caution." "Oh?" Li Yishan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Who is my opponent?" For the skilled, solitude often accompanies greatness. The stronger the adversary, the more fervently Li Yishan's spirit soared. Heh. The wind howled as it squinted its eyes and chuckled. "Today, your opponent is the esteemed Lord Night Thunder. He has been waiting for you since early morning." "Night Thunder? It is indeed him." Li Yishan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Is this Night Thunder the one who has achieved 99 consecutive victories?" Li Yishan had heard of Night Thunder's illustrious reputation during his first visit to the demon fighting arena. The wind nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is he. Lord Night Thunder's prowess has increased tenfold compared to 3 years ago. Mr. Yishan, you must exercise utmost caution during the battle." Li Yishan merely smiled faintly, regaining his usual composure. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze from within the arena, sweeping across his face. The intensity of that gaze caused a burning sensation on his skin. "Huh." Li Yishan furrowed his brow and turned to look, his eyes instantly brightening. This man is Night Thunder? Truly a master, for even in casual repose, he emanated an unyielding presence. Li Yishan scrutinized Night Thunder from head to toe, while Night Thunder returned the scrutiny, their gazes clashing violently in the air, producing a muffled sound. Before the battle even commenced, the two were already engaged in a contest of wills. Thousands of battle energy masters were chattering, their cacophony overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to silence them all at once. Yet, in the next moment, the wind itself seemed to vanish, and the entire arena fell silent, a scene that was indescribably oppressive. "Li Yishan? Night Thunder?" The two exchanged glances for a moment before simultaneously declaring, "Haha." Both were momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "No need for veiled words, Li Yishan. Prepare to receive my challenge." After a long pause, Night Thunder suddenly withdrew his smile and stated coldly. His voice was not loud, yet it reverberated throughout the arena, sending shivers through the souls of all present. "Powerful. Incredibly powerful." Li Yishan felt a tremor throughout his body, realizing that even before the battle had commenced, he was already at a disadvantage. Seizing the moment, the wind shouted, "The contest between the 99 victorious masters officially begins." Boom. The arena erupted with fervor as thousands of battle energy masters unleashed their utmost enthusiasm in an instant. Chapter 48. The gonna farewell to the concubine. In a clash between two formidable forces, the slightest advantage is crucial. Now, with Li Yishan having lost the initiative, turning the tide would be challenging, if not impossible. Night Thunder smirked coldly, flipping his hand to reveal his weapon. It was a long spear, entirely black, crafted from precious iron, exuding formidable strength. The spearhead, forged from eternal cold iron, was exceptionally sharp. The spear radiated a menacing aura, clearly not an ordinary weapon. As the spear emerged, Night Thunder's eyes instantly became vacant, as if he had severed all ties with the outside world. He caressed the spear gently, akin to touching the delicate skin of a beloved, before finally withdrawing from his contemplative state and solemnly stating, "Li Yishan, remember this well. This spear is named Farewell to the Concubine." His tone carried an indescribable sentiment, reminiscent of nostalgia and deep reflection. Farewell to the Concubine spear? Li Yishan furrowed his brow, pondering to himself. This name indeed suits the gun well. It seems that Night Thunder must be a person with a story. Meanwhile, he was not idle. With a flicker of thought, the purple moon divine blade appeared in his hand. With the divine blade in hand, Li Yishan's demeanor transformed dramatically, and the pressure exerted by Night Thunder vanished in an instant. The tumultuous tides of his heart settled back into a tranquil abyss, and he calmly remarked, "Neither sword nor dagger. My weapon is called the Purple Blade." A fine name indeed. Night Thunder nodded and suddenly shouted, "Li Yishan, prepare to receive my strike." As his voice echoed, he became a streak of light, swiftly charging towards Li Yishan. The Overlord's farewell spear spun with incredible speed, aimed directly at Li Yishan's brow. The spear's ferocity was such that even Li Yishan could barely perceive a black shadow. How swift! The speed of Night Thunder astonished Li Yishan. Yet, he remained composed. With a mere gentle sweep of the purple moon divine blade, he countered the attack. It appeared slow, yet was, in fact, remarkably swift. The subtleties of speed were embedded within, effortlessly shifting between rapid and slow. Clang! The purple moon divine blade collided with the Overlord's farewell spear, producing a sharp sound. The two combatants passed each other, retreating to a distance. Night Thunder's strength was formidable, and Li Yishan felt a slight shock, secretly contemplating his strategy. However, unbeknownst to him, Night Thunder's astonishment was greater. This young man. I exerted 70% of my strength in that strike, yet he effortlessly countered it. It seems he possesses genuine prowess. Night Thunder's expression grew exceedingly serious as he marveled at Li Yishan's capabilities. In a flash, the purple light surged, while Night Thunder was still stunned. Li Yishan had surged to his utmost speed, darting towards Night Thunder with remarkable swiftness. That speed was such that it could rival even Night Thunder himself. Huh? This lad dares to attack me directly. Night Thunder's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of anger igniting within him. To him, it was already commendable that Li Yishan could maintain his ground against his fierce onslaught. Little did he expect the boy to possess such audacity and launch a counterattack. Seeking death, inwardly seething, Night Thunder flicked his wrist, and the Overlord's farewell spear lunged towards Li Yishan's throat like a venomous snake unleashed. What? Li Yishan's expression drastically changed. Even before the spear reached him, the chill emanating from its tip sent a shiver down his spine. Long weapons have their advantages. Before Li Yishan could even bring the purple moon divine blade to bear upon Night Thunder, his throat might already be pierced. In the stands, Li Shishue and Danju felt their hearts leap into their throats. They could hardly fathom that such a perilous situation would arise after merely the second exchange. Boy, perish! Night Thunder's face contorted with malice. He yearned to pierce Li Yishan through with a single strike. For those endowed with exceptional talent, some would admire or appreciate them, while others would harbor jealousy. Night Thunder belonged to the latter category, and his jealousy was anything but ordinary. 3 years prior, he had merely been in the early stages of the Fighting King realm, yet he achieved 99 consecutive victories, once hailed as an extraordinary genius. Yet here stood Li Yishan, merely in the late stages of the Fighting Sovereign realm, capable of dominating the Fighting King realm effortlessly. The impact on him was undoubtedly substantial. This time, when he challenged Li Yishan, Yi Jinglei took the initiative to seek a duel with Shui Wuxia. His scheme was meticulously crafted. Should he feign a misstep and kill Li Yishan during their battle, the rules of the contest allowed for no consequences regarding life or death for the participants. In that case, even Shui Wuxia would be powerless to intervene. From the outset, Yi Jinglei unleashed a relentless barrage of lethal attacks, clearly intent on bringing about Li Yishan's demise. Li Yishan's expression turned frosty as he deftly redirected the Ziyue divine blade, deflecting the incoming Ba Wang BG spear at the very moment of contact. Humph! Yi Jinglei scoffed, retracting the spear slightly before launching another, even more ferocious assault aimed at Li Yishan's chest. The Ba Wang BG spear clung to him tenaciously, relentlessly pinning him down and preventing him from lifting his head. Clang! The Ziyue divine blade danced through the air, creating a flurry of sword shadows that shielded him completely, once again knocking the Ba Wang BG spear aside. However, Li Yishan found himself in a state of passive defense, unable to mount a counterattack. Continuing down this path would surely lead to his defeat. Indeed, the Ba Wang BG spear merely faltered momentarily before attacking again from an even more cunning angle. Curse it! Yi Jinglei's formidable prowess was overwhelming. If this persisted, Yishan would surely sustain injuries. In the stands, Li Shishui watched intently, concern etched on his face. What shall we do? Dan Zhu inquired anxiously. It will depend on whether Yishan can seize the opportunity to turn the tide, Li Shishui replied thoughtfully after a brief silence. At this rate, my defeat is inevitable. Even if I must endure injuries, I shall turn the tables. Li Yishan resolved, his defenses unwavering while his mind raced with strategies. Clang! The Ba Wang BG spear was deflected once more, and Yi Jinglei adjusted his angle slightly, launching a venomous thrust toward Li Yishan's heart. It was at that precise moment. Li Yishan's eyes gleamed as he executed a swift turn, narrowly evading Yi Jinglei's fierce strike. Nonetheless, a deep gash marred his left arm. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Yishan unleashed his sword intent. Whoosh! The spiritual energy of the heavens surged violently, and the winds howled. The Ziyue divine blade emitted a blinding radiance as Li Yishan, like a whirlwind, charged toward Yi Jinglei. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, as if the very essence of this space had stilled, rendering sound and light impotent. This overwhelming pressure left Yi Jinglei feeling nauseous. Whoosh! Suddenly, the environment shifted once more, as everything sprang back to life. Yi Jinglei, consumed by rage, let out a furious roar, and the Ba Wang BG spear lunged at Li Yishan like a furious dragon, wielding a reckless abandon, risking everything in a life-or-death gambit. In close combat, the effectiveness of long weapons was naturally diminished. Li Yishan merely sidestepped, allowing the attack to pass harmlessly by, while the Ziyue divine blade surged forward with unrelenting speed. Like a shooting star aimed at Yi Jinglei. Hiss! Fine fissures in the air began to appear as the sword intent manifested, causing even the heavens and earth to alter in hue. Chapter 49. Overturning the clouds and raining down. Whoosh! The Ba Wang BG spear stirred up a fierce wind. Its momentum fearsome. Li Yishan felt a shiver run down his spine, astonished by the remarkable speed of Night Thunder's reaction. Despite his formidable physique, he dared not withstand the blow infused with all of Night Thunder's combat energy and fury. A cold smile crept across Li Yishan's lips as he lightly tapped the tail of the Ba Wang BG spear with his toes. With an arm strength of 100,000 pounds and legs that boasted at least 200,000 pounds of force, he was a force to be reckoned with. Bang! With a muffled thud, Night Thunder staggered back 2 steps, his face etched with disbelief as he gazed at Li Yishan. It was only now that he comprehended the true extent of Li Yishan's prowess. Humph! You are the first to compel me to unleash all my physical strength. Li Yishan remarked coolly, his eyes shimmering with a fierce light as he regarded Night Thunder. Swish! The sword intent surged forth once more, freezing everything in its wake. Night Thunder felt as though even breathing had become an arduous task. No, it cannot be. How can Li Yishan possess such overwhelming strength? Night Thunder's eyes widened in horror, turning a vivid crimson. I will obliterate you. Night Thunder glared at Li Yishan with eyes glistening with a fierce determination, his voice barely above a whisper. Audible only to the two of them. Li Yishan furrowed his brow, a chill spreading across his face, perplexed by Night Thunder's relentless desire to eliminate him. However, since someone sought his demise, he would not hold back any longer. In the demon fighting arena, I have never taken a life. I hope today does not force me to make an exception, Li Yishan stated calmly, his voice resonating throughout the arena. Every combat practitioner present, including the trio of Shui Wuxie, Shui Wuxin, and Yu Wenmenjiang in the VIP room on the 2nd floor, heard him clearly. Yu Wenmenjiang frowned slightly, inquiring, what did Night Thunder just say to Yishan? Shui Wuxie sighed softly, remarking, this kid, Thunder, has decent talent, but alas, his temperament is too small to achieve greatness. He just declared he would destroy Yishan. I doubt Yishan will show him any mercy now. Indeed, Shui Wuxi nodded in agreement. Within the arena, the battle raged on. As soon as Li Yishan finished speaking, Night Thunder leaped into action, unleashing a flurry of attacks with the Ba Wang BG spear, a relentless barrage that showed no signs of abating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Night Thunder's eyes glowed crimson. With each successive assault, he struggled to catch his breath. Yet, his spear technique was both heavy and agile, seemingly unaffected by the sword intent, allowing him to maneuver with surprising grace. How has Night Thunder's strength surged so dramatically? Li Yishan mused, brow furrowed in contemplation. Simultaneously, the Ziyue divine blade danced effortlessly, blocking each wave of attacks, and leaving no vulnerabilities exposed. In a short span, neither combatant could gain the upper hand over the other. Masters often possessed their secret techniques, and Night Thunder was no exception. His ultimate move bore a fearsome name, the Thunderbolt 99 Spears. Each thrust of his spear constituted a round of offense. With every round executed, his technique grew more ferocious, and the speed of his strikes accelerated. By the time he reached the 99th thrust, its might would be beyond description. However, this tactic possesses a conspicuous flaw. Its accumulation speed is exceedingly slow, rendering it vulnerable to decryption. 100,000 pounds of immense strength, Li Yishan exclaimed, unleashing his full power without hesitation. In a flash, a violet light surged as he propelled himself to the pinnacle of speed, resembling a purple meteor hurtling towards Yi Jinglei. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, the purple moon divine blade, infused with sword intent, was unleashed with ferocity. The violet radiance emanating from the blade eclipsed even the sun in the sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and a fierce wind arose. With the release of sword intent, the very colors of the world transformed. Over 10,000 aura masters felt their blood boiling within them. However, the entire arena fell into a profound stillness, as if the air itself had ceased to flow. The thousands of onlookers felt an icy grip on their limbs, as though all the warmth had been frozen from their bodies. The stark contrast of extremes was so palpable that it induced a nausea akin to vomiting blood. To command the elements so effortlessly was nothing short of miraculous. Some less capable aura masters truly began to cough up blood. Although Yi Jinglei's spear technique remained unaffected by the sword intent, his body was not similarly immune. At the center of the maelstrom, despite his formidable strength, Yi Jinglei felt the tumult of his internal energy, yet managed to suppress it with great effort. The oscillation between extremes continued, pushing some aura masters to the brink of collapse. Yi Jinglei gritted his teeth, struggling against the urge to vomit blood as he wielded the Overlord's farewell spear. By the time he reached the 48th thrust, he felt his strength waning, and his movements gradually slowed. Finally, he could no longer endure, and with a violent heave, he expelled 3 mouthfuls of crimson blood. The blood seeped through the crevices of the arena's stone floor, saturating the earth beneath. With a clatter, the Overlord's farewell spear fell to the ground. The once great Yi Jinglei had succumbed to Li Yishan's prowess. Li Yishan regarded him with a cold, emotionless gaze. As the purple moon divine blade slowly advanced, leaving behind a trail of phantoms, this seemingly languid strike was, in fact, extraordinarily swift, in the blink of an eye. It could pierce Yi Jinglei's heart with an icy chill. Stop. A voice echoed in Li Yishan's mind, imbued with an unfathomable authority. He felt a tremor within his soul and instinctively halted his motion. The blade had pierced Yi Jinglei's garment and paused just a centimeter from his chest. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Jinglei's forehead, splattering upon the stone floor. In that moment, he finally experienced the grip of fear. Defeat and dread gnawed at his heart like a ravenous rodent. Yi Jinglei shivered involuntarily. I have lost. After a lengthy silence, a sense of clarity returned to his eyes, and he bowed his head in shame. Li Yishan offered a faint smile as he sheathed the purple moon divine blade. Casting a casual glance at Yi Jinglei without uttering a word, he then turned and walked towards the direction of Li Shishui. Over the course of just a month, with a record of 100 victories, including triumphs against those of higher rank, Li Yishan's formidable strength left an indelible mark on the entire Bloodslaughter city. Incredible. Truly, he was astonishingly powerful. Tens of thousands of combatants gazed in reverence as Li Yishan and his companions departed from the arena, not uttering a single word. This battle, while not as resplendent as the one between Li Yishan and Guan Ming, was fraught with peril that was unmistakable to anyone with even a modicum of discernment, surpassing the previous encounter by no less than tenfold. The prowess of Li Yishan and Yi Jinglei was laid bare in this contest. In the Divine Continent, storms of change brewed, yet Li Yishan commanded the arena with unparalleled brilliance. Henceforth, his name would be etched in the annals of Bloodslaughter City. Chapter 50. The roar time slipped away, and as the brilliance faded, the annual autumn winds grew fierce. Following his myriad victories in the arena, Li Yishan, after paying his respects to Shui Wuxia, ventured alone from Bloodslaughter City to seek a secluded place where he could commence his secluded training. With less than 5 months remaining until the celestial war against the demons, he knew he must achieve a breakthrough to reach the soul combat realm within this time frame. As autumn deepened, the air turned crisp and cool. No one understood Li Yishan's monstrous talent and strength better than he himself. Prior to his departure, Li Shishui had engaged him in a spar. During that encounter, Li Shishui had exerted every ounce of his strength simply to withstand Li Yishan's relentless onslaught. Moreover, He sensed that Li Yishan had intentionally held back, ensuring he did not experience the sting of defeat. Now, 2 months had elapsed. And who could say what transformations Li Yishan had undergone? Li Shishui surmised that Li Yishan could now easily vanquish him. Dan Zhu chuckled mischievously, her eyes sparkling with a hint of cunning, and said, "Excellent. You must strive hard. I hope you catch up to me soon. Otherwise, I cannot entrust myself entirely to you." Over the course of 2 months, the bond between Li Shishui and Dan Zhu had grown increasingly intimate. Yet, Dan Zhu remained steadfast in her final line of defense, declaring she would only yield to him once he possessed sufficient prowess to protect her. Li Shishui sighed with a bitter smile, murmuring, "Isn't it just peculiar? I cannot best Yishan, and no matter how diligently I train, I still cannot surpass you. What manner of logic is this?" Dan Zhu giggled, revealing a triumphant expression, and retorted, "Humph, that is simply the way of the world." The days of training passed swiftly, and before long, another 2 months had gone by. The weather had turned exceedingly cold. The winter winds howled ferociously, and a heavy snowfall had blanketed the land for a fortnight, leaving a thick layer of snow across the vast expanse. On an inconspicuous little hill, a snowman sat cross-legged, appearing remarkably lifelike. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a stone beneath the snowman's posterior, perfectly sized yet quite elevated. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, scattering the snowflakes from the snowman's head and revealing a tuft of black hair. Were this scene to unfold on Earth, it would surely astonish onlookers. However, in the divine continent, such occurrences were merely commonplace. As the cold wind intensified, swirling snowflakes danced through the air, threatening to unveil all layers of snow. At that moment, a low voice emanated from the snowman. Before the chilling winds could unveil their presence, the thick layer of snow blanketing the snowman erupted with a resounding boom. A lithe figure, as agile as a cheetah, soared into the sky, a flash of purple light illuminating the surroundings. The explosive sound reverberated, and in the blink of an eye, the snow, several meters thick within a radius of dozens of meters, vanished without a trace. This individual was none other than Li Yishan, who had remained motionless atop this small mountain for a full 4 months. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. After enduring countless nights of grueling practice, Li Yishan had successfully broken through 3 barriers, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of Duan. With a casual flick of his wrist, he wielded the Zued Divine Blade, unleashing a brilliant purple light that sliced through the sky and extended far into the distance before gradually dimming, causing the air along its path to tremble violently. Even the most ferocious cold winds paled in comparison to the might of his strike. The deafening blast of energy echoed, mingled with the sound of fabric tearing. With a mere swing of his sword, Li Yishan managed to create minute fissures in the very fabric of space. A flicker of delight flashed in his eyes, as a subtle smile began to curve his lips. He mused to himself, "Indeed, my physical strength and Duki have seen significant enhancement. Presently, the sheer might of my arms alone reaches an astonishing 15,000 pounds. I dare say, I am invincible beneath the Doshing rank." Li Yishan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction regarding his prowess and possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. The spatial stability of the divine continent is well known. Typically, only Duki masters of the Do D rank and above can rend the fabric of space. Yet, Li Yishan, merely at the late stage of Duan, had already accomplished this feat. However, his confidence did not stem from ignorance. He understood that as one ascends in cultivation, the disparities in ranks become increasingly pronounced. The leap from Do Wang to Do Sheng represents the first significant threshold for Duki practitioners. Although Li Yishan's offensive capabilities may surpass those of an average Do Sheng, the depth of Duki within their bodies would undoubtedly exceed his own. Furthermore, as a Do Sheng, each individual typically possesses a unique trump card technique, one that even a Do D would hesitate to confront carelessly. Thus, Li Yishan deemed himself invincible only beneath the Do Sheng rank. After a brief contemplation, he calculated the approximate date. In just over 10 days, the war of immortals and demons would commence. Let us hope this battle does not disappoint. The loneliness of mastery weighed heavily on him, and his yearning for strength was profoundly intense. It was not solely for the sake of his wife. He had begun to genuinely relish the exquisite sensation of power that accompanied his cultivation journey. With a flash of purple light, he traversed dozens of meters in an instant. The gusts generated by his movement were even more ferocious than the biting winds, swirling countless snowflakes in his wake. Suddenly, amidst his exhilaration, a roar akin to that of a wild beast reached his ears. What transpired? Li Yishan furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of familiarity in that voice, as if he had encountered it before. The roaring persisted, echoing urgently as if in distress. "Let me investigate." A surge of curiosity ignited within him as he deftly pivoted and swiftly darted toward the source of the sound. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Following the continuous roars, Li Yishan easily pinpointed the direction, undeterred by the monochromatic hues of the landscape. Moments later, he arrived at the origin of the sound. Hiding in a small grove, Li Yishan gazed into the distance, and a torrent of emotions surged within him, endlessly tumultuous. Chapter 51, The Return. Before Li Yishan's eyes stood two colossal earth dragons, their massive bodies towering like small mountains, one larger, the other slightly smaller. Yet, the smaller one bore a pronounced belly, as if it were with child. Indeed, it was pregnant and had been for quite some time, now lying flat on the ground with its forelegs in the air, ready to give birth. The anxious roars emanating from it revealed its distress. The larger earth dragon occasionally emitted low, worried growls. Could it be that the two of them are among the 3 earth dragons I encountered last time? What a coincidence! They are on the verge of giving birth. Li Yishan thought blankly, staring at the 2 behemoths. The terror of the earth dragons still lingered in Li Yishan's mind, and witnessing the birth firsthand stirred within him a peculiar sensation. Xiaolan, are you well? Our baby must be close to arriving too. His eyes gradually blurred, and his heart sank as memories of his wife flooded back. Xiaolan, could it be the same for you? Suddenly, a pang of anxiety gripped Li Yishan as he began to worry for his wife. Who goes there? The Earth Dragon King possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing and, despite the hundreds of meters between them, detected the hidden Li Yishan, letting out a thunderous snort and an enraged roar. What? It can speak. Li Yishan was taken aback, astonished, and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter this Earth Dragon, only to be discovered as well. Not daring to linger, Li Yishan sprang to his feet the moment he was spotted, purple lights swirling around him as he transformed into a streak of luminescence, swiftly retreating along the path he had come. So it is you. The Earth Dragon King had a remarkable memory, recognizing Li Yishan at a glance. It let out a furious roar, launching itself forward in a rapid pursuit. Its immense body moved like a tank. No, it was far more terrifying, shaking the ground with a resounding rumble. A pained groan escaped the dragon lying on the ground, large beads of sweat sliding down its massive head. Humph. I hope I don't encounter you again. Upon hearing the call of the Dragon Queen, the Earth Dragon King hesitated, reluctantly halting its advance. With a human-like gesture, it wiped its mouth, snorting in annoyance. How incredibly unfortunate. Li Yishan sprinted for several dozen miles before finally stopping, ensuring that the Earth Dragon King had not followed him. He muttered to himself in frustration. Within Bloodslaughter City, Li Shishui had moved out of Yu Wenmenjiang's residence and was now living with Danju. In his quest to defeat Danju swiftly, Li Shishui dedicated parts of his day and night to cultivation. Danju, moved by his commitment, joined him in his training. Almost simultaneously, Li Shishui and Danju sensed a disturbance in the courtyard, furrowing their brows and opening their eyes wide. Li Yishan grimaced, feigning pain. Be gentle. Take it easy. Haha. The two separated. Li Shishui playfully punched Li Yishan, and they exchanged smiles. Yu Wenmenjiang and Danju smiled as they watched the two, allowing them to proceed. What is this? Li Shishui, it's only been a few days since we last met. You don't even offer a greeting? Yu Wenmenjiang feigned seriousness and chided them. Li Shishui opened his mouth and rushed to respond. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth. Forget anyone else, I could never forget you. Yu Wenmenjiang. Danju wore a dark expression. Li Yishan blinked, glancing between Li Shishui and Danju, murmuring. The power of love is indeed immense. It has even prompted a cold-hearted man to learn the art of international humor. The other three exchanged bewildered glances and burst into hearty laughter, although Danju's face was slightly flushed. The glimmer of amusement in his eyes indicated that he was not genuinely upset. All right, you three haven't seen each other for quite some time. Let us not behave like children. Danju smiled at the trio and suddenly proposed. Mr. Yuan, Yishan, please come in and take a seat. Li Shishui slapped his forehead in self-reproach, exclaiming, how could I forget? I've kept you standing outside. Come, let us go in. He ushered the two inside. Once seated, Danju served 3 cups of fragrant tea. Li Yishan took a deep sip and sighed. How delightful. Sister-in-law, your tea-making skills have greatly improved. Shishui is truly fortunate. He couldn't resist taking another sip. Li Shishui shot him a fierce glare that seemed to convey, you better not have any designs on my sister-in-law. However, Danju remained unperturbed, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Shishui is indeed fortunate. You benefit from it too. Besides, I know what you're drinking ISNTT. The three were puzzled, and Li Shishui asked, what is he drinking then? Could it be poison? Dan Zhu retorted playfully. Ishan isn't drinking tea. He is sipping on loneliness. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenmenjiang and Li Shishue exchanged knowing glances. Li Ishan, Chapter 52, The Expedition. Lighting a cigarette, savoring solitude. Drinking. Tasting sorrow. Within Li Shishue and Dan Zhu's abode, the four were seated in pairs, casually discussing various matters. Li Ishan contentedly sipped his fragrant tea and remarked, I truly arrived at the perfect moment, neither too early nor too late. Just in time to depart for the battlefield of the celestial and demonic conflict the day after tomorrow. Yu Wenmenjiang smiled in silence, but Li Shishue furrowed his brow, glancing at Dan Zhu with concern. Zhu, are you truly going to the battlefield with us? Dan Zhu flashed a smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and replied, of course. My strength is comparable to yours, so I won't hold you back. Besides, having an extra person means more support in front of others. He tactfully bolstered Li Shishue's pride. After all, if word got out that a husband couldn't best his wife, it would be quite the scandal. Her reasoning was both natural and sound, prompting nods of agreement from Li Ishan and Yu Wenmenjiang. No, Zhu, you cannot go. Li Shishue's expression abruptly turned serious as he sternly admonished. Dan Zhu had never witnessed his stern demeanor before. Her eyes reddened, threatening to spill tears as she quietly asked, Why? I only wish to accompany you. Moreover, you venture into peril alongside your brother, leaving me here in a state of constant anxiety for your safety. Tell me, how can I find peace of mind? This was the first time Li Shishue beheld the bashful demeanor of the petite Dan Zhu, and an inexplicable pang struck his heart. Upon hearing her words, he felt his resolve weaken, and his tone softened as he replied, Dan Zhu, while your strength is commendable, your ability to engage in battle is lacking. The mortality rate in the celestial and demonic conflict is alarmingly high. In such chaotic moments, a single misstep could cost you your life. Li Shishue understood well that while he might not surpass Dan Zhu in skill during a friendly contest, in a life-and-death struggle, her flamboyant techniques would be no match for his lethal strikes. His moves, akin to those of Li Ishan, were designed with one intent, to kill. Yet, Dan Zhu would not relent. She pouted defiantly and declared, No, I must go. Even if it means death, I wish to perish by your side. Her words stirred the three men profoundly. Even a wooden block would discern Dan Zhu's deep affection for Li Shishue. Li Ishan, particularly moved, blurted out, Shishue, let her go. With our combined strength, we should be able to ensure her safety. Besides, her own prowess is not insignificant. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Wenmenjiang also concurred, stating, Shishue, allow her to accompany us. Just be cautious, and she should be fine. With Yu Wenmenjiang's backing, Li Shishue reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. However, you must promise me that you will adhere to my instructions and not act independently. In critical moments, a man's authority must prevail. I promise, I promise. Before Li Shishue could finish, Dan Zhu leapt from her chair, her joy akin to that of a child, dancing exuberantly and bestowing a fervent kiss upon his cheek. Li Shishue, caught between exasperation and affection, sighed and murmured, Women are indeed troublesome. Nearby, Li Ishan and Yu Wenmenjiang exchanged exasperated glances. On the third day, an expanse outside Bloodshot City was lined with numerous transport vessels. Thousands of battle energy practitioners formed a queue, boarding these vessels, among them Li Ishan, Li Shishue, and Dan Zhu. These life carriers, a specialty of the Divine Continent, could expand or contract according to their owner's will, typically accommodating nearly 1,000 individuals without issue. Furthermore, their flight speed was remarkable, rendering them the most common mode of transport across the Divine Continent. Before long, all the battle energy practitioners had boarded the life carriers, which roared to life and ascended into the sky, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. The cold wind howled, and the snow on the ground showed no signs of melting as the thousands of practitioners embarked on their journey. Inside the life carriers, a warm stove was lit, creating a cozy atmosphere. Yet, given the resilience of these battle energy practitioners, even in sub-zero temperatures, a mere thin garment sufficed to ward off the chill. The stove was merely a gesture by the controlling practitioners to enhance the ambience. In a modest chamber, Li Ishan and his companion sat together, savoring warmed fine wine while gazing through the window at the breathtaking scenery outside. As the vast landscape swiftly glided beneath their eyelids, a sense of exhilaration enveloped them. Suddenly, Li Ishan furrowed his brow, sensing an approaching presence. Knock, knock, knock. Indeed, a knock at the door soon followed. Li Ishan exchanged glances with Li Shishue, both perceiving a hint of perplexity in each other's eyes. They had revealed their true selves, devoid of any disguises, and logically, they should not be well known to many. It was improbable that anyone would come forth to greet them. Amidst the throngs attending the celestial demon war, they were but a mere droplet in an ocean. Insignificant and easily overlooked. "Come in." Despite their confusion, Li Yishan called out. No sooner had the words left his lips than the door swung open. A middle-aged man clad in a greenish long robe strode in, bellowing, "Friends, don't hide in here. Everyone is outside. Come join the festivities. Once we reach the battlefield, such opportunities will be scarce." His voice resonated throughout the room, filling it with vibrancy. Li Yishan and Li Shishue exchanged a smile. Mingling was not to their taste. They preferred to keep a low profile. Very well. After seeking the consent of Li Shishue and Dan Zhu, Li Yishan nodded in agreement. "Splendid. Brothers, sisters, I toast to you all." The middle-aged man exhibited a hearty demeanor, winning a modicum of favor from Li Yishan and his companions. The Celestial Demon War was predominantly a male affair, with few women participating. Yet, amidst nearly 1,000 individuals, the appearance of a single woman drew immediate attention. Particularly as she was a striking beauty. The allure of such a woman was boundless, igniting the interest of some onlookers towards Dan Zhu. Wherever there are people, disputes arise. No matter one's prowess, human greed is an unending force. Each participant in the Celestial Demon War possessed their own pride and strength, making it quite normal for them to engage in unruly behaviors. In the center of the hall, over 30 combat practitioners congregated, all at the pinnacle of their power. In this realm of existence, they formed a small faction. Others subtly steered clear of them, clearly wary. Their dominance had been evident since their arrival. Li Yishan paid them due attention. "Boss, that woman is quite a catch." A younger combat practitioner, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, whispered, barely suppressing his drool. "Humph, look at you, so pathetic." Another voice chimed in mockingly, though his gaze remained fixated on Dan Zhu, a lewd grin creeping across his handsome face. The leader, adorned in an ornate robe with an incongruous hat and wielding an iron fan, indeed resembled a gang leader. Yet, upon Dan Zhu's entrance his gaze was unflinchingly fixed upon others, the fiery intensity within his eyes unabashed, rendering him oblivious to the teasing remarks of his underlings. "Boss, what's wrong?" One of his companions nudged him gently on the shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. The man clad in a brocade robe, referred to as the boss, abruptly regained his composure, coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, and adorned his face with a radiant smile as he approached Li Yishan and his companions from a distance. Greeting them, "Gentlemen, would you care to join us for a drink?" Dan Zhu had long sensed the scorching gazes of the 30 or so individuals present. Upon hearing his words, her almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation as she coldly replied, "Not interested." Nearby, Li Shishue frowned slightly, evidently harboring little fondness for the so-called boss. Yet, Li Yishan remained composed, curious to discern the intentions of these individuals. Taken aback by the rejection, the brocade-clad man felt a flicker of anger ignite within him. Yet he restrained himself from lashing out, displaying a modicum of decorum. "Humph, our boss's invitation is a courtesy to you. It would be wise to send that girl over, so our boss can enjoy himself. Otherwise..." The man with the peach blossom features could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with a threatening tone. His words brazenly revealing his intentions, prompting disdainful expressions from those who overheard. He, however, seemed utterly unconcerned, instead exuding a sense of triumph. What recourse was there when one's partner was being harassed? There was but one solution: to cleanse the affront with blood. Li Shishue's brows knitted into a fierce scowl, his face cold as ice, as he stepped forward and coldly declared, "I said I'm not interested. Now get lost." Li Yishan's brow furrowed in response, gathering his fighting spirit, prepared to act at any moment. Being a man of honor, he could not stand idly by while someone dared to harass his brother's wife. At Li Shishue's fierce rebuke, the peach blossom-featured man's handsome face flushed crimson, and with a sharp clang, he drew his weapon, ready to strike without further ado. The individual he called boss merely regarded Li Yishan and his companions with a cold stare, showing no inclination to intervene. The peach blossom man's weapon, a dark blade glistening ominously, radiated a fierce aura of impending violence. The atmosphere in the hall grew taut with tension. Thinking of making a move? Li Yishan arched an eyebrow, a flash of purple light illuminating his stance as he positioned himself between the peach blossom man and Li Shishue. Li Shishue, equally undeterred, felt a surge of resolve as he grasped the 5-foot-long sword from his back. It was no jest. If someone dared to insult his partner, he certainly would not sit idly by, for that would be unworthy of his manhood. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of impending conflict. The atmosphere charged with volatile energy. The rapid escalation left the numerous onlookers, all aspiring fighters, momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot in disbelief. It was the man in the azure robe who first regained his composure, throwing his head back in laughter, stepping forward to intercede between the two factions. And addressing the brocade-clad man with a respectful gesture, "Boss Yi, might I implore you to grant us a small favor? Let this matter rest. For we shall all need to fight alongside one another in the future." His words were both rational and pleading, affording Boss Yi the respect he deserved. The surrounding fighters nodded in silent agreement. Yi? A flicker of realization sparked within Li Yishan's mind as he began to piece together the significance of the name. Then, the man in the blue shirt turned his gaze towards the peach blossom fellow and chuckled. "Brother Hua, let us not jeopardize our camaraderie over trivial matters. Do put away your weapons. Today we shall remain sober as turtles. Indeed, let us not disturb the harmony." Others chimed in to persuade. However, the peach blossom man shot a sidelong glance at the blue shirt man with his alluring eyes and coldly retorted, "Wangda, silence yourself. If you continue to speak in their favor, I shall cleave you in two." The man in the brocade robe waved his iron fan, downed his drink, and declared, "Wangda, step aside. It would be prudent for you to avoid this murky water today. I am only advising you out of respect. Do not make me embarrassed." Wang Da's face flushed crimson in that instant, but he suppressed his fury, angrily flicking his sleeve as he walked away. Yet, he still used his spiritual sense to convey a message to Li Yishan and the others. "Be wary. Yi Laosi has the backing of the Yi family from Guanxi. I can no longer assist you." Li Yishan and Li Shishue exchanged knowing glances, sharing a conspiratorial smile. "Guanxi Yi family? What of it? If they provoke me, they shall face the consequences. We even dare to confront the sole heir of Shui Wuxia. Would we fear a mere scion of the Guanxi Yi family?" A sinister smile crept across Li Yishan's face as he resolved to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, such incidents would recur. In the divine continent, power reigns supreme. Should you be bullied, others may offer their sympathy, but what use is sympathy? It cannot be consumed as sustenance. Yet, if you are stronger than others, fiercer than they will respect you and dare not insult you again. Li Yishan and Li Shishue adhered to the principle of not initiating conflict unless provoked, believing that if someone respects them a foot, they shall respect that person a mile. For those audacious enough to disturb their peace, their guiding principle was clear: strike. If that proved insufficient, then kill. "Wangda, thank you. Today we shall demonstrate to you what it means to wield the art of dogfighting," Li Yishan said with a mischievous smile directed at Wangda dogfighting skills. Nearly 1,000 combat practitioners heard this and erupted into laughter. The 30 or so individuals led by Yi Laosi, however, were incensed, brandishing their weapons. The atmosphere grew tense to an extreme. Yi Laosi, brandishing his iron fan, contorted his handsome face with rage and shouted, "You brat, whom are you calling a dog?" Li Yishan feigned indifference, casually cleaning out his ears, and shrugged nonchalantly. "Whoever takes offense, let them be the dog." Haha. The crowd of nearly 1,000 combat practitioners erupted into laughter once more. "Yishan, you're magnificent." Li Shishue completely ignored the 30 or so individuals on the verge of madness, giving Li Yishan a thumbs up. Yi Laosi trembled with fury, pointing at Li Yishan. But words eluded him. After a prolonged silence, he finally shrieked, "Annihilate this brat." Chapter 54. The lesson upon receiving Yi Laosi's command. Over 30 combat practitioners advanced, encircling Li Yishan and his companions. "Annihilate me?" Li Yishan wore a radiant smile, yet to those familiar with him, like Li Shishue and Dan Zhu, it resembled the smile of a demon. In a flash of purple light, Li Yishan appeared before the peach blossom man without any warning, without any visible movement. There were 2 sharp cracks heard, and 5 red fingerprints instantly marred the peach blossom man's cheeks, which quickly swelled up. In the next moment, Li Yishan was back in his original position, smiling at the peach blossom man, and casually clapping his hands to brush off the dust from his clothing. So swift. Yi Laosi and the other combatants were taken aback. They could hardly discern how Li Yishan had executed his strike. They instinctively swallowed hard, their hands gripping their weapons now slick with beads of sweat. It was at this moment they realized that Li Yishan and his companions were not mere soft persimmons to be easily squeezed. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the peach blossom man first froze, then his face flushed with indignation. His countenance turned crimson as he bellowed in fury and swung his broken knife towards Li Yishan. However, in his rage, the peach blossom man failed to hear his own words, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Li Yishan, the broken knife stirring a fierce wind as it loomed over Li Yishan's head, exuding an air of menace. "Die!" the peach blossom man roared, his otherwise handsome face twisted in rage. Yet, Li Yishan did not flinch. He merely regarded him with a calm demeanor, knowing that Li Shishue would undoubtedly intervene on his behalf. Clang. As expected, at the critical moment, Li Shishue moved. His 5-foot-long sword arrived just in time to intercept the peach blossom man's vicious strike. The impact sent a tremor through the Peach Blossom Man's body, causing his inner energy to surge chaotically as if a heavy stone were pressing upon his chest, leaving him in great discomfort. Such strength. The Peach Blossom Man was astonished, and the last remnants of his rationality finally prevailed as he attempted to retreat, drawing back his blade. However, Li Shishui would not grant him that opportunity. Having already offended him, he resolved to pursue the confrontation to its bitter end. Li Shishui smiled slightly, his sword deftly flicking upward. This seemingly casual maneuver concealed an immense force. The Peach Blossom Man's grip shattered, and he let out a pained grunt, staggering backward toward Yi Laosi. Li Yishan let out a hearty laugh, seizing the opportunity as the Peach Blossom Man exposed his vulnerabilities, delivering a swift kick to his sensitive area. The Peach Blossom Man emitted a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig, blood gushing forth as he stumbled back like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the floor of the life transport hall. Li Yishan had never been one to show mercy to those who crossed him, and thus, he did not hold back in his strike. It seemed the Peach Blossom Man's vital essence was irretrievably lost. From the onset of Li Yishan's attack to the final kick, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed. Within the life transport hall, nearly 1,000 combatants were left in shock, though it was 2 against 1. The composed demeanor of Li Yishan and Li Shishui indicated that they had yet to unleash their full potential. They had already discerned that Li Shishui was merely at the late stage of a combat king, while Li Yishan had not even reached that level. Together, they had managed to dispatch a formidable adversary in less than 3 seconds, showcasing that Li Yishan, even as a mere late-stage combat soul, was capable of delivering 2 strikes before the combat king could react, a feat of speed unmatched by any present. Moreover, Li Yishan had yet to draw his weapon. "How are you holding up, second brother?" Yi Laosi still bore the semblance of a leader. Upon witnessing his subordinate's injury, he momentarily froze, but soon sprang into action, rushing over to lift him up. Of course, this was the collective sentiment of all the spirit fighters present. The lower body of the Taohua man was a gruesome sight. Bloodied and mangled, with crimson pouring from his mouth, he was hardly in a state of well-being. "Do not worry, he will not perish," Li Yishan remarked calmly. As Yi Laosi cast a venomous glare in his direction, Li Yishan's gaze transformed into a piercing glare, akin to 2 sharp blades, directly penetrating Yi Laosi's mind. Buzz! Yi Laosi felt a resounding thrum in his head, his spirit shaken, causing him to instinctively avert his gaze. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations. He could scarcely fathom that the powers of Li Yishan and Li Shishui were so formidable, having failed to secure the honey and lost face while sacrificing another subordinate. It was truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. A grave lesson indeed, Yi Laosi lamented internally. Yet, having long dominated in Bloodfiend City, he was too narrow-minded to concede easily. As a leader amongst a group of combat kings, his influence stemmed not only from familial power, but also from his cunning nature. Gazing at the severely injured Taohua man, Yi Laosi's eyes darted, formulating a plan in his mind. "Leave," Li Yishan commanded, sweeping his gaze over the 30-odd spirit fighters surrounding them. At this, Yi Laosi abruptly looked up at Li Yishan, his expression transforming into a smile. "I did not expect the prowess of you brothers to be so great. Yi, truly underestimated you. I apologize for my earlier behavior." "Apologize?" "Huh." Nearly 1,000 eyes turned to Yi Laosi. Though they dared not voice their amusement, they relished the spectacle inwardly. "Apologize?" Li Yishan frowned, exchanging a glance with Li Shishui. The trio found Yi Laosi's sudden shift in demeanor perplexing. His ability to change faces was astonishingly swift. Li Shishui, understanding the unspoken tension, stepped forward and spoke sternly. "Leave at once. I do not wish for such incidents to recur." His words were brusque, and while Yi Laosi seethed with anger internally, he dared not protest, retreating instead. The throng of over 30 fighters surrounding them felt a collective sigh of relief at Li Shishui's command. "Humph. You will pay for crossing me." Yi Laosi's countenance darkened as he turned away, lifting the Taohua man and leading the remaining followers away. "Haha, brothers. I never imagined your strength to be so formidable. I truly misjudged you," boomed the imposing Wangda, stepping forward to Li Yishan, laughing heartily. Wangda sighed slightly and said, "I must apologize for today's events, brothers. If you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I, Wangda, will surely help in any way I can." Chapter 55. Enemy attack. 10 days later, Li Yishan and his companion sat within their chambers, savoring fine wine and casually discussing various matters. "Yishan, that Yi Laosi always greets me with a smile. Do you think he harbors any schemes?" Li Shishui suddenly inquired, setting down his cup. "Schemes?" Li Yishan chuckled. "It is quite possible. We should remain vigilant in the future to prevent this fellow from engaging in any underhanded dealings. Indeed, Danju, During the impending battle between the celestial and demonic realms, it is imperative that you remain closely beside us and refrain from acting independently, Li Shishui advised with a nod. Indeed, Danju replied with a radiant smile, her heart brimming with satisfaction at the prospect of joining Li Shishui on the battlefield. Though a flicker of trepidation lingered within her. Clink! The glasses filled with exquisite wine met in a joyful toast. Both Li Yishan and Li Shishui downed their drinks in a single gulp, while Danju sipped delicately, embodying the grace of a refined lady. 10 days had already passed. And indeed, the land of the gods was vast beyond measure. Despite the speed of their transport, they had yet to reach the battleground. Setting down his cup, Li Shishui poured more wine for Li Yishan while expressing his astonishment. Li Yishan chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, "Are we not nearing our destination? I heard from Wang that we should arrive by midnight." He continued, "As per our previous arrangements, we shall rest there for a day before the battle commences." "Oh, I truly look forward to it. Yishan, last time those cultivators pursued you. This time, we must teach them a lesson," Danju chimed in, her laughter echoing. "Teach them a lesson?" Li Shishui furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. "Danju, do you think we are here for mere amusement? The battles ahead will be ruthless. It will be either their demise or ours. And even in victory, it will be a Pyrrhic one. Understood. I shall certainly stick by your sides. Do ensure to protect me." Danju entwined her arm with Li Yishan's, her voice sweetly pleading. Such tender words made Li Yishan's heart flutter. Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, Li Yishan let out a soft sigh, his thoughts drifting to his wife, Wenlan. Memory surged forth, nearly overwhelming him. And his expression momentarily became lost in nostalgia. "Yishan, what troubles you?" Li Shishui inquired, oblivious to the depth of his thoughts, while Danju, sensing something amiss, hurriedly pressed for an answer. Yet, Li Yishan remained ensnared in the past, oblivious to Danju's calls. "Yishan, are you all right?" Li Shishui finally detected something was off and voiced his concern. I am fine." Li Yishan jolted back to reality, the haze dissipating from his face, revealing a resolute demeanor once more. Good to hear, good to hear," Li Shishui replied, fully aware of the turmoil within Li Yishan but unsure how to console him. Repeating the phrase earnestly, Danju shot him a reproachful glance, at a loss for words herself. Thus, a heavy silence enveloped the trio. This state of unease did not linger long, as a sudden resounding boom echoed ahead, causing their transport to shudder violently before it gradually descended to the ground. Inside the chamber, nearly 1,000 combatants exchanged puzzled glances, each voicing their queries to those nearby, yet none had a clearer understanding of the situation. At this moment, his spiritual awareness could extend nearly 1,000 meters. Ordinarily, each transport was spaced 2,000 meters apart, yet now, they were all clustered together, with barely 100 meters separating them. "What has happened?" Li Shishui inquired aloud. Li Yishan shook his head slightly and said, "I don't know. Perhaps something has occurred ahead. We should exercise caution. Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" As soon as Li Yishan finished speaking, a sharp cry pierced through the air, emanating from the loudspeaker system installed within the transport vessel. What? An enemy attack? The atmosphere in the hall was immediately thrown into chaos among the Duki masters. Those within the room hastily exited. Knock! 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 Suddenly, a frantic knocking resonated. Before Li Yishan could respond, a panic-stricken Wang Debian barged in, exclaiming, "Yishan, Shishui, it's bad news. Cultivators have ambushed us. The 2 transport vessels at the front have already crashed, and 2,000 brothers have perished." "What? All dead?" Danju gasped, rising to his feet in alarm. Li Yishan and Li Shishui exchanged glances, both perceiving a flicker of fear in each other's eyes. The loss of 2,000 Duki masters in less than a minute would unnerve anyone. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. According to the teachings of the U civilization, the war between the immortals and demons was a conflict mutually agreed upon by both factions. Such an incident should not occur. However, it was evident that this situation was extraordinary. I don't know. But before the fallen brothers died, they sent out a warning. Cultivators are attacking us. Yishan, Shishui, what should we do? Wang's voice trembled, and he stuttered as he spoke. Wang Debian, do not panic. Let us first head to the hall and see if Lord Zongfeng has a plan, Li Yishan said thoughtfully, his tone revealing no trace of anxiety. Zongfeng, a formidable Do-Di master and the leader of Bloodfiend City, was their best hope. Upon hearing Li Yishan's calm demeanor, Wang gradually settled his nerves and nodded, following the 3 as they exited the room. In the hall, all the Duki masters had gathered, their faces unable to conceal their apprehension. Lord Zongfeng. Li Yishan quickly spotted Zongfeng at the center of the hall and made his way over. The Duki masters surrounding him parted to make way for Li Yishan and his companions. Zongfeng was an imposing figure, towering over 2 meters tall. standing out like a crane among chickens. Zongfeng's mood was exceedingly foul. The cultivators had blatantly disregarded their agreement and launched a surprise attack, evidently seeking to instigate a conflict. But that was not the primary reason for his ire. In an instant, 2 transport vessels had crashed, resulting in the loss of 2,000 Duki masters. Yet he had not even caught a glimpse of the enemy. As their leader, how could he not be furious? Damn it, those scoundrels. Zongfeng's temper reached its zenith, and he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Lord Zongfeng. At that moment, Li Yishan stood before him, calling out, "Oh, Yishan." Zongfeng's expression was dark. But upon seeing Li Yishan, he managed to force a faint smile. "What shall we do, Lord Zongfeng?" Li Yishan inquired. "What to do?" Zongfeng rolled his eyes and replied curtly, "Let us just toss it aside." As the storm clouds gathered and the winds howled, despite the dark expression on Zongfeng's face, he exhibited no signs of anxiety. Li Yishan was taken aback, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. He had not anticipated that Zongfeng could display such a demeanor at such a critical moment. It was hard to discern whether this was a strategic jest or mere nonsense. Li Yishan let out a silent sigh. "Yishan, this time, the enemy has undoubtedly come prepared, and they have formidable allies. Yet, we have not even caught a glimpse of a cultivator and have already suffered the loss of 2,000 brothers. The situation is far from optimistic." At this juncture, Zongfeng sighed softly, revealing a profound sense of melancholy, before his tone shifted, eyes gleaming with fierce determination as he declared, "However, it will not be so easy for them to annihilate us all." Just as Zongfeng was about to issue commands, a voice echoed in their ears. "Evil Duki masters, listen closely. You are surrounded. If you know what is good for you, surrender obediently, or our army shall breach your defenses." Not only he, but all 8,000 Duki masters heard this voice. Upon hearing it, Zongfeng's expression suddenly darkened significantly, and everyone could feel an intense chill emanating from him. The sensation of humiliation was never pleasant. Hearing such disdainful words from a cultivator ignited a roar of fury among the Duki masters. "Surrender? That is out of the question. Lord Zongfeng, let us charge out. Let these wretches know our might." One Do Wang gritted his teeth, identified as Lei Long. "Indeed, Lord Zongfeng, give the order. If we must die, let us do so with valor." Another shouted, his fist cracking with tension. Such sentiments were rife among the participants of this celestial and demonic conflict. Many had already cast aside their fear of death. Some had come merely to experience the fervent atmosphere, while others sought to elevate their cultivation. Yet, many were desperate souls unafraid of death. Amidst the fervor, Zongfeng remained as cold as ice, raising his hand to silence them. As the supreme commander of Bloodslaughter City, it was imperative to maintain a composed mind in such dire circumstances. Each transport vessel of life harbored 100 Dosheng late-stage experts. Upon learning of the enemy's assault, Zongfeng had promptly notified them to refrain from rash actions and to follow his commands. "Brothers, we must not venture out now. The cultivators are surely lying in wait outside. Once we step out, it would mean certain death," Zongfeng stated calmly, his composed words resonating with everyone. His reasoning was sound. Even Li Yishan nodded in agreement, pondering that the entrance of the transport vessel was not vast enough for nearly 1,000 individuals to exit simultaneously. It was highly likely that the cultivators had already set an ambush outside. For every group that emerged, there would be a corresponding group to be slain. Remaining within the transport vessel is undoubtedly the safest course of action, Zongfeng continued, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd, instilling confidence in all. "Lord Zongfeng, what then shall we do? Are we to simply wait here for our demise?" Lei Long inquired, furrowing his brow. Zongfeng snapped his fingers and smiled. "Of course. It is not so simple. First, we must ascertain the situation of the cultivators, and only then shall we retaliate accordingly. The cultivators are most formidable with their magical artifacts. They excel in ranged attacks. However, once we close the distance, they become vulnerable to our onslaught." As he spoke, Zongfeng surveyed the crowd once more and added slowly, "Thus, I require several brave souls to assist me in gathering intelligence on the enemy." He emphasized the final 4 words, each syllable resonating deeply within the hearts of Li Yishan and his companions, stirring tumultuous emotions. This mission was undeniably perilous, should they be discovered. The likelihood of death was exceedingly high, and the demise would be gruesome, perhaps resulting in their obliteration. Upon Zongfeng's declaration, silence enveloped the 1,000 warriors present. They were not cowards, yet the prospect of a mission with such grim certainty of death filled them with trepidation. "Is there no one willing to step forward?" Zongfeng raised his voice, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, filled with expectation. Those who met his eyes trembled, unable to maintain their gaze. "Lord Zongfeng, I shall go." At that moment, Li Yishan, who had remained silent until now, boldly stepped forward. Zhang Feng's eyes brightened with delight. Yishan, do you truly wish to undertake this? This task is exceedingly arduous, and the chances of survival are slim, even in the event of your demise. You must relay to me everything you observe. Prior to this, Yu Wenmenjiang and Shui Wuxia had already advised him to look after Li Yishan and to ensure he did not meet his end in battle. Yet now, Li Yishan had voluntarily put himself forth. Even someone as composed as Zhang Feng hesitated, feeling the urge to dissuade him. Very well, Zhang Feng said after a moment's contemplation. I shall permit it. A truly accomplished individual cannot thrive in the shade of another's tree. This simple truth is clear to me. Is there anyone else willing to join? Zhang Feng turned to the others. Lord Zhang Feng, I shall also go. Li Shishui glanced at Li Yishan before speaking up. Huh, Li Yishan exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Shishui, you should stay here and protect sister-in-law. Haha, Yishan, do not try to dissuade me. How could I miss out on such an exhilarating adventure? Li Shishui laughed heartily, casting a glance at Dan Zhu, who was tugging at his sleeve. Though he spoke lightly, the determination in his tone was unmistakable, even to those unfamiliar with him. Li Yishan felt a surge of gratitude. He understood that Li Shishui's motivations were rooted in his concern for him. Very well, Li Yishan replied, meeting Li Shishui's gaze, where they both saw resilience and unwavering brotherly affection reflected. Lord Zhang Feng, I entrust Dan Zhu to your care. Both Li Yishan and Li Shishui turned to Zhang Feng simultaneously. Zhang Feng nodded appreciatively. Well done. This is indeed the conduct of a man. To become a true master, one must grow through life and death. Rest assured, I shall safeguard Dan Zhu, even if it costs me my life. I will not allow a single hair on his head to be harmed. As he spoke, his eyes inadvertently flickered towards Lei Long and the others. Dan Zhu's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded. Suddenly, she threw herself into Li Shishui's embrace and wept openly. Matters concerning men are not hers to meddle in, particularly when one of them is the sworn brother of Li Shishui. No one is inclined to take the lead. Once someone dares to initiate action, the situation will become manageable. Such is the essence of human nature. As soon as Li Yishan and Li Shishui expressed their stance, 8 more warriors stepped forward, including the formidable Thunder Dragon. Chapter 57. The escape. As night fell, the moon was obscured by thick clouds, shrouding the sky in darkness. Li Yishan, Li Shishui, and Thunder Dragon lay concealed in a patch of grass. We've truly invested heavily this time, Thunder Dragon muttered under his breath, to provide cover for them. Nearly 200 warriors had sacrificed their lives. Out of those 200, only the 3 of them survived. They had not disappointed the expectations placed upon them and had already grasped the strategic layout concerning the practitioners. The only remaining challenge was how to convey this information to Zhang Feng. Be cautious, someone approaches, Li Yishan suddenly whispered. Li Shishui and Thunder Dragon were taken aback. They had not yet detected the enemy, yet Li Yishan had already sensed their presence, clearly indicating that his spiritual awareness was significantly more acute than theirs. Indeed, as soon as Li Yishan's words fell, more than 10 practitioners riding on flying swords soared towards them, one of whom cast a fleeting glance in the direction where the 3 were hiding. Instantly, the trio lowered their heads, not daring to even glance up, fearful of being detected by the enemy's experts. Senior brother, I suspect those 3 have already escaped. It's truly perplexing, with so many of us, and 3 masters at the black hole stage stationed. Why not just charge in and eliminate them? Why all this caution? One of the more refined-looking practitioners quietly complained to the one leading the group. Silence. Is it your place to question the master's decisions? Do you wish to court death? The practitioner known as Senior Brother rebuked sharply, causing the refined-looking practitioner to fall silent immediately. Junior Brother, we have prepared for so long for this grand operation. The strength of the practitioners is no less than ours. Our only advantage lies in the element of surprise. Now that we have allowed those 3 warriors to escape, if news of this leaks, we will lose our edge. After a brief pause, the Senior Brother's tone softened as he sighed. The other practitioners also sighed in unison. They had been unaware of the details of this grand operation until their master had disclosed them prior to departure. Before they set out, their master had ominously warned them that the likelihood of survival for those participating in this operation was slim, given the fierce contention between warriors and practitioners over the years. Their prowess was indisputable. Senior Brother, enough of that. Let us focus on a thorough search. If those 3 truly have escaped, the vast majority of our 30,000 strong will likely perish, interjected a practitioner flying behind the Senior Brother. All of you, stay alert. If we fail to capture those 3, we are all doomed. The Senior Brother shouted, and they resumed their meticulous search. Li Yishan and his companions held their breath, not daring to exhale until the group of over 10 had moved far away, at which point they finally released a long sigh of relief. The scheming nature of these cultivators is indeed insidious. They have been plotting against us all along. Lei Long exhaled deeply, his face flushed with anger. Indeed. Moreover, they have mobilized 30,000 men and positioned 3 experts at the black hole stage. We only have 10,000. And the only one capable of contending with a black hole stage expert is Lord Zongfeng. This battle will be arduous, Li Shishue remarked, his expression laden with concern. Li Yishan pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke. This situation is likely more complex than it appears. I suspect that we are not the only ones. Other cities' fighters have probably encountered attacks as well. Furthermore, there may be a grander scheme awaiting us on the battlefield of immortals and demons. Is it truly that severe? Lei Long gasped, unable to believe it. Li Shishue nodded gravely. It is quite possible. Regardless, we must first relay the information we have to Lord Zongfeng, and then deliberate on our course of action. That seems to be the only option, Lei Long sighed, expressing his resignation. Agreed. The two replied in unison, following closely behind Li Yishan as they crawled towards their destination. What once felt like a mere few kilometers now took a full half-hour to traverse. The 3 moved cautiously along the ground, and as they approached the final few hundred meters, the defenses of the cultivators became significantly tighter, hindering their stealthy advance. What shall we do now? Continuing like this is not a viable strategy. They may launch an attack at any moment. Lei Long whispered, his anxiety palpable. Patience. Let us observe for a while longer. If necessary, we will charge in. Li Yishan's gaze remained fixed ahead, his voice steady and unwavering, exuding an aura of unyielding determination. Do not even think of fleeing in the heat of battle. I, Li Yishan, will be the first to end you, he added coolly. A hint of lethal seriousness underlying his words, clearly indicating his genuine ire. As a passionate warrior, witnessing 200 men perish for his cause stirred a fierce resolve within Li Yishan to seek vengeance for their sacrifice. Yishan, there is merit in what Lei Long has suggested, Li Shishue interjected, breaking his silence. Li Yishan raised an eyebrow, surprised by his brother's unexpected support for Lei Long at such a critical juncture. Li Shishue sighed deeply and spoke calmly. Should we penetrate their defenses, we must also consider how to exit safely. Lei Long, I propose this. You and I will charge in, and while we do so, you quietly slip away. This will enhance the chances of survival, and in the unfortunate event of our demise, you can convey the news to the city lord, thwarting the cultivator's deceit. What do you think, Yishan? Li Shishue's reasoning was sound, and given that it came from a brother, Li Yishan found himself reconsidering the plan. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yishan lifted his gaze and replied, Very well, let it be so. Lei Long, I apologize for earlier. The task of slipping away is entrusted to you. You must ensure that you survive to deliver the message. Hearing such words made Lei Long feel a wave of shame. Yet he was grateful that Li Shishue had alleviated his discomfort. He first cast a grateful glance at Li Shishue, then fixed his gaze upon Li Yishan's eyes and declared, Rest assured, Brother Yishan, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure the message is conveyed. That is splendid. However, you must not perish, should you die. How will the message be delivered? Li Yishan replied with a calm smile, delivering a firm punch on Thunder Dragon's shoulder. His jovial demeanor and fearless attitude subtly eased the tension in both Li Shishue and Thunder Dragon, allowing their nerves to relax slightly. When we charge in, you must slip away. Remember, you must survive. Li Shishue whispered as he embraced Thunder Dragon's shoulders. You must as well. Thunder Dragon was profoundly moved. Despite his own fear of death, he found himself framed as a hero striving to rescue the martial artists, and to deny such feelings would be self-deception. A quarter of an hour later, brother, take care. Shishue, now's the time, charge. Li Yishan bellowed, his muscles taut, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly closing the distance to the transport vessel. Brother, take care. Thunder Dragon's expression turned grave as he stared blankly at the retreating figures of the two, suddenly turning and cautiously making his way back. Not long after, the sounds of battle erupted. Li Yishan and Li Shishue had been discovered by the cultivators. Brother, you must hold on. Thunder Dragon dared not linger. Li Yishan and Li Shishue risked their lives to secure his chance at escape, and he could not afford to be negligent for even a moment. Chapter 58. Long live while Thunder Dragon stealthily evaded. Li Yishan and Li Shishue faced an unprecedented crisis. Before them, tens of thousands of cultivators rode on flying swords, blocking their path, and any attempt to advance would require a heavy toll. Behind them loomed a terrifying cacophony. Nearly drowning the two in its tumult, Li Yishan knew without looking that countless cultivators were converging upon them. Yishan, what shall we do? A 5-foot-long sword pierced a cultivator's chest, and as he withdrew it, blood sprayed forth. Li Shishue wiped the blood from his face and shouted, Kill. Slay them. The battle cries resonated like thunder, artifacts whirled chaotically, and the cultivators besieging them had lost their senses to bloodlust, heedless of their own safety. Some, even with an arm severed, gritted their teeth and pressed forward against the two. Li Yishan was secretly alarmed by the cultivators' fervor. He could scarcely fathom why they were so frenzied. He had unleashed his full strength from the outset, having already slain over 40 opponents to instill fear, allowing him and Li Shishui the opportunity to escape. Yet, he never anticipated that such actions would incite even greater madness among the cultivators. They were brothers or friends. Witnessing their comrade's tragic demise ignited their rage, compelling them to fight desperately. The situation had greatly exceeded Li Yishan's expectations. The more he killed, the more frenzied the cultivators became. Though their levels were low, their strength was formidable, indicating one clear reason: the potential of the two was immense. The ordinary cultivators were terrified, and the higher echelons of their ranks were equally astonished. They must not leave here alive. They must be slain. 3 formidable beings in the phase of black holes stood upon their flying swords, observing the tumultuous battlefield below. Among them, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow calmly issued a command. "Yes, master," came the reply from one behind him, who swiftly descended to the lower altitudes, hastening towards Li Yishan. Sword intent was unleashed repeatedly. With each strike, 3 or 4 cultivators fell, their internal energies dissipating rapidly. At this rate, they could not endure for more than 20 minutes. Yet, at this moment, Li Yishan could no longer afford to conceal his strength. Li Shishui's offensive capabilities were slightly inferior, and his resilience was far less than that of Li Yishan. Should Li Yishan choose to mask his true power, he himself might remain unscathed for a while, but Li Shishui would undoubtedly suffer grievously, risking even his life. Back to back, Li Yishan and Li Shishui were already drenched in blood, their garments stained crimson, some of it their own, but much more of it belonging to their adversaries. They were in the throes of battle, each move capable of claiming several lives. Suddenly, a chill coursed down Li Yishan's spine, a potent sense of danger surging within him. He lifted his blood-red eyes and was taken aback. A shadowy figure was hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, so swift that Li Yishan barely had time to react. He managed only a fleeting motion before the figure arrived. No. In midair, Li Shishui emitted a piercing cry. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Li Yishan pierced through the chest by a snow-white flying sword, which twisted cruelly within him. Crimson blood flowed languidly along the blade, spilling forth with a fierce and heavy abandon. Li Yishan felt a momentary blur before his vision, a sharp pain in his right chest, as the figure loomed before him. He sensed his strength rapidly draining away, and in that moment, he finally discerned the assailant's features. The newcomer was clad in a gray robe, his skin darkened, and a rugged face adorned with a thick beard, a stark contrast to the ethereal, white-clad cultivators that Li Yishan had often envisioned. At that moment, the bearded cultivator grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth as he chuckled at Li Yishan. "Well now, young one, you possess remarkable potential. Given a few more decades, you could very well emerge as a true battle god. Alas, it seems your opportunity has slipped away, haha." The bearded cultivator reveled in his triumph, for he relished tormenting those gifted with exceptional talents. Now, witnessing a prodigious warrior on the brink of death at his hands, his elation was palpable. Li Yishan appeared on the verge of death, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he attempted to speak, though his words faltered. What did you say?" Curiosity piqued, the bearded cultivator leaned in closer, lowering his guard. "I said, you shall perish." In an unexpected surge, Li Yishan roared, his entire body tensing as the purple moon divine blade transformed into a streak of light, launching a frenzied assault towards the bearded cultivator. Sizzle! The fabric of space began to tear as the purple blood-mad dragon unleashed its most devastating attack, a reckless move that risked both adversary and self. The purple blood-mad dragon, under Li Yishan's mastery at the Dozone realm, was capable of tearing open spatial fissures. Now, having ascended 2 whole tiers in strength, its might was magnified further. "No, junior brother, be cautious." Above the tumult, 2 formidable black whole realm warriors gazed in astonishment. Their attempts to intervene rendered futile by the swift turn of events. "Perish!" Li Yishan's visage twisted into a grimace as the purple blood-mad dragon transformed into a skeletal hand of death, piercing the heart of the bearded cultivator. In one fluid motion, he cleaved open half of the bearded one's chest, a torrential downpour of blood staining the earth beneath them. "Impossible. This cannot be." The bearded cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that he had met his demise at the hands of a mere dochi master. The traces of life evaporated rapidly, an icy sensation enveloping him, and moments later, he collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Time seemed to freeze, all present, including the encircled Li Shishui, stood entranced by the unfolding spectacle, unable to grasp the reality of the moment. Elder Tai, he truly perished? Slain by a Do Soul practitioner? Not far away, the elder brother, who had been searching for Li Yishan and his companions, stared blankly at Li Yishan's demonic form, murmuring in disbelief. Their black hole warrior lay dead. Brothers, let us charge forth. After a few minutes of stunned silence, a commanding roar reverberated through every cultivator's ears. Li Yishan recognized the voice as that of Zhang Feng. Kill. Brothers, kill. Following closely behind, 8,000 Do Chi masters unleashed a thunderous battle cry. As the words fell, the gates of life swung wide open, and all Do Chi practitioners surged forth like wolves into a flock of sheep, crashing into the unsuspecting cultivators. Long live Li Yishan. Amidst their fierce onslaught, they continuously shouted in unison, Long live Li Yishan. In their eyes, he had become a miracle, instilling them with newfound confidence. Chapter 59, Breaking Out Long Live Li Yishan. This succinct phrase pierced the hearts of every cultivator like a dagger. The fact that a black hole realm warrior had been slain by a Do Soul practitioner was an unbearable truth, a source of profound humiliation. In the midst of elation, Zhang Feng retained his clarity of thought, leading the 8,000 Do Chi masters forward. In the blink of an eye, they reached Li Shishui, rescuing him from his grievous injuries. Then, with a few swift movements, Zhang Feng managed to save the faltering Li Yishan before the other two black hole warriors could arrive. In truth, the situation had been perilously close. Had the bearded cultivator not underestimated Li Yishan? Had he not grown complacent? Had he delivered a fatal strike from the outset? Any one of these hypotheticals could have altered the outcome, resulting in Li Yishan's demise instead. And Zhang Feng would not have seized such a fortuitous opportunity. Well done, Yishan. Let us charge out together. Zhang Feng embraced Li Yishan with one arm, while wielding his massive blade like the scythe of death, reaping lives in his wake. There were simply too many cultivators. Zhang Feng did not need to deliberate. His blade swept through the throng, and several cultivators fell before him. Indeed, cultivators are as numerous as the stars in the sky, and he had no time to wield his second sword. Nevertheless, the speed at which the two of them dispatched their foes was astonishing. Anyone who ventured within a 3-meter radius met a swift demise. In the blink of an eye, they had felled dozens, which might incite fear and rage among their enemies. However, should this pace persist, panic and dread would inevitably ensue. The warriors of the Duki faction were already gripped by trepidation, daring only to encircle the two without drawing too close. Buzzing. It must be said that the remarkable utility of the cross was truly boundless. Li Yishan had almost fallen in love with this treasure. In just a few fleeting minutes, he staunched the relentless flow of blood, and a hint of color returned to his pallid visage. It could be asserted that as long as his vital points remained unscathed, Li Yishan possessed remarkable endurance in battle. Due to the presence of Li Yishan and Li Shishui, the ranks of the cultivators appeared somewhat disordered, while the Duki warriors' attempts to break through left them in a state of disarray. In stark contrast, the Duki faction, led by dozens of Do Wang, surged forth like a tiger among sheep, ruthlessly reaping lives. Yet, as the saying goes, for every 1,000 slain, 800 must be sacrificed, in a matter of minutes. Although the Duki warriors had killed or wounded over 6,000 cultivators, they too had suffered losses of more than 2,000. Adding to the initial losses of 2,000, their total numbers had dwindled to fewer than 6,000, each bearing varying degrees of injury. In the initial minute, the Duki warriors had the upper hand. But after that fleeting moment, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. As time progressed, the tide began to shift in favor of the cultivators. After the initial chaos, they gradually stabilized their formation, having arrived prepared and outnumbering their adversaries. Organized waves of assaults erupted, with an array of magical artifacts and flying swords dancing chaotically through the air, leaving the Duki warriors in a state of helplessness. This could not continue. A breakthrough was imperative. Zhang Feng observed keenly, his heart racing, with a sweeping motion of his mighty blade. 3 cultivators 5 meters away fell with anguished cries from the flying swords, their vitality extinguished in an instant. With fervor, Zhang Feng swung his left arm and bellowed, "Brothers, charge forth with me. Li Yishan, prepare to meet your end. Zhang Feng, do not retreat." Suddenly, 2 voices rang out simultaneously, overpowering the collective shouts of the 6,000 Duki warriors, causing Li Yishan's eardrums to thrum painfully. Li Yishan raised his gaze, only to behold 2 ethereal figures swiftly approaching, faster than even the burly cultivators. One, clad in white with hair to match, exuded an otherworldly grace. He was none other than the leader of the cultivators for this operation, the White Sword Saint Bai He, whose target was Zhang Feng. The other, adorned in resplendent robes, moved just slightly slower than Bai He, yet his aim was directed at Li Yishan. The two had entered the sect together under Elder Tai, cultivating side by side, and had ascended from the ranks of inconspicuous disciples to their current esteemed positions, their bond surpassing even that of brothers. Witnessing Elder Tai's demise at the hands of Amir Duhan was, of course, an unbearable affront. Li Yishan was taken aback, even from a distance. He felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, as if the air itself had solidified, rendering him breathless. The formidable power of cultivators in the black hole stage is indeed terrifying. It was only now that Li Yishan comprehended the true strength of a black hole stage practitioner, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. That bearded man could have easily dispatched him with merely half his power, yet he had been overly arrogant, not even unleashing 3/10 of his strength. Haha, White Crane, Wild Bird, it has been a long time. I wonder if you have made any progress. Zhang Feng laughed heartily, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere brought by the two black hole stage cultivators, allowing Li Yishan to breathe normally once more. Zhang Feng, today you shall surely perish, White Crane declared coldly, halting alongside another black hole practitioner before the formation of the Duki Masters. However, they were wary of Zhang Feng and thus hesitated to strike immediately, remaining observant. Humph, just you and your wild duck disciple? Even 10 years ago, the two of you together were no match for me, and today shall be no different, Zhang Feng proclaimed with a flourish, exuding an air of invincibility. The disciple of White Crane, angered by this taunt, prepared to retaliate, but was restrained by White Crane's hand. His name, uniquely distinctive, was actually Duck Green River, which led Zhang Feng to mockingly refer to him as Wild Duck, a title he despised. That was a decade ago. I have made it abundantly clear. Today, you will die, White Crane retorted with a cold snort. Lord Zhang Feng's strength is truly formidable. The two of them together cannot even prevail against him. As Li Yishan listened to their exchange, he felt a mix of admiration and concern. But how do we escape? At that moment, Li Shishue and Dan Zhu had reached his side, and the three of them had finally reunited after numerous tribulations. Startled, Li Yishan sent a mental transmission. Lord Zhang Feng, you must not speak. You all should charge out first. Before he could finish, Zhang Feng interrupted him, his tone resolute. Li Yishan, understanding that lingering in this place would only hinder Zhang Feng, gritted his teeth and replied, All right, Lord Zhang Feng, be careful, and remember your words. We shall not part. Good lad, refreshingly straightforward. When I count to 3, you all charge to the right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. As soon as the last word left his lips, Zhang Feng transformed into a blur, his massive blade summoning a tempest, striking towards White Crane and Duck Green River. Brothers, follow me out. Simultaneously, Li Yishan waved his hand, brandishing the purple moon divine blade, leading the charge toward the right where the opposing cultivators awaited. Encouraged by the bravery of the two, the other Duki Masters rallied their spirits, merging into a torrent of iron and blood, swiftly surging towards the right where the encirclement was relatively weaker. Damn it, stop them. White Crane's eyebrows shot up in fury, smoke seemingly billowing from his 7 orifices, commanding all practitioners to pursue Li Yishan's group while he faced Zhang Feng's wrath alongside Duck Green River. He was acutely aware of Zhang Feng's prowess and dared not confront him alone. Chapter 60. Clash of Titans. The cacophony of battle gradually faded, and with each passing second, countless lives were extinguished. In this vast expanse, only Zhang Feng and White Crane remained. Initially, White Crane and Duck Green River had intended to confront Zhang Feng together, securing an almost certain victory in their endeavor to eliminate him. However, they could never have anticipated that their junior brother, Tai Wanshan, had been slain by Li Yishan, which thoroughly disrupted their plans. At this moment, both of them were in a state of utter confusion, leaving little room for them to engage in a skirmish with Zhang Feng. Old friends, I, Zhang Feng, advise you to be sensible and not obstruct me, otherwise I shall, even at the cost of severe injury to myself, ensure your demise. Zhang Feng's eyes widened, his voice resonating like thunder. As he spoke, he swung his broadsword forcefully against the flying sword of Bai He, sending him crashing down from the sky. Brother, Ye Lujiang exclaimed in shock, hastening to Bai He's side. Should anything happen to Bai He, his own life would be cut short as well. Bai He understood this all too well, and thus they supported each other, seeking to avoid any faults rather than striving for glory. In a short span, Zhang Feng became entangled with them, unable to kill them or escape. Zhang Feng, your time of triumph is limited, Bai He retorted, a hint of malice in his tone. We have already notified our ancestor using our sex communication technique. He is en route. You had best be prepared for the consequences. After being struck by Zhang Feng, Bai He fell to the ground, his immaculate white robe now soiled with dust, rendering him quite disheveled. Oh, The ancestor? I never imagined that the lecherous sword saint still lives. Humph. Even he will require an hour to arrive from his lair, and that is ample time for me to eliminate both of you. Zhang Feng laughed maniacally, exuding an air of dominance. Bai He's sect, known as Fei Yuan's sect, was a moderately renowned establishment. Its founding ancestor was a formidable practitioner at the Great Completion stage, self-styled as the Shadow Sword Saint, possessing immense power. Before his rise to fame, he had committed heinous acts against many maidens, earning him the derisive title of the lecherous Sword Saint. A practitioner at the Great Completion stage stands at the pinnacle of the divine continent, and even Zhang Feng, no matter how powerful, had to reassess his position. However, even at the incredible speed of a Great Completion expert, traversing from the distant Tianshan prefecture to this location would require over an hour. An hour was more than sufficient for Zhang Feng to deal with both Bai He and Yilujiang. Hence, he was not overly concerned. Even at death's door, you remain defiant. Zhang Feng, let us see how long you can maintain this arrogance. My brother and I shall join forces. If you wish to kill us, you shall pay a price. Yilujiang's mood was equally grim. With only a few powerful figures at the black hole stage within their sect, losing one here, especially to a mere combatant, was a bitter blow. Even if they managed to slay Zhang Feng, it would not atone for their loss. Let us deal with him when he arrives. For now, I shall eliminate both of you. Zhang Feng scoffed, his aura surging to its peak. The moment his words fell, he let out a deafening roar toward the heavens. Fearful of Zhang Feng's overwhelming presence, Bai He and Yilujiang dared not advance to confront him, remaining on guard in their positions. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng vanished from their sight, leaving them momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Zhang Feng, you coward, do not attempt to flee. After a brief interval of 3 seconds, the two individuals finally regained their senses, unleashing two reluctant roars of fury as they hopped onto their flying swords and swiftly pursued Zhang Feng. However, 3 seconds was ample time for a Dou Emperor to cover 4,000 to 5,000 meters in the face of the two black hole stage cultivators. Dou Emperor Zhang Feng exhibited not a trace of fear. Yet, upon hearing that the notorious Sword Saint was hastening towards their location, he lost all desire to continue the battle and turned to chase after Li Yishan and the others. How audacious of Zhang Feng to toy with us. He initially raised his momentum to its zenith, feigning a desperate fight to the end, only to flee when Bai He and Duck Green River remained on high alert. It was a fierce confrontation, yet midway, Zhang Feng abruptly escaped. Even the most tempered of souls felt as if a fire was igniting within them, threatening to explode if not released. They vowed to apprehend Zhang Feng. Disregarding all else, the two pursued him relentlessly. Although Zhang Feng's offensive prowess surpassed theirs, he could not match their speed. Gradually, the distance between the three was diminishing. Haha, two old birds. I am no fool. Your ancient sword saint has mobilized. And do you think I would not flee? Zhang Feng laughed heartily, his demeanor betraying no concern for the two closing in on him. Bathed in the twilight glow, the world appeared vast and desolate. From a distance, 3 indistinct figures were engaged in a chase, Zhang Feng ahead, followed closely by Bai He, with Duck Green River trailing behind. Zhang Feng led the charge, with Bai He merely 200 meters behind. In contrast, Duck Green River lagged considerably, having only reduced the distance to Zhang Feng by 2 miles. Both Bai He and Duck Green River wore expressions of cold indifference, exuding an aura so frigid it seemed capable of freezing anyone in their path. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng displayed a carefree demeanor, swaying as he ran, inciting their ire. You two old geezers, you've been chasing me for half an hour now. It's time to know when to back off. Though his countenance suggested nonchalance, Zhang Feng was not entirely at ease. Being pursued like a hunted dog had kindled a fire within him. Zhang Feng, today you shall surely die. Bai He bellowed nearly in a roar. Die, you say? A cruel smile crept upon Zhang Feng's lips at those words, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Even in death, I will ensure your demise first. As the distance between Bai He and Zhang Feng closed to a mere 100 meters, a sudden shift transpired. Now is the moment. Zhang Feng bellowed, swiftly pivoting, his axe radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter as he charged towards Bai He. In a mere blink, the 100-meter distance seemed to vanish for him, especially as Bai He relentlessly pursued him. In the briefest moment, they collided. What? Bai He's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Feng's sudden assault left him momentarily flustered, causing him to exert only 70% of his full strength. Bai He struggled to twist away, attempting to evade, while a flying sword beneath his feet surged towards his right hand, yet it was already too late. With a resounding shout, Bai He's protective energy was violently shattered. Just as his flying sword appeared in hand, Zhang Feng's broadsword swept across his neck. With a sickening splatter, a head soared into the sky, blood gushing forth. transforming Bai He's white robe into a vivid crimson, even splattering Zhang Feng's face. Senior brother. Danger. The expression of Yu Lujiang morphed in horror as he sought to rush to Bai He's aid. However, the 3,000-meter gap loomed like an insurmountable chasm, leaving him helplessly watching as Zhang Feng's broadsword severed Bai He's head. Senior brother. Yu Lujiang's face twisted in rage, his piercing cries echoing. But Bai He could no longer hear him. Humph. Fool. Zhang Feng sneered coldly, unfazed by the blood splattered on him, casting a disdainful glance at Yu Lujiang. It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over Yu Lujiang, freezing his blood, rendering him motionless in midair. With a careless glance, Zhang Feng swiftly moved 1,000 meters away, leaving Yu Lujiang standing in utter shock. The inability to witness the battle between Zhang Feng and the two cultivators at the black hole stage filled Li Yishan with regret. He had never encountered such a level of conflict before. Observing such a clash would undoubtedly enrich his understanding. Yet, he had no time to lament this missed opportunity. For he and the remaining 2,000 combatants were once again surrounded by the cultivators. Chapter 61. Surrender from the original 10,000 valiant lions that set out. After enemy assaults and the subsequent breakout, especially the latter, their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 1,000 in the span of just 1 hour of combat. Moreover, this remaining 1,000 found themselves encircled atop a hill that bore no particularly awe-inspiring name, simply referred to by locals as Little West Mountain. The battle atop Little West Mountain raged fiercely. The tumultuous clash had cost the cultivators half of their forces, yet even so, their strength far surpassed that of Li Yishan and his companions. After an hour of sporadic skirmishing, they had only advanced 20 miles, now ensnared in a precarious predicament. Half an hour earlier, Zhang Feng had soared past them, along with Bai He and Yu Lujiang, without pausing. However, Li Yishan received a telepathic message from Zhang Feng. Once I eliminate that old bird Bai He, I will come to your rescue. Yet, the others remained oblivious to this. Yishan, what should we do now? Li Shishue shouted, deflecting an oncoming cultivator with a swift sword strike, quickly taking refuge against Li Yishan's back. The battles prior to the breakthrough had left him grievously injured. At this moment, he pressed his left hand against the wound on his chest, from which blood flowed steadily, staining a significant portion of his garment crimson. Yet, he persisted in the fight. The other combatants were similarly afflicted, each bearing wounds to varying degrees, while Li Yishan, thanks to the continuous healing provided by the cross, maintained enduring combat prowess as long as the injuries were not fatal. In such engagements, Li Yishan was capable of fighting relentlessly for an entire day and night without succumbing to exhaustion. Of course, that was the utmost limit. After all, even the strongest could be drained of vitality without adequate sustenance. The Purple Moon Divine Blade had just been extracted from the body of one cultivator when his left hand's flying sword plunged into the chest of another. In the brief span of half a minute, over 100 corpses lay around him, half of which he had dispatched himself, illustrating the ferocity of the conflict. What to do? Kill. Li Yishan, too, was consumed by bloodlust, wielding his dual weapons like the scythe of death, reaping vibrant lives with each swing. Master Zongfeng, if you do not arrive soon, we shall all perish here. Outwardly resembling a bloodthirsty demon, Li Yishan's heart was fraught with anxiety. However, he could not afford to display such emotions. As the pillar of the combatants, he buried these feelings deep within. 400 late-stage Dou saints surrounded him, divided into two groups to resist the relentless assaults of the cultivators while simultaneously safeguarding Li Yishan and his companions. The opposing side also boasted numerous void-stage experts, whose power rivaled that of the Dou saints. Should they engage, 200 of the 400 would surge forth, killing if possible, or forcing the enemy back if not. Protecting Li Yishan and his companions was Master Zongfeng's absolute command. Since the ambush, the original 1,000 Dou saints had dwindled to these 400. While their collective strength surpassed that of Li Yishan, they lacked his indomitable spirit and the formidable killing intent of the purple blood-mad dragon sword. Ultimately, Li Yishan's greatest reliance remained his corporeal strength, which was dozens of times more robust than that of an average Dou master. Bolstered by the cross that continually mended his wounds. Li Yishan, this cannot continue. We must find a way to break through, bellowed one blood-soaked Dou saint. Tell me how to break through. Li Yishan, usually composed, was shaken by the blood-soaked scene, the countless lives lost awakening a ferocity within him. At that moment, all he comprehended was kill, kill, kill. Yet, the cultivators surged around them like layers of fur on a water buffalo, offering no respite. For every foe Li Yishan felled, 2 more would close in. For every 2 he dispatched, even more would converge to hunt him down. Li Yishan, we cannot afford to wait any longer. We must break through. The urgency was like a bucket of icy water doused upon him, jolting him from his frenzied state. Yes, I must lead everyone to break free. In a moment of distraction, a formidable artifact struck Li Yishan on the forehead, creating a gaping wound that oozed blood. A hazy white light enveloped his entire being, and the injury on his forehead began to heal slowly. In a mere few minutes of combat, over 500 lives were claimed. Nearly all the combatants below the rank of Dosheng perished. The flowing blood stained the entire mountain peak crimson. With the Dosheng leading the charge, everyone, follow me, Li Yishan proclaimed, unleashing a long, resonating cry towards the heavens. As his voice echoed, he transformed into a streak of purple light, propelling himself fiercely forward. His dual weapons unleashed a series of illusory strikes, akin to the call of death. Wherever the purple light traversed, anguished screams erupted. No cultivator below the void phase stood a chance against Li Yishan's relentless onslaught. Even those at the void phase could not withstand his ferocious assault. Demons shall be slain by demons, and Buddhas shall be vanquished by Buddhas. In that moment, Li Yishan embodied a reckless fighting spirit, disregarding his own safety. Upon witnessing their leader's valor, the remaining Dochi masters felt their morale rekindle. What was once a dispirited force was now invigorated by Li Yishan's bravery. Brothers, let us break through. 400 Dosheng shouted in unison, rallying to protect their comrades below the rank of Dosheng, closely trailing behind Li Yishan as they carved a bloody path forward. Among them was the fourth elder Yi. Never abandon, never surrender, became the mantra of the Dochi masters. Is Li Yishan still human? Li Shishui pondered, feeling speechless. As a practitioner of internal energy, he possessed greater strength than the average Dochi master of his level. Yet, he could only lament the grotesque power Li Yishan exhibited. In the world of martial cultivation, one need not fear the mighty, but rather the abnormally powerful. Many cultivators found themselves greatly troubled by this massacre incarnate. However, the practitioners had formed layers of defense around themselves. Despite Li Yishan's fierce offensive, carving a complete path through them proved exceedingly challenging. Even with the protection of the Dosheng, the inadequately powered Do-Chi masters continued to fall, and even the Dosheng succumbed one after another, exhausted. Brother, after a little over an hour of shared combat, their blood had fused together in solidarity. The bond of brotherhood among men is indeed that simple. Li Yishan, filled with grief, could only vent his fury upon the cultivators before him. Anyone who obstructed his path was deemed an enemy. There was no need for discernment. If you stood in his way, you were to be slain. The relentless cycle of killing had rendered him almost numb. Suddenly, Li Yishan sensed a lightning of pressure. Raising his blood-red eyes, he saw that the cultivators had vanished from view. He had miraculously broken through their ranks. Accompanying him were 200 Dosheng, along with the injured Li Yishan and the unscathed Danju. Those who did not escape had fought valiantly, striving to break free, yet they knew the likelihood was slim. Nonetheless, a belief resided in their hearts, to buy time, allowing Li Yishan and the others a greater chance to flee. Li Yishan could no longer concern himself with their fate. To protect others, one must first ensure their own survival and possess the strength to do so. This is an undeniable truth. The individuals who charged forth did so with remarkable speed, simultaneously retreating while meticulously reorganizing their disordered formations. Those who managed to survive the onslaught, even in a state of near demise, were swiftly aided by their companions. Behind them, piercing screams echoed, declaring to the world that even in death, they had endured a battle of unprecedented ferocity. Yet, entrenched in the tumultuous sea of cultivators, Yi Lao Si did not succumb immediately. He cast a gaze filled with animosity towards Li Yishan and his companions as they departed. His heart brimmed with resentment. He loathed Li Yishan for abandoning him. He despised his own lack of strength that forced him to rely on others for survival. Now, with all protection stripped away, it was too late for regrets. Li Yishan, Yi Lao Si nearly ground his teeth to dust. In a moment of desperation, he bellowed with all his might. I surrender. I surrender. At that instant, all sounds were subdued, and the two flying swords hovering above his head abruptly halted. This was the first and only surrender they heard, rendered utterly meaningless. What a disgrace. How could a prominent member of the Yi family from Guangxi turn out to be such a coward? The combatants who had fought valiantly to protect him were furious upon hearing his words. Just moments ago they had risked their lives for him, only to have him capitulate in an instant. Li Yishan furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of helplessness. Life often demands sacrifice, and whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain, it is a choice they must make. Li Yishan could do nothing about it. For the sake of survival, uttering such words was understandable, and he held no ill will towards him. Seizing this rare opportunity, Li Yishan led the remaining combatants swiftly away. Li Yishan is fleeing. Everyone pursue him. After roughly half a minute, the cultivators finally regained their senses. The two swords that had hovered above Yi Lao Si's head came crashing down, cleaving him into several pieces from head to toe. Alas, Yi Lao Si, who had only wished to survive, ultimately could not escape the clutches of death, and left behind not even a complete corpse. Chapter 62. Sword Saintly Ishan. Leading the scant 200 remaining combatants, fled in a panic, blindly seeking an escape, and unbeknownst to them, they inadvertently evaded their pursuers. It must be said that fortune favored them. Sometimes, being fewer in number has its advantages. At least, the traces they left along the way would be significantly reduced, making it difficult for the cultivators to track them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, when Zhang Feng arrived at the small western mountain, Li Yishan and his companions had already vanished without a trace. The cultivators had left behind 3,000 to 4,000 corpses, and the entire mountain was stained crimson with blood, which flowed languidly through the dry ravines of the small western mountain. Yishan and his group must have broken through. Zhang Feng scanned his surroundings and, not seeing any bodies belonging to Li Yishan's group, concluded that they had escaped. I must hasten to pursue them, Zhang Feng thought to himself, quickly discerning the direction in which Li Yishan and his companions had fled. Zhang Feng, you need not run any longer. The detached tone of the voice sent a jolt through Zhang Feng's heart. Zhang Feng turned to look, and a figure had just appeared on the horizon, swiftly blocking his path. The immense aura of this being descended upon him, instilling within Zhang Feng a profound impulse to prostrate himself. Yet he resolutely resisted the urge to bend his knee. It was evident to Zhang Feng that this person was not traversing the air on a flying sword. There could only be one explanation. The newcomer was a perfected cultivator. Among cultivators, only those who have reached the pinnacle of their practice can completely free themselves from the constraints of flying swords, soaring through the heavens with their formidable power. This individual was none other than the infamous sword saint, Ing Bai. When he spoke, his voice carried from 10 miles away, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before Zhang Feng. Such speed obliterated any last vestige of escape that lingered in Zhang Feng's mind. How could he have arrived so swiftly? Zhang Feng's countenance paled, and he thought to himself, it seems I am truly destined to perish here today. Faced with this legendary perfected powerhouse, Zhang Feng quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of panic. He had never contemplated fleeing. In the face of such absolute strength, all schemes seemed futile. If the divide between Do Wang and Do Sheng, the Yuanying and Dongshu stages, marked a watershed in cultivation, then the chasm between Do Sheng and Do Di, the Dongshu and Heikong stages, constituted a monumental barrier on the path of cultivation. The disparity in power between Do Di and Do Shan, the Heikong and perfected stages, was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. To die at the hands of a perfected cultivator would not render my life in vain. Zhang Feng fixed his gaze fearlessly upon Ing Bai's eyes and declared slowly, word by word. Oh, Ing Bai replied, slightly taken aback. Typically, lesser cultivators would react to his presence like mice confronted by a cat, trembling in fear and wishing for instant death. Even his own disciples would quiver in his presence. Yet this mere Do Di dared to disregard his overwhelming might. Ing Bai, proud by nature, relished the sight of his enemies steeped in terror, relishing the slow demise of those who quaked in fear, for it satisfied his perverse inclination for torment. How intriguing! Ing Bai mused inwardly, though his tone remained apathetic. Did you kill Bai He and Taiwan Shan? In truth, he cared little for the deaths of Bai He and Taiwan Shan, but for the sake of face, he felt compelled to inquire. The most valued possession of a true powerhouse, after all, is often their reputation. I killed Bai He, but as for that Tai fellow, I hardly needed to lift a finger. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Zhang Feng's eyes as he spoke coolly. Oh, aside from you, who among your companions could have slain Taiwan Shan? This time, Ing Bai was genuinely astonished. Haha, that useless former disciple of yours met an unjust fate at the hands of a late-stage Dohun young man. Speaking of that lad, he is indeed remarkable. Brother Ing, you, the Ancient One, have lived to this day, yet you ought to be wary of falling into his hands in the future. Zhang Feng laughed heartily, his face adorned with a grim, mocking expression, evoking a sense of tragic grandeur as if he were at the end of his road. Nonsense! How could I possibly lose to an ant? In Ing Bai's eyes, anyone lacking strength compared to him was nothing more than a pitiful insect, unworthy of lament. He despised being called a lecher, and upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, he was immediately consumed by rage. Zhang Feng, however, paid him no mind, laughing until tears streamed down his face. Seeking death, although he had reached the peak of his powers, Ing Bai was notoriously petty. Witnessing Zhang Feng's utter disregard for him only fueled his fury. In a moment of anger, he unleashed a shadowy palm strike directed at Zhang Feng's chest. With a sharp sound, Zhang Feng's laughter ceased abruptly, his eyes gradually dimming. He managed to hold on for more than 10 seconds before collapsing to the ground, a mocking smile lingering at the corner of his mouth until his last breath. This incited even greater anger in Ingmubai, who found himself with no outlet for his frustration. The tension coiled tightly within him, leaving him in discomfort with no recourse. I even forgot to ask him who that person was, displaying none of the gravitas befitting a peak-level practitioner. Ingmubai spat upon Zhang Feng's lifeless body before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. Duelists, I vow to annihilate you all. His wrath swelled, the failure of this mission gnawing at him. Now, those old fools would surely mock me again. As a peak-level powerhouse, he could never lower himself to hunt down insignificant characters like Li Yishan. If those old geezers learned he had acted as a scout, they would undoubtedly die laughing. With no means to vent his anger, Ingmubai let out a long howl toward the heavens, casually striking out with several palm strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resonated continuously. Wherever his palm winds reached, everything within a 10-mile radius was reduced to nothingness, not even a speck of dust remaining. As Ingmubai wreaked havoc, the area within 300 miles lay barren, devoid of even an ant. Is this the power of the ancestors? This scene was captured by the Yalu River, who, having been in a gloomy state for an entire day, fell back into a stupor. The might of a peak-level practitioner was indeed terrifying, capable of obliterating life with a mere gesture. However, due to their status, peak-level cultivators, much like battle gods, generally remained reclusive, seldom revealing their power, which spared the divine continent from widespread devastation. What do they do in seclusion? They do not indulge in drinking and poetry, rather. They spend their time comprehending the natural laws of the universe, striving to ascend to even greater heights. Furthermore, battles among masters of such caliber typically occur high above the ground, where they meticulously control their power. If not, even a slight leakage of their strength could effortlessly slay a battle emperor. Even Li Yishan and his group, who had fled 30 miles away, could hear a buzzing in their ears, their internal energies in disarray. The 200 individuals were startled and quickly sought refuge. Whose power is so fearsome? Even a battle emperor would not possess such might. 30 miles west of the Little Western Mountain lies a mountain range far larger than it, known to the locals as the Great Western Mountain. The sun had long set, and within a dark cave, Li Yishan furrowed his brow. Realizing that escaping danger this time would not be an easy feat. Chapter 63. Perils and Opportunities. The sky was now completely dark, and the group had been hiding in the cave for nearly 2 hours. Under the care of Li Yishan, Li Shishui's injuries have largely healed, and he can manage to move his hands with relative ease. Tears glistened in Danju's almond-shaped eyes as she cradled Li Shishui's bloodied face in her hands, her heart sinking with an icy chill. Despite the multitude of words she wished to convey, they remained lodged in her throat, unuttered. After 2 hours of rest, this group of true warriors had sufficiently regained their composure and reassessed the situation. Can we wait until the cultivators vacate this area before we venture out? One young Do Wang, seemingly paralyzed by fear, spoke up, his voice trembling. Li Yishan vaguely recalled his name as Lu Mu. Look at you. What is there to be afraid of? Your father just blocked 23 swords for you and is still recovering from it. A Do Sheng seated nearby, who had been protecting him during the battle, remarked coldly, expressing his disappointment. Li Yishan had a vivid impression of this Do Sheng, named Chai Jin, a distinguished figure among the Do Sheng, who had endured over 50 wounds yet remained standing. Others anticipated that Lu Mu would retort, for internal discord was most unwelcome at such a moment. However, to their surprise, Lu Mu's eyes reddened, and he lowered his head, finally murmuring, "Thank you, father." At this revelation, everyone, including Li Yishan, was taken aback. They had not expected Chai Jin to indeed be Lu Mu's father, and all eyes turned towards him. One Do Sheng, familiar with Chai Jin, inquired with curiosity, "Old Chai, when did Lu Mu become your son?" Under the scrutiny of so many, Chai Jin's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head awkwardly. "Lu Mu is indeed my son, though a result of my youthful indiscretions. Alas, it is my fault for being so reckless in my youth that I now bear this burden of emotional debt." Through Chai Jin's explanation, the crowd understood that Lu Mu was Chai Jin's illegitimate son, born from a brief encounter with a woman during his youth, hence carrying his mother's surname. Lu Mu had endured considerable hardship in his childhood, and his mother had been murdered in a tragic incident, fostering a deep-seated resentment towards his father. Before her passing, Lu Mu's mother revealed to him that his father resided in Bloodslaughter City, bearing the name Chai Jin, prompting Lu Mu to seek him out. However, the journey to find his father was fraught with unexpected challenges, further deepening his animosity. In a fit of anger, he enlisted in the battle between immortals and demons. Upon learning of this, Chai Jin, forsaking his familial joys, hastily joined the fray to protect his son. The 195 individuals listened intently to Chai Jin's narrative, each feeling a pang of emotion, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. The poignant tale and genuine affection resonated deeply within their hearts. Who says that a man does not shed tears easily? It is merely that the moment of sorrow has yet to arrive. Li Yishan admired Chai Jin's courage, participating in the battle between immortals and demons for the sake of his illegitimate son and enduring 23 sword strikes on his behalf. A testament to the profound love a father holds for his child. Lu Mu, being inexperienced and unaccustomed to the world, found himself in a state of disarray amidst the chaos of battle. Fortunately, Chai Jin acted as a protective shield at the opportune moment, intensifying Lu Mu's sense of reliance and gratitude towards him. The two father and son, in a twist of fate, managed to mend their estranged relationship. Yet, a lingering thought crossed Lu Mu's mind. How is Xiaolon faring? My son must be on the verge of being born. The tender visage of his wife resurfaced in his thoughts, and Li Yishan's eyes became vacant, revealing a hint of sorrow as he murmured to himself. Yishan, focus. Everyone is watching you, echoed the voice of Li Yishan's spirit within his mind. Thank you, Shishui. Li Yishan cast a grateful glance at Li Shishui, though the words remained unspoken, as it would seem disingenuous given their relationship. Some sentiments are best kept within the heart, understood only by oneself. Such is the nature of camaraderie among men. Everyone, hiding here and waiting for the cultivators to depart, is evidently futile. Within a radius of 300 miles, this mountain stands as the most prominent landmark. Sooner or later, the cultivators will discover our location, and we cannot afford to remain passive. Thus, this course of action is impractical, Li Yishan remarked, surveying the group with a lowered voice. Despite being the weakest among them, his prowess was undeniable. Even a mere soul fighter could seize a fleeting opportunity to eliminate a cultivator of the black hole stage. Throughout the ensuing battle, he led the charge. With a number of cultivators falling to his hand, his courage alone was deserving of reverence from all present. Yishan, what should we do? Beyond this great western mountain, the terrain is largely flat, leaving us with scant options for concealment. Chai Jin interjected, having taken up the thread of conversation from Li Yishan, his words reflecting a maturity that surpassed those of his son Lu Mu. Li Yishan responded with a serene smile, his eyes gleaming with profound wisdom and unyielding resolve. Yishan, do not keep us in suspense. If you have a viable strategy, please share it with us, Li Shishui said with a smile, timing his interjection perfectly. Indeed, Lord Yishan, please enlighten us. The others chimed in, perceiving Li Yishan as a peer among equals, while those at the Duke level regarded him as a formidable superior. Hence the respectful address of Lord Yishan. Yes. Yishan, do speak, urged Wang De, who had lost an arm in the initial clash with the cultivators. A latecomer to the fray, he owed his survival to the support of Li Yishan and the many soul fighters. 20 million kilometers away. A natural barrier? Yishan, you must be referring to the moon forest in the southwest. Wang De murmured, suddenly changing expression with a gasp of realization. Indeed, it is the moon forest. Li Yishan affirmed with a tranquil nod, his demeanor revealing no trace of emotional upheaval. However, I have heard that within the forest of the moon, there exist numerous formidable beasts of great cultivation. Even the most powerful of the Dou emperors would not dare to venture deep into its heart. Are we not courting danger by entering? Lu Mu's face turned pale. He had heard many terrifying legends about the forest of the moon, which is considered one of the most perilous places in the divine continent. Being merely at the early stage of a Dou Wang, a single misstep could lead to death, leaving one unaware of how it transpired. The horror of the forest of the moon is indeed unimaginable. Yet, do we have any other choice? Li Yishan cast a subdued glance at him, his tone suddenly heavy. The others fell into a contemplative silence, perhaps reflecting on or mourning their deceased kin and comrades. Damn it, let us do it. Yishan, we shall proceed. Wu Han, the most seasoned and powerful among the Dou saints, suddenly raised his arm and declared through gritted teeth. Brothers, we have no other option. The forest of the moon is our only escape, although it is fraught with peril. If we exercise caution and do not delve too deeply, our chances of survival remain considerable. Indeed, my brother speaks the truth. Wu Yong, Wu Han's sibling and also a formidable Dou saint, chimed in, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Perhaps fortune awaits us within. These two brothers, one emphasizing danger and the other opportunity, created a harmonious balance. The originally hesitant Dou Qi masters began to feel a stirring within them. There was no other way. Better to risk everything than to remain here and be discovered by cultivators, facing a gruesome fate. The crowd expressed their agreement. Lu Mu, let us accompany Yishan. He, along with myself and others, will protect you. Chai Jin was still seeking his son's opinion. Seeing that everyone else was willing to follow Li Yishan, Lu Mu hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Agreed. Li Yishan's eyes brightened as he smiled and nodded at Lu Mu. Then it is settled. We shall rest for another half hour, and after that, we will embark on our journey to the Forest of the Moon. Yes. The 195 members responded in hushed unison. Chapter 64. The journey begins half an hour later. Li Yishan led the group to the cave entrance. That night, under a black sky with ominous clouds obscuring much of the heavens, the atmosphere was indeed conducive to mischief. Yet, contrary to such intentions, Li Yishan and his companions were not there to commit acts of violence. Rather, they were fleeing for their lives. For safety's sake, Li Yishan first surveyed the area at the cave entrance before signaling that it was safe to proceed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air slicing through was heard as the 196 Dochi masters swiftly emerged from the cave. Upon exiting, they realized just how fortunate they were. The thick clouds eclipsed most of the sky, allowing not a single ray of light to penetrate. Even with their remarkable vision, they felt as though they were blind in the darkness. In such conditions, the likelihood of being discovered significantly diminished. Dosen in the lead, Wu Han and Wu Yong. Follow me at the rear. Everyone else, advance at full speed. Li Yishan whispered a command and positioned himself at the rear of the group, flanked by his two brothers, Wu Han and Wu Yong. Leading the way was Chai Jin, whose strength was second only to the trio. Chai Jin was indeed formidable, only slightly inferior to Wu Han, ranking as the second among the fighters. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand 23 strikes on behalf of his son. Furthermore, he possessed a remarkably agile mind. Entrusted with this critical mission, Li Yishan had consulted with others before confidently assigning this arduous task to him. Notably, Chai Jin had a unique advantage, his exceptional eyesight, which was minimally affected by the darkness. Even in this pitch-black environment, he could discern objects up to 500 meters away. The night was dark and windy. Despite the absence of the moon, the evening breeze was fierce, slicing through the air like a knife, causing the garments of the group to flutter audibly and prickling their skin with discomfort. At their rapid pace, those with lesser strength had to squint slightly to avoid having their eyes injured by the gale. However, the strong wind had its advantages. The robust sound of the wind effectively masked the whooshing noises produced by nearly 200 individuals. Even the rustling of their clothes, in the absence of visibility, could easily be mistaken for the wind stirring the trees or grass. While cultivators could utilize spiritual perception for extensive searching, such efforts were hindered by terrain and weather conditions, and prolonged use would drain mental energy, leaving one fatigued and weary. Let us not be discovered. Li Yishan remained vigilant at the back, acutely aware that being spotted and surrounded would leave him utterly helpless. Nevertheless, the group's pace did not waver. Every moment counted, and for them, time and speed were of the essence. Over 10,000 cultivators were now conducting a thorough search, yet their primary focus was not the moon forest, as they instinctively understood its perils and believed that the combatants would not flee in that direction. Be cautious, there is something ahead. Suddenly, Chai Jin, running at the forefront, called out softly. With his current strength, he could only transmit his voice through spiritual perception within a 10-meter radius. The 196 individuals were tightly clustered, occupying more than just a small area. Nonetheless, Chai Jin managed to control his volume adeptly, allowing the three at the rear, including Li Yishan, to hear him clearly. Instantly, everyone crouched down, holding their breath and fixating their gaze ahead, not daring to exhale. After a tense 10 seconds, a group of approximately 500 cultivators soared past on flying swords, shouting and cursing from 200 to 300 meters away. If they did not halt, a collision was likely imminent. Fortunately, Chai Jin was present. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite troublesome. Once the cultivators had moved far enough away, Li Yishan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His eyesight is commendable, especially considering that cultivators predominantly don white robes, their flying swords emitting a faint glow that renders them quite conspicuous. Most martial practitioners can barely discern some vague white silhouettes. Were it not for Chai Jin's reminder, I might have thought we were haunted. These cultivators truly believe themselves to be celestial beings, parading around in white attire for no reason. As soon as the cultivators departed, Wu Yong immediately began to curse, his expressions remarkably vivid as he insulted the ancestral lineage of every cultivator. Li Yishan and Wu Han, caught between laughter and restraint, found themselves in a rather difficult predicament. Thus, 196 individuals advanced cautiously, running and stopping intermittently. Occasionally, they encountered some cultivators, yet under Chai Jin's almost supernatural eyesight, most dangers were averted. The sheer expanse between the martial practitioners and the cultivators factions was indeed perplexing, with over 10,000 cultivators tasked to scour this area. A thorough search would require at least 10 to 15 days. Moreover, they did not anticipate that Li Yishan and his companions would dare traverse the Moon Forest, leading them to station only a token force of about 1,000 here, while the majority concentrated towards the direction of the two western mountains leading to Bloodslaughter City. The distance of 20 million kilometers, or 20 million meters, could be traversed by Li Yishan and his companions, who could sprint at 300 to 400 meters per second. In just one night, even with a few evasive maneuvers. By dawn, they found themselves merely 300,000 kilometers from the Moon Forest. During their night of flight, they encountered the cultivators only once, though the term encounter does not quite capture the essence. Those 200 cultivators, cunningly concealed in a certain location, attempted a waiting ambush. Likely overwhelmed by their search, the mere 200 of them, upon spotting the martial practitioners, erupted in excited shouts. Initially, the martial practitioners were somewhat flustered by the ambush, and Li Yishan felt his heart sink. However, upon realizing that the numbers were roughly equal, the decision became clear: if they could not win, they would flee. But if they could prevail, why retreat? Thus, a massacre ensued, with the martial practitioners venting their frustrations and grievances from the day upon their assailants. The martial practitioners inflicted grievous injuries on only 9, with no other casualties on their side. This slaughter, however, alerted the other cultivators, who began to muster their forces, hastening towards Li Yishan and his group. Let us endure a little longer. We are nearing the Moon Forest. Li Yishan, his visage smeared with blood since the ambush, had not known a moment's cleanliness. At this point, his countenance was fierce as he raised his arm and shouted. With dawn's light upon them, their concealment was rendered unnecessary. Now, they must charge forward with all their might, striving to enter the Moon Forest before the cultivators could encircle them. Only then would they have a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, in this flat terrain, even if they broke through, there would be no refuge available. The speed of those on the ground could hardly match that of those in the sky. Among cultivators of the same rank, their speed typically surpasses that of their peers in martial arts by a considerable margin. Fortunately, they initially pursued the wrong direction. Otherwise, Li Yishan and his companions would have been overtaken long ago. Nevertheless, the distance between the two sides continued to diminish. Brothers, press on. Li Yishan is just ahead. The Lord of the Yalu River proclaimed that whoever slays him would be rewarded with a treasured sword personally refined by him. After enduring anger and frustration, the notorious sword saint, under the guidance of the lecherous one, managed to rise again from his previous failure, much like an indomitable cockroach, spreading his wings once more. However, he mistakenly believed that Li Yishan and his group were fleeing directly towards Bloodslaughter City. Thus he chased them the farthest. It was only upon receiving news from a disciple of the Flying Yuan sect that he realized he had been deceived. Cursing Li Yishan for his cunning, he reluctantly turned his head, opening his clumsy wings to continue soaring through the skies. Of course, akin to an ordinary duck. This flight depended on the flying sword beneath him. He could only manage a brief glide. Since the pursuit began, despite his significantly greater speed compared to Li Yishan, the distance between them had now exceeded 10,000 kilometers, making it improbable for him to intercept Li Yishan before he reached the Moon Forest. The artifact, refined by a black hole phase expert, regardless of its efficacy, bore enough prestige by virtue of its creator to attract every cultivator to relentlessly pursue Li Yishan, and the gap between them steadily narrowed. As time elapsed, the distance between Li Yishan and the Moon Forest diminished, while the pursuers closed in on him. After a strenuous chase, several hundred agile and powerful cultivators finally caught up to Li Yishan's party, yet they were still 900 kilometers away from the Moon Forest. At this distance, they could reach their destination in just over 10 minutes. They had not yet been encircled. Hope remained. Li Yishan, filled with anxiety, let out an enraged roar towards the heavens. Demon kings, advance. All demon saints, stand with me to face the enemy. With that, 156 demon saints redirected their focus, forming an impenetrable wall alongside Li Yishan. The terrifying purple moon divine blade, an enigmatic weapon that seemed neither sword nor knife, could effortlessly create spatial fissures with the slightest stroke, its duality oscillating between stillness and tumult. In this defensive battle, the sword intent unleashed an unforeseen might. Engaging in combat while retreating, countless lives were lost every second, and Li Yishan's once white robe became drenched anew in crimson. With merely 157 individuals, including Li Yishan, they defended the retreat of 39 demon kings with their weapons and bodies. The cultivators surged forth like a relentless tide, their flying swords dancing chaotically in the air. Yet the formation of the 157 martial artists remained steadfast. Even as some fell, others swiftly filled the gaps. And this meager force managed to staunch the onslaught of the cultivators, preventing their encirclement. As the formation continually diminished, after 20 minutes. When Li Yishan and his companions finally arrived at the edge of the moon forest, the initial number of 157 had dwindled to 86. In the instant they plunged into the moon forest, an abrupt change in terrain led to the loss of another 26 individuals. The remaining 60 swiftly converged with the earlier arrivals, the Do Wang, utilizing the intricate topography of the forest to make their rapid escape. The cultivators, awed by the fearsome reputation of the moon forest, dared only to peer cautiously from the outside, assuring themselves that entering would only result in a more gruesome demise. On the plains, they could fully unleash the power of their magical artifacts and flying swords, but within the confines of the forest, their potency would diminish significantly, and their physical forms rendered vulnerable to swift annihilation. At this moment, the sun had just risen, even under the invigorating rays of the morning light. The moon forest loomed like a terrifying prehistoric beast, poised to devour every soul that dared to enter. Chapter 65, The Moon Forest. Blood Ghost Manor and Heavenly Mountain Manor lie in the central region of the Divine Continent, with Blood Fiend City positioned at the very edge of Blood Ghost Manor, bordering the Nether Blue Manor, serving as the initial checkpoint between the Dochi Masters and the Cultivators. Between Blood Ghost Manor, Heavenly Mountain Manor, and the Nether Realm, there exists a renowned mountain range known as the Sunset Mountains. This expansive range occupies vast territories across all three manors and serves as a buffer zone between the camps of Dochi Masters and Cultivators. The Moon Forest is merely the outermost forest of the Sunset Mountains, resembling a crescent moon when viewed from above, hence its name. While the name may be elegant, within lies untold peril. Li Yishan, leading the remaining 92 Dochi Masters of Blood Fiend City, treaded cautiously through the Moon Forest. The spotted serpent scorpions they had previously encountered were indeed formidable, primarily due to their overwhelming numbers, seemingly endless. Even Wuhan and Chai Jin sustained injuries. Li Yishan cast a glance at the two, who had been wounded while protecting their respective brother and son. They had now ventured over 30 miles in, the first 20 miles being relatively manageable, as the beasts encountered were not excessively powerful, and Li Yishan could handle most of them single-handedly. However, he soon realized that the deeper they ventured, the mightier the beasts became. Half an hour ago, they stumbled upon a large swarm of spotted serpent scorpions. Upon reaching adulthood, these creatures possessed strength comparable to that of late-stage Do Wang, but their sheer numbers rendered them nearly impossible to defeat. Even with Li Yishan and his companions' capabilities, they risked being worn down to exhaustion. What to do if they could not fight? The solution was simple: flee. Under the leadership of Li Yishan, Wuhan, Wuyong, and Chai Jin, three top-tier Do Shang, the group carved a bloody path through their adversaries. Yet tragically, 6 Do Wang perished in the fray, leaving only 93 Dochi Masters remaining. 60 Do Shang formed a robust defensive circle around those less capable Do Wang, safeguarding them within. Indeed, I find it rather peculiar. If this continues, it is astonishing that we are not utterly exhausted. Throughout the journey, Lu Mu remained notably silent, yet a nearby warrior could not help but exclaim, "Indeed. Yishan, we must uncover the cause of this predicament. Persisting in this manner is not a viable solution." Wuhan quietly echoed this sentiment. Perhaps our sudden intrusion has disrupted the tranquility of this land? Li Yishan mused, furrowing his brow as he pondered the source of the issue, arriving at this tentative explanation. Our sudden intrusion? Surely not. Li Yishan, you led us here. Now, you ought to devise a solution. I refuse to perish in this place. The warrior beside Lu Mu bellowed once more. The others frowned in discontent, casting displeased glances in his direction. Lu Jin, could you not maintain some semblance of silence? Lu Mu finally interjected. What? Am I mistaken? Lu Jin retorted, showing no signs of restraint as he continued his tirade. Wherever there are individuals, disputes are bound to arise. Internal strife is merely a facet of conflict. Earlier, under the pressure from the cultivators, the group exhibited remarkable unity, yet now that they were temporarily free from danger, some individuals of lesser intellect began to stir trouble. In such an environment, Li Yishan opted to disregard these provocateurs. As a pivotal figure among the 90 or so individuals, he could not afford to confront Lu Jin directly, lest he alienate the others. However, this did not imply that the others would mirror his restraint. Li Shishue was one among them. Li Shishue, harboring a reservoir of frustration after a day of combat where he contributed little and relied heavily on others for protection, felt his anger boil upon hearing Lu Jin's incessant complaints. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, seizing Lu Jin by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Lu Jin, whose strength paled in comparison to Li Shishui's, was caught off guard and utterly defenseless. His hands desperately clutching Li Shishui's right arm as he gasped for breath. Listen closely, you better recognize your place, if Yishan wishes to eliminate you. It would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Furthermore, refrain from making unsolicited judgments. You lack the merit. Li Shishui's words were harsh, and his actions were even more severe. To the astonishment of those present, he exerted his grip and hurled Lu Jin away with force. Should you possess any ability, do not follow us. Li Shishui warned, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Jin, articulating each word with emphasis. He then turned to Li Yishan and said, Yishan, let us proceed. Very well. Li Yishan replied, not bothering to cast a glance back at Lu Jin as he led the remaining warriors deeper into the forest. Lu Jin found himself in a self-imposed plight. Throughout the journey, rather than offering assistance, he had taken it upon himself to critique others, leaving no one with a favorable impression of him. For such a troublesome individual lacking in strength, there was little sympathy to be had. And the other warriors chose to ignore him, allowing him to fend for himself. Lu Jin stood there, bewildered, watching as Li Yishan and the others departed. Utterly taken aback that Li Yishan, who had appeared so amiable along the journey, could treat him in such a manner. Until Li Yishan and the others vanished from his sight, he was abruptly jolted back to reality, struggling to rise and stumbling in pursuit of their departing figures. However, after only a few steps, an agonizing pain shot through his neck, followed by a torrent of blood gushing from his orifices. And he collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, quickly transforming into a pool of crimson. Countless green insects emerged from the sanguine puddle. Lu Jin, until his last breath, remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. Why hasn't Lu Jin caught up yet? With his temperament, he shouldn't be so easily dissuaded. Wu Han inquired, unable to contain his curiosity after they had traveled nearly a mile without catching sight of Lu Jin. Who knows, brother? There's no need to concern ourselves with such a person. If he is dead, let him be. Wu Yong expressed his disdain for Lu Jin with a dismissive snort. Li Yishan and Li Shishui remained silent. Truth be told, they had not given Lu Jin's fate much thought. For these two men, only relationships that could withstand trials were deemed truly dependable. Yishan, you mentioned earlier that our sudden intrusion disrupted the tranquility of this land, correct? Suddenly, Danju, who had been quiet throughout the journey, spoke up. Indeed, that is what I said. I cannot conceive of any other reason, Li Yishan replied, revealing a few pearly whites amidst the bloodstains on his face, managing a wry smile. I believe it is the overpowering scent of blood on us that has attracted the beasts. Their sense of smell is often exceedingly acute. Do you think our bloodstained presence has lured them here? A girl's perceptive nature often uncovers subtle issues that escape men's notice. Ah, Yishan, how did we overlook that? It must be the reason. Upon hearing his wife's words, Li Shishui had an epiphany and exclaimed, Shu, lower your voice. Is it not chaotic enough already? Danju urgently covered Li Shishui's mouth, her expression fraught with tension. Li Shishui fell silent in response. We must find a place to cleanse ourselves. Regardless of whether we have indeed attracted the beasts, this sticky sensation is most unpleasant, having narrowly escaped with their lives. And without Lu Jin's ominous presence, Li Yishan felt quite buoyant, his demeanor considerably lighter. Hooray, we can bathe. Danju exclaimed joyfully, leaping 3 feet into the air. Her exuberance captivating everyone's attention, leaving them puzzled as to why she was so elated. Wasn't it merely a bath? Why such exuberance? Even Li Yishan and Li Shishui found themselves musing internally. Just then, amidst their delight at the prospect of a bath, several thunderous roars echoed, sending chills down their spines. The growls intensified, evidently approaching their direction at a brisk pace, causing birds and beasts to scatter in fright, shattering the tranquility of the moonlit forest. What in the world is making such a horrid noise? While it's not your fault for sounding unpleasant, it certainly is wrong to emerge and frighten us. The ever-spirited Wu Yong resumed his banter. A familiar voice echoed in his mind, prompting Wu Han to ponder aloud. Where have I heard that before? Brother. Could it be that time in the eternal forest when Wu Yong abruptly halted his words? The two brothers exchanged a glance, disbelief etched upon their faces. Wu Yong's countenance darkened, the previous nonchalance replaced by apprehension as he swallowed hard and queried, Brother, could it be that creature? How could it possibly appear here? Indeed, it is that creature. A being on par with the Do Emperor, the 8-armed giant ape. Wu Han declared solemnly, his gaze unwavering. The 8-armed giant ape, an evolved version of the ape species, reaches a maturity comparable to early-stage Do emperors, possessing immense strength and formidable defense, albeit with the drawback of reduced speed. What? The 8-armed giant ape? The other Do Chi practitioners gasped at Wu Han's revelation, their previously tight-knit formation now somewhat disordered. The roar drew ever closer, and within half a minute, it would be within their sight. Everyone, remain calm, Li Yishan called out, bringing a modicum of silence as they focused ahead, anxiously anticipating the legendary 8-armed giant ape's appearance. Curiously, human nature often compels one to confront danger out of sheer curiosity, even when an escape is possible. Such folly frequently exacts a grievous toll in blood. Chapter 66. The 8-armed giant ape. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating in their ears like a relentless thunderclap, leaving Li Yishan and the others with a ringing in their ears, some on the verge of fainting. Following the cacophony, they finally beheld the legendary 8-armed giant ape, towering at 5 to 6 meters, exuding an aura of invincibility. Its muscles, akin to steel, showcased 8 powerful arms, 6 extending from its sides, while the 2 strongest emerged from its back, reaching down to its knees. All signs indicated that the creature before them was an unconquerable monster. The ape's eyes, resembling lanterns, blinked as it surveyed Li Yishan and his companions, almost as if observing mere ants, seemingly in no rush to act, simply standing there. It emanated an intangible pressure that left the onlookers gasping for breath. This was truly not ordinary terror. I wonder if I can defeat it. Li Yishan had previously felt that Lady Luck was on their side, but now it seemed even she could not save them. Their fate rested solely in their own hands. Yet, amidst the trepidation, a flicker of excitement ignited within Li Yishan. Even as a late-stage Do Saint, he felt capable of engaging in combat with such a formidable foe, relying on his formidable physical strength. Despite his relatively low Do Chi realm, Li Yishan possessed an acute awareness of his physical capabilities. With his current prowess at the late stage of the fighting spirit realm, the strength of his arms was approximately around 150,000 pounds, while the power in his legs reached a staggering 350,000 pounds, and he was continuously enhancing his abilities, making incremental progress every minute. The 8-armed giant ape, despite being comparable to a battle emperor, primarily excelled in its physical strength and formidable defense. By the standards of a Duki master, it could be categorized merely as a late-stage Doshing. However, with its tremendous physical power and extraordinary defense, it could contend with early-stage battle emperors, which exemplified the innate gifts of demonic beasts. In fact, considering Li Yishan's relatively low Duki realm juxtaposed with his abnormally strong physique, one could argue that he resembled a demonic beast, albeit an exceptionally extraordinary one. Imagine, standing over 6 feet tall. His arms could harbor the strength of 150,000 pounds. The density and quality of his muscles were indeed remarkable. Yet, before this mountain-like 8-armed giant ape, it felt as though everyone's legs were weighed down with lead, rendering them immobile despite their desire to flee. Those at a slightly lower level, lacking mental fortitude, had even collapsed to the ground in despair. There was no point in escaping. It was far too late. The usually composed Wu Han gazed up in shock at the towering 8-armed giant ape, murmuring to himself, "Chai Jin, Wu Han, Wu Yong, take Shui and leave first. I will confront it." Among the 92 individuals, only one retained a clear mind, his expression remarkably calm, exuding an aura of unyielding determination in the face of calamity. "What? Yishan, are you mad? It is beyond our current capabilities to defeat it." Li Shui shivered, finally breaking free from his paralyzing terror, and quickly interjected, "Indeed, Yishan, while your talent is extraordinary, your current strength makes it perilous to engage it." Chai Jin urged, trying to dissuade him. "You are all mistaken. If I do not restrain it, many will perish at its hands." Li Yishan interjected, raising a hand to silence their protests, his face betraying no semblance of turmoil. "Yishan, you must understand." Li Shui realized, Li Yishan intends to delay the 8-armed giant ape to allow the rest of us to escape. He is acutely aware of his own strength. If he truly wished to flee, the ape could not possibly hinder him. However, once he engages in battle, the circumstances would be entirely different. Shui, do not forget that even the earth-traveling Dragon King could not bring me down when I was merely at the innate realm. My strength has significantly increased since then. Do you truly believe this diminutive 8-armed giant ape can vanquish me?" Li Yishan suddenly smiled, feigning nonchalance. "Thus, do not worry about me. Your presence here only serves to hinder my actions. Make some marks along the way, so I can catch up later. And remember, find a place to clean yourselves," he added with a final remark. Chai Jin and the others understood that their strength paled in comparison to Li Yishan's. Moreover, given their physical capabilities, they feared they could not withstand even a single strike from the 8-armed giant ape. Remaining here would indeed hinder Li Yishan. It was far better to leave now, allowing him to focus. They could leave markers along the way, enabling Li Yishan to follow them later. "All right, Yishan. Let us use the cross as our mark. You must survive and catch up," Chai Jin asserted decisively. "Yishan, do take care. The explosive power of the 8-armed giant ape is formidable, yet its speed is rather ordinary. Remember, do not engage it directly. Instead, maneuver around it. Wu Han, who possessed the most knowledge about the beast, advised earnestly. Yishan, take care. Among them, Li Shishui and Dan Zhu were particularly concerned for Li Yishan's safety. Yet they felt powerless to assist him, their anxiety palpable. I understand. You must leave quickly. That beast is charging toward us. As soon as Li Yishan's words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the 8-armed giant ape, which barreled toward them like a bulldozer. Trees as thick as water barrels were snapped like twigs in its wake. A display of sheer destructive force. Such brutality, Wu Yong muttered, hastily adding, Yishan, we must retreat. You take your time. Having said that, he shielded Li Shishui and the others, making their escape before the giant ape reached them. That rascal! Li Yishan chuckled softly, knowing that despite Wu Yong's bluntness, he bore no ill intent. On the contrary, Wu Yong's forthright nature resonated well with Li Yishan. Beast, come and face me, Li Yishan called out, his expression turning solemn as he firmly grasped the Ziyue divine blade. Confronting such a terrifying creature, he dared not underestimate it. Seeing that the others had fled, leaving only Li Yishan, the 8-armed giant ape seethed with rage. The beast possessed intelligence, perhaps not inferior to that of humans, and it understood that Li Yishan's presence was an attempt to impede its path. Here I stand, a titan of might. Yet a mere human dares to obstruct me. This is nothing short of contempt. The 8-armed giant ape roared. With a thunderous bellow, the giant ape accelerated towards Li Yishan. Each powerful stomp of its robust legs sent tremors through the ground, reminiscent of an earthquake. Humph! Li Yishan scoffed, unperturbed by the giant ape's menacing presence. Maintaining an air of calmness. Before my overwhelming strength, all human techniques are utterly futile, the 8-armed giant ape proclaimed. In the blink of an eye, the hulking form of the 8-armed giant ape loomed less than 5 meters from Li Yishan. Its massive arms, raised high, unleashed a ghastly roar as they descended upon him with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the ground was struck, creating a deep crater, and Li Yishan vanished from sight. The 8-armed giant ape certainly did not naively believe that Li Yishan had been crushed to dust. It merely desired to shake hands, yet was met with such disregard that it could no longer hold back its ire. Seeing Li Yishan evade its assault only fueled its fury further. Such overwhelming strength. Just before the giant's fist could strike, Li Yishan leapt onto a large tree. Gazing at the massive crater below, he felt a shiver of fear. To create such a gaping hole with a single punch was beyond his capabilities, and he knew he could never achieve it with the same ease as the giant. Indeed, the power of a demonic beast is incomparable to that of mere humans, and Li Yishan could only lament this reality. With a fierce gust, the giant's keen eyes spotted Li Yishan, its arms slicing through the air as it lunged for him. Damn, here it comes again, Li Yishan muttered under his breath, hastily dodging. I've clearly underestimated it. The divide between a battle saint and a battle emperor is significant, and the strength akin to that of a battle emperor is not to be taken lightly. Previously, Li Yishan had contemplated engaging the 8-armed giant, but now he stifled that tempting yet perilous thought. One misstep could lead to being crushed to death. How could he possibly fight under such circumstances? Fortunately, despite the giant's explosive power, its speed left much to be desired. For a quarter of an hour, Li Yishan adeptly evaded one attack after another. Though the giant was enraged, it could not lay a finger on him. After all, no matter how formidable an assault may be, it is of little consequence if it cannot connect with the target. What a foolish brute. I shan't play with you any longer. I shall take my leave. Li Yishan found himself rather amused, as he was usually the one overpowering others, yet now he was the one being relentlessly pressured by the 8-armed giant. This experience profoundly impressed upon him the truth that there are always greater mountains beyond the hills, and stronger individuals beyond oneself. With a rush of wind, Li Yishan executed a nimble roll, narrowly escaping yet again. Just as he intended to seize this moment to flee, he caught sight of a blurred figure speeding towards him from the corner of his eye. In a moment of carelessness, one of the giant's additional 6 hands seized the opportunity and struck with astonishing speed towards Li Yishan. Oh no, it was too late to evade. Li Yishan could only raise the purple moon divine blade to shield his chest, unleashing all his strength in a desperate bid. A resounding thud echoed as he was struck, blood gushing from his mouth as he propelled himself away from the beast. Chapter 67. Blood-red-eyed Yangtze alligator. This 8-armed giant ape is truly terrifying. Even with my own strength of 150,000 pounds, augmented by my battle energy, I could not withstand its single blow. Li Yishan raced along the cross markers left by Li Shishui and others, his mind replaying the image of the giant's final punch. Thankfully, the purple moon divine blade was sufficiently sturdy. Had it shattered under that blow, it would have been far more than just 3 broken ribs. Li Yishan sighed deeply. realizing that the immense strength of the 8-armed giant ape was indeed beyond his current capabilities. Fortunately, its speed did not match his own. Otherwise, he would have been crushed into a pulp long ago. Despite his utmost efforts to withstand the final punch of the beast, he still suffered 3 broken ribs and various internal injuries. Thankfully, it was Li Yishan. Had it been someone like Chai Jin, that single blow would have surely claimed their life. Thank you, cross. Li Yishan had always held a sense of gratitude towards the cross adorning his chest. Without it, he feared he would have perished long ago. Unconsciously, he extended his left hand and gently grasped it. Buzz. The ethereal white light emitted by the cross had always appeared faint and nebulous. Yet at the moment his hand clasped it, the light suddenly intensified. Curious, Li Yishan pondered. Ever since entering the moonlit forest, I have felt an unsettling pull, as if something is urging me to delve deeper. Could this be connected to the cross on my chest? He murmured to himself, bewildered by the thought. Never mind that for now. I should reunite with Shi Shui and the others first. Li Yishan resolved internally, releasing his hold on the cross and quickening his pace forward. Where did that mark go? A slight shock coursed through Li Yishan as he realized that after pursuing for nearly 10 miles, the guiding symbols left by Li Shi Shui and the others had vanished. Had they encountered some misfortune? Anxiously, he surveyed his surroundings, which were filled only with towering trees that obscured the sun, allowing no light to penetrate. For a moment, Li Yishan found himself at a loss for what to do. Yishan, just as he was fretting over the safety of Li Shi Shui and the others, a voice filled with delight reached his ears. Following it, a familiar figure came into view, cold features, faint scars, and a 5-foot-long sword on his back exuded an aura of joy. Who else could it be but Li Shi Shui? Soon after Li Shi Shui appeared, other familiar figures followed suit. Danju, Chai Jin, Wu Han, Wu Yang, and more, each one present. You, with your strength, must have felt considerable pressure from the 8-armed giant ape. Now, seeing so many familiar faces again, I am at a loss for words, Li Yishan reflected, overwhelmed with emotion. Yishan, we were worried about your safety, so we didn't dare to venture far and hid here, waiting for you to catch up, Li Shi Shui said. Swiftly approaching Li Yishan and delivering a hearty punch to his shoulder, Li Yishan grimaced in pain, exclaiming, Shi Shui, could you ease up a bit? Don't pretend. I know you well enough, you little monster. Do you really think my punch could harm you? Li Shi Shui retorted, delivering another playful punch. Among those present, only Li Shi Shui truly understood Li Yishan's strength. He would not believe that his blow could injure him, even if it meant death. However, this time, he was mistaken. Damn it, usually yes, but right now, I have 3 broken ribs. Li Yishan replied with a wry smile. Li Shi Shui was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. What are you doing? Hurry up and help me set it right. Li Yishan scolded with irritation. The healing effects of the cross were remarkable. Yet a broken bone should first be properly aligned. With the cross's healing powers, as long as the bone was reset, mere half a day would suffice for recovery. Li Shi Shui responded, quickly beckoning Danju. Danju, let us get to work. Hurry up. The others wore expressions of suppressed amusement, torn between laughter and decorum, struggling to contain their mirth. Danju, too, stifled a laugh as he and Li Shi Shui busily attended to Li Yishan's wounds, taking nearly a quarter of an hour to tend to his injuries. How do you feel now? Li Shi Shui inquired with genuine concern once they finished. Li Yishan broke into a radiant smile, patting his chest. Just a minor injury. No problem. No problem, is it? Li Shi Shui replied with a sly grin. Then let me give you another punch. As the words left his mouth, he delivered another blow to Li Yishan's shoulder. Not again, not again, Li Yishan exclaimed. The group remarked, look at yourselves, you resemble 2 little beggars. We should find a place to wash up. Danju chuckled at the duo, who were like a pair of clowns. Li Yishan and Li Shi Shui exchanged glances and simultaneously pointed at each other's faces, bursting into hearty laughter. After a day fraught with peril, having nearly faced death several times, seeing each other alive and well brought immense relief to these kindred spirits. Li Yishan laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, bending over in fits of mirth, unable to discern whether he was crying or laughing. All right, that's enough. He managed to suppress his laughter, regaining his composure, his face betraying no sign of turmoil. From extreme excitement to sudden tranquility, this remarkable control over his emotions left Chai Jin and the other combat saints in awe. Unbeknownst to them, this transition from elation to calm was part of the duality of transformation, akin to the principles of sword intent. Unconsciously, Li Yishan's understanding in this domain deepened significantly through the series of battles. Ultimately, he had gained considerable insight. Given time to consolidate his knowledge, his prowess would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The extent of his advancement would depend solely on his own fate. Half an hour later, deep within the moonlight forest. Look, there's a lake ahead, Danju exclaimed with excitement. Li Yishan and the others followed the direction of his finger to behold a stunningly beautiful pond before them. Rather than a mere lake, it resembled a deep pool. The water sparkled, with sunlight filtering through the branches, casting delicate spots of light upon its surface, resembling sesame seeds on a large pancake from a distance. Yay! Finally, we can take a bath. Danju cheered, swiftly breaking away from the defensive circle, darting forward like a jubilant bird. As the sound of the wind stirred, a group of men, more anxious than Danju himself, arrived at the deep pool ahead of him. What a spectacle they made, behaving with a haste reminiscent of women. Wu Yong scoffed, muttering under his breath. Heh, let us wash up as well. Li Yishan remarked with a serene smile, and without hesitation, he took deliberate steps toward the pool. The latent danger is the most terrifying of all. Li Yishan surveyed his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, concealing his unease behind a calm facade while secretly keeping his guard up. Upon reaching the edge of the pool, he crouched down, stowing away the purple moon divine blade, and gently submerged his hands into the water. This water is exceptionally cold. The moment his hands touched the surface, a shiver coursed through his body, the icy essence radiating from his hands throughout his entire being. Why is this water so frigid? It must be below -20 degrees. Even Li Yishan struggled against the chill of the deep pool. Those of lesser strength among the Do Kings dared only to dip their hands into the water, quickly withdrawing them in a futile cycle of washing their hands and faces. The difficulty of even washing their hands and faces left many of the Dochi practitioners feeling both helpless and amused. Such an experience is likely rare in a lifetime. One Do King, named Gu Mingdao, remarked, unable to contain his laughter. However, his words faltered, his smile freezing on his face, and his entire body began to tremble. Gu Mingdao, what ails you? Inquired another Do King, whom Li Yishan recognized as Shang Wanrong. Noticing Gu Mingdao's distress, Shang Wanrong hurriedly questioned him. Yet, Gu Mingdao paid him no heed, his gaze fixed intently on the water's surface. Despite the chilling nature of the pool, his hands remained submerged for half a minute without withdrawal. Curiosity piqued, Shang Wanrong turned to look beneath Gu Mingdao's hands, initially obscured by Gu Mingdao's presence. Shang Wanrong now discerned a pair of vividly red eyes eerily fixated on Gu Mingdao, glancing at him with an unsettling gaze. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the surface of the pool, another set of eyes was slowly opening. What is that? Shang Wanrong gasped in astonishment, his reflexes sharp as he swiftly retreated. Fortuitously, he withdrew in time, otherwise he would have followed in Gu Mingdao's perilous fate. In his hasty retreat, Shang Wanrong caught a glimpse of Gu Mingdao being dragged beneath the water, and he could only emit a piercing scream before silence enveloped him. Danger! Li Yishan finally perceived the source of the threat. His instincts had not betrayed him, for the peril emanated from the bone-chilling depths of the pool. In a heartbeat, he waved his hands, and Li Shishue along with Danju retreated almost simultaneously with Shang Wanrong, the difference barely a fraction of a second. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled sounds erupted from the pool, prompting the onlookers to gaze up in alarm. They beheld 3 massive crocodiles soaring into the air with gaping jaws, only to crash heavily back into the water, vanishing in the blink of an eye. 3 anguished screams echoed almost simultaneously, as 3 somewhat slow-reacting Do Kings were dragged into the water, struggling briefly before falling silent. What manner of creature is that? Shang Wanrong exclaimed, his voice trembling with uncertainty. At this moment, the crowd had distanced themselves from the pool, regrouping slightly closer together, their defensive circle tightening once more. If I am not mistaken, it must be the blood-eyed Yangtze alligator, Wu Han stated gravely, his extensive knowledge evident. What? The exclamations of disbelief arose in chorus. Even Li Yishan, who was least familiar with the divine continent, felt a shiver at the mention of those 5 words. The moonlit forest is truly no easy passage. Our fortune may indeed be holding up. Stay vigilant. Stay vigilant. Wu Yong's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a watchful gaze scanning the surroundings, as though something dreadful might leap forth at any moment. Indeed, there were terrifying creatures lurking. The blood-eyed Yangtze alligator inhabits frigid waters that remain perpetually below 10 degrees Celsius, boasting formidable defenses and ferocious attacks, with an insatiable thirst for blood. Any unfortunate creature that falls into these icy depths is torn to shreds within mere seconds. Even at the water's edge, one could be dragged under if caught off guard. Although the blood-eyed Yangtze alligator is bloodthirsty, it did not send Li Yishan into a panic. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly evade you. As long as I remain away from the cold pool, you cannot harm me. Whether beast or human, none are flawless. Every creature bears some flaw. The weakness of the blood-eyed Yangtze alligator lies in its diminished defenses and attacks. Once it leaves the frigid waters, its speed considerably hampered. Wherever the blood-eyed Yangtze alligator resides, the temperature is at least 10 degrees below zero, and such icy waters give rise to another formidable creature, the cold pool centipede. The blood-eyed Yangtze alligator is fearsome, but only within the cold pool. As long as one keeps their distance, it poses no threat. However, the cold pool centipede is different. It thrives both in the frigid waters and upon the shore, its prowess remaining unaffected by its environment. The cold pool centipede presents a deep brown body adorned with fiery red claws, yet its most striking feature is its antennae, for in total, uncommonly white. Only through these antennae can one gauge its true power. Typically, the antennae of a cold pool centipede are creamy white. A centipede with silver-white antennae possesses strength comparable to that of a doe emperor in its early to late stages. Should a centipede's antennae be white to the point of transparency, even a formidable doe god in its early stages would be wise to retreat. Their mouths are equally fearsome. Resembling scissors, with a mere snip, even the weakest cold pool centipede can sever the body of a doe emperor. A single cold pool centipede may not be particularly terrifying, but if one were to encounter hundreds or thousands, even the most powerful among Li Yishan and his companions would find themselves in flight. In this vicinity, the chilling undoubtedly lies in wait, poised to deliver a fatal strike the moment we let our guard down. Li Yishan's sense of impending danger intensified rather than waned. One can only hope that fortune does not betray us so cruelly. Let us not encounter one whose very tentacles remain unseen. As Li Yishan contemplated urging the others to flee this treacherous place, a creaking sound emerged from the thicket beside the cold pool. This noise was the unmistakable grinding of the razor-sharp jaws of the sound was jarring, akin to the friction of two pieces of metal. No, not just two, but many. The cacophony echoed not only from the nearby underbrush, but from all directions. Upon hearing this ominous sound, a chill ran down the spines of the group, their already anxious hearts sinking further. The chilling. Those with weaker nerves turned pale, their voices trembling. "Father, what should we do? Are we going to die?" The young and impetuous Lu Mu, having seen little of the world, maintained a commendable composure, showing no signs of panic as long as his father was by his side. "Do not fear, my son, I shall protect you." Though Chai-Jin felt a surge of anxiety, he remained remarkably calm in the face of his son. The creaking grew louder and closer. "Damn it, are we just going to wait for these beasts to come and bite us? Brothers, hold the defensive line tight, stay alert. We must rally." Li Yishan's expression remained relatively serene, his mind clear, undaunted by the menacing presence of the. "Indeed, while they have yet to encircle us, we must make our escape." Chai-Jin shouted, "Son, be sure to follow closely. To the northwest, brothers, we charge." Li Yishan bellowed, leading the charge. He had discerned that there would be at most 3 in that direction, whereas other areas concealed no fewer than 7 or 8, with some having as many as 15. Among the group, Li Yishan possessed the strongest fortitude, naturally taking the lead. Close behind him were the formidable Wu Han and Wu Yong, while Chai-Jin brought up the rear alongside 15 other, ensuring the safety of his son. Having dashed approximately 20 paces, a nauseating stench assaulted Li Yishan's senses, and he finally beheld the enigmatic. Beneath a grand tree, 3, each measuring 5 to 6 paces in length, opened and closed their jaws, glaring at them with palpable hostility, as if sizing up their prey. The coloration of their tentacles revealed that 2 were resplendent in the silver-white hue representative of, while the third exhibited a shade between milky white and silver. Was this a stroke of good fortune or ill? Li Yishan could not help but chuckle bitterly within. The transparent tentacled creature had not appeared, yet 2 silver-white tentacles had materialized, along with one that lay between, and, even if it fell short of, it was unlikely to be lacking in prowess. Deter. 3 chilling cold pool centipedes, comparable to the might of an emperor, would deter even 3 Li Yishans from a headlong charge, yet here stood but one. With a sigh, the group swiftly diverted their path. As they traversed less than 10 zhang, they encountered 13 additional cold pool centipedes. The strength of these creatures was rather ordinary, with only one boasting silver-white tentacles, while the other 12 were adorned with milky white appendages. However, their sheer number posed a significant threat. Even a moment's delay would invite the others to converge, sealing their fate. With a resolute bite of his teeth, Li Yishan urged the group to turn once more, hastily passing within 10 zhang of the 3 silver-tentacled centipedes. They were left with no choice but to take the risk. Further procrastination would lead to encirclement. The sound of their scissor-like mandibles echoed ominously. The 3 cold pool centipedes regarded Li Yishan and his companions as they passed, and suddenly one lunged forward with ferocious speed. Alas, the swiftness of an emperor was unparalleled. Even Li Yishan could barely glimpse a flicker of its form. Be cautious, he warned, but it was too late. The 3 centipedes had already surged forward towards them. 2 of them targeted the outermost pair of Doe Saints, while the one between the realms of Doe Saint and Doe Emperor aimed for Li Yishan. A chilling scream echoed, followed by a dull thud as 2 agonized cries were abruptly silenced. The 2 Doe Saints had not even comprehended the danger before their bodies were severed, their innards spilling onto the ground. Danju caught a fleeting glance, her face paling as nausea surged within her. With a resounding crash, a tree, thick enough for 3 or 4 adults to encircle, was brutally splintered. The other 2 cold pool centipedes, having dispatched their prey, ceased their pursuit and began to feast upon the fallen Doe Saints, their massive forms sprawling over the lifeless bodies. The remaining centipedes encroached upon the scene, joining in the grisly banquet. Only the centipede that Li Yishan had repelled lingered, watching them depart, before stealthily following suit. How terrifying. Though spared from a severing bite like the others, the powerful impact of the cold pool centipede still left Li Yishan reeling, as 2 of his recently healed ribs fractured anew. Thankfully, this particular centipede was slightly weaker, otherwise he would surely have met his demise. Reflecting upon this, a chill of dread coursed through him. Given a choice, he would have avoided that path entirely, for traversing it had already claimed lives. Yet there was no time for contemplation. They faced a choice between sacrificing a few or risking the encirclement of the entire group, leading most to become mere sustenance for the cold pool centipedes, while the survivors would flee, battered and broken. With 2 more lives lost, only 86 remained. The weight of this number struck Li Yishan with profound emotion. From an initial force of 20,000 valiant souls, merely 99 had managed to enter the moonlit forest. After over an hour within its depths, another 13 had perished. Now, merely 86 remained. Li Yishan, accompanied by the others, ran tirelessly for 30 miles before daring to stop. The nauseating stench and the chillingly harsh sounds were truly terrifying. Even when facing the 8-armed giant ape, he had never felt such dread. At last, they had escaped. But the dangers that lay ahead remained unknown. The 86 individuals settled in a relatively open area, having not consumed a single drop of water throughout the day. They were utterly exhausted and parched, prompting them to pluck some fruits to stave off their hunger. Fortunately, the aggression of the cold pool centipedes was not overly fierce. Otherwise, they would have had to continue their frantic flight. Additionally, the moonlit forest was abundant with wild fruits, alleviating their fears of starvation. Though the prospect of meat was utterly unattainable, not only were there only monstrous beasts in this place, but even the usually docile small creatures were nowhere to be found. The mere act of lighting a fire could attract formidable beasts, which deterred them from that idea entirely. Yishan, you should rest quickly. Once we've recuperated, we must leave this cursed place. I truly do not wish to linger here any longer. Wu Yong offered a coconut to Li Yishan, mumbling his discontent. I share your sentiments. We are merely striving to survive. Li Yishan replied with a wry smile, as the 2 broken ribs he had sustained were mended by Danju, and he had regained nearly half of his strength within half an hour. Most of the group sat on the ground to rest, with only a few battle saints standing guard nearby. However, whether resting or on alert, they remained oblivious to the chilling sight of a cold pool centipede. Its tentacle a blend of milky and silvery hues, stealthily emerging from the dense thicket, revealing its menacing head. Chapter 69. Encirclement. I wonder how the situation is in the other cities. Perhaps it is even more dire than ours. Li Yishan pondered. The ongoing war between the immortals and demons made him curious about the shadowy figure orchestrating it all. Who could possess such utter disregard for life? Yishan, what are you contemplating? Suddenly, Li Shishui approached, whispering softly. Indeed, Li Shishui lamented, out of the 20,000 soldiers, only 86 of us remain. The cruelty of these cultivators is astonishing. When the time comes, I shall seek my vengeance. His final words were imbued with a fierce intensity. Ha! Li Shishui laughed heartily, though his laughter was tinged with sorrow and resignation. The others looked on in confusion, unaware of the source of their mirth. They did not grasp the notion that to be alive is to embrace happiness. One must still find reasons to smile amid adversity. What are you 2 whispering about that is so amusing? Danju inquired curiously as he approached. Oh, it's nothing, just some topics among men, Li Shishui chuckled, deftly concealing the conversation. Everyone, it is time for us to depart, Li Yishan proclaimed, rising to summon the group. All right, let us set forth. The others responded, standing up and instinctively forming a defensive circle, leaving a space for Li Yishan and his companions. Let us go. As Li Yishan was about to immerse himself in the crowd, a sudden movement caught his ear, prompting him to turn his head. Upon doing so, he was startled. It was the cold pool centipede. Even the keen-eyed Chai Jin sensed the anomaly and was immediately taken aback. What? The cold pool centipede? The others, upon hearing this, also turned pale with shock, swiveling their heads in unison. Before them lay a centipede stretching an impressive 5 or 6 zhang, its antennae a blend of milky and silvery hues, bearing its menacing maw as it swiftly lunged towards Li Yishan. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. The sound of its scissor-like jaws clashing produced a shrill noise, accompanied by a nauseating stench that filled the air. The atmosphere, strained by its velocity, seemed to tear apart with a faint hiss. "Are you seeking death?" Li Yishan bellowed, his companions reacting with remarkable swiftness. With a flick of his right hand, the purple moon divine blade materialized in his grasp. "Perish!" Li Yishan silently roared as he channeled his energy, the blade transforming into a streak of light that darted towards the centipede's gaping maw. With a ripping sound, Li Yishan did not dare to underestimate the centipede's ferocious onslaught. He unleashed the purple blood-mad dragon, causing minute spatial fissures to manifest. A tempest arose, further diminishing visibility within the forest. Yishan's attack is formidable. Chai Jin and the other combat saints marveled at the overwhelming force produced by Li Yishan's seemingly simple maneuver, their astonishment leaving them momentarily speechless. In an instant, Li Yishan's powerful strike collided with the centipede's fangs, producing a resounding clang. Seizing the momentum, he swiftly retreated, landing with enough force to stumble back 3 steps before regaining his balance, a tingling sensation coursing through his palms. The cold pool centipede proved to be quite the adversary. Li Yishan silently pondered, recognizing that the creature's strength necessitated a reassessment. Even if he could vanquish it, the cost would be substantial. From the moment of the centipede's sudden assault to Li Yishan's rapid retreat, the exchange transpired in mere moments. While Li Yishan remained on high alert, the centipede fixated its gaze upon him. Beasts of this nature possess intelligence, and the cold pool centipede had sensed Li Yishan's exceptional prowess, enough to inflict serious injury. Yet, in its perception, that was merely a potential outcome. "Yishan, we are here to assist you." At that moment, Chai Jin and his companions finally sprang into action. 3 figures darting to Li Yishan's side. Without needing to look, Li Yishan recognized them as Chai Jin and the Wu brothers, Wu Han and Wu Yong. The others, however, remained poised in their positions, cognizant of their limitations. Among the 86 individuals, only the 4 of them possessed the strength to confront the cold pool centipede. For the others, the encounter would be perilous. With a clash of metal, the 3 weapons were drawn simultaneously. The Wu brothers wielded long swords, while Chai Jin brandished a relatively rare crescent blade. "Yishan, it seems only this cold pool centipede has pursued us," Chai Jin remarked, surveying the surroundings for any additional centipedes. "Is this the only one?" Seeking death indeed. With the combined strength of the 4 of us, it will be more than sufficient to surround and slay it." Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Wu Yong could not help but emit a cold snort. "We must not be careless. The cold pool centipede is exceedingly formidable. Just now, my sword struck its fangs, and it seemed utterly unfazed." Li Yishan spoke in a grave tone, fully aware of the peril posed by the creature. "Indeed, we must remain vigilant." Chai Jin tightened his grip on the curved blade and echoed the warning. The others stood on high alert, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. Li Yishan began to issue commands. "Chai Jin, Wu Han, Wu Yong, let us all charge together and eliminate this audacious beast." As his words fell, Li Yishan surged forward with incredible speed. Upon nearing the cold pool centipede, the air within a 3-meter radius around him appeared to solidify, showing no signs of movement. Even the branches that had been swaying in the wind ceased their dance, and the fallen leaves seemed to hover in midair, as if no breeze could penetrate the stillness. The cold pool centipede, caught in this phenomenon, felt its reactions and speed diminish, while the velocity of the Ziwa divine blade remained unabated, causing it to panic. "What kind of trick is this?" Chai Jin and the others were equally astonished. Throughout the skirmish, they had mostly engaged in a group battle, and Li Yishan rarely employed such a technique. Moreover, even when he did, they had no time to notice its intricacies. "We shall join as well." Though surprised, Chai Jin and the others dared not lag behind. They swiftly followed Li Yishan towards the cold pool centipede. In an instant, the forest was alive with the flickering of blades and the clash of swords as the 3 unleashed their most formidable techniques. The sword intent, already well honed, was a creation of Li Yishan, which he could manipulate with great finesse. The cold pool centipede felt the influence of the sword's essence, while the others remained oblivious to its profound subtleties. "Yow!" The cold pool centipede emitted a shrill cry, sensing the impending danger. In a moment of desperation, it abandoned all restraint, executing a powerful tail sweep that turned its body around, its steel-like tail striking towards Li Yishan with ferocity. Mere trifles," Li Yishan scoffed, his eyes flashing coldly. With a thought, the surrounding environment shifted once more. Whoosh! A fierce wind howled, slicing through the 5-meter radius like a blade. Everything that had been motionless suddenly sprang to life with unprecedented vigor. The branches swayed violently, 1,000-fold more than before, and the leaves that had been gently falling now plummeted to the ground in an instant. Li Yishan's offensive seemed to accelerate 1,000-fold in that fleeting moment. What? If Li Yishan's previous attack had still been within the realm of what Chai Jin and the others could endure, they were now completely taken aback. Even without the influence of the sword's essence, the abrupt changes in their surroundings left them feeling disoriented. Those like Lu Mu, with slightly lesser strength, felt their internal energy spiraling chaotically, as though a heavy weight pressed upon their chests. "Ha!" Li Yishan shouted, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. With a sudden twist, a spray of green blood erupted from the blade, splattering onto his robe. The emerald blood possesses a corrosive quality that swiftly devoured several large holes in Li Yishan's robes. Even his skin could not withstand the destructive power of this fluid. A surge of agony coursed through him. Despite his resolute spirit and remarkable endurance, he could not help but furrow his brow, momentarily halting his movements. A piercing cry erupted from the cold pool centipede, its steel-like tail, unwavering in its momentum, struck fiercely against Li Yishan's chest. With a thud, he emitted a muffled groan and spat a mouthful of blood, propelled backward once more. This time, 5 of his ribs were shattered, and his internal organs sustained varying degrees of injury. The corrosive potency of the cold pool centipede's blood was overwhelming. With both hands in motion, he hastily excised the affected muscle before the green liquid could spread further, enduring the excruciating pain without so much as a grimace. Yishan, Li Shishue, and Dan Zhu's expressions shifted dramatically, and they exclaimed in unison, "Fear not, I am unharmed." Amidst the chaos, Li Yishan took a moment to reassure his companions of his condition. Just then, Chai Jin and his companions finally arrived, filling the void left by Li Yishan. 3 weapons surged toward the cold pool centipede from 3 cunning angles. Dragon subduing, tiger suppressing, crescent moon slash. Their simultaneous roars, though not as potent as Li Yishan's, carried a formidable momentum. The debris swirling around them was shattered by the aura they emanated. In stark contrast, the cold pool centipede, despite its impressive length of 5 to 6 zhang, appeared perilously vulnerable under Chai Jin and his comrades' relentless assault, as if it could be slain at any moment. With prior experience in mind, the cold pool centipede had prepared for their onslaught. Wu Han and Wu Yong's swords pierced its back, leaving 2 significant gashes. However, Chai Jin's curved blade merely struck its head, producing a sharp sound, but leaving no mark. The cold pool centipede, in pain, emitted another shrill cry, its elongated limbs radiating a chilling aura as they sliced through the air, darting menacingly toward the trio. "Danger! Dodge!" Wu Han shouted, swiftly unleashing 3 strikes. They were acutely aware of their own physical limitations. Having witnessed Li Yishan's formidable physique throughout their journey, they did not presume their bodies could rival his. A successful strike followed by an immediate retreat was their best course of action. "We can still fight," Li Yishan declared, wiping the blood from his lips with resolute vigor. "Good lad." Wu Yong laughed heartily, positioning his sword across his chest, exuding a powerful presence. "Let us finish this swiftly before its companions arrive." The prospect of victory ignited their confidence. "All right, onward." Inspired by the fervor within him, Li Yishan shouted and, with a slight exertion of his legs, propelled himself like an arrow in flight. "We must not fall behind." Chai Jin smiled faintly, following closely in Li Yishan's wake. "You too, brother. Let us advance." With a thunderous shout, Wu Han summoned his younger brother to advance. "Good." Wu Yong responded, and in the blink of an eye, both brothers dashed forward. Their speed surpassing even that of Chai Jin by a fraction, quickly matching his pace. Such incredible speed! Chai Jin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. "Haha, you are not so bad yourself." Wu Yong chuckled, suddenly accelerating and overtaking both Wu Han and Chai Jin, though he was still slightly slower than Li Yishan. "Second brother, be cautious." Wu Han, concerned for his reckless sibling, couldn't help but call out a warning. "Haha, no worries, with Yishan leading the way," Wu Yong replied, maintaining his carefree demeanor. "Do they all perceive me as a monster?" Li Yishan, ahead of them, found himself bemused by their exchange. Little did he know, despite being in the late stages of Do Han, his strength rivaled that of a late-stage Do Sheng, a state that could only be aptly described by the moniker monster. These conversations transpired in mere moments, and within less than a second, the 4 of them had charged close to the cold pool centipede. Dynamic extremes. Static extremes. The duality enveloped the cold pool centipede once more. Dragon descending. Tiger subduing. Crescent moon slash. Three powerful shouts resonated simultaneously as the trio of Wu Yong unleashed their attacks. Upon closer inspection, Li Yishan's assault was the swiftest, with Wu Yong trailing just behind. However, the cold pool centipede merely fixated on the four, seemingly unperturbed by their oncoming strikes. Li Yishan furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Everyone, be wary. This cold pool centipede likely has a hidden trick. He warned quietly, but it was already too late. Suddenly, the cold pool centipede let out a piercing shriek that transcended the dense forest, carrying its sound for dozens of miles. In the wake of this, it reared up, inhaling deeply as if mimicking a human. A mist, ethereal and frigid as white fog, erupted from its mouth, swiftly enveloping the four. This mist, with its extremely low temperature, froze everything in its path, which soon erupted with a thunderous bang, disintegrating into fine powder. Be careful, dodge it. The sheer force of the mist stunned Li Yishan, who quickly sought refuge to the side. However, he was too close to the cold pool centipede, and the residual effects of the mist reached him, encasing him in ice in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, Li Yishan summoned his strength, breaking free from the icy prison. So cold. Even with his formidable physical prowess, he felt an intense chill. Second brother, Wu Han and Chai Jin, having maintained a safer distance, narrowly evaded the attack. But Wu Yong was not as fortunate, having charged too recklessly and lacking the speed and resilience of Li Yishan, despite his efforts to evade. Half of his left arm was completely encased in ice. With a horrific cry, Wu Yong's arm was lost in an explosive sound, blood gushing forth from his severed shoulder. Only half of his arm had been frozen, yet in the explosion, he lost the entirety of it. Such tremendous power. Fortunately, the primary target of the frost pool centipede's assault was Li Yishan. Otherwise, Wu Yong would have suffered far more than merely having one arm shattered. Wu Yong shrieked in agony as he retreated, and Wu Han hurriedly rushed forward to catch him. Brother, how are you? Wu Han inquired, his countenance darkened. Wu Yong, pale and speechless, found himself regretting his past decisions. Hearing the cries of distress, Li Yishan swiftly turned his gaze, and he found himself rather pleased with the usual loquacious man now rendered in such a state of despair. Beast, Li Yishan bellowed, his figure darting forward, arriving at the frost pool centipede's side in the blink of an eye, circling around it but refraining from immediate aggression. What is he doing? Li Shishue, standing behind, was left utterly perplexed by this unfolding scenario. The extremes of motion and stillness were in constant flux, leaving the frost pool centipede disoriented. Purple blood-mad dragon. Suddenly, Li Yishan roared, seizing an opportunity, as the purple moon divine blade transformed into a streak of light, swiftly piercing toward the centipede's neck. The elegance of this strike. When the purple blood-mad dragon emerged, the atmosphere itself shifted. With a hissing sound, spatial rifts continued to form, and enraged, Li Yishan unleashed his attack with even greater ferocity, causing the spatial rifts to widen slightly. The essence of the sword, followed by the purple blood-mad dragon. Behind him, Li Shishue's eyes lit up upon hearing Li Yishan's thunderous shout. Master Yishan's move is truly magnificent. I too shall strive to become as formidable as Master Yishan. The expressions of the onlookers, including Lu Mu, shifted dramatically as they beheld Li Yishan's increasingly powerful assaults. In Lu Mu's mind, Li Yishan's imposing figure surpassed even that of his father. The purple blood-mad dragon was renowned as Li Yishan's most potent killing technique. Although Li Yishan's control over it was not yet flawless, he reserved its deployment for critical moments. The purple blood-mad dragon followed a fiercely direct attack path, while the sword intent pursued an entirely different approach. The sword intent encapsulated the concept of shifting extremes, aiming to disrupt the opponent's mind and vision, inducing a kind of illusion that could leave the adversary vulnerable, even leading to self-defeat. While Li Yishan wielded it with growing proficiency in terms of sheer destructive power, the sword intent could not match the ferocity of the purple blood-mad dragon. After all, the purple blood-mad dragon was a technique developed in conjunction with the purple blood secret tome and the purple moon divine blade, refined through countless iterations by Li Ran. First, he would deploy the sword intent to disorient the frost pool centipede's mind and sight. Then, seizing the moment, unleash the purple blood-mad dragon for a decisive blow. This strategy emerged from a moment of desperation. Green blood splattered, most of it absorbed by the spatial rifts, with only a small portion landing on Li Yishan. Despite the potent corrosive properties of this green blood, Li Yishan paid it little mind. Witnessing Wu Yong's injuries filled him with a blend of urgency and fury. His singular focus was on tearing the frost pool centipede into shreds. In the chilling depths of the cold pool, the centipede let out a piercing and mournful shriek, its entire body thrashing violently as it attempted to dislodge Li Yishan from its back. Despite the centipede's formidable strength, Li Yishan, with his astonishing arm strength, gritted his teeth and clung tenaciously to the purple moon divine blade, refusing to be thrown to the ground. Finding itself unable to shake off its adversary, the centipede writhed in agony, exposing its most vulnerable underbelly. Wu Han, Chai Jin, strike at its belly. Li Yishan bellowed, drawing forth the divine blade and ensnaring the centipede's neck, preventing it from rolling over. Chai Jin, we charge. Wu Han, consumed by fury at the sight of his brother's severed arm, called to Chai Jin and, with bloodshot eyes, advanced toward the centipede. Chai Jin, not daring to hesitate, leaped forward, his crescent blade emanating a chilling aura as he silently followed Wu Han. Yishan, hold on. Wu Han, Chai Jin, it's up to you. In the distance, Li Shui, witnessing the fierce battle between Li Yishan and the centipede, felt a surge of blood and frustration at his own inadequacy, helplessly watching and hoping for Li Yishan's endurance. Chapter 71. Crush You Descending Dragon. Full Moon Slash. Both Wu Han and Chai Jin unleashed their fury, their strikes undeniably formidable. With a pair of nearly simultaneous sounds, their weapons pierced the centipede's vulnerable abdomen, embedding deep within its flesh. Green blood sprayed forth, splattering onto their arms. The excruciating pain surged, yet neither flinched, embodying a bloodthirsty demon as they roared, gritting their teeth, and violently twisted their weapons. At this moment, the centipede was truly wounded at its core, arching its body and emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Its razor-sharp legs thrust forth with renewed vigor, aimed directly at the two assailants. A fierce whoosh echoed as its tail, propelled by a gust of wind, swung toward Wu Han, though its speed had notably diminished. Retreat, Li Yishan shouted, propelling himself upward with powerful strides. Clang, clang, clang. The centipede's vicious leg strikes were entirely countered by the duo. But Wu Han found himself with no time to deal with the incoming massive tail. Just as the steel-like appendage was about to collide with his head, Wu Yong, now within the protective circle formed by the others, witnessed the scene and, despite his own excruciating pain, could not suppress his alarm. At that critical moment, Li Yishan soared into the air. Wu Han, Chai Jin, fall back. Avoid the splattering blood. Thank you. Wu Han and Chai Jin, heeding the warning, swiftly retreated to the side. A dull thud resonated as Li Yishan's legs collided powerfully with the centipede's tail. Like a nimble swallow, he used the momentum to spring high into the air, executing several somersaults before the purple moon divine blade transformed into a streak of light, slicing down with a fierce wind aimed at the centipede's abdomen. The purple moon divine blade, neither sword nor knife, was both and yet neither, capable of piercing as well as cutting. The purple moon divine blade is exceedingly sharp, its murderous edge plunging deep, splattering green blood onto Li Yishan's arm and chest, which he disregards. The blade has penetrated halfway into the abdomen of the cold pool centipede, yet it cannot advance further upon striking its hardened shell. Li Yishan, resembling a furious demon, consumed by rage, thinks of nothing and immediately exerts himself to withdraw the divine blade. A piercing shriek erupts from the cold pool centipede, which opens its mouth, unleashing a chilling breath. Alarmed, Li Yishan swiftly dodges to the side. However, he is too close, and the sudden onset of the icy mist catches him off guard, freezing him in place. Yet, with a slight struggle, he shatters the ice encasing him and, in a flash, finds himself several meters away. The power of the chilling fog has significantly diminished. It appears to be on the verge of collapse. Elated yet cautious, Li Yishan acknowledges the ferocity of the cold pool centipede and anticipates a fearsome retaliation upon its demise. Suddenly, the cold pool centipede rolls over, its formidable legs moving in unison as it swiftly retreats several meters, fixating its gaze on Li Yishan, emanating a formidable aura. Once on the brink of death, it now appears almost unfazed. Li Yishan is taken aback, filled with astonishment at the creature's tenacity. How might he completely vanquish such a beast? Having battled for an entire day since yesterday, and still nursing wounds inflicted by the 8-armed giant ape, he finds himself exceedingly weary. A sudden thought strikes him. During his time on Earth, the most effective method to deal with smaller centipedes was to crush them into oblivion. Although the cold pool centipede is colossal, towering trees surround the area, each significantly sturdier than the centipede itself. With a swift motion, he conceals the purple moon divine blade and dashes toward the nearest towering tree. Observers from a distance, including Li Shui and others, are bewildered by Li Yishan's intentions. Even Chai Jin and Wu Han are left in confusion about his sudden inspiration. As he reaches the colossal tree, Li Yishan grips the trunk firmly, and, with a commanding shout, his arm muscles bulge as he uproots the massive tree, which would require the embrace of several men to encircle. With a vigorous shake, He sends the branches crashing to the ground, leaving only a bare trunk standing tall. Grasping the trunk, his legs tremble slightly as he channels all his strength through his waist and arms. The stout trunk whips through the air, conjuring a fierce gale as it hurtles toward the cold pool centipede. If I cannot slay you, I shall crush you. Li Yishan's brows furrow and his eyes widen, exuding an aura of dread. Seeing Li Yishan's actions, the cold pool centipede is taken aback. The trees of the moonlit forest are no ordinary trees, for they are harder than steel and tougher than iron. Amidst the chaotic scene, the cold pool centipede writhed frantically, attempting to evade its fate. Yet, its speed could not compare to the ferocity of the assault. A piercing cry escaped its mandibles as it struggled desperately to break free. Having battled with Li Yishan thus far, it felt an inkling of trepidation. The man before it, despite possessing a relatively modest level of fighting spirit, exuded an unexpectedly formidable power. Even when compared to the cold pool centipede, Li Yishan's physique was only marginally inferior. After landing a blow, Li Yishan lifted a massive tree once more. Taken by surprise, the centipede exerted itself too fiercely, crashing into a nearby tree. The impact sent the entire tree swaying violently, leaves cascading to the ground, while the trunk tilted precariously. Dazed, the centipede saw stars as it became disoriented. Seizing the moment, Li Yishan unleashed his full strength, causing the thick tree trunk to create a thunderous sound as it hurtled towards the centipede's head. The resounding impacts echoed. Thud, thud, thud. I shall crush you, he declared with fervor. The centipede, thoroughly stunned, lay motionless, a mere shadow of its former self. Li Shishue watched in astonishment at Li Yishan's ferocious display, murmuring to himself, impressive, truly powerful. Wu Yong, too, found relief in the spectacle, momentarily forgetting the pain of his severed arm. With a sharp crack, a tree that required the embrace of 7 or 8 men was effortlessly shattered by Li Yishan. Not even pausing for breath, he darted to another tree, repeating his earlier actions. The unfortunate centipede, having finally caught a brief respite, barely managed to emit a shrill cry before Li Yishan brought the tree down once more. The earth trembled under the relentless assault, and the centipede, robbed of any will to resist, succumbed to its fate. Its struggles grew feebler until it lay still on the ground. Yet, Li Yishan, relentless in his onslaught, continued to strike it down with 5 or 6 more blows, reducing the centipede to a mere pulp, its green ichor staining the earth and corroding the soil around it. At last, it lay lifeless. The onlookers, including Li Shishue, exhaled a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing the centipede's stillness. What is that? Chai Jin, with keen eyes, spotted a glimmering orb nestled within the centipede's exoskeleton. Had it not been for Chai Jin's sharp vision, it might have gone unnoticed. Prompted by his observation, Li Yishan too noticed the orb, swiftly soaring over, peeling away the hard shell to retrieve it. Just as he began to examine the orb, a series of piercing shrieks erupted in the distance. A wave of ominous energy converging upon them. It's the cold pool centipedes, so many of them. Run! Someone shouted, and Li Yishan and his companions dared not linger, fleeing westward with all their might. With so many centipedes, even 3 more Li Yishans would not suffice to stand against them. The group abandoned all else, consumed by the urgency to escape. Chapter 72. The Veil of Light. When faced with insurmountable odds, retreat becomes the only viable option. Survival takes precedence, as no soul willingly embraces death. Yet, humanity finds itself helpless in the face of mortality. Why are these frostwater centipedes relentlessly pursuing us? Li Yishan furrowed his brow, as the 86 of them fled frantically, having covered nearly 20 miles. Yet the relentless frostwater centipedes remained hot on their heels. Surely, they wouldn't harbor such a grudge simply for the demise of one of their kin? Initially, the distance between Li Yishan and the centipedes was nearly 10 miles. But after a relentless chase spanning 20 more miles, that gap had significantly diminished. Although Li Yishan and the other Saint-level fighters maintained a commendable pace, they were burdened by their companions, the weaker Do Kings, who were increasingly falling behind. As their escape continued, some of these Do Kings were even being carried by 2 saints, which naturally impeded their speed. Chai Jin and another saint bore Lu Mu, while Wu Yong, despite having lost an arm, displayed remarkable speed. Li Yishan and Wu Han, the swiftest among them, grasped the arms of Li Shishue and Dan Zhu, while the remaining Do Kings were similarly assisted by other saints. At this rate, it was feared that they would be overtaken in mere moments. Watching as 50 or 60 frostwater centipedes closed in, a sense of urgency gripped Li Yishan. If they were encircled, their chances of escape dwindled to almost nothing. That single centipede had already inflicted severe injuries, breaking 5 of his ribs. He needed to find a place to mend his bones, lest he succumb to his injuries. While the pain had been dulled in the heat of battle, The agony now surged with every frantic movement, drastically hindering his escape. Instinctively, Li Yishan reached for the cross radiating a misty white light. Buzz! The ethereal white light flared intensely. Upon grasping the cross, a wave of comfort washed over him, accompanied by a peculiar sensation, all forces towards the north. With a thunderous shout, Li Yishan abruptly altered their course, sprinting northward. The others, though bewildered, had no time to ponder. They hurriedly followed suit, closely trailing Li Yishan. Let us hope Yishan has a plan. All their hopes for survival rested upon him. The frostwater centipedes varied in speed. The foremost few, upon witnessing Li Yishan's group change direction, emitted piercing shrieks and followed suit. This sudden shift had created a slight gap between Li Yishan's party and the centipedes. Yishan, they are closing in. A quarter of an hour later, Li Shishui suddenly cried out. Li Yishan turned to see 6 frostwater centipedes with silvery white antennae had caught up to them. There is no time for hesitation. We must flee. Li Yishan shouted, hoisting Li Shishui as he urged them onward. Father, let go of me. Don't worry about me. You almost escaped. Lu Mu interjected, his face a mixture of panic and calm. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and Li Yishan felt a surge of respect for Lu Mu. This young man possessed remarkable courage. Lu Mu, I am truly sorry, but I find myself powerless. Li Yishan lamented inwardly. At this critical juncture, he could no longer concern himself with the safety of others. Preserving the lives of Li Shishui and Dan Zhu would be a commendable feat, son. Do not utter words of despair. Your father will never relinquish you. Chai Jin exclaimed, his voice imbued with a tragic valor. Li Yishan, I entrust my son to you. You must ensure his survival. With a thunderous roar, Chai Jin entrusted Lu Mu to another Do Shang before abruptly turning back, charging towards the approaching cold pool centipedes. Chai Jin, Li Yishan and the others gasped in astonishment. Father! Lu Mu cried out, his eyes instantly brimming with tears, yet he gritted his teeth to hold them at bay. In the blink of an eye, Chai Jin found himself amidst the 6 cold pool centipedes, which were taken aback by his sudden return. With a resounding boom, before the centipedes could react, Chai Jin ignited his dantian and self-destructed. The might of a Doshing self-detonation was terrifying. Even the formidable cold pool centipedes were thrown into disarray, their speed significantly diminished. Chai Jin, cries of horror erupted as Lu Mu, driven by the courage of his father, uttered those words. Chai Jin, in his unwavering resolve to protect his son, was willing to sacrifice his own life. Neither father nor son could be deemed cowardly. Li Yishan held deep admiration for the duo. Even without Chai Jin's plea, he would strive to safeguard Lu Mu. Swiftly, Li Yishan soared forward, grasping Lu Mu's arm with his empty right hand, propelling him onward. A cacophony of shrieks ensued. Although the 6 cold pool centipedes faltered momentarily due to Chai Jin's explosion, they soon regained their speed. At this rate, Li Yishan and his companions would inevitably be overtaken. As the cold pool centipedes drew ever closer, panic erupted among the Do Shang at the rear. With startled cries, they abandoned the Do Wang they were carrying, and others hastily followed suit. In the blink of an eye, apart from Li Shishui, Dan Zhu, and Lu Mu, all other Do Wang had been forsaken. Damn it, you bastards! The forsaken Do Wang barely had time to curse before they were engulfed by the pursuing cold pool centipedes. Blood splattered, limbs were scattered, and in an instant, they were rendered beyond salvation. Brother, I am sorry. Li Yishan felt a mix of helplessness and indignation, yet he could not blame the other Do Shang. After all, they were merely seeking to survive. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed once more as the 6 cold pool centipedes, comparable to Do Emperors, resumed their relentless pursuit. The speed of a Do Emperor was unfathomably swift. Li Yishan and his companions were utterly incapable of matching them. The distance between the two parties once again narrowed. Li Yishan, do you have any viable strategies? A few oblivious Do Shang inquired, their annoyance palpable at this point. Soon, Li Yishan, weary of their questions, replied tersely, channeling all his strength to flee for survival. In truth, one cannot entirely blame Li Yishan. The moment he grasped the cross, a voice resonated in his mind, urging them to flee westward. This voice, which Li Yishan would never forget, was reminiscent of the one he had heard upon his arrival in the divine continent. Belonging to the entity that called itself the creator god, Caesar. Look, there is a white light ahead, Li Shishui suddenly exclaimed. The onlookers raised their eyes, and indeed, the forest ahead had thickened significantly, with something emitting a hazy white light deep within the dense thicket. This ethereal illumination occupied a small area, roughly a mile in radius, and was obscured by layers of intertwining trees. Without approaching closely, it would be nearly imperceptible. Upon witnessing this white glow, Li Yishan felt a surge of excitement, for it was identical to the radiance emanating from the cross. Suddenly, influenced by this aura, the light of the cross intensified dramatically, enveloping Li Yishan completely. To the others, it appeared as though he was encased in a gentle white light, his figure becoming indistinct and nebulous. In the depths of despair, the sight of hope can catalyze the potential within. It seemed as if the light of life had been revealed, and unbeknownst to them. The speed of the onlookers increased considerably. Within half a minute, they would breach the veil of that enchanting white light. The cold pool centipedes, upon witnessing this luminous phenomenon, felt an unsettling apprehension. A dense mist suddenly materialized, swirling around their bodies, and their velocity surged to more than double its previous pace. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through reached Li Yishan, prompting him to turn and gasp in alarm. "Be careful!" He shouted urgently, but it was already too late. Cries of horror erupted as the slower combat saints were overtaken. The 6 cold pool centipedes, formidable as the combat emperors, commenced a brutal massacre, splattering blood everywhere, even onto Li Yishan at the forefront. In a frenzy, Li Yishan's hair whipped about, his eyes wide with determination, and an explosion of strength surged through him, further augmenting his speed. At last, Li Yishan, accompanied by Li Shishui, was the first to plunge into the white light, followed closely by Wu Han and Dan Zhu, with Wu Yong trailing behind. The remaining combat saints also rushed forward, but after the slaughter by the cold pool centipedes, only 36 individuals remained, including Li Yishan, Li Shishui, Dan Zhu, and Lu Mu. 3 of the pursuing cold pool centipedes, unable to halt their momentum, also charged into the white light. Yet, they could only emit a chilling scream before being reduced to mere fragments, their green blood vanishing into nothingness in an instant. The remaining 3, realizing the peril, swiftly turned back. Even the slightest contact with the ethereal light shattered their razor-sharp legs into pieces. Screams echoed as the other cold pool centipedes arrived. Despite their reluctance, they dared not approach the white light, remaining at a safe distance. The surviving individuals were astounded, all pondering in wonder, why did this hazy white light harm them? Yet spare us? After nearly half an hour of frantic escape, and with no opportunity for proper rest. Even though the bodies of the group were considerably more resilient than ordinary individuals, they found themselves utterly exhausted. As they stepped into the radiant white light, they collapsed onto the ground. One of the fighters, panting heavily, remarked, "I remember this person. His name is Lu Feng Wenhui. Who could have known? It's a blessing to be alive. Why ponder further?" Another fighter interjected, lying beside him. Li Yishan recognized this individual as Dugopatian. Recalling the terrifying centipede from the cold pool, Dugopatian felt a shiver run through him. Indeed, the power rivaled that of a Do Emperor. And it was no mere exaggeration. "Everyone, quickly restore your strength. We must be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances," Li Yishan urged, immediately sitting cross-legged on the ground and closing his eyes. Since this path was guided by Caesar, Li Yishan felt an unwavering sense of security. Although he was uncertain about the identity of this mysterious Caesar, he nevertheless held a great deal of trust in him. Moreover, the hazy white light bore an uncanny resemblance to the radiance emitted by his cross. He was certain it would not bring him harm. "Wu Shihui, please protect me," Li Yishan mentally conveyed to Li Shihui and Wu Han, both of whom were only slightly injured. Li Shihui was the person Li Yishan trusted most and would alert him at the first sign of unusual circumstances. "All right." Wu Han and Li Shihui responded in unison, settling into a cross-legged position, though they did not close their eyes. This white light is astonishing. My injuries are healing on their own," Dugopatian suddenly exclaimed, having discovered the remarkable properties of the light. "Indeed, the spiritual energy here is over 100 times more concentrated than outside. Let us seize this opportunity to cultivate," Lu Feng Wenhui added, and after their reminders, the others quickly followed suit, settling into meditative positions. In mere moments, all but Wu Han and Li Shihui had entered a state of deep concentration. Chapter 73, A Quantum Leap Under the Shroud of the Ethereal Light. The cross hanging from Li Yishan's chest radiated with unprecedented brilliance, even causing the 5 broken ribs to begin knitting themselves back together. It seems Li Yishan may be on the verge of another breakthrough. While others were unaware of Li Yishan's cultivation speed, Li Shihui was acutely aware. In her eyes, Li Yishan could no longer merely be described as a genius. The term monster seemed far more fitting. Wu Han and Li Shihui exchanged a glance, heightening their vigilance to an unparalleled degree. Should Li Yishan succeed in breaking through, their own strength would surge, significantly increasing their chances of survival. Buzz. The ethereal light emanating from the cross reached an unprecedented intensity, even beginning to quiver gently. In a brief moment, Li Yishan's injuries were fully healed, and even the initially excised muscle began to regenerate. The purple blood secret tome surged into action, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to swirl frantically, with 90% of the spiritual energy within the hazy light converging upon Li Yishan. The ethereal essence of heaven and earth permeated him like an unceasing stream, seeping through his nostrils, ears, and even the very pores of his skin. A portion of this energy gradually nourished Li Yishan's body, tenderly akin to a mother's caress. Another part transformed through his dantian into fighting energy, circulating through the 36 meridians he had already opened, eventually converging back into his dantian. Li Yishan's dantian continued to expand. As the influx of celestial energy intensified, Li Yishan began to feel a warmth enveloping his entire being, causing his skin and muscles to swell, while the rate of cellular fission accelerated significantly. To Wu Han and Li Shishui, it appeared that Li Yishan's robes were inflating. Yet, Li Yishan remained unfazed. Immersed in this rare moment of cultivation, suddenly, with a soft pop, the pressure became too much for his robes to bear, and they burst apart. Fortunately, a misty light surrounded his form, preventing any untoward exposure. After a brief interval, the flowing essence of heaven and earth turned violently tempestuous, and the fighting energy within him surged chaotically into the meridians yet to be opened. Li Yishan was jolted awake from his serene state by a wave of excruciating pain, which escalated rapidly. His skin, muscles, and even the meridians within him began to rupture incessantly. Despite his resolute spirit, the agony penetrated to his very marrow and viscera, forcing a cry of distress from his lips. Yishan, Li Shishui exclaimed in shock, rising to his feet, only to be restrained by Wu Han. Do not worry. Yishan will be fine. He is likely encountering unprecedented benefits. If he cannot endure this pain, he will not attain such formidable strength. To gain much, one must endure much. Wu Han reassured, his experience far surpassing that of Li Shishui. He remained composed, understanding that Li Yishan was on the verge of immense gain. However, such benefits do not come easily. To become powerful, one must first withstand the suffering that most cannot bear. How many are aware of the efforts and pain endured by the renowned and successful before they achieve their fame? With Wu Han's words, Li Shishui felt a sense of relief, focusing his vigilance anew. As Li Yishan's cells and muscles ruptured, they did not only break apart. Whenever he felt on the brink of collapse, the crucifix on his chest would radiate with brilliance, halting the disintegration and initiating a rapid healing process, bringing him a wave of relief. Complete rupture was a precursor to thorough transformation. Thus, Li Yishan's body underwent continuous metamorphosis. After every cycle of destruction and healing, he distinctly sensed his physical strength amplifying. The more robust the body, the more arduous the recovery. 5 days later, after this ordeal had repeated 35 times, Li Yishan sensed a significant reduction in the rate at which his cells and muscles were tearing apart. However, the agony he experienced did not diminish. Rather, it intensified. This torment resembled a sword piercing through his abdomen, delivering a sharp stab of pain. Yet, as the sword was gradually withdrawn, the suffering became exponentially more intense, far exceeding the initial thrust. Under this nearly perverse pain, Li Yishan could no longer remain still. He sprang up abruptly, releasing a hoarse roar towards the heavens, and subsequently fell to one knee on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Waves of excruciating pain assailed him, seemingly endless. Li Yishan pounded the earth with his fists, each strike more forceful than the last. The hard ground could scarcely withstand such tremendous force. With each blow, the surface would yield, creating deep indentations. This torment persisted for over 3 hours, leaving Li Yishan feeling as though all his strength had been siphoned away, his cries trapped within his throat. Buzz. At last, the cross began to tremble gently once more, the ethereal white light intensifying, and Li Yishan's form grew increasingly indistinct. He once again submerged himself in that realm of warmth and tranquility reminiscent of maternal love. His cells and muscles commenced the process of reorganization, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace. Destruction, after all, is always easier than construction, and the speed of this reconstruction was but a mere fraction of the devastation he had endured. Outside the forest of the moon, the sun set and then rose again. As the sun reached its zenith above Li Yishan, a slender beam of sunlight filtered through the tiny gaps in the leaves, illuminating the crown of his head. Buzz. The cross quivered violently, and the hazy light began to recede gradually. When the final meridian connected to the 8 extraordinary vessels, the ethereal glow vanished entirely. The operation of the purple blood secret tome slowed, and the chaotic energy within his body gradually calmed, flowing smoothly along the now unobstructed 8 extraordinary vessels. Phew, phew. Li Yishan, completely unclothed and kneeling, gasped for breath, his hands braced against the ground, drenched in sweat. The bloodshed from the ruptured cells and muscles had long since been washed away by perspiration. If he were in bed, One might easily mistake him for having just completed some intimate endeavor. Although fatigue enveloped him, Li Yishan felt an extraordinary sense of relief throughout his body. The benefits of unblocking the 8 extraordinary vessels were undeniable. His future cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Most importantly, his arms now possessed a strength of at least 600,000 pounds. His bronze skin gleamed, and his streamlined physique was infused with unimaginable power. His body now rivaled that of ancient iron forged over a millennium. A qualitative leap. Wow. The naked man. As the ethereal white light dissipated, Li Yishan's form became fully visible to Li Shishui and Wu Han. Wu Han, unable to suppress her teasing gaze upon the unclothed Li Yishan, exclaimed, "Yishan, quickly put on some clothes." Li Shishui, feeling a sense of urgency, whispered hastily. If they were surrounded solely by men, it would be of little consequence. However, the presence of a woman, particularly one whom Li Shishui cherished, caused him to feel a wave of anxiety. Li Yishan lowered his gaze to his body and realized that his clothes had been completely torn to shreds. A wry smile crossed his face as he hastily retrieved a set of garments from the purple blood ring and swiftly donned them. With a sigh of relief, he exhaled a long breath, feeling a wave of ease wash over him. Just moments ago, he had endured excruciating pain. Had it not been for a mysterious crucifix, he might not have survived. "Yishan, have you broken through again?" Li Shishui stood up, approaching Li Yishan with wide eyes, gazing at him as if he were some sort of monster, yet his face was alight with joy. "Yes, just a minor breakthrough. I've reached the late stage of Dowang." Li Yishan replied nonchalantly. "What? A minor breakthrough?" Li Shishui exclaimed, gritting his teeth in disbelief. "In just a week, you've surged from the late stage of Do Han to the late stage of Dowang, and you call that a minor breakthrough? You might as well be called a monster." Hee. Li Yishan chuckled, unsure of what to say, and gave Li Shishui a hearty pat on the shoulder. Having attained the late stage of Dowang, Li Yishan experienced a qualitative leap in his physical strength, which he found challenging to adapt to. Though he meant no harm to Li Shishui, he inadvertently applied a bit too much force, causing Li Shishui to grimace in pain, nearly fainting. "Be gentle, take it easy," Li Shishui urged. Li Yishan's hand, which had just been raised, paused midair as he awkwardly inquired, "Does it hurt that much?" "Of course," Li Shishui retorted, exasperated by Li Yishan's innocent expression. "Let me take a few punches at you and see how it feels." "All right, go ahead." Li Yishan smiled slightly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Bang! Li Shishui landed a solid punch on Li Yishan's shoulder, producing a dull thud. He felt a twinge of pain in his fist. Yet Li Yishan remained unfazed, smiling serenely at him. "Are you all right?" Li Shishui's jaw dropped in disbelief, his mouth agape enough to fit 2 eggs. "I'm perfectly fine." Li Yishan shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled. "How about you throw a few more punches?" "Forget it. That's enough," Li Shishui replied, utterly speechless. "Haha, Yishan, Shishui is right. You truly are a monster." Wu Han approached with a hearty laugh. "Now, it's time for you to protect us." "Indeed, with such abundant spiritual energy in this place. If I exert myself, I might even break through to the Dosheng realm." Over the past 7 days, Danju and the others had awakened several times, each time finding Li Yishan still asleep. After foraging for wild fruits to stave off hunger, they resumed their cultivation in this rich atmosphere of spiritual energy. While others made notable progress, the two had shown no signs of advancement, which naturally concerned Li Shishui. All right, you all begin your cultivation. I'll gather some wild fruits to fill my stomach and then serve as your protector." Li Yishan chuckled, moving swiftly, and in less than a minute, he had collected a substantial amount of wild fruits. "All right, you may start." Li Yishan wiped an unfamiliar wild fruit on his clothing, brought it to his lips, and took a hearty bite, mumbling indistinctly. "Great." Li Shishui and Wu Han exchanged a moment of excitement. At last, they could commence their training. Without further ado, they sat cross-legged on the ground and soon entered a meditative state. Chapter 74. The Sea of Flowers in the Palace. Li Shishui and Wu Han engaged in their cultivation for 3 days. During this period, others gradually awakened, and Li Yishan greeted them with a smile. They were astonished that Li Yishan had ascended from the late stage of the Fighting Spirit realm to the late stage of the Fighting King realm in merely 7 days. His remarkable achievement greatly inspired them, motivating them to train even more diligently. They consumed only a few wild fruits before resuming their meditation. First, they unleashed their sword intent to disrupt their opponents, followed by the execution of the purple blood-mad dragon. Although this technique was visually striking, it still required a brief moment of pause. While Li Yishan kept his eyes open, his mind repeatedly conjured the image of his devastating blow against the cold pool centipede. If he could fully integrate the purple blood-mad dragon into his sword intent, it would be nothing short of perfection. However, Sword Intent and the purple blood-mad dragon followed fundamentally different paths. How could they be fused together? Li Yishan furrowed his brow. Despite his significant enhancement in strength, the prowess of his ultimate techniques had not increased. He urgently needed to create a move that matched his current level of power. With my current strength, I could probably slay that cold pool centipede in just a few strikes. Even against those comparable to a fighting emperor, I would hold my ground. Li Yishan brimmed with absolute confidence. The explosive physical strength of an ordinary fighting emperor was roughly 200,000 pounds, while he boasted a terrifying 600,000 pounds. Moreover, this figure only accounted for the explosive power of his arms. His legs surpassed 1,000,000 pounds. Li Yishan's greatest reliance was not on his fighting spirit, but rather on this formidable physical strength. Over 1,000,000 pounds of force was concentrated within his slightly over 1 meter 80 frame. How strong was his physical defense? Even Li Yishan himself was uncertain. Sometimes, in the face of absolute power, all techniques would prove futile. When Li Yishan unleashed his full strength, it could genuinely pose a threat to the lives of ordinary fighting emperors. However, their ultimate techniques must also be fearsome. I doubt I could even catch a glimpse of them. Li Yishan sighed inwardly. Anyone capable of reaching the level of fighting emperor was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual, each possessing their own unique ultimate move. A cultivator at the black hole stage was equivalent to a fighting emperor among fighting spirits. Li Yishan would never forget the speed and ferocity of Tai Wanshan. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Li Yishan, who barely had time to react before being pierced through the chest by Tai Wanshan's sword. If it weren't for the 3 silvery white tentacles of the cold pool centipede outside, I would truly wish to test my current strength. Without attempting, one could never truly know the extent of their power. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Li Yishan would not be foolish enough to rush out and engage in battle with those 3 cold pool centipedes, especially knowing there were more than just 3 outside. Though hesitant to enter the ethereal white light, the chilling centipedes of the cold pool seemed relentless, remaining for 10 days without departure, occasionally emitting sharp cries. Even with his remarkable patience, Li Yishan began to feel a sense of annoyance. I have no desire to engage with you. He cast a glance at the centipedes lurking outside, then settled his mind, plunging back into contemplation. The extremes of movement and stillness perpetually shifted and repeated, and then, unexpectedly, he envisioned delivering a lethal strike with the purple blood-mad dragon. How could this be harmonized? Li Yishan felt a profound headache, while safeguarding others. He was also burdened with these conundrums, draining his mental faculties. Young man, if clarity eludes you, do not force it. Innovation in techniques relies on enlightenment. Striving too hard will yield no novel insights. As Li Yishan wrestled with these thoughts, a gentle voice resonated in his ears. Who goes there? The 35 others, immersed in their cultivation, were startled awake by the voice, quickly gathering behind Li Yishan. Where is this person? They searched in vain, unable to locate the source of the sound. A cold snort pierced the air, and an overwhelming aura descended. The 36 individuals, save for Li Yishan, felt their legs buckle and their bodies sink to the ground, compelled by an impulse of reverent submission, too intimidated to entertain a thought of resistance. The 35 bowed their heads low, fearing to displease this enigmatic powerhouse, while Li Yishan stood resolutely at the forefront, proud and unyielding. Suddenly, a brilliant white light illuminated the area, causing Li Yishan's eyes to sting painfully, prompting him to shield them with his hands. Moments later, the brilliance gradually subsided, and as he lowered his hands to gaze ahead, a figure enveloped in white light came into view. This figure was peculiar. Li Yishan sensed her presence clearly, yet her features remained elusive, obscured by the soft, hazy glow that surpassed even the light emitted from a crucifix in gentleness and ambiguity. Simply standing there, he felt a profound tranquility and comfort. Furthermore, this figure was not grounded but rather floated just above the surface. Who are you? A surge of joy welled up within Li Yishan, altering his tone to one of warmth, shedding the previous harshness for an approachable demeanor. Very well, for reasons unknown. Upon the figure's appearance, he felt an instinctive trust towards her, merely responding with a simple acknowledgement, without inquiring about her destination. The figure revealed a hint of a smile. Though he could not see it clearly, Li Yishan sensed her warmth directed at him. Subsequently, she extended her right hand and gently waved at him. To his astonishment, Li Yishan discovered that his legs had also lifted from the ground, suspending him in midair, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself floating beside her. As the sound of the wind echoed, Li Yishan found his mind completely blank. By the time he regained consciousness, the scenery before him had transformed dramatically. A profound sense of antiquity enveloped him, and as he lifted his gaze, he beheld a palace of immense grandeur, both vast and steeped in archaic charm. Before the palace lay an exquisite garden, brimming with an array of vibrant blossoms, many of which Li Yishan had never encountered before in his life. Momentarily taken aback, he felt overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the palace. Yet, as he realized he was surrounded by an endless sea of flowers, an unprecedented tranquility washed over him. This sensation, simultaneously awe-inspiring and calming, created a striking contradiction that felt undeniably authentic. Goodness gracious, what an enormous palace and what a magnificent floral expanse. Li Yishan marveled inwardly, his curiosity about the figure beside him intensifying. Where's this place? Turning to observe a figure of similar height, he felt insignificantly small, akin to an ant before a giant. It was not a lack of confidence that diminished him. Rather, the individual exuded an overwhelming strength that made Li Yishan acutely aware that a mere breath from this person could obliterate his existence. This is my palace. My name is Ilya, the figure said with a gentle smile. Oh, your palace? What is your connection to Caesar? Li Yishan's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to ask. Caesar? Upon hearing the name, Ilya displayed a flicker of emotion, and Li Yishan could sense a hint of sorrow in her tone. Caesar is my brother. Your brother? Li Yishan exclaimed, instinctively questioning. He claims to be the creator god. What deity are you? Creator god? Heh. In an instant, Ilya regained her composure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. He still has such an affinity for appearances. But enough about him. Do you not have any questions for me? With a multitude of inquiries flooding his mind, Li Yishan felt a headache coming on, uncertain of where to begin. Chapter 75. Ascending to greatness, there are certain matters you need not concern yourself with just yet. Once you surpass the battle god, you will naturally comprehend. Ilya smiled softly. Let me take the initiative to guide you, shall I? Upon hearing Ilya's words, Li Yishan was taken aback. Surpass the battle god? Isn't the battle god the pinnacle of achievement? Ilya chuckled playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Who told you the battle god was the highest realm? Li Yishan paused, reflecting on the fact that no one had explicitly stated the battle god represented the ultimate tier, yet he had unconsciously accepted this belief. It appears I have indeed been gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well, he thought, a self-deprecating smile forming. You must be quite curious about the crucifix on your chest, Ilya remarked with a slight smile. This crucifix is a token from my brother, Caesar. With a graceful gesture, she reached out, and the crucifix detached from Li Yishan's chest, floating into her hand. As soon as Ilya grasped the cross, the hazy white light enveloping his head gradually dissipated, revealing an exquisitely flawless visage before Li Yishan. Her face, so beautiful, exuded an aura of unblemished sanctity, leaving Li Yishan, a man, utterly unmoved. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, framing a delicate oval face with skin that shimmered with a rosy glow. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, yet her eyes were devoid of luster, appearing strikingly hollow and vacant. Can you see? Li Yishan was taken aback, a subtle sense of regret stirring within him. Yet it was precisely this extreme beauty tinged with a hint of melancholy that elicited profound compassion from him. Hiki, you noticed? Ilya replied with a gentle smile, her expression remaining serene. However, Li Yishan discerned a faint shadow of sadness etched upon her exquisite features. Do you have something on your mind? The visage of his wife flashed in his thoughts, stirring his compassion further, prompting him to inquire instinctively. Yes. Ilya acknowledged with a nod. Caesar is dead. What? Dead? This revelation left Li Yishan utterly shocked. According to Ilya, Caesar's prowess was said to surpass that of the god of combat, and if even he had fallen, what kind of formidable being could have brought about his demise? How did he die? Li Yishan hastily asked. In order to protect me, he was slain by another god. His corporeal form was destroyed, however, his soul remains. After 10,000 years, his soul has become severely fragmented. In no more than 1,000 years, he will perish entirely. And I too can only hide within this moon forest, afraid to step outside. As she spoke, Ilya's emotions surged with intensity. Another god? Goodness. So, you are a goddess as well? Li Yishan was only slightly taken aback. The multitude of incredible events that had unfolded that day had left him somewhat numb. Yes, I am the goddess of life. Though she was divine, Ilya possessed a remarkable humanity, her tone returning to calmness. Li Yishan bowed his head, lost in thought, while Ilya, the goddess of life, remained silent, and the two, no, one man and one goddess, fell into a brief stillness. Why me? Suddenly, Li Yishan lifted his head sharply, asking in a grave tone, Are you willing to assist us? Ilya countered with a question of her own. What can I do? I am merely a lowly king of combat. The god of combat seems an insurmountable goal for me, let alone transcending that. You see, I have my own wife still waiting for me on Earth, hoping for my rescue. The thought of his wife on Earth tightened his fists, his emotions suddenly igniting with fervor. Of course it is true. Do you not believe me? Allow me to elevate your prowess to the late stage of the god of combat, Ilya stated calmly. As her words fell, she began to gesture with her hands. And Li Yishan felt his body lighten, lifting him into the air. With a swift motion, Ilya waved her right hand, the cross she held soaring to Li Yishan's chest, reattaching itself there. The cross, now visible outside his garment, quivered continuously, its tremors growing ever more intense. How delightful! Li Yishan felt a sudden jolt of comfort coursing through his body, instinctively letting out a faint groan as the purple blood's secret tome activated on its own. The abundant fighting spirit surged forth from his dantian, seemingly in resonance with Ilya's movements. "Ah!" Ilya exclaimed softly, her hollow gaze suddenly igniting with intense brilliance, while a flicker of pain crossed her exquisite countenance. With swift motions of her hands, she traced intricate paths that astonishingly formed the shape of a cross. Li Yishan's eyes widened in curiosity as he observed Ilya, eager to comprehend her actions in their entirety. "Close your eyes. Feel it with your heart," Ilya urged, her face flushing a deep crimson. Li Yishan complied, shutting his eyes as his hands instinctively spread wide, as if to embrace the entire palace. The fighting spirit within him raced along the now unobstructed meridians. Moments ago, within the hazy light, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already 100-fold more concentrated than the outside world. Yet, within this unknown palace adorned with flowers, the spiritual energy was even more saturated, over 10-fold greater than that in the misty light. Li Yishan sensed that even an ordinary individual from Earth, given a decade or 8 years here, could emerge as a formidable fighting master. The spiritual energy surged dramatically, and in this realm of abundant essence, with Ilya's assistance, the speed of Li Yishan's fighting spirit intensified further, while his dantian underwent continuous transformation. The originally pale violet dantian grew ever richer and fuller, simultaneously expanding in size. "Ah!" Ilya called out, and the cross upon Li Yishan's chest trembled violently, the small string holding it nearly snapping under the strain. At last, Ilya ceased her motions, her delicate hands grasping the ethereal cross before hurling it forcefully towards Li Yishan, where it struck his forehead. Subsequently, with a fluid motion of her right hand, a resplendent staff appeared in her grasp without warning. The staff's apex boasted a magnificent sapphire that emitted a series of soft white glows, resonating with the cross upon Li Yishan's chest. Ilya, wielding the staff like a celestial being, glided towards Li Yishan until the staff made contact with the quivering cross. Both objects radiated a brilliant white light, overshadowing even the sun above. The surge of spiritual energy became increasingly intense, causing the flowers in the sea of blossoms to sway violently as streams of spiritual essence erupted from each bloom, racing into Li Yishan's being. "Ah!" The fighting spirit within him coursed at an astonishing velocity. The dantian seemed on the verge of collapse, expanding and contracting rapidly as if it could shatter at any moment. Even with the meridians flowing freely, they could scarcely withstand this pace, and waves of needle-like pain surged through him. Li Yishan gritted his teeth, stifling his cries as they churned in his throat. After an hour, the flowers in the sea appeared to have been drained of their vitality, gradually wilting. Ilya too felt the strain, the misty light surrounding her flickering uncertainly, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the dantian could bear the pressure no longer, collapsing in an instant, yet reconstituting almost immediately thereafter. "Ah!" Only after a complete obliteration can there be a rebirth. The collapse of the dantian and its subsequent reformation brings forth an indescribable agony. Li Yishan let out a fierce roar, crashing down to the ground in a most undignified manner. "How do you feel now?" The perspiring Ilya gently descended, her once porcelain complexion now flushed, breathless as she spoke. Li Yishan, sprawled on the ground, felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his entire being, with his internal energy more abundant than ever. And even the dantian had undergone a total transformation. With a slight exertion of his arms, he sprang up suddenly, and upon introspection, he noticed that his dantian had significantly shrunk, its hue transformed to a delicate lavender. He sensed that something about it had changed, yet he could not articulate the specifics. Ascending to new heights, this truly felt like a leap into the heavens. The level of his fighting energy had once again breached a threshold, though his physical strength remained unchanged. Nonetheless, this was more than enough to exhilarate Li Yishan. Is this the power of a late-stage battle saint? A wave of excitement washed over him, for he realized he had stumbled upon an incredible fortune. "Look at your smug expression. Surely, you must believe it now." However, Ilya appeared quite fatigued, her voice barely above a whisper. She was delicate and graceful, yet it remained uncertain how easily she could be toppled. Toppling the goddess of life. If he would dare attempt such a feat. Li Yishan gazed at the sweat-drenched Ilya, her alluring figure igniting the imagination of any man. Now, this is what a woman should look like. With Elia's current appearance, Li Yishan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Fool, what are you thinking? Elia exclaimed, her neck flushed crimson. Ah, nothing much. To express my profound gratitude, I have decided to say this. Li Yishan intentionally paused. Elia's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to inquire, what? I shall give you a hug. Li Yishan lunged forward, disregarding who she was, intent on toppling her first. Ah! Elia let out a sharp cry, swiftly evading his advance. No matter how skilled you are, you still fear being toppled. However, Li Yishan's brawn was formidable, and Elia found herself unable to resist. Could the goddess of life truly be toppled? The answer was undoubtedly negative. With a mere flick of her staff, Li Yishan was sent soaring, landing in an equally undignified manner. Humph. Elia's fair face bore a hint of annoyance, yet she was not genuinely angered. After all, she needed Li Yishan's assistance. Had it been anyone else, she would have struck him down with her staff long ago. Having received my favor, you are obliged to assist me, otherwise, with but a flick of my finger, I could render you entirely erased from existence. Elia adopted a frigid demeanor and stated coolly, remember, you have 1,000 years. Within this time, you must fulfill all my requests, resurrect Caesar. Otherwise, both you and your wife shall meet your demise. Is this a threat? Li Yishan leaped up, his expression turning grave, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity as he fearlessly met Elia's gaze. He had never been fond of being coerced. The two stood unwavering, locked in a stare for a quarter of an hour. Very well, consider it a plea from me. Elia's tone softened, her face displaying a pleading expression. She had waited for an eternity, and the remaining moments permitted her no further delay. What is it that you require of me? Li Yishan inquired. Elia smiled faintly, her demeanor shrouded in mystery. Look at your eagerness. With your current strength, there is no need to rush this matter. Once you ascend to the status of a god of battle, I shall reveal all to you. Ah, the affairs among the divine are beyond my capabilities to resolve. Li Yishan replied, feeling a sense of helplessness. Indeed, with his present abilities, he hardly considered himself formidable. He feared he could only contend with an emperor of battle, while the realm of the gods remained far out of reach. Li Yishan's resolve was unwavering. He understood that only by maintaining a humble and composed heart could he hope to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. Maintaining such humility, while seemingly simple in theory, proved exceedingly difficult in practice. Being human, one could hardly escape the clutches of pride and despondency. By the way, my brother wishes to accompany you. It would be beneficial for mutual support. Elia suddenly exclaimed. Accompany me? Wasn't his physical form destroyed? How can he possibly come? Li Yishan questioned, perplexed. It's quite simple. The cross upon your chest is originally my brother's token. His soul can reside within it. Elia replied with a smile. Is that truly feasible? Where is he now? Li Yishan quickly scanned the surroundings, yet saw no sign of Caesar. Young man, you need not search further. I am right here. Caesar's voice suddenly resonated in Li Yishan's ears. Where? Where are you? Just moments ago, while Li Yishan had been teasing Elia, Caesar had remained silent. Now his sudden utterance startled Li Yishan. You fool, I am in Elia's hands. Caesar's tone carried a hint of exasperated mockery. In Elia's hands? Li Yishan looked at her hands, which held only an exquisite staff, devoid of anything else. Could it be within that sapphire? His gaze fixated on the gem atop the staff. Ha, the lad shows promise. Elia, I did not misjudge you. Ha. Caesar's laughter was tinged with uncontainable pride, yet also carried the weight of profound experience. Such nonsense. All men are the same, Elia retorted, leaving Li Yishan and Caesar momentarily speechless. Elia, might you release me? It has been quite a while since I last breathed fresh air, Caesar requested. Very well, but you may remain outside for merely 5 seconds. Elia's tone brooked no argument. Fine, Caesar acquiesced with resignation. With a swift motion of her left hand, Elia summoned the gemstone from the top of the staff into her palm. And a dark shadow swiftly emerged, none other than Caesar, the self-proclaimed creator god. Alas, Caesar's physical form had indeed been obliterated, leaving behind only a fragmented soul. Even this soul, battered by the relentless tide of time, had become exceedingly ethereal, allowing Li Yishan to glimpse the distant scenery through it. As Caesar emerged, he circled above Li Yishan and Elia, emitting a roar that expressed his pent-up frustration and helplessness. The once mighty creator deity now finds himself hiding within a sapphire, clinging to a meager existence. How profoundly tragic. Li Yishan reflected on this, pondering the futility of unparalleled cultivation. Ultimately, even the greatest must succumb to the inevitability of returning to dust. Perhaps only by unraveling the mysteries of life and existing in harmony with this realm can one attain true immortality. as he listened to Caesar's thunderous roar. A myriad of emotions surged within Li Yishan, accompanied by a gentle melancholy. He gazed quietly at Caesar's lingering spirit, choosing to remain silent. "Brother, the time has come. Quickly enter the cross," Ilya urged anxiously 5 seconds later. "Very well." Caesar let out a long howl toward the heavens, circling above Li Yishan's head before swiftly entering the cross. Buzz. The cross, imbued with a semblance of sentience, radiated a brilliant white light, as if to welcome its master. "Ha! At last, I can be free," Caesar exclaimed joyfully, akin to a child who had long been confined indoors. "Young one, let us converse through our minds henceforth to avoid arousing suspicion. So, you were intent on leaving this place. How cruel of you to abandon your sister here alone." Li Yishan thought, momentarily at a loss for words as he transmitted his thoughts to the past. "You've caught on," Caesar responded, falling into silence before adding. "But remaining here serves little purpose. Better to join you. Should you encounter challenges, I can assist you in overcoming them." "By what right do you claim you can help me?" Li Yishan retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. "Isn't it obvious? With my experience spanning hundreds of thousands of years, I am more than qualified," Caesar replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. "Hundreds of thousands of years? You truly are an ancient relic," Li Yishan remarked without reservation, though astonishment filled his heart. Just how much wisdom has he accumulated over such a vast expanse of time? Why is it that fortune seems to favor me today? Li Yishan secretly reveled in his good luck. Naturally, he refrained from sharing his thoughts with Caesar, otherwise he would lose all semblance of secrecy. "Ilya, remain vigilant here. That rascal has become increasingly brazen. If necessary, escape to Earth." Caesar expressed concern for Ilya, revealing a flicker of compassion. "Yes, I shall take care of myself. Li Yishan, I entrust my brother to you. With his guidance by your side, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly accelerate. Do not forget your promise," Ilya replied, nodding earnestly, her smile tinged with reluctance at Caesar's departure. "Very well, Ilya, please see us out," Caesar responded. "All right." Ilya's demeanor shifted to a placid calm as she gently nodded and waved her hands. Whoosh! The sound of wind rushed forth, and Li Yishan's mind blanked out once again. When he awakened, he found himself beside Li Shishue. Li Shishue and the others, anxiously waiting amidst the hazy light, were startled by his sudden appearance. Once they recognized him, a weight was lifted from their hearts. "Eh? Yishan, why can I not discern your cultivation level?" Girls are often more attentive than men. While the men bask in their joy, Danju has already identified a problem. "What? Yishan, have you broken through?" Li Shishue exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Early stage of Dosheng?" Yishan shook his head. "Mid-stage?" Li Shishue's eyes widened further. Yishan shook his head again. "Heavens! Have you suddenly reached the late stage?" Li Shishue felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. "Yes, late stage of Dosheng," Yishan nodded, smiling. "Oh my, what on earth is happening?" Li Shishue nearly fainted, and the others shared his astonishment. "Huh, these country bumpkins have truly never seen the world," Caesar scoffed, regarding the collective experiences of those around him as insignificant compared to his own. Just then, a series of sharp cries erupted as the cold pond centipedes, which had lingered outside, finally spotted Ishan's appearance and let out furious howls. "Humph! Seeking death." Ishan snorted coldly, his expression icy. At this moment, he possessed ample confidence to confront these cold pond centipedes, eager to test the extent of his current prowess. With a low shout, he moved and appeared outside the hazy light. Chapter 77, Slaughtering Centipedes. Is Ishan out of his mind? Li Shishue and the others exclaimed in shock. To them, even if Ishan experienced a significant leap in strength, it was inconceivable that he could contend with 3 centipedes of the Do D level, especially with over 50 others at the Do Sheng level present. They only considered Ishan's Do Qi level, failing to recognize the formidable nature of his physical strength. With a flash, Ishan swiftly positioned himself amidst the cold pond centipedes. So fast, Li Shishue and the others gasped in astonishment, barely catching a glimpse of him as he exited the hazy light. The cold pond centipedes shrieked with excitement upon seeing Ishan emerge. Originally, there were 6 Do D level centipedes. 3 had perished, while the remaining 3 were injured to varying degrees, with over 50 more merely at the Dosheng level. The overall strength of the cold pond centipedes had suffered a severe blow, yet Ishan had jumped 6 levels, soaring from the late stage of Dohun straight to Dosheng. With an arm strength of 600,000 pounds, he was a formidable force. Even in brute strength, he could crush many centipedes. However, raw power without technique is of little use. Ishan was not a foolish individual. Had he engaged the cold pond centipedes head-on from the outset, he might have slain 20 or 30, but he would ultimately have sustained injuries himself. Now, With the enhancement of his Do Qi combined with his arm strength, he was far superior. Following his transformation, Yishan's speed had increased several-fold. He utilized this remarkable speed, significantly surpassing that of the cold pond centipedes, to eliminate them one by one at the Dosheng level. After dispatching over 10 centipedes, the remaining cold pond centipedes finally sensed something amiss. Their strength is formidable, their attacks fierce, yet they cannot even graze the hem of Li Yishan's garment, rendering their efforts utterly futile. Alas, this is clearly a one-sided massacre. The cold pool centipedes, now desperate, find themselves utterly helpless. Lord Yishan is truly formidable. Lu Mu's eyes gleam with admiration as he gazes at Li Yishan. Such brutality. The hearts of young women are often tender. Witnessing Li Yishan's rampant slaughter, she turns her head away, unable to bear the sight. How perverse. Even the determined men, including Li Shishue, cannot help but express their astonishment. Of course, Li Yishan remains oblivious to their thoughts. His sole focus is on killing, and killing. Alas, with the death toll surpassing 40, the cold pool centipedes finally feel a chill in their hearts, assuming they possess such organs. 3 centipedes of the Emperor Do level let out a piercing scream and are the first to flee into the distance. The others, emulating their example, dare not continue the fight. Thinking of escape, Li Yishan snorts coldly, his gaze icy. He remembers how these cold pool centipedes had once pursued him like a frightened dog just days prior. With determination, Li Yishan relentlessly chases them down, each fleeing centipede succumbing to his pursuit, falling with a scream. Were anyone to witness this scene, a mere human relentlessly pursuing a horde of cold pool centipedes in a one-sided slaughter, they might well deem him a deity of combat. Yet in reality, he is merely a late-stage saint of combat. Never mind, Yishan, let them go. Just as Li Yishan is caught up in his slaughter, the voice of Caesar suddenly echoes in his mind. Its tone is mild but imbued with infinite authority. Li Yishan feels his very soul tremble and involuntarily halts. In this brief moment of hesitation, the cold pool centipede sees the opportunity, vanishing into the forest in mere blinks. Should they choose to remain hidden, locating them within such a forest would be nearly impossible. Caesar, why do you prevent me from annihilating them? Are you aware of how they slaughtered us 7 days ago? A surge of nameless fury rises within Li Yishan, transferring all his ire towards Caesar. Young man, do not let your temper flare so. Heaven has a benevolent disposition towards life. Caesar chuckles lightly. Benevolent, my foot. Even someone as powerful as you has been reduced to mere flesh. How can I, a mere saint of combat, be expected to exhibit such benevolence? Li Yishan's anger dissipates slightly, yet he remains vexed at the thought that, were it not for Caesar's intervention, not a single cold pool centipede would have escaped. Is this your way of complimenting me? Caesar replies with a wry smile. Perhaps it is. Li Yishan takes several deep breaths, taking a long time to calm his agitated spirit. In his bloodlust, he had redirected his anger onto Caesar. Caesar, I apologize. After a moment of silence, Li Yishan speaks. It's all right. I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. I possess a modicum of tolerance and won't hold it against you. Caesar chuckles, saying, if you truly feel remorse, then when you mature, do your utmost to assist me. Indeed, of course. Li Yishan nods, intentionally lingering in place for an hour before swiftly darting towards Li Shishue and the others, soon arriving within the misty white light. Yishan, have you eradicated those beasts? With one arm severed, Wu Yong approached, his eyes filled with anticipation. After all, his left arm had been lost to a cold pool centipede, instilling in him a deep-seated enmity towards them. Yes, I have slain them, Li Yishan replied, his eyelids flickering, though he spoke falsely. Did you truly eliminate even those 3 at the Emperor Do level? Wu Yong inquired once more. Haha, of course. One need only consider my current prowess. Li Yishan laughed heartily, patting Wu Yong's right shoulder. They are all dead. Wu Yong exhaled a long breath, feeling slightly relieved, while the others were left astonished. The disparity between a Do Saint and a Do Emperor is vast, yet here was Li Yishan, a late-stage Do Saint, having vanquished over 50 cold pool centipedes of Do Saint caliber, not to mention 3 of Do Emperor level. Such power was indeed terrifying. Little monster. Who was that person just now? Where did they take you? How did you become so formidable all of a sudden? Li Yishan turned to find Li Shishue gazing at him, as if he were a curiosity. Ah, that is a secret not to be revealed. Li Yishan feigned mystery, eliciting a wave of exasperation from the others. He was left with no choice. Caesar had already instructed him that the identities of Ilya and himself must remain concealed, known only to Li Yishan. Bah! 35 middle fingers raised in unison. Even Dan Zhu was not exempt. Everyone, with my current strength, venturing into the forest of the moon is still somewhat inadequate, but ensuring your safe escape should pose no problem, Li Yishan said with a wry smile, quickly shifting the topic. As anticipated, upon mentioning matters concerning his name, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with interest. Indeed, we must hasten our journey. Let us hope we are not too late, Lu Feng, when we felt a wave of relief, knowing that nearly 20,000 had perished while he remained unscathed. After a quarter of an hour's preparation, they set off. Let us go, Li Yishan declared succinctly. All right. The crowd cheered, swiftly gathering the wild fruits that thrived within the mystical light. In this desolate wilderness, there were few other sources to stave off hunger. Most importantly, these wild fruits, nurtured under the ethereal glow for years, were highly beneficial to the human body. While they could not elevate one's cultivation, they stimulated bodily cells and enhanced physical strength. Over the past week, the group had already begun to savor the benefits. Li Yishan merely smiled at them, remaining silent, his heart brimming with joy. A quarter of an hour later, 35 individuals stood before Li Yishan, each face adorned with smiles and invigorated spirits. Are you ready? Li Yishan called out. Ready. The 35 responded in unison. Let us depart. Li Yishan waved his hand and stepped forward, leading the way out of the mystical light. Chapter 78. The bloodthirsty demon wolf. Though the return was still fraught with peril, it was significantly safer than when they first entered the forest of the moon. Even when encountering some dim-witted foes, as long as their numbers were manageable, Li Yishan could handle the situation alone. The forest of the moon was vast, spanning nearly 10,000 miles. Heading westward, after more than half a month, Li Yishan and his group found themselves over 500 miles from the outside world, with just another 10 days to half a month before they could exit the forest of the moon. The journey of over 500 miles is far from the easy traverse of flatlands. The moonlit forest remains a desolate realm, often overlooked, lacking even a proper path, compelling the travelers to wield their weapons as tools for clearing the way. Moreover, the forest is fraught with peril. Countless beasts lurk within, some of which Li Yishan has never even encountered. Although his strength has increased manifold since his earlier days, the unfamiliarity of the moonlit forest poses significant risks. A moment's inattention could lead to a surprise attack from a ferocious creature, and while he may endure, his companions lack his extraordinary resilience. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and thus, they can only proceed cautiously, leaving deliberate footprints as they make their way westward. Damn it! I never want to return to this moonlit forest, roared the rugged Dugu Patian, swinging his scythe with frustration. After so many days, apart from the woman Danju, none of the others bore unblemished garments, their beards having grown unkempt, faces smeared with grime, resembling a band of beggars, with Li Yishan as their reluctant leader. Patian, let us endure a few more days. At this pace, we should be able to escape this forest within half a month, remarked Lu Fengwenhui, who, despite his scholarly demeanor, was the cleanest among the men. Such individuals are indeed rare in the divine continent. You know nothing, pretty boy, Dugu Patian muttered under his breath. Though Lu Fengwenhui's keen hearing caught every word. Who are you calling pretty boy? Lu Fengwenhui retorted lightly, a smile gracing his face. I'm calling you a pretty boy. Dugu Patian, oblivious to the mockery, shot back defiantly. Oh, so you're calling me a pretty boy? Lu Fengwenhui's smile widened even further. Chuckles erupted from the others as they listened to their banter. Well, you schemed against me, pretty boy. Dugu Patian finally realized the jest, his expression revealing the irritation of being outwitted. Having traveled together for some time, Li Yishan and the others had grown accustomed to the verbal sparring between the two, which always culminated in Dugu Potion's defeat. He bore it all with a certain grace, never losing his temper, instead finding enjoyment in the exchange. Listening to their dialogue, a smile surfaced on Li Yishan's face, filling his heart with warmth. Be vigilant. Danger approaches, Li Yishan suddenly warned, taken aback. Danger? Where? Although Li Shishui and the others were perplexed, they trusted Li Yishan's instincts, as he had consistently been the first to detect threats over the past fortnight. He didn't possess such remarkable abilities, it was all due to Caesar's contributions. Naturally, Li Shishui and the others attributed it solely to Li Yishan's superior strength. Forming a defensive circle, they waited for over a moment, yet the source of danger remained elusive. Caesar, what have you discerned? Li Yishan inquired, filled with curiosity. Let us wait a little longer. It will soon reveal itself, Caesar replied calmly. In this relatively open space, your chances of survival are at their peak. Chances of survival? Are you implying that someone among us may perish? Li Yishan asked, astonished. After his transformation, he did not believe that there were many beasts in the outskirts of the moonlit forest capable of threatening them, unless their numbers were overwhelmingly large. And he found himself ensnared and unable to escape. Everything now depends on your fate, Caesar said calmly, sinking back into silence, refusing to respond to Li Yishan's inquiries. The unknown dangers were always the most terrifying, causing everyone to feel an intense tension, with even their hands gripping weapons beginning to sweat. It's a pack of wolves. The faces of everyone, save for Li Yishan, turned ashen in an instant. Given their current strength, they were unafraid of fierce tigers or savage leopards. Yet they dreaded the overwhelming numbers of wolves. A silent hope lingered in their hearts that Yishan would not be ensnared. Otherwise, they would all perish. Li Yishan shared this sentiment, wishing fervently that the wolf pack's alpha would not be stronger than himself. A howl. Within a mere minute and a half, a cacophony erupted from the forest, and then, one by one, wolves adorned with lustrous crimson fur emerged into view. The pack rapidly grew in number, surrounding them completely in the blink of an eye. It's the bloodthirsty demon wolves. Li Yishan gasped, feeling perspiration forming in his palms. The bloodthirsty demon wolves were a formidable breed among the wolf-like beasts, their entire bodies a striking crimson, with eyes that glowed with a bewitching red. They were massive, often exceeding 2 meters in length. Typically, a bloodthirsty demon wolf was comparable to a late-stage battle saint, and their king's strength remained unknown, though the guards surrounding the wolf king were on par with early-stage battle emperors. So many. The pack finally ceased to grow, and within the forest, shadows of wolves danced ominously. Li Yishan estimated there were no fewer than 1,000. Close to 1,000 bloodthirsty demon wolves fixed their bloodthirsty gazes upon Li Yishan and his companions, as if regarding a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. A howl erupted. Suddenly, nearly 1,000 bloodthirsty demon wolves lifted their heads in unison, letting out a long, haunting howl. "Look, it's the demon wolf king," Dugu Patian exclaimed softly. The crowd raised their eyes to see a path parting within the pack, revealing a wolf even larger than the ordinary bloodthirsty demon wolves, striding forward with an air of arrogance. Following closely behind were 4 guards slightly smaller than the demon wolf king. Li Yishan observed clearly. Its fur appeared as if dyed with blood, both tragic and vivid, with a blood-colored horn protruding from its forehead. Yet, the demon wolf king did not glance at them, as if it had already pronounced their death sentence. What kind of strength does this demon wolf king possess? If I become ensnared, Shui and the others will be in grave danger. Though anxious, Li Yishan felt helpless, only able to hope that the demon wolf king's strength was not overly formidable. If it were just myself, I might stand a chance against them, but considering Shui and the others, Li Yishan furrowed his brows, contemplating. Forget it. Let us fight. Whatever comes, I shall slay. A surge of heroic spirit welled up within him, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance as he surged forward. A growl. The demon wolf king let out a low growl, regarding Li Yishan with a hint of surprise. What are you staring at? Come at me for a one-on-one battle. Li Yishan glared fiercely, his voice booming with anger. Initially, he merely sought to vent his frustration, yet to his astonishment, the demon wolf king nodded its massive head. Did it agree? Can it comprehend human speech? Dugu Patian exclaimed in shock. Humph. The demon wolf king let out a disdainful snort. Casting a contemptuous glance at Dugu Patian, the meaning of its scorn evident to all. The other bloodthirsty demon wolves also turned their gaze towards Dugu Patian, causing a chill to run down his spine. Dugu Potion's face flushed crimson. Being insulted by a beast was not a pleasant experience. Yet the formidable power of the creature and the terrifying pack surrounding him left him feeling disheartened. Demon Wolf King, you wish to challenge me to a duel, correct? Li Yishan spoke up. How? The Demon Wolf King growled lowly, nodding in affirmation. Among the crowd, only Li Yishan was deemed worthy to face it in single combat. However, I have a condition, Li Yishan continued, his demeanor calm and composed, neither joyful nor sorrowful. The Demon Wolf King tilted its head, signaling for Li Yishan to elaborate. I will engage you in a duel, but regardless of the outcome, you must allow us to leave. A faint smile graced Li Yishan's lips as he added, otherwise, even if you slay all my companions, I alone can ensure that half of your subordinates meet their demise. Howl. The Demon Wolf King let out a furious roar. Li Yishan's words challenged its absolute authority in this territory. Alternatively, you may decide after our duel to see if I indeed possess such strength. Li Yishan spoke with unwavering confidence, his tone brooking no dissent. If it were just him alone, he could indeed slay half of the bloodthirsty demon wolves. Yet during their duel, its minions must not attack his companions. The more formidable the beast, the higher its intelligence. Li Yishan believed the bloodthirsty demon wolf king would acquiesce. For with the prowess of its pack, capturing other beasts to satiate their hunger was a trivial task, unless its thought processes differed vastly from those of humans. The demon wolf king squinted its immense eyes, gazing at Li Yishan with keen interest for a moment before suddenly roaring and stepping forward. proudly raising its colossal head to face Li Yishan. Very well, we shall duel. Li Yishan revealed a slight smile, advancing 2 steps. The purple moon divine blade casually pointed to the ground, exuding an aura of formidable might akin to a mighty deity. Li Shishui and the others hastily retreated to the sidelines, fearful of being inadvertently harmed by the confrontation between man and beast. Howl. The demon wolf king let out a long howl, its powerful hind legs propelling it swiftly towards Li Yishan. Its steel-like forepaws gleamed with sharp claws as they tore through the air, aimed at Li Yishan's face. Humph. Li Yishan emitted a low grunt. The purple moon divine blade held steadfastly before him, unmoving as a mountain. With a rush of wind, the bloodthirsty demon wolf king lunged beside Li Yishan, its formidable forepaws clawing ferociously at his visage. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the blade of the purple moon divine blade, facing outward, narrowly blocked the demon wolf king's assault. In a flash, the bloodthirsty demon wolf king appeared behind Li Yishan, its gaping maw wide open as it lunged to bite the back of his head. Be careful, Yishan. Li Shishui and the others gasped in shock. If Li Yishan were to perish, none of them would escape unscathed. Clang! The sharp teeth of the bloodthirsty demon wolf king clamped onto the purple moon divine blade, and Li Yishan swiftly turned to face it. Huh! Li Yishan let out a low growl, unleashing the full force of his being as he thrust downward with vigor. The bloodthirsty demon wolf king, however, was no weakling. It clamped its jaws tightly around the purple moon divine blade, resisting with ferocity. Despite Li Yishan exerting an astounding 600,000 pounds of strength, he found himself unable to advance even a fraction. Yet, the bloodthirsty demon wolf king dared not relent. For the moment it released its grip, the blade would inflict harm upon it. Even with its astonishing speed, it could not outpace the ferocity of Li Yishan's assault. The two, a man and a beast, found themselves locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Well, it seems you've met your match, came the gleeful taunt of Kaiser, relishing in the spectacle as it echoed in Li Yishan's mind. Li Yishan paid him no heed, focusing intently on the battle at hand. Would you like some assistance? Kaiser chuckled mischievously. No need. I prefer not to owe you any favors. Li Yishan conveyed his thoughts, then let out another fierce roar. Suddenly, the trees around them began to sway violently, and the falling leaves floated gracefully in the air, resembling butterflies unable to touch the ground. This was the essence of the sword intent, an embodiment of movement at its zenith. The sword intent was a profound state that Li Yishan could manifest even without his weapon. The bloodthirsty demon wolf king cast a surprised glance at him. Despite its considerable strength, it found itself affected by this profound aura, albeit only to a minor extent. In an instant, everything around them seemed to freeze. Within a 20-meter radius of Li Yishan and the bloodthirsty demon wolf king, the air appeared to cease its flow. The once wildly swirling leaves hung suspended in the air, and not even a whisper of wind dared to intrude. Absolute stillness enveloped the scene. The astonishment in the bloodthirsty demon wolf king's eyes deepened, the abrupt shift in dynamics causing it to feel a pang of discomfort as if it might vomit blood. With a swift retreat, the creature moved back, but Li Yishan, wielding the purple moon divine blade, pursued closely. Influenced by the sword intent, the wolf's speed paled in comparison to Li Yishan's. Violet blood, frenzied dragon. Li Yishan bellowed, and in that moment, his sword intent transformed into a magnificent dragon of purple blood. As fissures appeared in the air, the emergence of the violet blood frenzied dragon darkened the skies, casting the forest into deeper shadows, its might rivaling that of the sword intent itself. No longer able to maintain its composure, the bloodthirsty demon wolf king revealed a visage of terror. With a slight bow of its massive head, the purple moon divine blade struck true upon its formidable horn. What a hard horn! Li Yishan marveled at its resilience, yet he pressed the advantage, allowing the blade to momentarily pause before delivering a powerful blow to the wolf king's forehead. With a thunderous crash, the bloodthirsty demon wolf king was sent crashing to the ground, creating a profound pit beneath it. 600,000 pounds of force was no trifling matter. The wolf's substantial weight only compounded the impact, leaving a chasm that seemed bottomless. Is it dead? Spectators like Li Shishui and others expressed their astonishment, witnessing the tide of battle shift dramatically in Li Yishan's favor. The once seemingly invincible king was now vanquished by a mere human, rekindling their hope amidst despair, eliciting genuine joy. Over 1,000 bloodthirsty demon wolves stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how their omnipotent king had been driven into the earth by a human. A woo! A resonant howl of anger pierced the air, causing the ground to tremble violently. Li Shishui and his companions felt a fleeting blur before the bloodthirsty demon wolf king materialized before their eyes. Despite being caked in mud, It appeared to have sustained little injury. Not dead yet. The group was astounded. Had it been them, buried to such depths, they would have been reduced to mere fragments. In their hearts, the stature of Li Yishan and the bloodthirsty demon wolf king had risen significantly. Li Yishan maintained an expression of calm indifference, while Li Shixue and his companions were unaware of the true strength of the demon wolf king. He understood it all too well. With a might of 600,000 pounds, coupled with the sharpness of the purple moon divine blade and the ferocity of the purple blood mad dragon's assault, striking against its single horn had failed to inflict any damage. Such formidable defense was indeed terrifying. It was worth noting that the purple blood mad dragon could even tear through space. A low growl emanated from the demon wolf king, and at that moment, it finally recognized the truth in Li Yishan's words. This human possessed the capability to slay half of its minions. Its dismissive attitude faded, replaced by a newfound caution. "Let us proceed," Li Yishan stated calmly, and as the words fell, he swiftly moved, darting towards the demon wolf king with remarkable speed. The extremes of motion and stillness intertwined, provoking an inexplicable fury within the demon wolf king. In its dominion spanning 500 miles, it had never endured such indignity. Li Yishan, however, refrained from immediate attack, instead circling the demon wolf king while continuously unleashing his sword intent to disrupt its focus. Yet, despite the enhancement of Li Yishan's strength, the potency of his sword intent remained unchanged, having little effect on a creature of the Emperor Do tier. A furious howl erupted as the demon wolf king could no longer contain itself. It resolved to unleash its ultimate technique. Suddenly, its massive form shuddered, and an identical bloodthirsty demon wolf appeared beside it. Except for being slightly smaller, even the horn atop its head mirrored that of the original. How astonishing! Li Yishan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the vastness of the world and its wonders. This demon wolf king could indeed create a doppelganger. Each beast possessed its unique traits, and the demon wolf king's signature move was the ability to generate mirror images. However, these duplicates, despite matching the original in speed, possessed only half its strength and intellect. Though the demon wolf king was merely at the late Emperor Do stage, this ability was its foundation for ruling this territory. With a simultaneous howl, both the original and its doppelganger sprang into action. The original demon wolf king propelled itself off the ground, transforming into a streak of crimson light as it charged towards Li Yishan, while its mirror image circled around to launch an attack from behind. Li Yishan remained cautious, uncertain of the doppelganger's true power, and thus proceeded with utmost vigilance. His long brows met his temples, and his fierce eyes widened. The purple moon divine blade was poised at the ground, as he stood resolutely, embodying an unyielding spirit akin to a mountain. With a rush, the two wolves, one in front and one behind, swiftly closed the distance to Li Yishan. It was at that moment, when he had remained as immovable as a mountain, that Li Yishan finally sprang into action. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Li Yishan unexpectedly found himself suspended in midair. His feet aimed at the formidable claws of the true bloodthirsty wolf king, while the purple moon divine blade pointed toward its reflection. The bloodthirsty wolf king was taken aback, as anyone with a modicum of intelligence would understand. Bang! Two resounding crashes echoed simultaneously as Li Yishan's feet struck the wolf king's claws. With a deafening thud, the wolf king was sent flying a considerable distance, crashing heavily to the ground. The strength of Li Yishan's arms alone was equivalent to 600,000 pounds, with his legs boasting a terrifying force of 1 million pounds. Although the wolf king's claws remained unscathed, this overwhelming power reverberated within its body, injuring its internal organs. Seizing this momentum, Li Yishan united with his sword, hurtling toward the reflection of the wolf king like a shooting star. A fierce gale arose, and spatial rifts reappeared. In the blink of an eye, Li Yishan stood before the mirrored, bloodthirsty wolf king, lacking the intellect to strategize. The mirrored entity's subconscious was solely focused on attacking until its adversary fell. A howl erupted from the true bloodthirsty wolf king as it commanded its reflection to retreat. But it was already too late. The assault of the purple blood-mad dragon was overwhelmingly powerful. The mirrored wolf king could only let out a chilling scream before being torn to shreds. It is said that sheer strength can overcome countless tactics. Even if there were several more reflections, Li Yishan would remain unperturbed, capable of defeating them all. Furious, the bloodthirsty wolf king let out a long, resonant howl. Never before had it been provoked. Today, however, a mere human had annihilated its mirrored doppelganger. Although a mere reflection, it was still a part of its being. The destruction of this fragment would inevitably impact the strength of the true form, a fact even Li Shixue and others could perceive in the fury embedded within that howl. With its crimson eyes fixated on Li Yishan, the Wolf King's gaze seemed intent on devouring him whole. If mere glances could slay, Li Yishan would have perished 1,000 times over. Ah, are you flustered with rage? A smile crept across Li Yishan's face upon witnessing the Wolf King's anger. Had it continued to tread carefully in battle, it might have found a way to overpower him. Now, with its emotions spiraling out of control, an opportunity arose for Li Yishan. Beasts, despite possessing intelligence comparable to humans, remain inherently savage and bloodthirsty. Li Yishan mused within, the chance is approaching. Hey, young one. Do not underestimate your opponent. That horn atop the little wolf's head is not merely for show. After a prolonged silence, Caesar suddenly interjected, without formidable skills, he could never become the ruler of this domain. Chapter 80. The powerful man. A prolonged, powerful howl erupted from the bloodthirsty Wolf King as it lowered its head, and the horn upon its brow began to radiate brilliance. A crimson aura enveloped the horn, the blood-red hue of its fur seemingly coalescing into this strike, gradually fading. Its 4 guardians sprang into action, positioning themselves around it to form a protective square. The demon Wolf King once again howled at the sky, suddenly lowering its head as a beam of crimson light, as thick as a mop handle, shot toward Li Yishan's chest like a laser. How swift! Li Yishan was taken aback and quickly dodged to the right. After all, the centuries of experience amassed by Caesar were not to be underestimated. When he sensed danger, it was indeed perilous. Yet, no matter how fast Li Yishan moved, he could not match the speed of the laser. With a sharp sound, the crimson laser struck true, piercing through Li Yishan's left shoulder and leaving him chilled to the bone. Such formidable penetrating power, even more terrifying than that of the purple blood-mad dragon. It was no wonder that this creature could reign as the king of this region. Pain surged through him, and Li Yishan gritted his teeth, contemplating the situation. His defensive abilities were formidable, yet he was still pierced through the shoulder. He dared not imagine the scene had that laser struck his heart. A buzzing sound emerged as a hazy white light enveloped him. The cross began to heal his wounds once more. The sharp sounds continued as the crimson laser, having pierced Li Yishan's shoulder, did not diminish in force, cutting through 7 or 8 large trees before finally weakening, leaving a deep mark on the last tree. I was careless, Caesar, thank you. Blood flowed profusely as Li Yishan's gaze turned fierce, fixing on the bloodthirsty demon Wolf King. Yet, to his astonishment, the once crimson figure of the demon Wolf King, aside from its eyes and some blood-red markings, had transformed into a pure white hue, including its once prominent horn. At that moment, the massive body of the demon Wolf King lay feebly on the ground, its expression complex as it regarded Li Yishan. Its 4 guards watched warily, fearing an attack from him. A low, mournful howl echoed as ordinary bloodthirsty wolves gathered in droves to encircle their king, protecting it from harm. Over 1,000 bloodthirsty wolves glared at Li Yishan and his companions with fierce, crimson eyes. A few even let out angry howls, lunging toward Li Shishue and the others. Li Shishue and the others were taken aback, hastily rushing to Li Yishan's side. The demon Wolf King was indeed quite true to its word, Li Yishan mused. What should we do now, Yishan? Should we flee immediately? Li Shishue whispered. Not yet. Let us observe first, Li Yishan replied calmly, stepping forward toward the pack of wolves. Yishan, Li Shishue and the others were anxious and called out, not understanding his intentions. The wolf pack emitted a low growl, cautiously watching Li Yishan. I mean no harm. I merely wish to speak with your king, Li Yishan said with a gentle smile and with a thought. He stored the purple moon divine blade within the purple blood ring. The wolf pack, however, would not allow him entry. The bloodthirsty demon Wolf King was at its most vulnerable now, and if Li Yishan intended to strike, this would be the perfect moment. Suddenly, a commanding howl rang out, and the pack hesitated, yet they dared not defy the demon Wolf King's command, slowly parting to allow a path. The demon Wolf King's guards let out a low growl, signaling Li Yishan to refrain from any reckless actions. Li Yishan smiled slightly, approaching the demon Wolf King and inquiring, how long will it take for you to fully recover? 1 day, not once. 2 days, not twice. The demon Wolf King gazed at Li Yishan in astonishment, bewildered by the man who compelled him to resort to his primal powers, yet still could not be vanquished. Nevertheless, he subtly nodded thrice. 3 days, is it? Li Yishan smiled slightly. Given your current state, which I have caused, I have resolved to remain here and safeguard you for 3 days, until your strength is fully restored. How does that sound? The surprise on the demon Wolf King's face deepened as he stared blankly at Li Yishan. However, Li Yishan suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation, prompting the pack of wolves to tense in anticipation of an unexpected strike. I have a minor condition that I hope you will agree to, Li Yishan chuckled, fully aware that he had no intention of attacking. The demon Wolf King regarded him with confusion, uncertain of what the condition might entail. Once you have fully recovered, you must escort me and my companions out of the moonlit forest with your subordinates. What do you think? Li Yishan smiled. With the Demon Wolf King and his minions leading the way, their chances of exiting the moonlit forest alive would be exceedingly high. Sometimes, slaughter does not truly resolve issues. Li Yishan had contemplated this before deciding to confront the Demon Wolf King. Clearly, this outcome was most favorable. Behind him, Li Shishue and the others. Initially worried for Li Yishan, now wore smiles upon hearing his words. Haha, Li Yishan truly is Li Yishan. He has devised such a brilliant solution. Our lives are now assured. Dugu Patian laughed heartily, earning a round of eye rolls. Of course, that is to be expected. He is not called Dugu Patian for nothing. Lu Fengwenhui remarked earnestly, his sarcasm devoid of any obscenities. What do you mean by that, you pretty boy? Dugu Patian ground his teeth. Lu Fengwenhui remained silent. What exactly do you mean, pretty boy? Dugu Potion's anger intensified, nearly prompting him to draw his sword. Lu Fengwenhui still said nothing. Pretty boy, I, Dugu Patian, finally concede. Very well, I admit defeat. Li Shishue and the others burst into laughter. The atmosphere becoming quite lighthearted. Powerful beasts are inherently proud. They would not readily agree to serve humans. The Demon Wolf King lay on the ground, appearing indecisive. The ordinary bloodthirsty wolves expressed their anger, perplexed by the notion that their king was reduced to such a state, only to be asked to protect this intruder. Humph. Li Yishan scoffed, his expression suddenly turning icy and fierce. In your current condition, it would be child's play for me to slay you. Alternatively, I could eliminate all of your subordinates, leaving you alone. Surely, you have many challengers in this region, do you not? The delicate balance of coercion and persuasion exemplifies the pinnacle of negotiation. Upon hearing Li Yishan's words, the Demon Wolf King trembled, clearly gripped by fear. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Li Yishan continued to apply pressure. Finally, the Demon Wolf King lowered his proud head, nodding gently before closing his eyes. Very well. It is settled. Remember, do not attempt any tricks. I can defeat you once. I can defeat you 1,000 times over. Li Yishan finally revealed a smile. His words delivered with an air of chilling severity, exuding an overwhelming confidence. I will guard you outside. As he spoke, Li Yishan turned his body and strode towards Li Shishue and the others. You are a formidable man. After taking only a few steps, he suddenly heard a feminine voice from behind. Though somewhat awkward, he discerned its meaning clearly, a wave of astonishment washing over him as he turned to look. Li Yishan searched in vain for the source of the voice, and finally, an idea flickered in his mind as he locked his gaze on the Demon Wolf King. Asking curiously, was that you speaking just now? At that moment, the Demon Wolf King was enveloped in a faint blood mist, its crimson eyes fixed on Li Yishan, slowly nodding in affirmation. Heavens! The Demon Wolf King can actually speak? Dugu Patian exclaimed once more, this time without eliciting scorn or sarcasm. Even the typically composed Lu Fengwenhui appeared taken aback. Very well. It is my first encounter with a beast that can articulate, Li Yishan mused, though surprised. He merely smiled faintly and continued towards Li Shishue and the others. You've handled this matter commendably, Caesar remarked, offering rare praise to Li Yishan. This little wolf cub has already brushed the edge of the Tao and is on the brink of transformation. Who knows, it may even assist us in the future. The edge of the Tao? What is that? Li Yishan inquired with great curiosity upon hearing Caesar's words. Heh, you will understand once you become a battle god. Caesar chuckled. To compel a beast to bow before you, your strength must surpass theirs, and you must comprehend what they desire. You need to strive harder. Indeed. I understand that. However, how can I discern what they wish for? I am utterly incapable of communicating with them. Before long, Li Yishan reached Li Shishue and the others. Without indulging in idle chatter, he sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing his protective role for the Demon Wolf King while conversing with Caesar in his mind. The others, seeing Li Yishan's demeanor, also settled into a cross-legged position, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. A gathering of humans and beasts sat in mutual proximity. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be astounded. Chapter 81. Returning home, Caesar. What you mentioned about the edge, could it be the comprehension of the heavenly Tao? Li Yishan, seated in meditation, felt no apprehension about a potential beast ambush. Although Caesar's physical form had been destroyed, many of his powers remained, naturally entrusting the task of vigilance to him. I never expected you to possess such imagination. Indeed, that is correct. The Tao refers to the comprehension of the heavenly Tao, Caesar replied with a chuckle. Comprehension of the heavenly Tao? Such an ethereal concept can indeed be understood? Li Yishan questioned, perplexed. Do you think so? Comrade, do not assume what you do not know to be impossible. How long have you even lived? Caesar began to mercilessly chastise Li Yishan. However, comprehending the heavenly Tao is no simple feat for you battle masters. It is generally only after becoming a battle god that one can grasp the natural order of the heavens and harness their power for oneself. Must one become a battle god to comprehend the heavenly Tao? Is it truly that challenging? Li Yishan, undeterred, conveyed his thoughts once more. How absurd. With your innate talent, combined with my guidance, becoming a deity of combat within a decade is well within reach. Moreover, I must emphasize that your sword intent has already grazed the threshold of the Tao. However, since you have yet to achieve the realm of the combat deity, delving deeper proves to be quite challenging. Speaking of Li Yishan, even Caesar had to acknowledge his exceptional talent. Perhaps it is due to his overly simplistic nature. His singular focus on rescuing his wife, devoid of ambition, allows for a swifter path in cultivation, as he comprehends the celestial principles with greater ease. Caesar mused, though he knew such sentiments would never reach Li Yishan's ears. Indeed, from a young age, Li Yishan possessed a pure heart, his thoughts uncomplicated. Even when Li Yishui sought to tease his wife, he stood by his brother's side. Yet, it was this very innocence that allowed him to be surpassed by his younger sibling. Had it not been for Caesar's aid, he would have long since perished. Only by stepping back to recognize the world can one truly engage with it. This battle had significantly matured Li Yishan's perspective. Sword intent brushing the edges of the Tao? Why do I not feel it? Li Yishan suddenly realized that the more he questioned, the more perplexed he became. That is because you are yet to grasp what the celestial principles truly entail. Once you become a combat deity, enlightenment will come naturally, Caesar explained. Young man, strive diligently. Do not let me down. I exerted considerable effort to save you. Save me? Li Yishan was perplexed, then suddenly enlightened, saying, Did you orchestrate my arrival in the divine continent? Come now, do not phrase it so harshly. After all, I did save your life and provided hope for rescuing your wife. Li Yishan protested, realizing his choice of words was inappropriate. Li Yishan fell silent, and naturally, Caesar chose to ignore him as well. Caesar, thank you. After a prolonged silence, Li Yishan finally spoke. Haha, at least you possess some conscience. It validates the efforts I invested in you. Caesar laughed heartily, basking in his triumph. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, several demonic beasts approached to challenge the bloodthirsty demon wolf king. These creatures varied in intent, some seeking to test their strength, while others merely wished to witness the spectacle. Now, with Li Yishan's prowess vastly improved, he demonstrated his might from the outset, decisively obliterating an 8-armed giant ape of the emperor-level tier. The 8-armed giant ape, a notable contender in the outskirts of the Moon Forest, was reduced to mere fragments by a human, a display of raw power that was utterly terrifying. The other demonic beasts, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. With over 1,000 bloodthirsty demon wolves safeguarding him, the beasts, realizing there was little to gain, dared not provoke him further. During the 3 days, aside from the first day when a few foolish beasts attempted to disturb the peace, the remaining days were tranquil. Intimidated by Li Yishan's strength, the beasts, though begrudgingly, could only observe from a distance, too cautious to approach him. Outside the Moon Forest, as the sun began to rise, a beautiful day was set to unfold once more. In the tranquil moonlit forest, a serene stillness enveloped the surroundings, occasionally disturbed by distant roars of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, a resounding and prolonged howl of a wolf echoed through the air, swiftly followed by the simultaneous howls of over 1,000 bloodthirsty demon wolves. As if celebrating the revival of their king, a wave of terrifying majesty surged forth, sending the observing creatures fleeing in all directions. As the howling subsided, Li Yishan and his companions rose to their feet. The wolf pack instinctively parted to create a pathway, and through this opening, the imposing figure of the demon wolf king emerged, towering and blood-red, adorned with a single horn atop its head. It strode confidently towards Li Yishan, its massive head held high. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the creature had grown even larger, its crimson fur glistening vibrantly, radiating a luminous glow even in the absence of sunlight. As the demon wolf king passed, the ordinary bloodthirsty wolves prostrated themselves before their sovereign. Congratulations, Li Yishan said, clasping his hands together, a faint smile gracing his face. The demon wolf king emitted a low growl, leaning its massive head towards Li Yishan in an affectionate gesture. Li Yishan was perplexed, unsure of the reason behind this display. Logically, the demon wolf king had no need for such camaraderie, as they were bound by mutual restraint. A shiver ran down Li Yishan's spine as he observed a subtle change in the creature's gaze, one that lacked its previous bloodlust and instead held a hint of tenderness. Despite feeling a chill throughout his body, he refrained from rejecting the creature's affection and, with a bittersweet smile, reached out to stroke the demon wolf king's large head, saying, "You are healed, aren't you?" With a low growl. The demon wolf king extended its serpentine tongue to lick Li Yishan's hand. He shuddered slightly, vowing never to engage in such foolishness again. Yet a radiant smile adorned his face as he spoke. "Then let us be escorted out of this moonlit forest." The demon wolf king responded with another low growl, licking Li Yishan's hand once more before turning to its subordinates and issuing a commanding howl. As the echo of the howl resonated through the pack, several wolves leaped forward, leading the way for Li Yishan and his companions. While others may have overlooked it, Li Yishan noticed the change in Lu Mu's expression. Approaching him, he gently placed a hand on Lu Mu's shoulder, saying, "Lu Mu, may the departed rest in peace. For the living, let us strive onward. Do not dwell in sorrow. Instead, focus on your cultivation. Your parents will find solace in your progress." Li Yishan felt a deep sense of reflection regarding the fates of Lu Mu and Chai Ji. "Thank you, Uncle Yishan," Lu Mu replied, his youthful spirit tempered by the loss of his mother and now his father. His resolve had been forged to be harder than stone, and he nodded vigorously, determination shining in his eyes. Only through adversity can one truly grow. That is an undeniable truth. Indeed, that is the spirit of a true man, Li Yishan said warmly, pulling Lu Mu closer as they strode forward. The others hastily following suit. Seeing the steadfast determination on Lu Mu's face brought Li Yishan great relief. His greatest fear had been Lu Mu succumbing to despair. Yet it was clear that he had chosen a different path. Falling is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the unwillingness to rise again after the fall. Li Yishan sighed softly, tilting his head slightly upward, his heart brimming with lofty aspirations.